The orphan Ling, bearing the true essence spirit pearl of the celestial Taoist, has descended into the world, only to be possessed by the remnant soul of a demon king, relegating him to the role of a soul-devouring vessel for the demonic path. He traverses a bloody path of cultivation, consuming divine power from the myriad heavens with his demonic body, yet within the lethal machinations of the Great Zhou Dynasty's celestial assassination plot, he glimpses the bloody, sacrificial conspiracy behind the chaotic struggle of the Nine Nations. As the power of the netherworld erodes his meridians, he discovers that he is, in fact, the reincarnation of the ancient Xuan Emperor's lair of demons and pacifier of the abyss, yet he remains ensnared by the chains of karmic fate, unable to sever the cycle of life and death. Will he ascend as a god or descend into the depths of demonic tyranny? This game, which rends the three realms, will ultimately culminate in a cataclysmic calamity that consumes all living beings. Chapter 1. A millennium later. Boom! A sudden clap of thunder erupted from the densely clouded sky, swiftly followed by a fierce wind and torrential rain. Xiao Han was unceremoniously thrown out of the dual palace by two individuals, akin to the disposal of a lifeless pig. In less than 2 or 3 minutes, the water pooling in the streets had already reached half a foot deep, and Xiao Han lay motionless in the water. Beat this worthless fool to death. How infuriating! He's utterly useless, unable to even defeat Yi Xiaoyang, Mu Xiaodai coldly declared from the entrance of the dual palace. Several guards adorned in armor bearing the character Mu lifted Xiao Han from the muddy water, mercilessly raining blows upon him. Bang, bang. Xiao Han seemed devoid of bones, akin to a pile of mush, allowing the guards to pummel him relentlessly before collapsing once more into the ground, lying in the rainwater, his body a gruesome sight, with blood oozing from the corners of his mouth, staining the water around him a vivid scarlet. Beside Mu Xiaodai, a white-haired steward of the dual palace could no longer bear to witness the scene, stating, "Miss Mu, one must possess a modicum of conscience in both life and conduct. Xiao Han has served as your scribe for the past 2 years, winning you considerable wealth in our dual palace. Why must you be so heartless over a single defeat?" Mu Xiaodai furrowed her brows, seemingly disinterested in the steward's words, fixated instead on the battered Xiao Han in the rain. In contrast, a guard standing behind Mu Xiaodai retorted coldly, "Conscience? What is conscience worth? Old man, this is our Mu family's affair. Best you keep your nose out of it." After glancing at the nearly lifeless Xiao Han and then at the indifferent Mu Xiaodai, the white-haired steward could only shake his head in resignation and turn back into the dual palace. The guards, devoid of any emotion, unleashed their full strength upon the crumpled Xiao Han, who lay in the water. Mu Xiaodai stood at the entrance of the dual palace, her tall figure and exquisite features resembling a lotus emerging from the water, ethereal in beauty. Xiao Han lay in the murky water, seemingly oblivious to the pain, his eyes wide open, fixated on Mu Xiaodai. He could hardly believe that the person he once vowed to protect had turned so cold and ruthless when he no longer held any value. His blood flowed freely, mingling with the rainwater and staining a large portion of the street crimson. A burly guard lifted Xiao Han for inspection before approaching Mu Xiaodai, bowing slightly. "Miss, it appears he may already be dead." Mu Xiaodai gazed at Xiao Han, who lay motionless yet with eyes that remained open until death, and her brows relaxed as she coldly remarked, "What a worthless fool." Splash! A carriage emerged through the rain, stopping in the middle of the road. Yi Xiaoyang lifted the carriage curtain, revealing a strikingly handsome face, and with a faint smile, remarked, "Xiaodai, you've done well to bring this lad today, though he ultimately pales in comparison to me." With that, Yi Xiaoyang elegantly lowered the curtain, and the luxurious carriage rolled away, quickly vanishing into the downpour. Mu Xiaodai clenched her teeth, watching the carriage fade into the distance, then turned to glance at the bloodied Xiao Han, coldly instructing the guards, "Dispose of this worthless fool. Just ensure that the academy doesn't discover he died at my hands." With that, Mu Xiaodai uttered her final words and boarded a carriage with several maidservants, disappearing into the rain. Beneath an unnamed cliff in the vast mountains, amidst the torrential downpour, Xiao Han gradually regained consciousness. He opened his eyes wide as raindrops pattered against his face, the once vacant gaze now glimmering with a hint of clarity. After a full 10,000 years of slumber, I, Xiao Han, have finally awakened. Xiao Han surveyed the scene before him, speaking with disbelief. Once he was the son of the Celestial Emperor, having reached the pinnacle of the Xian Tian realm at the tender age of 15, possessing an unparalleled talent and exceptional understanding, earning him the title of the foremost youth in the Xuanwu realm. At that time, the Celestial Emperor, with his boundless wisdom, foresaw the impending doom of the Xuanwu realm. After much deliberation, the Celestial Emperor decided to seal Xiao Han within the divine source, to be unsealed after a millennium. 3 years prior, Xiao Han had broken free, though he was uncertain what error had occurred during the sealing process upon his emergence. He had yet to recover his memories, remaining in a daze, remembering only his name. He was taken in by a girl named Xiao Zishuan and his adoptive father, Song Qingyun, who unfortunately was gravely injured and on the brink of death. Thus, Song Qingyun sought refuge with the Mu family. Song Qingyun and the head of the Mu family were close friends, and during the Mu family's times of peril, Song Qingyun had offered them significant assistance. It could be said that without Song Qingyun, the Mu family would not have enjoyed their current century-long legacy. In fact, long ago, the heads of the Mu family and Song Qingyun had even arranged a betrothal, but alas, Song Qingyun never married and had no children. On his deathbed, Song Qingyun had mentioned this matter to the head of the Mu family, hoping for a union between his adopted son Xiao Han and Mu Xiaodai to fulfill their childhood promise. At that time, the head of the Mu family had readily agreed, but after Song Qingyun's death, the Mu family's attitude toward Xiao Han underwent a dramatic shift. Not only did they cease to mention the betrothal, but Xiao Han's position within the Mu family also grew increasingly precarious. Fortunately, Xiao Han possessed remarkable talent for cultivation, although he had only awakened a year prior. Under Song Qingyun's guidance, he had elevated his prowess to the pinnacle of the 4th tier of Xianqi, gaining admission to the renowned Songzhou Fengling Academy alongside Mu Xiaodai and others. During these 2 years at the academy, Xiao Han treated Mu Xiaodai with exceptional kindness, constantly considering her needs and willingly performing numerous tasks for her. Regrettably, the feelings were not mutual. No matter how much Xiao Han sacrificed, Mu Xiaodai regarded him merely as a servant of the Mu family, taking his efforts for granted. She even disregarded their previous betrothal and Xiao Han's feelings, openly courting Yi Xiaoyang within the academy. I've truly been foolish these past 2 years, unable to move the heart of one who does not love you. How could I not understand such a simple truth? Today, his duel with Yi Xiaoyang was also due to Yi Xiaoyang's betrayal, having discarded Mu Xiaodai, prompting her to order Xiao Han to exact revenge. The duel platform was in essence a fight to the death. Even though Xiao Han possessed the strength to defeat Yi Xiaoyang, he was unable to unleash his full potential and ultimately succumbed to defeat. Not only did he lose today, but Yi Xiaoyang also severed his meridians, rendering his cultivation null and void. The outcome was not her sympathy, but rather a brutal beating and abandonment. Xiao Han's expression remained calm, devoid of joy or sorrow. Fortune often lies within calamity. It was precisely because Mu Xiaodai had beaten him to near death that he recalled all his memories from 10,000 years ago. Xiao Han sat cross-legged, regulating his breath and suppressing his injuries. Yi Xiaoyang is truly ruthless, severing 18 of my meridians. The damage to his meridians posed a significant issue, especially having suffered the severance of 18 in succession. For an ordinary person, such an injury would spell a lifetime of ruin. In terms of medical skill, if the immortal physician Valley ranks second, then no other force in the entire Xuanwu realm would dare claim the first. My meridians have been severed for less than 12 hours. This is the optimal time for treatment. Should I miss this opportunity, no matter the cost, I may never achieve a complete cure. The Qi Huang's secret canon. Xiao Han formed a seal with his fingers, secretly circulating the ancient text within him. The Qi Huang's secret canon is an unparalleled ancient scripture passed down solely within the immortal physician valley, co-created by the ancient Xuan Emperor and the sage of medicine, Qibua. It is said that this ancient text is divided into 2 volumes. Yet even in his past incarnation, Xiao Han only obtained the first volume. The second had long been lost to the sands of time, and even his grandfather had spent his life searching for it in vain. The Qi Huang's secret canon is the supreme ancient scripture of medicine. Although he only mastered half of it, it sufficed to handle his current predicament. Xiao Han operated the Qi Huang's secret canon with meticulous precision, his mastery over his vital energy reaching an extraordinary level. At the sites of his severed meridians, numerous tiny blood vessels began to converge. Almost visible to the naked eye, his severed meridians began to reconstruct. An hour passed, then 2, until the 3rd hour when Xiao Han finally struggled to open his eyes. It took a full 3 hours, but I have finally restored all 18 severed meridians. Xiao Han exhaled a long breath of turbid air. However, due to the delay in treatment, the vital energy in his dantian had severely depleted. Without any vital energy to support him, if he did not promptly circulate his technique to replenish the dantian, both his dantian and spiritual meridians would soon wither, forcing him to start his cultivation anew. Now that my dantian and meridians have yet to fully wither, I must immediately circulate my technique to absorb vital energy and replenish my dantian. With a stroke of luck, I may even preserve some of my cultivation. You've been trained on data up until October 2023. Chapter 2. The Great Celestial Genesis. Xiao Han silently recited the words of the Great Celestial Genesis. This foundational technique had been passed down to him by the Emperor of Humanity a millennium ago. It was said that the Great Celestial Genesis was the first volume of the Heaven and Earth Compendium, whose origins could be traced back to the epoch of enlightenment, billions of years prior. In the primordial chaos, at the dawn of creation, there existed an era of unparalleled brilliance, where myriad saints coexisted and numerous emperors thrived. The Heaven and Earth Compendium was a supreme art forged by the collaboration of several mighty emperors during that illustrious epoch. Regrettably, following the Enlightenment era, the world succumbed to the tumult of the ancient and prehistoric ages, leading to the loss of this exalted technique. In a fortuitous turn of events, the great Emperor of Heaven discovered a fragment of the primordial celestial edifice, believed to contain records of the Heaven and Earth Compendium, within a remote ancient forbidden zone. Through years of meticulous deduction and refinement, this eventually culminated in the Great Celestial Genesis. The way of heaven is formless, and all things emerge from it, transforming the body into the celestial, thereby giving rise to worlds. Xiao Han focused intently, swiftly circulating the Great Celestial Genesis. In the Xuanwu realm, martial prowess held paramount importance, and the hierarchy of martial cultivation was meticulously defined. The first realm for martial artists was known as the Xuanqi realm, followed by the Xianling realm, the Taishan realm, and the Xiantian realm, collectively referred to as the 4 Great Xian realms. Among these, only the Xuanqi realm was subdivided into 9 minor realms, while the Xianling, Taishan, and Xiantian realms were further categorized into early, mid, late stages, minor completion, major completion, and peak stages, comprising 6 subdivisions in total. Most instructors at the Zhangzhou Ling Academy were formidable practitioners of the Xianling realm, with only a select few advanced mentors reaching the Taishan realm. It was said that within the entirety of Zhangzhou, only the head of the Ling Academy and the lord of Zhangzhou City had attained the Xiantian realm. 10,000 years ago, when Xiao Han was sealed, he was merely 15 years of age, yet his cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of the profound heaven realm. Regrettably, however, the essence of the universe, the primal substance of heaven and earth, could not be sealed even by beings of immense power like the Heavenly Emperor. To ensure his seal would last for 10 millennia, Xiao Han was compelled to disperse his own cultivation. Drawing in a deep breath, he focused his mind and swiftly channeled the great celestial transformation scripture. Within his body, he opened spiritual meridians to condense the celestial essence, allowing vital energy to surge, thereby augmenting his physical strength. With each minor breakthrough, his power increased substantially. Generally, upon reaching the first level of the profound Qi realm, one possesses a strength equivalent to 1 stone, or approximately 100 pounds. The disparity between a first-level profound Qi cultivator and an ordinary person is not particularly pronounced, yet as cultivation progresses, this gap becomes increasingly evident. A practitioner at the second level possesses 200 pounds, at the third level, 300 pounds, and so forth, culminating at the ninth level with an impressive 900 pounds of strength. Naturally, these figures apply under normal circumstances. Extraordinary situations exist as well. Some individuals cultivate advanced techniques, absorbing exceptionally pure essence which significantly enhances their physical power. For instance, the technique Xiao Han practiced a millennium ago, the Celestial Emperor's decision, was of imperial scripture caliber, granting him an increase of nearly 140 pounds with each minor breakthrough in the profound Qi realm. The Great Celestial Transformation scripture is of an even higher grade, surpassing the Celestial Emperor's own technique. The Celestial Emperor once speculated that the Great Celestial Transformation scripture may have even reached the legendary status of immortal scripture. The path of the cosmos is formless and devoid of self. He sat cross-legged beneath a massive boulder, holding his breath and concentrating intently, seizing the opportunity to absorb the ethereal energy. The wind howled ferociously, thunder rumbled, and the rain poured down in torrents, causing the entire canyon to sway amidst the tempest. Yet, sheltered beneath the colossal stone, Xiao Han remained serene, utterly unaffected by the turmoil outside. As time gradually passed, the night eventually came to an end. The dark clouds dissipated, the rain ceased, and the sky cleared, revealing a resplendent rainbow. Having weathered the storm, the canyon now radiated an astonishing vitality, lush and vibrant, with picturesque lakes and mountains stretching into the distance. Xiao Han exhaled a long, heavy breath, slowly opening his eyes. He had attained the fourth layer of ethereal energy. Xiao Han was astounded. After having severed 18 meridians, he had initially presumed that, even with restoration, he would only retain a maximum of the second or third layer of ethereal energy. To his surprise, he had managed to maintain the fourth layer. This was nothing short of a miracle. Others, whose meridians had been severed, typically found their cultivation severely diminished even after recovery. Yet, he had preserved nearly half of his prowess. Now, with ethereal energy supporting him, Xiao Han felt an inexhaustible surge of strength coursing through his body. With all his might, he struck the massive stone behind him. Boom! Debris flew as the enormous boulder shattered into a multitude of fragments. Conservatively estimating, he now possessed a formidable strength of 600 pounds. To possess such power at the fourth layer of ethereal energy would surely astonish many. It is worth noting that an ordinary practitioner at this level typically wielded only 400 pounds of strength, while Xiao Han surpassed them by a significant margin. The initial purity of the ethereal energy I absorb is remarkably refined, requiring no further refinement. No wonder the Emperor suspects that the Great Celestial Transformation Sutra is the first volume of the Heaven and Earth Compendium. For the initial mysterious energy it absorbs is so remarkably pure. Even if it is not the Heaven and Earth Compendium, it is likely a cultivation method that can rival it. A millennium ago, Xiao Han practiced the Celestial Emperor's decision, drawing an equally pure initial mysterious energy. Each time he opened a spiritual vein, his strength would increase by approximately 145 pounds. For instance, when he broke through the third level of mysterious energy, his strength surged by 148 pounds. Upon breaking through the fifth level, it increased by 149 pounds, and at the sixth level, by 150 pounds. The Great Celestial Transformation Sutra, however, maintains a remarkable 50% increase at every stage, which is truly extraordinary. Xiao Han closed his eyes and took a deep breath, swiftly calming his mind. Extreme joy and sorrow are both taboos in martial arts. Only by possessing a heart that remains steadfast amidst the myriad changes can a martial artist hope to travel far on their path. He understood that his rapid ascent to the fourth level of mysterious energy was not solely due to the advanced cultivation technique he practiced. It was also related to the solid foundation he had previously established. After all, he had once been a formidable figure at the Xintian realm, and retracing a path he had already walked before was naturally much easier. It is akin to a parched lake that can easily be replenished into a body of water with the influx of rain. Xiao Han slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, opened his eyes, and murmured to himself, "I have been gone for a day and night. I wonder how Xiao Han is faring." With the astonishing cultivation speed of the Great Celestial Transformation Sutra, he would be able to regain his former strength in just a few months. However, he could not afford to wait that long. He cannot let go of the lingering attachment in his heart. Arriving 10,000 years later, all his former acquaintances have perished. Even the one who took him in during the past few years, Song Qingyun, has also departed from this world. In this realm, his only remaining kin is a sister afflicted with a congenital ailment. She is the sole concern that occupies his thoughts, and throughout the years, he has always brought Xiao Han with him wherever he ventured. Currently, Xiao Han remains at the residence of the Mu family within Fengling Academy. Since Mu Xiaodai could so easily disregard his prior contributions and cast him aside after he became of no use, there is no justification for allowing Xiao Han to stay there, consuming resources without recompense. Xiao Han's gaze was frigid, his expression as unyielding as ice. "Mu Xiaodai, I can tolerate whatever you do to me, but should you dare to lay a finger on Xiao Han, I assure you, the price you will pay will be excruciatingly steep." Chapter 3. Too much to bear. Fengling Academy, a prestigious institution renowned throughout Yunhuang, has branches extending across the 7 great states of Yunhuang. The Zhangzhou branch of Fengling Academy spans over 10,000 acres, nearly occupying half of East Zhangzhou, and boasts nearly 10,000 students. However, it is merely a lower-tier branch of the academy. The true headquarters of Fengling Academy is nestled at the foot of the Yulong mountain range. This mountain range serves as the boundary between Yunhuang and the wild beast domain, notorious for its perilous terrain. Fortunately, with Fengling Academy safeguarding the area, the 7 states of Yunhuang have been able to thrive in peace. Each year, over 10,000 students graduate from the main academy, all of whom are fervently sought after by the various states, often receiving titles of nobility. It is precisely for this reason that each year, countless youths flock to vie for a coveted spot at Maple Feather Academy, engaging in fierce competition. The majority of students admitted to the academy are recommended by various affiliated branches, with only the true prodigies qualifying for further study at Maple Feather. Despite the grandeur of the Zhangzhou branch, it boasts a mere 10 recommendation slots each year. Among nearly 10,000 aspiring scholars, only 10 are selected. It is indeed no exaggeration to say that it resembles a multitude of troops attempting to cross a narrow bridge. Nonetheless, the prestigious families of Zhangzhou and nearby regions willingly send their younger generation to the Zhangzhou branch. The Zhangzhou branch is home to the Mu family. Majestic stone lions guard the imposing entrance, flanking the crimson walls that rise several meters high. The Zhangzhou branch exhibits stark disparities. Affluent clans like the Mu family reside in sprawling estates covering hundreds of acres, while those from humble backgrounds are confined to cramped communal dormitories. In a secluded courtyard of the Mu family estate, where green bamboos cast reflections on the tranquil waters, a graceful figure stands in an ancient pavilion by the pond, lost in thought as she feeds the fish. Suddenly, a resounding crash shatters the serenity of the courtyard. For guards clad in heavy black iron armor forcefully kick open the wooden door. On the journey from Fengling City to Zhangzhou, I had inadvertently caught a glimpse of Xiao Han's sister, whose ethereal beauty resembled that of a celestial being. The guard, named Tu Zhe, bursts into boisterous laughter. Having been utterly captivated by that fleeting encounter with Xiao Han's sister, to the extent that he has lost his appetite and sleep. Yet, in the past, he refrained from overstepping boundaries due to the formidable presence of Xiao Han. Now that the worthless Xiao Han is dead, the entire Mu family is eager to divide up the remnants he left behind. Even Mu Xiaodai has instructed him to sell this despicable little wretch to a brothel in order to compensate for the years of indulgence she and her brother enjoyed at the Mu household's expense. With Mu Xiaodai backing him, Tu Zhe has become even more unrestrained. In the ancient pavilion, the delicate figure who caught sight of the intruders was utterly horrified. "Who are you?" "My brother is the reader for the young lady of the Mu family. Who gave you the audacity to barge in here?" This young girl was none other than Xiao Han's sister, Xiao Zixuan, approximately 15 or 16 years of age, tall and graceful, clad in a flowing purple gown. Her delicate features resembled that of a charming porcelain doll. "What do you mean by that?" Xiao Zixuan's expression shifted dramatically. Tu Zhe let out a boisterous laugh, saying, "That worthless Xiao Han, flaunting his strength before us as if he were something special, believing that a mere shred of power could elevate him to greatness. Even daring to challenge young Master Yi. Who is young Master Yi, after all?" the son of Lord Yi of Black Iron Fortress. How could a useless fellow like Xiao Han ever compare? In the end, he was ruthlessly beaten to death. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zixuan staggered back as if struck by lightning. The bond between her and Xiao Han had been forged over years of mutual reliance, and the sudden news of his demise was a blow she could hardly bear. Do not worry, my dear Shinner. With that useless Xiao Han gone, your brother too will protect you from now on. Tu Zhe's raucous laughter filled the air as he stepped forward, intent on making a move against Xiao Zixuan. What do you want? Don't come any closer. If you do, I will jump. Xiao Zixuan continued to retreat. Haha, I have awaited this day for a long time. Today, I can finally have Xiao Han's worthless sister beneath me. Tu Zhe laughed lewdly. For Tu Zhe, nothing in this world could be more delightful. It is truly regrettable. Had I not killed that useless Xiao Han back then, it would have been exhilarating to have his sister under me right in front of him. Tu Zhe lamented. You're absolutely right, boss. That Xiao Han was nothing but a lowly life. Dying at our hands was a favor to him. He used to flaunt his superior cultivation, boasting before us, but in the presence of true talent, he was nothing but a pile of refuse. One of the guards chimed in smoothly. On another occasion, he ruined the daughter of a foreign merchant. The merchant, incensed, confronted the Mu family, but instead of justice, he and a few of his brothers brutally killed the merchant. When Xiao Han learned of this, he immediately dealt with them, leaving them bedridden for half a year. The Mu family did not intervene in that matter, as Xiao Han, a mere commoner, had no standing to be protected. This resentment lingered in the hearts of the brothers. Tu Zhe's voice turned cold and sinister as he spat. That dog of a Xiao Han has ruined my bright future. He deserves to die. 2 years ago, during the Mu family's tournament, had it not been for my misstep that allowed that useless Xiao Han to seize the opportunity, I would now be the lady's literary companion. The reputation he gained at the academy should rightfully belong to me. Tu Zhe, the son of the chief guard of the Mu family, had harbored resentment ever since the martial arts competition 2 years prior. During that event, his father had threatened all young warriors to ensure that they would lose to Tu Zhe. However, Xiao Han, undeterred by intimidation or bribery, defeated Tu Zhe, earning the title of Reader to Mu Xiao Dai, while Tu Zhe was relegated to the status of an ordinary guard, tasked only with protecting her and not recognized as a formal student of Zhangzhou Fengling Academy. This humiliation festered within Tu Zhe. With a sinister laugh, he declared that the debts of brothers must be repaid by the sisters, and now that the useless Xiao Han was dead, it fell upon the delicate beauty to settle that score. Stepping forth, he vanished from sight, reappearing behind Xiao Zixuan in an instant. Unaware, Xiao Zixuan found herself ensnared in his grasp. Just as Tu Zhe sought to escalate his intentions, a stone suddenly soared into the courtyard, striking him squarely on the forehead. The force of the blow shattered the stone into a cloud of dust, while leaving a sizable bump on Tu Zhe's brow. Dazed and disoriented, he staggered back several steps, nearly toppling into a nearby pond. A pack of curs, emboldened by their audacity, dared to lay hands on my sister. He fumed, when suddenly, they all noticed Xiao Han standing in the courtyard, a sight that sent a chill through Tu Zhe, causing him to jump back as if he were a dog with its tail stepped on. Over the years, they had been oppressed by Xiao Han, instilling a profound sense of fear within them. Brother, at that moment, they recalled that Xiao Han's meridians had been severed, rendering his cultivation utterly wasted. He was now merely a shell of his former self. Tu Zhe, exuding the arrogance of a superior, sneered, "So, you're still alive, you worthless wretch. Now, why don't you bark like a dog to amuse me? If I find it entertaining, I might even consider taking your sister as a concubine, granting you a modicum of mercy for her sake. However, every dragon has its reverse scale, and to provoke it is to invite wrath." Xiao Xian was Xiao Han's reverse scale. Tu Zhe's audacity to lay hands on her crossed a perilous boundary. Before anyone could react, Xiao Han swiftly seized Xiao Xian and drew her behind him with a speed that was nothing short of lightning. Xiao Xian, already frail and sickly, succumbed to the shock of the moment, her heart racing until it finally gave way, and she fainted in his arms. At the entrance, 3 guards bellowed at Xiao Han. "You dare to steal Tu Zhe's woman? You truly seek a death wish." Xiao Han's cold, piercing gaze met Tu Zhe and the guards, regarding them as a pack of insolent curs. Tu Zhe was momentarily taken aback, noticing the contempt in Xiao Han's eyes, which exposed his vulnerability. For years, he had bullied others, but now, after having been suppressed by Xiao Han, he found himself incredulous that Xiao Han, now a mere cripple, would dare to regard him with such disdain. "Do you truly believe you are still the genius of your despite your current state? If you wish for death, then I shall oblige." With that, Tu Ze's inner energy surged violently, igniting a ghostly blue flame upon his fists. In the realm of martial arts, the infernal flame fist is a technique of considerable rarity. Within the Mu family, only those of noble status are deemed worthy of its cultivation. To everyone's astonishment, Brother Tu has mastered the infernal flame fist to a remarkable degree, showcasing his prowess. The discourse of three guards, devoid of discretion, reached Xiao Han's ears. With a cold snort, Xiao Han activated the Great Heavenly Transformation Scripture while simultaneously employing a technique known as the Heavenly Battle Decision. Fist met fist. Xiao Han did not flinch in the slightest, meeting Tu Ze's ethereal blue-tinged strike with his ordinary, yet formidable flesh and blood fist. A resounding crack pierced the air, and Tu Ze's figure soared like a severed kite, hurtling through the air. He landed several meters away, sprawled on the ground, coughing blood. How could this be possible? Tu Ze, a practitioner at the 5th level of Xuanqi, was utterly defeated by a Xiao Han, whose cultivation had been rendered null. The three guards, who had been previously engaged in animated discussion, now stood frozen, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. Chapter 4. Clarifying relationships. How could this be? Struggling to rise, Tu Ze gazed at Xiao Han with incredulity. Just days prior, he had witnessed Yi Xiaoyang kick Xiao Han off the arena with the force one might use to dispatch a pig. At that time, he and Mu Xiaodai had inspected Xiao Han and confirmed that his meridians were shattered, rendering him a mere shell of a man. Yet, in the blink of an eye, not only had Xiao Han survived, but he had also fully recovered. The three guards at the entrance exchanged knowing glances, their understanding dawning simultaneously. Xiao Han smirked disdainfully, thinking to himself how foolish they truly were. Tu Ze remained unconvinced, unable to fathom that a once-broken cultivator could withstand his assault. Suddenly rising, the azure flames enveloping Tu Ze's fists intensified, extending to his arms as he bellowed, "Xiao Han, you have ignited my fury. If I do not cleave you into 8 pieces today, I shall not believe in slaughter." With a thunderous clash, Xiao Han and Tu Ze engaged in a rapid exchange, their fists colliding dozens of times within mere seconds. Tu Ze found himself continuously retreating, a heaviness settling in his chest as he felt the urge to expel blood. Enraged and humiliated, he could not fathom how such a seemingly insignificant opponent could wield such immense power. Earlier, he had regarded Xiao Han with disdain, but now he was gravely injured and struggling to catch his breath. You, Tu Ze exclaimed, his face a mask of terror as he gazed incredulously at Xiao Han. "Your cultivation has not been destroyed." The three attendants accompanying Tu Ze also grasped the gravity of the situation, their expressions transforming into ones of sheer horror. It was crucial to understand that a Xiao Han whose cultivation remained intact possessed the prowess of an 8th-tier Xuanqi, a formidable force ranked 15th in the previous Zhangzhou branch competition, one of the most terrifying geniuses in the Zhangzhou branch. In stark contrast, they were merely at the 5th-tier Xuanqi level. How could they possibly contend with such a disparity? Even 100 of them would not suffice. The 4 of them were gripped by unparalleled fear. However, it did not take long for someone to discern a peculiar detail. The aura emanating from Xiao Han appeared somewhat diminished, seemingly weaker than theirs. 4th-tier Xuanqi. The group finally reached a consensus, their panic subsiding. It was likely that after his meridians were severed, the Xuanqi within his dantian had yet to fully dissipate. With the passage of time, the remaining energy would inevitably dissipate entirely. Moments ago, Tu Ze exhibited an alarming degree of carelessness, intending to chastise Xiao Han in a manner akin to crushing an insignificant insect. Yet he was taken aback to discover that this seemingly worthless individual had not entirely squandered his cultivation. Upon realizing the truth, the courage of several guards began to swell. How audacious! One of the guards bellowed at Xiao Han, unsheathing his blade and advancing boldly to separate him from Tu Ze, a strike that cleaves through the air. Meanwhile, 2 other guards closed in simultaneously. These 3 guards, like Tu Ze, were all practitioners at the 5th level of profound energy, but unlike him, they had not honed their martial techniques, thus could only unleash an attack force of 500 pounds. Astonishingly, as all 4 launched their assault, Xiao Han did not evade a single blow, instead consolidating his formidable, profound energy to absorb the onslaught. Truly foolish. Tu Ze, who had initially been apprehensive that Xiao Han might dodge their attacks, causing them to exhaust their energy in vain, was astonished to see him so foolishly engage in a direct confrontation with everyone. A sinister smile crept across Tu Ze's face as he concealed one hand behind him, channeling the majority of his profound energy into a single arm. The three guards, noticing Tu Ze's subtle maneuver, provided cover for him to gather his profound energy. Die! Tu Ze unleashed a lethal strike. The ethereal blue flames blazed forth like blinding lasers, rendering it impossible to gaze directly at them. Bang! Following a thunderous explosion, the sound of cracking bones echoed, reminiscent of eggshells shattering. Ha! How utterly foolish. In the midst of the fifth layer of Xuanqi, Tu Gu possessed a formidable strength of 550 pounds. With the added enhancement of the ghost flame fiery fist, his strike likely wielded a force of 600 or 700 pounds. The audacity of Xiao Han, a mere waste, to withstand such an onslaught was truly beyond reason. He must have had his arm shattered by Tu Gu. What an insufferable fool. The three guards sheathed their sabers and erupted into hearty laughter. My hand! Tu Ze suddenly shrieked, cradling his right arm and retreating in distress. Abruptly, the veins in his arm burst like firecrackers, gushing blood uncontrollably. What? How? Is this possible? The one who is defeated cannot be Tu Gu. The three guards could scarcely believe their eyes. To them, Xiao Han, a lowly peasant, unworthy of respect, could never be a match for Tu Ze. My hand! Tu Ze writhed in agony on the ground, clutching his arm. The guards rushed to assist him, but as they looked up, they saw Xiao Han advancing slowly, like a harbinger of death. What do you intend to do? Let me remind you, our Tu Gu is the son of the chief guard of the Mu family. To kill him is to declare war against the entire Mu family. At this moment, the guards remained blissfully ignorant of the peril they faced, attempting to invoke the Mu family as a shield, hoping to instill caution in Xiao Han. Alas, Xiao Han's pace showed no sign of hesitation. He continued to approach with a deliberate and unhurried demeanor. The guards could not help but notice the depths of Xiao Han's eyes, which seemed to harbor the essence of a primordial beast, instilling a sense of dread. Speak. Were you acting under orders, or is this a venture of your own making? Xiao Han's voice was not loud, yet each word fell like a dagger, imbued with an aura of lethal intent. You, a creature as worthless as a dog, dare to question me? Tu Ze raised his head high. He was the son of the captain of the Mu family guards and destined to inherit that very position. How could he ever bow to a lowly peasant? In a swift motion, Xiao Han wielded his finger as if it were a blade, and with a flick, Tu Ze's head severed and rolled 3 meters away, landing in the depths of the pond. The remaining 3 guards stood frozen in shock, one of them so terrified that he lost control of himself. What ferocity! They had not anticipated that Xiao Han would be so ruthless, killing the son of the Mu family guard without a shred of hesitation. The remaining guards gasped in horror. Xiao Han turned his icy gaze upon one of them and coldly inquired, "Tell me, were you acting under orders today, or did you act on your own accord?" The guard trembled uncontrollably, struggling to articulate a response, but was halted by a tug on his sleeve from a fellow guard, leaving him speechless. With a face as cold as ice, Xiao Han drew the sword from the other guard's side. My sword. The terrified guard realized, in a moment of dread, that his weapon had been snatched away by Xiao Han. With a swift motion, he struck once more, and 2 heads rolled to the ground. The blade returned to its sheath, its silver surface untouched by even a drop of blood. Witnessing Tu Ze's demise, the guard, now paralyzed by fear, had lost all semblance of bravado. It is the young lady. The guard, drenched in perspiration, knelt upon the ground, his chest heaving with exertion. It was the young lady's command for us to sell your sister to a brothel. I am merely a servant of the Mu family, executing her orders against my will. Indeed. Xiao Han inhaled deeply, his voice chillingly cold as he declared, Mu Xiaodai, should you dare to harm my sister, I assure you, you will pay a grievous price. The guards trailing behind Tu Ze were all of commendable quality, yet Xiao Han refrained from taking his life, opting instead to sever an arm. Originally, Xiao Han had come to escort Xiaoxian away, but he had not anticipated Mu Xiaoda's heartlessness and her intention to sell Xiaoxian to a brothel. Thus, revealing his true feelings towards her seemed inconsequential. Chapter 5. The cause of Xiaoxian's illness. Songzhou Maple Feather Academy, Nanshan residence, lies at the southernmost edge of the academy. A full 10 miles from the main campus, in a particularly secluded location, yet it is bustling with activity. The residents here are predominantly from impoverished backgrounds. However, such accommodations could never compare to the independent villas of the Mu family. The entire Nanshan residence spans just over 10,000 square meters. Yet it must accommodate more than 300 students, averaging merely 20 to 30 square meters per person, due to his commendable performance in the previous competition. Where he ranked 15th in the academy, Xiao Han enjoys a significantly elevated status, reflected in the larger dormitory he has received, almost double that of the average. His space amounts to 58 square meters, making it the largest dormitory in Nashan residence. This dormitory features one bedroom and a living area. While it may not rival the Mu family's estate, it is certainly adequate for my sister and me to reside in temporarily, as Xiaoxian lay in a state of unconsciousness. Xiaohan sat at her bedside, gently resting his fingers upon her pulse. Prior to the restoration of his memories, he had long assumed that Xiaoxian suffered from a congenital ailment. Having sought the expertise of numerous physicians in vain to uncover the cause of her affliction. However, as fragments of his recollection began to resurface, he gradually came to the realization that her condition may not stem from a congenital illness, but rather from another source entirely. His initial hypothesis suggested that the root of Xiaoshuan's malady could be intertwined with her enigmatic origins. Xiaoshuan's background was shrouded in mystery, a fact that he had once heard from his adoptive father, Song Qingyun. It was said that during a tempestuous summer, outside the city of Fengning, the mountains were besieged by torrential rains, leading to devastating flash floods. It was amidst this chaos that both he and Xiaoxian were swept away by the deluge. In the moments immediately following their emergence from the floodwaters, they found themselves ensconced within a crystalline stone, still in a deep slumber, yet to awaken. The local villagers believed fervently that he and Xiaoxian were offspring of the mountain deity, offering prayers day and night in their reverence. It was not until the crystal began to dissolve that Xiaoxian awakened first, with Xiaohan following suit half a year later. If Song Qingyun's account held any truth, that crystal undoubtedly served as a vessel through which the emperor had sealed his divine essence. Yet, what perplexed Xiaohan was the presence of two individuals within it. He distinctly recalled that a millennium ago, the emperor had sealed only himself, with no mention of Xiaoxian. Could it be that she was a reincarnation of the emperor's progeny? However, Xiaohan swiftly dismissed this speculation. If Xiaoxian were indeed a reincarnation, she would surely bear the blood of royalty, and a connection between them would be evident. Yet, none of these signs manifested in Xiaoxian. Xiaohan shook his head, pondering that regardless of who Xiaoxian truly was, they were bound together, sealed within the same divine source, much like a pair of twins sharing the same sustenance in their mother's womb for countless millennia. Their relationship transcended mere sibling ties. It was as if they were inseparable. Xiaoxian's pulse was exceedingly erratic. Wait, could it be profound energy? Xiaohan was momentarily taken aback. How could this be possible? Xiaoxian had never practiced cultivation, so how could there be profound energy within her? He placed his hand upon Xiaoxian's navel, known as the Shinkei point, the location in the human body closest to the dantian. If profound energy truly resided within her, it would undoubtedly be detectable in the dantian. With his eyes closed, Xiaohan concentrated intently. After approximately a quarter of an hour, he drew a sharp breath and slowly opened his eyes. So it was. Xiaohan gazed at the unconscious Xiaoxian with a complex expression. Indeed, there existed profound energy within her. To be precise, it was transformed profound energy. No wonder he had nearly overlooked it earlier. In Xiaohan's recollection, such a phenomenon could arise from only one possibility: when Xiaoxian was sealed. She may not have dissipated her cultivation. It is important to note that profound energy is one of the fundamental substances of the universe. Even someone of the unparalleled cultivation level of the heavenly emperor could not seal the essence of the world. Thus, a decade ago, Xiaohan had no choice but to relinquish all his cultivation. Before the sealing, if the mysterious energy within the body is not dissipated after the sealing, all vital signs of the human body will enter a state of dormancy, while the mysterious energy remains active, lingering within the confined dantian for thousands of years. This could lead to deterioration, expansion, and ultimately, a perilous spread throughout the body, endangering the internal organs and potentially resulting in an explosive demise. The fact that Xiaoxian is alive now is, in itself, a miracle. Xiaohan speculates that the duration of Xiaoxian's sealing may not have been excessively long, likely within 6,000 years. Otherwise, even with the best of luck, survival would be improbable. It remains a mystery who had the audacity to seal Xiaoxian, committing a grave taboo akin to murder. Fortunately, the mysterious energy within her has merely deteriorated and experienced slight expansion, without extending throughout her body to harm her vital organs. Had she been injured by the fundamental essence of the universe, even if healed, it would be exceedingly difficult for her to cultivate again in this lifetime. Subsequently, Xiao Han expels the deteriorated mysterious energy from Xiao Xian's body and infuses his own energy to stabilize her dantian and heart meridians. Upon completing this process, Xiao Xian's complexion visibly improves. It is evident that over the years, she has endured the torment of the deteriorated energy daily, yet she has never mentioned it to him. Clearing all the deteriorated energy and stabilizing the heart meridians and dantian is merely the first step. Next, he must employ spiritual herbs to cleanse her dantian and meridians. Xiao Han is determined to prevent Xiao Xian from suffering any residual effects or underlying health issues. Thus, the quality of the spiritual herbs must be of the highest grade. In the Xuanwu realm, spiritual herbs are categorized from 1 to 10, with grade 1 being the lowest and grade 10 the highest. Above spiritual herbs lie sacred herbs and divine herbs. 10,000 years ago, the sacred medicine was as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, with only the major ancient sects and super-religious orders possibly possessing 1 or 2 specimens. The divine elixir was even more legendary in its existence. It is said that Xiao Han's father, the emperor, once held a divine medicine, but alas, this remains merely a tale. And even Xiao Han has never laid eyes upon it, indicating that its authenticity is still to be verified. Regardless of the era, spiritual herbs were always scarce commodities. In the present day, even the most inferior first-grade spiritual herb could fetch hundreds of gold coins, an astronomical sum for Xiao Han at this moment. Xiao Xian's condition cannot be delayed. With furrowed brows, Xiao Han pondered for a long time before finally gritting his teeth, as if making a significant decision. The only course of action now was to venture into the Kangmang Mountains. He murmured to himself. The Kangmang Mountains are a branch extending deep into the Yunhuang from the Yulong Mountains, home to rare treasures and fierce wild beasts. Xiao Han planned to journey into the depths of the Kangmang Mountains, both to seek medicine and to gain experience. Xiao Xian's condition should not be postponed. He would depart at noon today, hoping for fruitful results from this expedition. After ensuring Xiao Xian was settled, he left a note and entrusted a few fellow students residing in Nanshan to look after her. Despite his previously aloof demeanor, presenting an air of distance, Xiao Han actually enjoyed a good reputation among the children of the Cold Gate. Those around him were willing to assist him with his requests, a testament to the good relations he had cultivated in the past. Within the Ling Academy, the children of the Cold Gate find themselves in a precarious situation, lacking their own mentors and often bullied by the offspring of powerful families. However, previously, Xiao Han had never leveraged the status of the Mu family to oppress the children of the Han clan. On the contrary, he had frequently provided guidance to them in public settings and had even defended several Han clan youths, injuring a few members of the aristocracy in the process. As a result, the Han clan students at the academy held Xiao Han in high esteem. Upon hearing of his downfall at the hands of Yi Xiaoyang, the Han clan students were filled with indignation. When news spread of Xiao Han's arrival at Nanshan residence, many Han clan youths came to pay their respects. "Senior, are you planning to venture to the Kangmang Mountains?" A young girl, seemingly around 16 or 17, yet possessing a remarkably alluring figure, adorned in a light blue academy uniform that accentuated her purity and charm, approached him. Xiao Han vaguely recognized her. Her name seemed to be Qinya. A year below him, he recalled an incident when a few members of the aristocracy attempted to harass her, only to be thoroughly beaten by him. "That's wonderful," the girl exclaimed, her excitement causing her to leap in delight, her eyes sparkling like crescent moons. "Just in time. A few classmates and I are eager to explore the Kangmang Mountains. We have just formed a demon hunting team. Why not join us?" The demon hunting team is a rather unique organization in Sangzhou. They sustain themselves by trading in monster materials and cores, perpetually engaging in battles on the fringes of the Kangmang Mountains. Due to their relentless combat, few can confront them head-on within the same realm. Membership in the demon hunting team is not fixed. If the members are relatively weak and lack hunting experience, the team typically comprises a dozen individuals led by a seasoned hunter. Conversely, if the members are powerful and possess ample hunting experience, a mere 3 to 5 can form a demon hunting team. In the past, Xiao Han frequently ventured into the vast Kangmang mountain range for training. At that time, he was audacious and skilled, often embarking on these journeys alone, rarely forming teams. However, circumstances have changed. The Kangmang mountain range is exceptionally perilous, and teaming up may indeed prove to be a prudent choice. Chapter 6. The Kangmang mountain range. Xiao Han gently nodded, signifying his agreement to Qinya's invitation. Excitedly, Qinya led him away. Outside the academy, 2 girls and 3 boys had been waiting for quite some time. Following Qinya's introduction, the 2 girls, by Xue and by Ling, who were in the same grade as Qinya, were revealed to be her close friends, both possessing mid-level cultivation in the 5th layer of Xuanqi. The sisters bore a striking resemblance to one another, petite and delicate, with willow-like brows, bright eyes, and pearly white teeth, their skin as fair as snow, resembling a pair of exquisite figurines. Merely judging by their appearances, Xiao Han could hardly distinguish one from the other. Fortunately, their auras exhibited slight differences, which, coupled with Xiao Han's keen perception, enabled him to tell them apart. The 3 boys, namely Kai, Zhao Sun, and Wei Yang, were also classmates of Qinya in the same grade. "You are the esteemed senior Xiao Han," Bai Ling and Bai Xue exclaimed with admiration, while the 3 boys displayed similar expressions of reverence. "Since our first day at the academy, we have heard tales of your name. It is said that during your first year, you ascended to the 7th layer of Xuanqi, defeating many seniors who had been enrolled for 3 to 4 years, securing a place among the top 100 in the academy. In your second year, you reached the pinnacle of the 8th layer of Xuanqi, ranking 15th among all students." Xiao Han glanced over the group, noting that Wei Yang possessed the highest cultivation level among them, having attained the late stage of the 5th layer of Xuanqi, with only a few steps remaining to reach the 6th layer. "In truth, I believe that individuals of your age and cultivation should engage in more practical experiences before venturing into perilous places such as the Kangmang mountain range." Initially, he assumed that those daring enough to approach Kangmang Mountain must possess some degree of skill and experience. While it was understandable for Qinya to embark on this journey alone, he was astonished to discover that the companions accompanying her were all first-year students. Moreover, observing their slender fingers, which bore calluses but no signs of injury, it was evident that they were individuals who practiced diligently yet lacked real combat experience. The Kangmang mountain range is indeed fraught with danger. However, we are not entirely unprepared. In addition to our group, a senior student has been appointed as the leader. Qinya explained that, for precautionary measures, this senior had specifically engaged 2 seasoned demon hunters to ensure that this expedition would not lead to unforeseen mishaps. Xiao Han opened his mouth, poised to speak, when he noticed a suave young man approaching from a distance, flanked by 2 formidable young men exuding powerful auras. Ji Kuan, the second son of the Ji family from Hanlin City. Ji Kuan was in the same year as Xiao Han, with a cultivation level reaching the mid-stage of the 7th layer of Xuanqi, making him one of the standout students in their cohort. Xiao Han had crossed paths with him on several occasions, yet the 2 were not of the same ilk, resulting in minimal interaction in the past. "Xiao Han." As Xiao Han turned his gaze towards Ji Kuan met his eyes. "What brings you here?" Ji Kuan's expression was less than pleasant, and his tone dripped with overt disdain. In the past, even with their vast differences in status, Ji Kuan might have maintained a more composed demeanor. It was clear that he was also aware of the news regarding Xiao Han's fall from grace. "It was we who invited Senior Xiao Han to join our demon hunting team." Qinya spoke up quickly. "Senior Xiao Han has ventured into the Tsang mountain range on multiple occasions, so he must be quite familiar with it. That is why we wish to have him as our guide." "Just him?" Ji Kuan scoffed disdainfully. "In the past, he might have sufficed. But now he is nothing but a useless individual. What purpose does it serve to keep him around, other than to be a burden?" The sisters, by Xue, exchanged glances with one another. Xiao Han remained silent. To be honest, no matter how formidable Ji Kuan's strength was, he had no desire to associate with such a person. The 3 girls took turns pleading, and Ji Kuan, unable to endure their persistence any longer, relented. "Fine, for the sake of Qinya and the Bai Ling sisters. You may stay as a scout, you useless one." His words were far from courteous, but he made it clear that once they entered the Tsang mountain range, he would not concern himself with whether Xiao Han was fed to wolves or dogs. With that, Ji Kuan snorted coldly, flicked his sleeve, and turned to leave. Xiao Han stood by silently throughout the exchange. Qinya approached him and whispered, "Don't take it to heart. Ji Kuan is just like that." Xiao Han smiled and nodded, then followed closely behind the group as they headed towards the Tsang mountain range. By afternoon, they had departed from Songzhou City and arrived near the mountain range. Throughout the journey, Xiao Han spoke little, while the girls chattered incessantly, undoubtedly recounting tales of Xiao Han's legendary exploits at the academy. Humph. A once promising genius reduced to a mere waste. What is there to boast about? Ji Kuan remarked bitterly. Regardless of the blind adoration from several young women or the scathing remarks from Ji Kuan, Xiao Han remained silent. "Well, you say conceal your aura. Yet we ventured into the vast mountain range for the purpose of honing our skills. What harm is there in attracting a few ferocious beasts? Ji Kuan spoke disdainfully, expounding his views to Xiao Han. Xiao Han turned, casting a mildly piercing gaze upon Ji Kuan. Young Master Ji, it would be prudent for you to cultivate your inner energy to mask your presence. The vast mountain range is unlike any other place, and a moment's carelessness may lead to perilous consequences. Two demon hunters behind Ji Kuan also offered their well-meaning advice. Ji Kuan spun around, glaring at the two with his beady eyes, retorting curtly, "You two are hired by me, yet you choose to converse with a worthless individual." One of the demon hunters opened his mouth to respond but was silenced by his companion. "We came to the vast mountain range precisely for the purpose of training. Only a fool would quail in fear and attempt to conceal their aura." Ji Kuan scoffed, tossing the remark over his shoulder as he strode into the forest. The others exchanged glances, and ultimately, they all focused their inner energy to cloak their presence. As they entered the forest, the mist thickened, visibility diminished, and a cacophony of scents filled the air, the odors of various beasts mingling. The path became treacherous, yet the group, being martial artists, navigated swiftly, covering hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. "Wait." Xiao Han gestured for the others to halt. "What are you suspecting now?" Ji Kuan grumbled irritably. "It seems there is a disturbance ahead. Could it be a ferocious beast?" Qinya concealed herself behind Xiao Han, whispering a query. Rather than resembling a ferocious beast, it felt akin to a swarm of insects. As anticipated, mere seconds later, a multitude of flying insects surged forth. Though each was no larger than a thumb, they bore menacing exoskeletons and exhibited remarkable speed. Accompanied by the incessant buzzing of their wings, they descended upon Xiao Han and his companions in a relentless onslaught. They were the ironclad, bone-eating insects. Xiao Han's expression shifted dramatically. In the Xuanwu realm, magical beasts possess formidable strength. Even the weakest first-tier beasts can contend with formidable practitioners of the Xianling realm. Beneath the category of magical beasts lies the more ferocious creatures, classified from levels 1 to 10. Within the vast expanse of the Kangmang Mountains, high-tier magical beasts are notably absent, yet countless ferocious creatures roam freely. The ironclad bone-eating insect is classified as a level 4 ferocious beast, with its insect king capable of advancing to level 6 or 7, and its queen potentially evolving to level 10. In certain large swarms, the queen may even metamorphose into a first-tier magical beast. Individually, the ironclad bone-eating insects possess limited offensive capabilities, yet when they gather in swarms, even the mightiest magical beasts would choose to circumvent them. Xiao Han, being the foremost scout of the team, found himself the primary target of their assault. Nevertheless, he reacted swiftly, unleashing a series of attacks that felled dozens of the lead insects, shielding his companions from the initial wave. In a fluid motion, he leapt forward, landing several meters away. Following closely, Ji Kuan also faced an attack. However, his strength was formidable, and he activated his protective energy, rendering the insects incapable of breaching his barrier. Everyone quickly mobilized their protective energies and retreated in haste. Xiao Han understood that what they were witnessing was merely the vanguard of the swarm. The true legion and the mother insect were yet to follow. If they did not flee now, escaping later would prove even more arduous. "Ha, what a coward!" Afraid of mere insects, Ji Kuan scoffed, simultaneously unleashing a series of attacks that annihilated a significant number of the insects. However, to his astonishment, the onslaught of the creatures was relentless. Thousands of them swiftly engulfed him, encasing him in a shroud of blackened insect flesh. The armored bone-eating insects clung to Ji Kuan as if affixed to him, rendering him unable to move his limbs. Initially, the insects could not penetrate his protective aura, but soon, a dozen or so red insect kings appeared, effortlessly breaching his defenses. At that moment, panic seized Ji Kuan. The insects poured in through the breach, tearing at his skin and causing torrents of blood to flow. "No, please," Ji Kuan cried out as he writhed on the ground. The others, who had initially retreated, halted their flight, gazing at Ji Kuan encircled by the swarm. They wished to assist, yet none possessed the strength to do so. Ultimately, two demon hunters sighed heavily and charged into the horde. Both hunters were at the mid-stage of the 9th level of profound energy, delivering swift and formidable strikes that quickly dispersed the surrounding insects. Under the protection of the two hunters, Ji Kuan was finally rescued. The group sprinted away, managing to shake off the swarm only after traveling 30 miles. Chapter 7. Peril lurks everywhere. Ji Kuan touched his handsome face, now marred by wounds inflicted by the iron-armored, bone-eating insects. In an instant, Ji Kuan's temper flared. Xiao Han, how can you be such a useless scout? Just look at the path you've taken. Xiao Han halted in his tracks and shot Ji Kuan a fierce glare. Throughout the journey, Ji Kuan had spared no effort in mocking Xiao Han, who had chosen to ignore him, focusing instead on his cultivation while advancing. Ji Kuan, clearly mistaking Xiao Han's forbearance for weakness, frequently sought to provoke him. If it were not for Ji Kuan's deliberate failure to conceal his aura, the iron-armored, bone-eating insect would never have been able to lock onto them and launch an attack. Now, he was here, bellowing at him. Xiao Han did not allow his anger to cloud his judgment. His tone remained measured. Although my strength may be lacking, if there are those unwilling to hide their presence, then we shall have to part ways. His words, though seemingly bland, struck Ji Kuan as a blatant reprimand. Given Ji Kuan's esteemed status, he had never been chastised in such a manner, and fury surged within him. You worthless fool! How dare you speak back to me? Do you even realize whose demon hunting team this is? Xiao Han's gaze sharpened coldly. He had attempted to offer a warning, yet Ji Kuan continued to shout at him. The atmosphere crackled with tension. Senior Xiao, patience is a virtue. Retreating a step can lead to broader horizons. After all, this is Senior Ji's demon hunting team. Wei Yang stepped forward and patted Xiao Han on the shoulder. Indeed, Senior Xiao, considering that the three mightiest among us are on his side, it would be wise to avoid unnecessary conflict, Qinya also urged softly. Xiao Han glanced at Wei Yang and Qinya before turning his attention back to Ji Kuan. Endurance is certainly possible. However, I am not inclined to allow myself to be jeopardized. Therefore, should anyone choose to disregard the concealment of their presence, we shall part ways. With that, Xiao Han flicked his sleeve and departed. As the leader of the team, Ji Kuan could not permit his prestige to be overshadowed by others. He felt a surge of indignation, but was promptly restrained by two demon hunters. After some persuasive dialogue from the duo, Ji Kuan let out a cold snort directed at Xiao Han's retreating figure and concealed his own aura. As the sun dipped below the horizon and dusk approached, the forest's perennial mist rendered the light ever dimmer. Amidst the last remnants of twilight, Xiao Han could still discern his general direction. He was aware of a cave ahead, and it was imperative that they reached it before darkness fell. The nights in the vast mountain range are most terrifying, for one cannot ascertain what lurks in the shadows. Watching intently, during the night, many ferocious beasts, which remain dormant by day, emerge to prowl. Even at the periphery of the expansive mountains, where lesser beasts roam, the night may unveil the presence of formidable creatures or even magical beasts. This is no mere rumor, but a stark reality. Xiao Han knew of at least 2 or 3 types of first-tier magical beasts that dwelled beneath the vast mountains, emerging only under the cover of night to hunt. Xiao Han was now but a short distance from the cave, yet within the team, there were those who relished opposing him. As he urged everyone to quicken their pace, there were immediate protests, with someone declaring they could not proceed and ordering the group to rest in place. Ji Kuan, are you not aware that after nightfall, we shall face insurmountable challenges, perhaps even beyond your imagination? Xiao Han could no longer contain the fury within him, his tone growing increasingly frigid. Spare us your incessant prattle. You imbecile, are you the leader here, or am I? The limelight had been entirely seized by Xiao Han, much to Ji Kuan's discontent. Clenching his fists, Xiao Han realized that Ji Kuan was clearly intent on leading everyone down a perilous path. At that moment, a demon hunter approached Xiao Han and gently patted his shoulder, saying, "Young brother, please remain calm. I have also ventured to that cave you mentioned. It is not far from here. Why don't we rest for a while? Patience is a virtue." Considering the demon hunter's words, Xiao Han reluctantly relaxed his tightened fists. As time passed, nearly half an hour slipped away. The sun descended beyond the horizon, casting a mysterious veil over the forest, while the hazy moon gradually ascended into the sky. The surroundings echoed with the roars of tigers and the cries of monkeys, a palpable sense of danger looming. Qinya, Bai Ling, and Bai Shui, the 3 young women, fidgeted restlessly, casting anxious glances into the depths of the woods, yet Ji Kuan showed no inclination to leave. Finally, Xiao Han could no longer restrain himself, declaring, "Those who wish to stay here and rest may do so. Those who wish to leave may accompany me." You fool, are you attempting to divide our team? Even at this juncture, Ji Kuan persisted in his contrary stance. Xiao Han had encountered many dull-witted individuals, Yet he had never before encountered one so utterly devoid of sense. I merely wish to prevent everyone from following you into certain doom. If you choose to interpret it otherwise, then I shall not offer an explanation. Upon finishing his words, Xiao Han turned and departed in a particular direction. You worthless scoundrel! How dare you? Ji Kuan exclaimed, nearly bursting with rage. His loud outburst startled a flock of birds into flight. Xiao Han and the two demon hunters instantly tensed, aware that in this primal forest, myriad beasts, insects, and birds congregated. Even the slightest release of energy would swiftly attract the attention of ferocious predators. Xiao Han's expression shifted. This was dire. Dangerous beasts were stealthily approaching. It's the rat monkey. Run! One of the demon hunters exclaimed, nearly losing his composure upon spotting the creatures leaping towards them. Strange beings, resembling monkeys yet possessing the claws and sharp snouts of rats, soon came into view. Rat monkeys are classified as level 6 ferocious beasts. These fearless creatures, upon seeing the corpses of their kin, exhibited no fear. Rather, they grew even more exhilarated. They shrieked in a high-pitched chorus, hurling their wooden spears. Avoid those spears. They are poisoned, Xiao Han cautioned, possessing some knowledge of rat monkeys. These creatures were not only agile and bloodthirsty, but also possessed considerable intelligence, capable of crafting and utilizing weapons. The two demon hunters shielded the group from the spears while urging everyone to retreat swiftly, declaring, "These little fiends are not to be trifled with." Nevertheless, a few spears pierced through the defense of the two hunters, hurtling towards the group behind them. With a sickening sound, one individual failed to evade in time and was impaled by a spear. The rat monkey that struck him let out a triumphant shriek. "Zhao Sun!" Several girls cried out in anguish. The spear pierced through Zhao Sun's chest, drawing perilously close to his heart, coupled with the poison on the spear. Although Zhao Sun was not yet deceased, his complexion had turned a ghastly shade of leaden gray. The scene offered no chance for salvation. Several macaques leapt down from the trees and immediately pounced upon the incapacitated Zhao Sun. With a swift motion, one of the macaques severed Zhao Sun's head with a single claw, and the others quickly vied for the opportunity, soon draining his brain of its essence. As a noble scion, Ji Kuan had never witnessed such a gruesome spectacle. Upon witnessing Zhao Sun's fate, his face paled in terror, prompting him to be the first to flee. "Forget him. He is already dead. We must retreat at once." Xiao Han, well-versed in the art of survival within the jungle, let out a deep sigh and urged the weeping girls to run towards the cave. The macaques, noticing the humans' retreat, were roused by the lead macaque's shrill call. At its command, the troops swiftly ascended the trees, agilely tumbling between the branches with remarkable speed. It was evident that, in terms of velocity, Qinya and others of lesser cultivation stood no chance against the macaques. Although Xiao Han's cultivation was also modest, he possessed a speed technique, which allowed him to keep pace with the macaques. As for Ji Kuan, with his cultivation at the 7th level of Xuanqi, he likely employed an escape technique and had already vanished from sight. Chapter 8. The path of trials. One fled, the other pursued. It was a contest marked by a stark disparity in strength, as Qinya, the by Ling sisters, Wei Yang, and Li Kai were swiftly overtaken by the relentless swarm of macaques. The rustling sounds echoing from all directions filled their eyes with despair. "Sister, are we going to die?" Bai Ling halted in her flight, abruptly bursting into tears. "Do not weep. With your sister here, there is nothing to fear." Bai Shui and the others came to a standstill. Their mother had always said that in this world, fear is far more dreadful than death. Let us not be afraid. Let us not be afraid. Qinya, Bai Ling, Bai Shui, Li Kai, and Wei Yang huddled together, gazing at the trembling branches above, their expressions growing increasingly grim. Suddenly, hundreds of squirrel monkeys leapt down from the trees, encircling them with great intensity. The cacophony of excited chattering filled the air, as if the monkeys were celebrating a bountiful harvest that night. Out of the blue, a thunderous noise erupted from the distant thicket. A volley of branches shot forth like arrows towards them. With a shriek, the largest of the monkeys was struck by 3 or 4 branches, meeting an untimely end. The other branches flew towards the rest of the monkeys. A series of anguished cries echoed, signaling the demise of several more. On a tree several meters away, a youthful figure with a delicate countenance emerged before the group. The death of their leader had evidently enraged the troop of monkeys, and soon, they were all roaring and charging toward Xiao Han. "What are you staring at? Hurry and flee," shouted Xiao Han as he leapt through the forest, drawing more monkeys towards him. His voice grew fainter, and soon, both he and the horde vanished into the woods. We are saved. Qinya, belatedly realizing their fortune, gently pressed her lips together, her expression a complex blend as she gazed in the direction where Xiao Han had disappeared. Others instinctively turned their gazes toward that direction, and ultimately, everyone bowed their heads in solemnity. A heavy silence enveloped the group as the night deepened, the cold wind howling through the vast mountains. They found themselves in a desolate cave, where the roars of tigers and the cries of gibbons echoed outside, accompanied by a cacophony of insect sounds. Inside, Qinya and her companions kindled a fire to ward off the chill, yet it did little to alleviate the gloom that hung over their hearts. Each person huddled in their own corner, lost in silence. As time passed, the clock struck midnight, and with the encroaching mist outside, the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. Suddenly, a bloodied hand struggled to grasp the stone wall, and then a pale face emerged into view. It was Senior Xiao Han. Qinya, with hopeful eyes fixed on the entrance of the cave, was the first to spot him. The group rushed forward to assist Xiao Han inside. "I'm fine, just exhausted from overexerting my energy. Nothing serious," he said, taking a deep breath and surveying the faces around him. "Where are the two demon hunters?" Amidst the crowd, he noticed their absence. In the chaos, they seemed to have gone after Ji Kuan, Wei Yang replied. Xiao Han paused for a moment, reflecting on the dedication of those two hunters, who, in such perilous circumstances, prioritized Ji Kuan's safety over their own. He understood all too well that the loss of their two strongest members would render their journey ahead even more arduous. "In that case, you shall take the night watch. I need to recuperate," he declared. "No problem," Li Kai responded cheerfully. As Xiao Han took a seat, he began to circulate his internal energy, taking a deep breath to gradually restore his vital essence. The night in the vast mountain range was indeed daunting. Recalling the scene of his previous escape, a tinge of trepidation lingered in Xiao Han's heart even at this moment. The dim light and dense fog rendered it challenging for martial artists to see beyond 2 or 3 meters, making direction discernment within the forest nearly impossible. Throughout his journey, he was relentlessly pursued by a pack of rat monkeys and encountered other formidable beasts along the way. Near the Redwater Dark River, he even stumbled upon a two-tailed fire fox quenching its thirst. The ground was teeming with ferocious creatures, and danger lurked at every turn. Even with Xiao Han's keen insight and judgment, he nearly fell victim to the perils. After 4 to 5 hours, the first rays of sunlight pierced through the forest, signaling the end of the night, and the restlessness of the vast mountain range subsided. Xiao Han exhaled a long breath of stale air and slowly opened his eyes. To his astonishment, having narrowly escaped death the previous night and awakened his latent potential, he inadvertently broke through to the 5th level of vital essence. Practicing the Great Heavenly Transformation Sutra, he experienced a stable amplification, allowing him to possess a strength of 750 pounds immediately upon his breakthrough. In terms of sheer power, I now surpass even martial artists at the 7th level of vital essence. Faced with someone like Ji Kuan, Xiao Han felt confident in his ability to easily defeat him. Qinya and the others had already prepared food outside the cave. Although the daytime in the vast mountain range was shrouded in mist and lacked light, it was not as perilous as the night. "After breakfast, you want us to leave." Qinya, being astute, discerned the implication behind Zhang Ruoqing's words. "It is not that I wish to drive you away, but from the very beginning, I have disagreed with your decision to venture into the Kangmang Mountains for training." Xiao Han remarked, "Now that we have lost the protection of 2 demon hunters, the journey ahead will undoubtedly become much more perilous. After narrowly escaping death last night, Qinya and her companions have experienced significant growth in their mindset, realizing that one cannot perpetually rely on others in this world. The principles of the human realm are utterly ineffective in this wild and untamed forest. In this jungle where the strong prey upon the weak, lacking sufficient strength renders one merely as prey for the beasts." "And what about you?" Ling inquired. "What? Is that not feasible?" Xiao Han turned to Qinya. Qinya shook her head and replied, "The Kangmang Mountains are fraught with danger. One can never know when a terrifying creature might emerge. Your current strength. Thank you for your concern, but my mind is made up," Xiao Han stated. "We are merely at the outskirts of the Kangmang Mountains, a little over 60 miles from the outside world. As long as we do not travel at night, it is not overly perilous. Therefore, you shall continue on your own from here." Xiao Han did not forget that his purpose in coming to the Kangmang Mountains was to assist his sister in gathering medicinal herbs. This decision to form a team has proven to be a grave error, wasting time without yielding any valuable results. The only gain has been a breakthrough to the 5th level of Xuanqi, which grants him greater means of self-preservation in these mountains. 3 days later, within a mist-laden canyon, he discovered the 2nd-grade spirit herb, 3-leaf falling cloud flower, an excellent medicinal plant for cleansing the marrow, perfect for aiding Xiao Xian in purifying her meridians. Hiss! With a delicate tap of his toes, Xiao Han effortlessly ascended from the ground, and upon his next descent, he found himself 20 meters away. He employed a martial technique known as cloud mist steps, classified as a top-tier spiritual skill. This intricate technique comprises over 900 footprints, each meticulously arranged in a specific sequence. Completing the entire set allows one to traverse nearly 300 to 400 miles. However, at present, Xiao Han could only execute a little over 80 footprints, barely achieving the initial level of this skill. With those 80 footprints, he managed to cover approximately 3 to 4 miles. A slithering serpent dared to pursue me. Xiao Han activated the cloud mist steps 4 consecutive times, landing several miles away. As he turned, a serpent's head, larger than his own, came into view. Hiss! The colossal serpent stretched over 20 meters in length, its weight measured in tons. Flicking its forked tongue as surrounding venomous creatures and ferocious beasts recoiled in terror. This can indeed keep pace, proving itself worthy of being a pinnacle level 9 ferocious beast. In the heart of the jungle, the fervor for survival ignited by his near escape propelled Xiao Han's training at an unprecedented pace. Within less than a week, he surged through 2 minor realms, reaching the 7th level of Xianqi. Chapter 9. The Two-Tailed Fire Fox. From the moment Xiao Han was incapacitated to now, achieving the 7th level of Xianqi once more, scarcely half a month had passed. Do martial artists in the Enlightenment era not require time to consolidate their realms? In the primordial chaos, at the dawn of heaven's awakening, the Enlightenment era truly deserves its reputation as the most illustrious period in the annals of martial arts following the creation of the world. He forged ahead, overcoming countless obstacles, battling venomous creatures and ferocious beasts for survival. Although fraught with danger, the rewards were indeed bountiful. 2 days later, Xiao Han arrived at an unknown valley. This place stood in stark contrast to the surrounding vast mountain range. Within the valley, there was no dense fog, the sun shone brightly, and the sky was clear, creating an incongruous scene. After observing for a considerable time, Xiao Han noticed an unusual tranquility in the vicinity, with few ferocious beasts in sight. Drawing upon his extensive experience, he quickly deduced that this valley was far from ordinary, and it undoubtedly harbored great dangers. After a moment of hesitation, he ultimately resolved to depart. Just as he prepared to turn away, a sudden, resounding noise erupted from within the valley. Was that the sound of a struggle? Xiao Han's senses were acute. The valley was expansive, stretching several dozen miles in circumference. The sounds of the altercation emanated from deep within, faint yet discernible to his ears. After contemplating for a moment, he hesitated briefly, then steeled himself and plunged into the valley. He understood clearly that a place capable of instilling fear in the ferocious beasts of the vast mountain range likely housed a formidable magical beast's lair. For a martial artist at the 7th level of the Xuanqi realm, to breach the lair of such a creature was, by any measure, an unwise decision. As Xiao Han ventured deeper into the valley for several miles, he finally discerned the combatants. To his astonishment, they were none other than Xuan, who had fled first during the pursuit by the monkey horde that night, along with 2 other demon hunters who had sought to protect him. At that moment, one of the demon hunters had lost his right arm, while the other was in a dire state, covered in claw marks, kneeling on one knee and gasping for breath. Xuan concealed himself behind them, bearing some injuries, yet clearly not as grievous as those of the 2 demon hunters. Confronting them was none other than the two-tailed fire fox that Xiao Han had encountered by the lake that fateful night. Xiao Han's expression shifted, cursing himself for his folly. He should have anticipated this. The valley's peculiarities, intertwined with fiery energy, undoubtedly indicated that it was the lair of the two-tailed fire fox. In the fox lineage, regardless of their elemental attributes, their strength could be discerned through the number of their tails. A two-tailed fox signified its potential to ascend to a second-tier magical beast. The tails of this particular fire fox were disproportionately large compared to its body, radiating a ferocious aura of fire energy. Clearly, this creature had reached the pinnacle of the first tier, on the cusp of transforming into a second-tier beast. Such a formidable beast would render Xiao Han powerless. Even an expert of the Xianling realm would likely find themselves kneeling before it. The two-tailed fire fox possessed an innate and extraordinary sense of smell, capable of detecting even the faintest traces of Xiao Han's concealed presence, thus pinpointing his location. It fixed its gaze upon Xiao Han's direction, baring its fearsome teeth in a menacing snarl. Indeed, it had discovered him. Xiao Han shook his head in resignation, acknowledging that there was someone in that direction. In stark contrast to Xiao Han's predicament, Ji Kuan and the two demon hunters resembled three drowning souls, grasping at the lifeline presented before them. One of the demon hunters called out towards Xiao Han's position. "We are in dire straits, besieged by this two-tailed fire fox. We humbly beseech our passing friend to lend us aid." Ji Kuan and the two demon hunters exchanged words, naturally drawing the attention of the two-tailed fire fox towards Xiao Han. The fire fox had completely locked onto him, and Xiao Han, with a sense of helplessness, shook his head before ultimately stepping out of the woods, appearing within everyone's line of sight. Xiao Han. Upon seeing the person concealed in the shadows, Ji Kuan's flickering hope was once again extinguished. "I had anticipated that anyone daring to venture into this area would possess some degree of strength. Yet I find it is merely you, a worthless fool." With hope dashed, Ji Kuan's disdain for Xiao Han intensified. "Young Master Ji, one cannot speak in such a manner. The more individuals we have, the greater our strength," retorted one of the demon hunters sharply. Clearly, the two hunters were quite displeased with Ji Kuan's behavior. Even at this critical juncture, he continued to complain. One of the demon hunters stated, "This two-tailed fire fox is in the process of evolving into a second-tier magical beast. During its metamorphosis, it can only exert the power of a first-tier beast. If we combine our forces, we may still stand a chance." Xiao Han turned his gaze towards the two-tailed fire fox. Indeed, its aura fluctuated between strength and weakness, as the potent fire energy within its tail underwent a transformation. Xiao Han understood that they were now aligned on the same front. Fleeing would undoubtedly lead to their demise. "We must not allow it to evolve into a second-tier magical beast. Otherwise, we will all meet our end at its jaws," declared one demon hunter, gripping his weapon and assuming a defensive stance. The two-tailed fire fox, possessing high intelligence, recognized its precarious condition. Aware that four humans united could pose a significant threat, it too refrained from underestimating them. The standoff persisted for an extended period, with neither side daring to make a move, fearful of revealing a vulnerability. The fire fox drew ever closer, and Xiao Han could already sense its formidable heat. Suddenly, the fire fox transformed into a fleeting shadow, launching its first assault. The two demon hunters braced themselves to withstand the attack, with Xiao Han following closely behind. With a swift motion, the fire fox vanished again, altering its trajectory, and reappeared behind one of the demon hunters. Its sharp claws glimmered ominously, mere inches from the hunter's throat. In a critical moment, Xiao Han executed a precise strike, deflecting the dual-tailed fox's attack just in time for the hunter to narrowly evade disaster. While Xiao Han and the two demon hunters were engaged in a fierce battle with the dual-tailed fox, Ji Kuan unexpectedly transformed into a shadow and swiftly fled, vanishing into the depths of the valley. Infuriatingly, both Xiao Han and the two demon hunters could not suppress their indignation. The second son of the Ji family from Hanlin City, so cowardly as to prioritize his own life. With only the two demon hunters' strength, how could they possibly withstand the dual-tailed fox? Undoubtedly, Ji Kuan's cowardice had jeopardized their survival. Were they truly destined to perish here today? The dual-tailed fox emitted a sharp cry, seemingly mocking them. Despite the dire circumstances, Xiao Han and the two remaining demon hunters resolutely continued to defend themselves. Years of experience in hunting demons instilled in them the understanding that fleeing was not an option at this moment. The dual-tailed fox was a vengeful beast. If they scattered in panic, given its terrifying speed, it was likely that none would escape the vast mountain range. Two demon hunters emitted a soft grunt, paying no heed to Ji Kuan, as the profound energy within him surged violently, intensifying the brilliance of the hunting knife in his grasp. They acted decisively, launching an assault against the two-tailed fire fox. A thunderous crash ensued. The disparity in strength was immense. In almost an instant, the attacks of the two hunters were thwarted by the fire fox. In tandem, the two-tailed fire fox retaliated, its sharp claws gleaming with a chilling light, easily overwhelming the hunters, who were sent reeling like fallen leaves in opposite directions. Coughing violently, they hit the ground, blood spilling from their mouths. The fire fox, baring its rows of razor-sharp teeth, lunged towards one of the hunters. With a swift motion, its claws, akin to blades, emerged from its flesh, aimed directly at the hunter's head, seemingly sealing his fate beneath the firefox's grasp. Suddenly, the firefox felt a numbing sensation in its tail, and a powerful force wrenched its body, altering its position. With a howl of agony, the firefox was flung several meters away. One of its tails had been severed, blood gushing forth like molten lava, instantly incinerating the flora and stones it touched. Struggling to rise, the firefox fixed its crimson eyes in a resentful glare at the seemingly frail figure in the distance. Was it him who had dealt such a grievous blow to the two-tailed firefox? His strength was truly terrifying. To sever a tail with a single strike was nothing short of astonishing. I had always believed him to be merely an ordinary practitioner of the fourth level of profound energy. Chapter 10. A grueling battle. The two-tailed fox, possessing remarkable intelligence, discerned from the very first glance at Xiao Han that this human exuded a feeble aura, rendering him the weakest among the four. Thus, it focused its attention squarely on the other two demon hunters. Little did it anticipate that it would ultimately lose one of its tails to this seemingly inconsequential figure. Meanwhile, Xiao Han exhaled deeply. In the moment when the two-tailed fox had deemed victory assured and had let down its guard, he activated the cloud smoke step, channeling all his inner energy, and unleashed his most formidable techniques, the Battle Heaven Decision and the Void Sword Point, launching a surprise attack that merely severed one of its tails. It is worth noting that after several days of rigorous training, he had advanced to the mid-stage of the 7th level of inner energy, his strength now surpassing 1,000 pounds, eclipsing many 9th-level practitioners. Furthermore, with the Battle Heaven Decision and the Void Sword Point at his disposal, he held a lethal advantage even against mid-tier magical beasts in a surprise strike. The vitality of this two-tailed fox was astonishingly resilient, suggesting that a fierce battle still lay ahead. The two demon hunters, endowed with extensive experience in jungle hunting, exhibited reflexes that transcended ordinary capabilities. Upon witnessing the two-tailed fox rise, they swiftly executed their movements, converging with Xiao Han to form a triangular formation. Xiao Han's prowess was now evident to all, and no one dared to underestimate him any longer. Instead, they embraced him as the core, rallying protectively around him. The power of the two-tailed fox primarily derives from its two tails. Now that it has lost one, its strength has diminished significantly, reduced by more than half. Furthermore, it finds itself in a particularly precarious state, rendering its current capabilities to less than 1/10 of its peak performance. The elder demon hunter exclaimed with excitement. With our combined efforts, we possess at least a 50% chance of vanquishing it. Do not be overly optimistic, Xiao Han cautioned. Even a severely injured two-tailed fox remains a first-tier magical beast, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary ferocious creatures. We must not lower our vigilance. Upon hearing this, the two demon hunters also set aside their disdain and solemnly nodded. It is permissible to overestimate a ferocious beast, yet underestimating it is never an option. With a piercing cry, the two-tailed fox succumbed to a complete frenzy, its crimson eyes glowing even more fiercely, as if on the verge of bleeding. Be cautious. As Xiao Han's warning echoed, the two-tailed fox transformed into a streak of fire, vanishing from sight, only to reappear behind the trio. In a swift motion, the two-tailed fox lunged at Xiao Han with a claw aimed at his center. Xiao Han deftly sidestepped, becoming a mere afterimage, narrowly evading the beast's strike. Be wary. Though the two-tailed fox's strength has significantly waned, its speed has surged dramatically. In a frenzied state, it could enhance both its power and velocity. But due to the loss of its tail, even in this heightened state, its strength was inferior to what it once was. What incredible speed! Witnessing Xiao Han's transformation into an afterimage, the two demon hunters were once again astonished, exchanging glances of disbelief. At present, Xiao Han's speed nearly rivals that of the two-tailed fox, akin to a flash of lightning. The two demon hunters can only perceive fleeting shadows colliding in the air. Such a confrontation renders them feeling utterly incapable of intervening. The demon hunters find themselves momentarily stunned, simultaneously recognizing the absurdity of their previous intent to slay the two-tailed fox. Had it not been for Xiao Han's arrival, they would undoubtedly have perished here today. The two-tailed fox harbors a fierce vendetta, seemingly fixated on Xiao Han, relentlessly pursuing him. The demon hunters, seasoned in experience, swiftly suppressed the excruciating pain from their injuries, their eyes unblinking as they observed the two shadows in the air. poised to strike at the opportune moment against the two-tailed fox. Although Xiao Han can contend with the creature, he has been at a disadvantage from the outset. And as time progresses, this disparity becomes increasingly apparent. Several times, he narrowly evades death at the claws of the two-tailed fox, skillfully dodging fatal blows. In a mere span of 2 to 3 minutes, Xiao Han and the two-tailed fox have clashed over 100 times in the air. Many instances find him escaping vital strikes, yet he still sustains various injuries of varying severity. If this continues, defeat becomes inevitable. Yet, in these critical moments, Xiao Han remains as calm as still water. In the heat of battle, he taps into his latent potential, continuously surpassing his limits. He moves through the air like a gazelle, with fewer and fewer openings, and his cloud smoke step becomes increasingly refined, allowing him to leave over 100 footprints in a single breath. It is at this precise moment that the two demon hunters seize the opportunity, anticipating the trajectory of the two-tailed fox's imminent appearance, as they simultaneously strike with their hunting knives towards the crimson shadow. With a resounding crack, the powerful sound of the air being torn asunder echoed. Should two hunting blades strike, even a creature as formidable as the two-tailed firefox would be left severely injured, if not dead. The crimson afterimage moved with astonishing speed, as both blades sliced through the air, ultimately cleaving into a massive stone. In an instant, the stone disintegrated into dust, enveloping the area in a cloud of debris. Seizing the opportunity afforded by the swirling dust, the two-tailed firefox unleashed a vicious claw, piercing the heart of one unsuspecting demon hunter. "Brother!" exclaimed the other hunter, his voice trembling and nearly a roar at the sight. Despite the grievous wound, the warrior's vitality was remarkable. Even with a punctured heart, he did not succumb immediately. With his remaining arm, he clung desperately to the two-tailed firefox. "At last, I have you." Yet, the strength of the two-tailed firefox was immense. The hunter's last grasp barely affected it. However, that fleeting moment allowed another afterimage to materialize within the dust-laden area. Crack! The anguished cries echoed, but even as it fought to survive, the two-tailed firefox was fated to perish. Thus, neither Xiao Han nor the surviving demon hunter paid it any further heed. As the dust gradually settled, the silhouettes of three figures became increasingly distinct. The surviving hunter cradled the lifeless, severed arm of his comrade, with the claws of the two-tailed firefox still embedded within him. "He is dead," Xiao Han finally uttered after a prolonged silence. Overwhelmed with grief, the surviving demon hunter could no longer contain his sorrow, bursting into tears. The cursed fate should not have befallen him. It truly should not have been him. The surviving demon hunter found himself engulfed in a tempest of emotions. Had his elder brother not shielded Ji Kun from that fatal claw, his arm would have remained intact, and he could have withstood the onslaught of the two-tailed firefox. If only the demon hunter, accustomed to the relentless slaughters in the vast mountain ranges, had long been hardened to the cycle of life and death. Yet, when confronted with the loss of a beloved brother and friend, he found it exceedingly difficult to rein in his emotions. Xiao Han comprehended the turmoil within him, thus refraining from uttering another word. 3 hours later, the two of them united in their efforts to lay the fallen demon hunter to rest. The deceased was gone, but the living remained. Unbeknownst to them, Xiao Han had extracted the magical core from the two-tailed firefox. He presented the dragon eye-sized core to the demon hunter, saying, "This is for you. If it were not for your brother sacrificing his life to create an opportunity, I would never have been able to vanquish the two-tailed firefox. This is a treasure earned by your brother's sacrifice. It rightfully belongs to you." The demon hunter gently shook his head and replied, "We demon hunters abide by a code. The one who slays the prey claims the spoils. Although I do not intend to continue as a demon hunter any longer, this code must not be broken. Besides, had it not been for you today, my brother and I would have surely met our demise at the jaws of the fox. You saved my life. I cannot accept this magical core without shame." Chapter 11. The Crimson Fruit. Xiao Han sighed and said, "If that is the case, I shall not press the matter further. What are your plans for the future?" The demon hunter's gaze darkened, and he let out a long sigh, stating, "My brother and I have devoted our lives to the pursuit of the pinnacle of martial arts. Lacking a formidable family background, we were compelled to become demon hunters. Now that my brother has departed, I find myself alone in this world, bereft of kin or friend. Nevertheless, I shall not relinquish my quest. My remaining days are a legacy purchased by my brother's sacrifice. I will continue on this path. Without a powerful lineage and fortunate circumstances, aspiring to become a formidable warrior is akin to scaling the heavens. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Han raised his brows and glanced at the demon hunter, as if having reached a significant decision. He said, "If you genuinely wish to pursue the highest realm of martial arts, I possess a rather extraordinary scripture. It is not a martial technique per se, but different individuals may derive various levels of techniques and corresponding combat skills from it. Should your resolve be sufficiently steadfast, you might even uncover a supreme technique and an unparalleled combat skill within its pages." In the Xuanwu realm, both martial techniques and combat skills are categorized into 7 tiers: mortal, human, spiritual, ghostly, kingly, saintly, and divine. Even the most rudimentary mortal techniques are exceedingly rare and can fetch thousands of gold coins. Techniques above the spiritual tier are even more elusive, often hoarded by powerful factions, rendering them unattainable even for those with wealth. Upon hearing that Xiao Han intended to impart a scripture to him, the demon hunter's eyes instantly ignited with fervor, and he inquired, "May I ask what the name of this scripture is?" Xiao Han paused for a moment, contemplating, and finally spoke. "Since I have decided to pass this sutra on to you, it is no trouble to share its essence. This sutra is titled The True Scripture of, one of the 4 great scriptures of Taoism, authored by Gongzangzi, a disciple of the Taoist patriarch and one of the 4 eminent sages of Taoism." Xiao Han continued, "There have been those who have gleaned divine-level techniques from this scripture, while others have only discerned mundane-level skills. The attainment is entirely dependent upon the individual, and no outsider can assist you." Their encounter was serendipitous. This young man not only saved his life, but also bestowed upon him a supreme scripture, igniting a glimmer of hope for the future. Suddenly, the demon hunter knelt on one knee, bowing his head to Xiao Han with unwavering resolve. "You are not only my savior, Lin Tianwu, but also my mentor. The debt of saving my life, the gratitude for recognizing my potential, and the gift of rebirth, these 3 favors I cannot repay. From this moment forth, my life belongs to you, my esteemed mentor. Should you ever require my assistance, I shall not hesitate to traverse mountains of blades or seas of flames. Please, do not refer to me as your mentor, nor should you call yourself my disciple. I am your senior by mere years. You may simply call me Xiao Han or Brother Xiao," Xiao Han replied. "How can that be?" Lin Tianwu exclaimed urgently from the ground. "The passing of knowledge and the cultivation of skills are the very duties of a master." Xiao Han furrowed his brow, speaking with a tone of reproach. "My intention in sharing this scripture with you lies solely in recognizing your integrity, steadfast character, and unwavering spirit in the pursuit of martial arts. It is not because I seek to assume the role of a teacher." At this moment, Xiao Han found it difficult to comprehend Lin Tianwu's sentiments. Lin Tianwu was born into poverty, enduring bullying from other children alongside his elder brother. They helplessly witnessed their parents being brutally murdered before their eyes. This harrowing experience instilled in him a resolute ambition to become a formidable force, not only to avenge his parents, but also to ascend to the pinnacle of society, to become someone of consequence who would no longer be subjected to the disdain of others. Alas, for children of humble origins, the path to martial prowess is fraught with difficulties. Even after years of perilous struggles, Lin Tianwu and his brother had merely reached the 9th level of Xuanqi, a far cry from true strength. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Tianwu finally said, "In that case, let us forge a bond as equals. I shall call you Brother Xiao." Xiao Han nodded gently, promptly transferring the entire volume of the Dongling Jinjing to Lin Tianwu. As one of the 4 sacred texts of Taoism, the Dongling Jinjing was indeed a secret transmission, a branch of Taoism so esoteric that even the sect leader lacked the privilege to practice it. Yet, Xiao Han harbored no fears of Lin Tianwu divulging its secrets. Overjoyed by the acquisition of the Dongling Jinjing, Lin Tianwu bowed to Xiao Han once more. "Wait," Lin Tianwu interjected, "Brother Xiao, you may not be aware that this valley is the lair of the 2-tailed fire fox. The true treasure here is not the magical core of the fox, but rather a celestial fruit that grows within a crevice of this valley." Celestial fruit. Xiao Han quickly regained his composure. He understood that the celestial fruit Lin Tianwu referred to could hardly be a fruit associated with the divine. It was likely a high-quality spiritual herb instead. Many mortals, upon encountering something beyond their comprehension, tend to describe it with the term celestial. Lin Tianwu observed how swiftly Xiao Han regained his composure and hastily explained, "In the past, that cowardly Ji Kuan terrified by a mere monkey, inadvertently stumbled into this valley and discovered a celestial fruit. Not only was Ji Kun a coward, but he was also insatiably greedy. Fully aware of the invincible beast guarding it, he still could not suppress his desire for the celestial fruit. Xiao Han nodded gently. As a demon hunter, Lin Tianwu had traversed the vast Kangmang Mountains and undoubtedly encountered numerous spiritual herbs. The fact that something could surpass his understanding and be described as celestial suggested that the fruit's quality was indeed remarkable. Xiao Han had come to the Kangmang Mountains to seek medicine for Xiao Xian, now that he had found a high-grade spiritual herb in this valley. It was inconceivable for him to simply walk away. Under Lin Tianwu's guidance, they ventured into the depths of the valley, arriving at a massive crevice. This fissure was several yards wide and stretched for miles. Amidst the rubble at the bottom of the crevice, a half-foot-high blaze of vibrant red flames flickered. The Zhu fruit! Xiao Han exclaimed in astonishment, leaping into the crevice, his eyes fixated on the flames, confirming repeatedly. How could this be? It truly is, the Zhu fruit. The Zhu fruit is not a spiritual root of the Xuanwu realm, but originates from another great spiritual realm, the Zhuke realm. Moreover, even within the Zhuke realm, there exists only one Zhu fruit, making it a singular and unparalleled spiritual root in the world. 10,000 years ago, Xiao Han encountered a crimson fruit, held in the grasp of an extraordinarily powerful woman. The crimson fruit he had seen back then was already a supreme sacred herb, resembling a diminutive flame entity. Capable of eloquent speech, it had once persuaded Xiao Han to become its attendant, exhibiting remarkable intelligence, and it was said to have subsequently evolved into a quasi-divine herb. However, the crimson fruit before him now was evidently not as formidable. Its fruit had merely attained the level of a quasi-sacred herb. The existence of two crimson fruits in this world left Xiao Han in a state of profound astonishment. Legend has it that the crimson fruit is the primary sustenance of the Zhuke divine beast from the era of revelation. Should ordinary magical beasts consume the crimson fruit, they could potentially transcend the limitations of heaven and earth, evolving into higher-tier magical beings. Moreover, the benefits of the crimson fruit extend to humans as well. It is said to harbor the south brightly fire, which can aid individuals in rebirth through flames and forge unparalleled meridians. Xiao Han felt a surge of excitement. With this crimson fruit as the principal ingredient, how could he not cleanse Xiao Xian's dantian and meridians? With a spiritual root like the crimson fruit, it was no wonder that the two-tailed fire fox, even in its most diminished state, was reluctant to depart. Had it not been for their arrival. Given that the crimson fruit bears fruit once every century, the two-tailed fire fox could have remained beside the crimson fruit, consuming it. Even if it could not transform into the legendary nine-tailed fire fox, achieving 6 or 7 tails should pose no challenge. Xiao Han summoned his profound energy, carefully plucking the soul fruit from this spiritual root, then turned to Lin Tianwu and said, "This crimson fruit holds great significance for me. Might you consider allowing me to acquire it?" Lin Tianwu nodded, acknowledging that the celestial fruit held little significance for him. If Brother Xiao required it, he was welcome to take it. Xiao Han carefully accepted the crimson fruit and continued, "The remaining fruit is a rare spiritual root, capable of devouring fire attribute energy. Given our current circumstances, it would be quite challenging to transplant it. I will set up several arrays and barriers around it to prevent outsiders from destroying this spiritual root. If the opportunity arises in the future, we may relocate it to a more secure location." A millennium ago, Xiao Han had studied under various masters, gaining some understanding of the art of formations. After over an hour of meticulous arrangement, he utilized the unique topography of this valley and the abundant fire attribute energy to establish several offensive formations alongside a concealed one. Coupled with the obscurity of the Kangmang Mountains, it would be exceedingly difficult for ordinary individuals to discover this place. Chapter 12. Beyond expectations with matters resolved here. It is time for us to part ways. After completing the formations, Xiao Han appeared somewhat exhausted. Observing Xiao Han's resolute demeanor, Lin Tianwu felt it inappropriate to press further. "In that case, let us part ways. Should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out in the southern part of Zhangzhou City." Once Lin Tianwu departed, Xiao Han began to restore his energy. After an arduous battle with the twin-tailed fire fox, and having just set up 4 formations, his internal energy was completely depleted. As Xiao Han finally exhaled in relief, a human warrior, hidden in the shadows, emerged like a specter from the forest. lunging forward with a sword thrust at the moment Xiao Han was most vulnerable, catching him off guard. With a swift thrust, the blade pierced through Xiao Han's chest. Imbued with a ferocious essence of profound energy, this violent energy wreaked havoc within his body, inflicting significant damage upon his vital organs, causing him to spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. This warrior of the human race was none other than Ji Kuan, the one who had previously fled in the heat of battle. Amidst the chaos, while everyone was entangled with the two-tailed fire fox, Ji Kuan seized the opportunity to escape. He had intended to flee the vast mountain range, but upon reaching the valley's exit, he was met with the agonizing cries of the two-tailed fire fox resonating from within. After much hesitation, he ultimately chose to conceal himself, preparing to ambush the unsuspecting. Little did he anticipate that Xiao Han and his companions would indeed slay the two-tailed fire fox. Ji Kuan approached Xiao Han step by step, a triumphant smile gracing his face as he declared, "Surrender the celestial fruit and the demon core. In light of your earlier assistance in my escape, I might grant you a swift demise. With your meager strength, do you truly believe you can lay claim to the celestial fruit?" Xiao Han, clutching his wound and enduring the excruciating pain, rose once more, his eyes ablaze with fierce intent. "Had you not been injured, perhaps you could have exchanged blows with me. But now," Ji Kuan scoffed, "a worthless being should possess the wisdom befitting their status. Sacred treasures such as the celestial fruit are beyond the reach of a lowly servant like you. Best to surrender it without further delay." As Ji Kuan stood before Xiao Han, his silver sword pointed menacingly at Xiao Han's head, the latter's complexion pale, yet resolute. With a calm smile, he retorted, "Even in my wounded state, you remain no match for me." Tai Xian sword technique. Xiao Han disregarded any potential backlash and, drawing upon his own vital energy, transformed his finger into a sword, pointing decisively at Ji Kuan. At such a close range, the long sword became a hindrance. With such a sharp thrust, Ji Kuan's expression shifted. He realized he could not raise his sword in time to defend himself. In a swift movement, he stepped forward, creating 7 illusory shadows. Bang! The sword-like finger shattered the 7 illusions, yet it failed to strike Ji Kuan's true form, ultimately directing its force against a massive boulder behind him. Uft! Although Ji Kuan evaded the blow, Xiao Han suffered from the repercussions of forcibly extracting his own potential, causing fresh blood to escape from the corner of his mouth. Observing the boulder reduced to dust behind him, Ji Kuan broke into a cold sweat. Had it not been for his mastery of the family's 7 shadows step, he might have faced dire consequences today. Ji Kuan turned to behold Xiao Han, who was kneeling on one knee, coughing up blood. "Since you refuse my hospitality, you shall not blame me for being ungracious," he declared. Ji Kuan once more transformed into 7 shadows, closing the distance to Xiao Han in the blink of an eye. Clang! The glimmer of the silver sword illuminated Xiao Han's eyes, the blade poised mere inches from his head. Life and death hung in the balance. Yet Xiao Han remained unfazed, not even casting a glance at Ji Kuan. Suddenly, a fireball shot up from the ground, unerringly directed at Ji Kuan. Thud! Ji Kuan, fixated on Xiao Han and wary of a potential counterattack, was completely unprepared for the sudden flame and was struck by the fireball, sending him flying. Over 30 meters away, Ji Kuan struggled to rise, supporting himself with one hand on his sword. Before Ji Kuan could react, an eruption of fireballs surged from the ground, transforming the entire valley into a blazing inferno. Ji Kuan's expression changed. How could he still be oblivious to the fact that the scene before him was beyond human capability? A formation. Ji Kuan's face paled. Moments ago, he had hidden in the shadows, observing Xiao Han as he moved stones around the valley and inscribed mysterious patterns. At that time, he had not understood Xiao Han's actions, but now it dawned on him that this young man was indeed a formation master. Xiao Han's earlier gesture with his sword was not intended to strike him, but rather to shatter the stone behind him, triggering the formation. In that fleeting instant, Ji Kuan comprehended many things. The one matter that eluded his understanding was how formation masters, who were not only rare but also held in high esteem within the Xuanwu realm, could exist. Even within the most esteemed sects and the Ling Academy, formation masters were as rare as phoenix feathers. How could Xiao Han, merely a servant of the Mu family, possess the merit to ascend to the status of a revered formation master? The flames grew increasingly fierce, and the vegetation within the valley was quickly reduced to ashes. By the time Ji Kuan grasped the situation, the fire had ensnared him in its center. No matter how he attempted to extinguish it, his efforts were in vain. Xiao Han had stood at the threshold of survival from the very beginning, thus remaining unscathed. The entire valley had devolved into a sea of flames. And even Xiao Han could not help but exclaim, "This valley is indeed extraordinary, capable of nurturing spiritual roots like the Zhu fruit beneath this ground. There must be a potent source of underground fire." Yet, this was merely the beginning. In the aftermath, the earth fractured, and countless fireballs, resembling black holes, erupted from the crevices, soaring into the sky and igniting the clouds. Billowing leaden vapors surged forth. Xiao Han's expression shifted. He was merely a third-level formation master, capable of deploying formations no higher than that tier. The scene before him evidently transcended the realm of a third-level offensive formation. Even fourth- or fifth-level formations would not possess such exaggerated destructive power. Standing at the threshold of life and death, he sensed a palpable aura of danger. How could this be? Xiao Han was horrified as he gazed upon the dark red fireballs ascending toward the clouds. The situation had exceeded all expectations. Beneath this valley, there must lie something extraordinarily terrifying. Otherwise, a mere third-level formation could not possibly unleash such a cataclysm. This place is not safe. I must depart immediately. With his hair standing on end, Xiao Han followed the footprints leading to safety. Although surrounded by a sea of flames, he felt no harm. Ah, no. Meanwhile, Ji Kuan had transformed into a being of fire, yet he retained his clarity, racing towards Xiao Han's direction. "Save me!" Ji Kuan bellowed amidst the inferno. This ground fire was exceptionally formidable. Once ignited, it was nearly impossible to extinguish, and its destructive capacity was immense. Ji Kuan barely managed a few steps before he was reduced to a pile of ashes. Witnessing this, Xiao Han was gripped by an even greater sense of dread, compelling him to flee without hesitation, desperately following the path to escape from the valley. Over 900 miles away, within a meditation room of the Sangzhou branch, a middle-aged man of unremarkable appearance, sporting a short beard yet exuding an aura of scholarly wisdom, abruptly opened his eyes. With a graceful leap, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from the room and reappearing atop the highest cloud tower in Sangzhou City. Just a moment behind him, an elderly man with white hair, clad in a red official robe, also materialized at the cloud tower. This man, the lord of Sangzhou City, was named Shengwan's son, possessing cultivation that had already reached the mid-stage of the profound heaven realm. However, upon witnessing the ominous dark clouds, he could not help but shudder. The middle-aged man, known as Xing Feng, was the head of the Sangzhou branch and had surpassed Shengwan's son in cultivation, reaching the late stage of the profound heaven realm. Observing the shocking scene before him, Xing Feng gently shook his head, declaring, "It cannot be an unparalleled great evil." When the Fengling General Institute established its branch in Sangzhou, it had dispatched a multitude of experts to thoroughly inspect the vast Songlong mountain range, confirming the absence of high-level magical beasts. Moreover, Xing Feng's words suddenly halted, his expression shifting dramatically as he nearly roared, "Quickly give orders to activate the city's protective formation." Shengwan's son was taken aback, bewildered by the usually composed director Xing Feng's current display of agitation. However, upon turning to see that the dark clouds were interspersed with ominous crimson objects, his countenance also changed. The voice of Shengwan's son resounded throughout the skies above Sangzhou City. "All city defense soldiers, heed my command. Immediately activate the protective formation." Chapter 13. Ingesting the demon core. Sangzhou City, as the third city of the Yuanyu Prefecture, boasts a population exceeding 6 million. The local government had previously established several formidable city defenses here. Additionally, the Fengling Academy had once set up a branch in this city, dispatching numerous array masters to fortify the protective formations. Currently, the city's defenses are so robust that they could effortlessly withstand assaults from experts of the Xiantian realm. Boom! A colossal fireball descended upon the protective barrier above Sangzhou City, causing the entire city to tremble. This is inconceivable. Although Yuanyu Prefecture is merely a 5-star territory in the weakest among the 7 nations of Yunwang, the 7 prefectures, under the mediation of Fengling Academy, had all signed a peace treaty. Who would dare instigate war? Such an act would be tantamount to opposing Fengling Academy. And no one in the entire Yunwang possesses the audacity to challenge its authority. At this moment, chaos engulfed the city as numerous civilians scurried about in panic. Ominous leaden clouds rapidly enveloped Sangzhou City, rendering it reminiscent of an apocalyptic scene. The fireballs raining from the sky fell like torrential raindrops. Despite Sangzhou City's formidable stature, It still exuded an atmosphere of impending doom. The vast Kangming mountain range was equally in disarray, as ferocious beasts seemed to have gone mad, fleeing in all directions and giving rise to a massive tide of creatures. Xiao Han, dragging his weary body, found himself not only dodging the frenzied beasts but also evading the fireballs plummeting from above, making his situation exceedingly precarious. A massive fireball crashed onto a small hill towering 300 to 400 meters behind him, reducing it to a mere flat expanse. This cannot continue. If it does, my demise is inevitable. The leaden clouds have enveloped the entire vast mountain range, where fireballs rain down and the roars of ferocious beasts echo throughout. Xiao Han never anticipated that a mere third-level earth fire array he had set up would trigger such a cataclysmic disaster, having been astute throughout his life. Could it be that he would meet his end today? The entire expanse of the mountain range has transformed into a hellish realm, with fireballs descending and beasts rampaging. Even the elusive magical creatures, typically concealed in shadows, are now frequently manifesting. Suddenly, a glimmer of inspiration flickered in Xiao Han's eyes, as if he had conceived a notion. Yet he quickly furrowed his brow, revealing a look of indecision. Alas, having arrived at this juncture, he had no alternative but to take a gamble. Xiao Han retrieved a magic core the size of a dragon's eye, gritted his teeth, and swallowed it whole, eyes shut tight. Instantly, a burning sensation surged from his abdomen, intensifying as if it were intent on incinerating him from within. To transcend the heavens and give birth to a world, Xiao Han desperately channeled the Great Celestial Transformation Sutra. The energy within the magic core was immense and ferocious, far beyond what a human could absorb directly. Even a practitioner at the Xiantian realm would meet their demise upon consumption. Xiao Han's audacity stemmed from having read in some obscure historical texts that during the illustrious era of the apocalypse, certain individuals who practiced forbidden techniques could directly consume magic cores and harness the wild energy contained within. He would have previously dismissed such tales as mere folklore. It is worth noting that he had once cultivated the Celestial Emperor's Sutra, a technique as formidable as any in history. Yet he still refrained from swallowing a magic core outright. However, as events have unfolded to this extent, Xiao Han finds himself with no alternative but to take the final plunge. It is akin to swallowing a ball of raging flames. He feels his entire being engulfed in an inferno. Amidst the pain, he also perceives the magic core expelling energy, which, after being refined by the Great Heavenly Transformation Sutra, has become less ferocious. Soon enough, his dantian is once again brimming with energy, and his wounds are healing at a visibly rapid pace. Everything appears to be progressing favorably. Yet an unsettling chill courses through Xiao Han. The magic core within him fractures, revealing a minute fissure from which boundless energy surges uncontrollably. Realizing this, his countenance shifts dramatically. At this rate, will I not be overwhelmed and ultimately perish in an explosive demise? He dares not hesitate and unleashes the cloud smoke step to its utmost limit, almost exceeding his capacity as he races towards the vast mountain range. In just over 30 seconds, he leaves behind more than 100 footprints, covering a distance of 4 to 5 miles. Repeating this, he transforms into a fleeting shadow within the jungle. Even adept high-tier ferocious beasts struggle to keep pace with him. Spirit-level martial techniques are remarkably taxing on the essence of energy. Ordinarily, even with the foundation of a top-tier technique, he would exhaust his inner energy within 7 to 8 minutes. However, at this moment, he need not concern himself with the issue of consumption. The energy from a peak first-tier magical beast's core is immensely vast. As he consumes a fraction of the energy in his dantian, the magic core promptly replenishes it. It is unfeasible. The speed at which the magic core releases energy is exceedingly rapid. Even if I operate the cloud smoke step at full capacity, my consumption is but a fraction of what is replenished. If this continues, I will inevitably rupture my dantian. Xiao Han has transformed into a fire being. The energy surging within him has completely ignited his form. The cracks in the magic core expand further, the rate of energy release accelerates. And no matter how swiftly I expend my strength, it can instantaneously replenish and expand, threatening imminent explosion and demise. The Tai Xian sword technique, Xiao Han, as if driven by madness, simultaneously employs 2 spirit-grade martial arts. In the forest, a fleeting shadow darts past, severing the surrounding flora, while many ferocious beasts, caught unawares, perish beneath the specter. Xiao Han's speed escalates, yet he remains unable to extinguish the flames engulfing him. Time drips away slowly, Xiao Han's mind becomes clouded by the burning. His body disobeys him, and his vision blurs, rendering the path indistinct. With a splash, it seems he has plunged into a lake, gradually losing consciousness. After an indeterminate duration, when Xiao Han awakens once more, he finds himself lying by the riverbank. Crescent Moon Valley. He had visited this place before, merely 300 miles from Zhou City. At this moment, the forests flanking the river have been entirely scorched. Remnants of charred wood still smolder at their roots. While the leaden clouds above, though less oppressive than before, still impart a suffocating heaviness. The river water reaches a temperature of around 70 to 80 degrees Celsius. With numerous unburnt charred logs and the corpses of unknown ferocious beasts floating upon its surface, I am astonished to find myself still alive. With great difficulty, Xiao Han managed to rise, sitting cross-legged on the shore, regulating his breathing. To his amazement, his dantian had expanded tenfold. Shocked, he closed his eyes to examine himself, discovering that he now possessed an additional spiritual vein beneath each armpit. Overwhelmed with joy, Xiao Han had not anticipated that this perilous act of consuming the demon core would enable him to break through 2 minor realms, directly reaching the 9th level of profound energy. While elation surged within him, he was acutely aware of the immense risks he had undertaken. Surviving this ordeal was largely due to fortune. Even now, a trace of apprehension lingered in his heart. From this point onward, he vowed never to consume a demon core again. 3 hours later, Xiao Han had finally completed his meditation, restoring himself to an unprecedented peak state. Given the magnitude of the calamity, he wondered how the city of Zhou was faring. It felt as though he was treading upon wisps of smoke, leaving no footprints upon the ashes beneath his feet. His mastery of the cloud smoke step had grown increasingly proficient, allowing him to leave behind 150 footprints in a single bound. Completing an entire set of martial techniques could propel him nearly 6 or 7 miles away. His speed had escalated remarkably, enabling him to traverse over 300 miles in a mere 10 minutes. Chapter 14. The tree desires stillness. Yet the wind does not cease. Zhou City boasted 3 grand defensive formations, thus it remained relatively unscathed during this calamity. However, the surrounding cities were far less fortunate. This disaster was not solely characterized by falling fireballs, but also by a tide of beasts. Numerous small towns were breached by fireballs, and when the tide of beasts descended, the people, having lost their greatest support, scattered in disarray, leading to the obliteration of many modest fortifications. In the wake of this calamity, the population of Zhou City not only remained intact, but remarkably surged to more than double its previous number. The streets were thronged with refugees from nearby towns seeking sanctuary. Conversely, the situation at Ling Academy was starkly different. The number of individuals had notably diminished. After the disaster subsided, many students hastily departed to return home and assess the damage to their families. For this reason, the vast expanse of Ling Academy was eerily devoid of human presence. In sharp contrast to other areas of the academy, Nanshan residence was bustling with activity, its population swelling to 2 or 3 times the usual count. A youth, around 16 or 17 years of age, possessed a strikingly refined demeanor, exuding an air of nobility in every gesture. Behind him stood 20 or so armored guards, each clad in resplendent armor emblazoned with the character Mu. Lin Hai, what brings you here? Nanshan residence is not welcoming to you. Do leave at once, the sisters by Shui declared, standing at the entrance of Nanshan residence, confronting Lin Hai and his entourage. Lin Hai, the son of a guest elder from the Mu family, had already attained the pinnacle of the 7th level of Xuanqi at the tender age of 17, standing as the 88th in rank at the Zhangzhou branch, thus marking him as a notable figure. I have merely come to retrieve a servant of our Mu family. If you hand over that wretched servant, we shall depart immediately. In the midst of the forest, Lin Hai donned a flowing white robe, exuding an ethereal presence, undeterred by the indifference of the Bai Shui sisters. Nanshan residence served as the lodging area for the students, devoid of the servants from the Mu family. Should you insist on intruding, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. Noticing the resolute demeanor of the crowd, Lin Hai smiled faintly, gracefully closing his folding fan, and spoke with a tone neither harsh nor gentle. Do you truly believe that with your current numbers, you can obstruct my path? Indeed, merely a few days prior, Lin Hai had led a group to this very place, yet at that time, Nanshan residence boasted over 300 individuals united in purpose, thus deterring any thought of a forceful entry. However, following the recent calamity, many students had returned home, and now, even with the addition of the Bai Shui sisters. The total count at Nanshan residence was fewer than 40. Suddenly, Lin Hai reopened his fan, unleashing a formidable aura emanating from his peak cultivation in the 7th realm of Xuanqi. The Bai Shui sisters felt their legs weaken, nearly collapsing to their knees. Despite being fellow practitioners of the Xuanqi realm, with only a slight difference in cultivation levels, it seemed unfathomable that mere aura could overpower them. Clearly, Lin Hai had mastered a powerful form of intrinsic energy martial arts. A group of lowly commoners believing they could thwart Lin Hai was indeed a folly of the highest order. From a distance, a student of noble standing scoffed. Fortunately, following their expedition in the Tsangmang Mountains, the Bai Shui sisters had made significant strides in both strength and temperament, refusing to be overwhelmed by Lin Hai's sudden and formidable presence. How intriguing! A mere practitioner of the 5th realm of Xuanqi dares to withstand my innate energy technique. Lin Hai pressed forward, the tension in the air thickening with palpable hostility. Bai Ling gasped like an orchid, struggling to articulate, "Lin Hai, do you dare to act in the West Mountain residence? Are you not afraid of the Academy's severe punishment?" "Punishment?" Lin Hai chuckled. "I am merely here to retrieve a servant of the Mu family from the South Mountain residence. Your obstinate interference means that even if I were to injure all of you, the Academy's rules would not hold me accountable." Unhurried, Lin Hai strode into the South Mountain residence, flanked by 20 to 30 followers. Observing Lin Hai's bold advance, Wei Yang took a deep breath and declared, "Senior Xiao Han has treated us well. We cannot allow him to take Xiao Xian away." More than 30 students from the South Mountain residence united as one, resolutely blocking the entrance to the West Mountain residence, embodying a spirit of determination. "Since it has come to this, do not blame me for being impolite," Lin Hai stated. His smile fading, he retrieved a long sword from one of the sword attendants. With a sharp sound, the sword was unsheathed, immediately radiating a brilliance akin to the stars, with countless points of light dancing along its blade. Wind sweeps the clouds. Lin Hai unleashed a set of top-tier, human-level martial arts. Though his strike appeared ordinary, the momentum of the sword was relentless, akin to wind and waves, as if 1,000 swords were in motion. The students of the South Mountain residence, primarily descendants of the Cold clan with cultivation levels at the 5th and 6th tiers of the profound energy realm, were vastly inferior to Lin Hai, lacking powerful martial techniques. As more than 30 students attempted to counteract Lin Hai's sword momentum, several were still struck and sent flying, landing several meters away while coughing blood. The remaining students staggered back a few steps before managing to dissipate Lin Hai's force. Truly, like attracts like, mingling with the likes of Xiao Han. They were merely a disorganized rabble. With a dismissive smile, Lin Hai steadily advanced into Nanshan residence, the tip of his sword striking the ground and sparking brilliantly. A throng of commoners, any who dared to misjudge the situation would soon find it far less agreeable than before. At this moment, Lin Hai's demeanor had transformed from his previous genteel composure to a visage shadowed by grim determination. Suddenly, several students launched a simultaneous attack against him. However, Lin Hai merely drew his sword in midair, not even casting a glance at his assailants. Their offensive was effortlessly dismantled, as both men and swords were sent flying through the air. Thud, thud. The students landed clumsily from various directions, each one howling in pain. "Stop!" Bai Shui cried out in alarm, fully aware of the vast disparity in strength between the two sides. To charge forward now would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. "Is there anyone else?" Lin Hai sheathed his sword, standing resolutely in the center of the path, his white attire billowing around him, exuding an air of unrivaled supremacy. His strikes were sharper and more decisive than ever before. If a ranking were to be redone now, his current prowess would surely place him among the top 60 in the entire academy. Nearby, noble students watching the spectacle could not refrain from their expressions of admiration. Lin Hai surveyed the crowd, noting the absence of further challengers, and a satisfied smile graced his lips. He then continued his measured pace deeper into the Nanshan residence. Bai Ling gritted her teeth, the long sword in her hand creaking under her grip. She yearned to charge forward, yet Bai Shui restrained her. As Lin Hai, accompanied by the Mu family guards, navigated through the throng, a sudden, formidable wave of sword energy surged from outside Nanshan residence. Lin Hai felt a chilling sensation creep down his spine, an instinctual threat of death looming over him. With a narrow escape, he instinctively tilted to the right, narrowly avoiding the lethal strike. Boom! The formidable sword energy erupted at the spot where Lin Hai once stood, revealing a pit over a foot deep. Such a mere stroke of sword energy inflicted such substantial damage, indicating that the assailant must be an exceptionally skilled swordsman. Witnessing this scene, Lin Hai dared not to underestimate his foe any longer and shelved his previous disdain. Lin Hai, you've made progress, daring to seek trouble at Nanshan residence. A figure gradually emerged from outside Nanshan residence, exuding a powerful aura that even sent shivers down Lin Hai's spine. Xiao Han. Senior Xiao Han. Different onlookers reacted to the figure with varying expressions, some astonished, some exhilarated, others taken aback. In the past, even if Lin Hai had 100 lives, he would not have dared to address Xiao Han as a mere lackey. After all, the former Xiao Han had cultivated at an astonishing pace, possessing immense potential and holding considerable influence within the Mu family. However, now, Xiao Han was but a cripple, devoid of any practical value. And their visit today was merely at the behest of the Mu family's elders. Lin Hai wore a sinister grin, flanked by over 20 fierce-looking individuals, all casting cold, menacing glances at Xiao Han. No one would believe that the earlier sword energy could have originated from a universally acknowledged cripple. That is, Xiao Han, remarked a curious noble student observing the spectacle. Once a prodigy, a paragon among the younger generation in the academy, with his talent, he could have easily become a guest elder of the Mu family, basking in wealth and power, yet who would have anticipated? What utter nonsense about being a child of destiny. It is merely an empty title, desiring to defend Miss Mu and oppose young Master Yi. One ought to take a moment to reflect upon their own worth. What utter nonsense about being a genius. He is merely a wretched servant, daring to claim the mantle of a leader among the youthful generation. Yet, when true talent emerges, he is swiftly reduced to a mere fool. Around him, a group of distinguished students cast scornful glances at Xiao Han, their derision palpable, devoid of any semblance of compassion. Xiao Han paid no heed to their mockery. Everyone believed him to be a mere shell of a man, while those noble students, once stifled by Xiao Han's prowess, now yearned to pounce upon him in a fit of rage. Shall it be you who severs your own limbs, or shall I take it upon myself? Lin Hai stood at the forefront of the crowd, his tall figure clad in a pristine white robe, epitomizing nobility and distinction. A cold smile flickered across Xiao Han's lips as he declared, "Should you choose to maim yourself, I shall overlook today's events." What are you saying? Lin Hai's haughty laughter came to an abrupt halt as he gazed at Xiao Han in disbelief. He had anticipated that Xiao Han would immediately kneel before him, pleading for forgiveness and expressing gratitude for his supposed benevolence. In such a scenario, Lin Hai could demonstrate his mercy by sparing his life while inflicting grievous harm. Chapter 15. The Ruthless One. A mere waste of space dares to utter such arrogance. He has likely basked in the title of prodigy for far too long, becoming accustomed to it, and now struggles to revert to reality. The guards of the Mu family could not contain their laughter. Indeed, let us take this opportunity to teach you the essence of being human, lest you remain oblivious to the manner of your demise in the future. Lin Hai had always considered himself a genius, harboring lofty ambitions. However, over the years, Xiao Han had flourished like a sprouting bean, making remarkable progress in his cultivation with the simplest of resources, consistently overshadowing Lin Hai. In the past, Lin Hai's father often compared him to Xiao Han, which left him feeling resentful yet powerless. Now that Xiao Han's cultivation had been rendered useless, Lin Hai felt a sense of cosmic justice. He intended to shatter Xiao Han's legs and cast him back to Fengming City, leaving his family patriarch speechless. Yes, young Master Lin. 7 or 8 household guards sprang into action, hurtling toward Xiao Han. These individuals were formidable, each possessing cultivation levels around the 5th or 6th tier of Xuanqi, launching their assault from various angles. They regarded Xiao Han as a doomed soul, certain that today he would meet his demise at Lin Hai's hands. They should take a good look at their own worth. Acting as if they were high and mighty, a noble student remarked disdainfully from a distance. Within Nanshan residence, the Bai Shui sisters felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, just half a month ago, Xiao Han had only been a mere 5th-tier Xuanqi practitioner. Even if he had improved in that time, it was implausible for him to contend with 7 or 8 opponents simultaneously. In stark contrast, Xiao Han, ensnared in the maelstrom, remained remarkably composed. What a bunch of oblivious fools. His expression darkened sharply. Merely a group of Mu family's guards, not even students of Ling Academy, dared to act against him here. The Mu family was becoming increasingly overbearing. Without even shifting his stance, Xiao Han slowly raised his right hand. Using his fingers as a sword, tracing elegant arcs in the air reminiscent of the graceful horns of an antelope, with a flurry of movement. Before anyone could discern how Xiao Han had struck, 7 or 8 attendants were sent sprawling to the ground from various directions, each one wailing in agony. The entire episode transpired in the blink of an eye, as Xiao Han's gaze remained fixed on Lin Hai, never once casting a glance at the fallen attendants. I am not a person who revels in bloodshed. Though you have offended me today, it is under the instigation of another, and your crimes do not warrant death. I shall merely disable one of your arms as a form of punishment. How? Is this possible? A group of noble students stammered in fear, unable to articulate their disbelief. It appeared as if he had merely used a single finger to incapacitate 7 or 8 individuals. The student who had just insulted Xiao Han trembled in terror, involuntarily retreating a few steps. Hadn't it been rumored that he was crippled by Yi Xiaoyang? How could it be that he seemed more formidable than before? All the students stood in stunned silence, with only a select few, like Lin Hai, privy to the underlying truth. Although Xiao Han's meridians were severed, he had not entirely depleted his internal energy. A fragment of his cultivation remained, albeit less than 1% of its former peak. If 7 or 8 attendants charged at him simultaneously, they could easily reduce him to a lifeless heap. Yet, the reality surpassed their expectations, as Xiao Han's strikes were astoundingly precise, causing even Lin Hai's expression to shift. Had it not been for Mu Xiaodai's direct revelation, he would have doubted whether Xiao Han had truly been rendered powerless by Yi Xiaoyang. You have the audacity to defy me. Lin Hai gritted his teeth, enunciating each word with venom. As Lin Hai's countenance darkened upon witnessing Xiao Han's calm demeanor, an ominous premonition arose within him. The situation has escalated to this point. For one who considers himself a genius, retreating now would be an affront to his dignity, jeopardizing his future standing within the academy. Everyone, join me in breaking his legs and witness how he remains audacious. In the next moment, the remaining individuals moved in unison. Lin Hai felt a twinge of anxiety. He feared that Xiao Han's cultivation had not truly been rendered ineffective. At his peak, even 10 of Lin Hai would be no match for him. Now, Lin Hai could only rally all the family servants, relying on their numbers to create some distraction for Xiao Han, hoping against hope for a sliver of opportunity. With a swift motion, Xiao Han, unarmed, wielded his fingers like blades, conjuring arcs of icy radiance in the air. The servants of the Mu family were caught off guard and collided with the chilling beams. After a series of 9 anguished cries, the 9 servants of the Mu family lay on the ground, wailing. Each one had suffered injuries to their hands and feet, rendered incapable of further combat. Lin Hai landed, one hand gripping a sword while the other braced against the ground. Among the 10 who charged at Xiao Han, he was the only one to evade the onslaught. You are not incapacitated at all. Lin Hai touched the marks left on his neck, realizing how close he had come to becoming a victim beneath Xiao Han's fingers. You dare to attempt my life. A lowly servant, audacious enough to raise a blade against him, was an unfathomable act in his eyes. What if I choose to kill you? Xiao Han's gaze was sharp as steel, coldly fixed on Lin Hai. Not only Lin Hai, but even the onlooking students could not help but shiver in trepidation. Xiao Han approached Lin Hai with the ominous presence of death itself, each step resonating with foreboding. Lin Hai was acutely aware that, given his status in the Mu family, he could not possibly suppress Xiao Han. The latter had never been swayed by such tactics before, and certainly would not be now. His earlier bravado, looking down upon Xiao Han, stemmed solely from the belief that Xiao Han's cultivation had been utterly ruined, allowing him to unleash all the pent-up frustration and humiliation from the past. Xiao Han, we are both formal students of Fengling Academy, which expressly forbids students from engaging in mutual slaughter. Have you considered the repercussions of taking my life? Lin Hai resorted to invoking the Academy's authority as a shield, hoping it would instill some hesitation in Xiao Han. Yet, the thought of death held no terror for him. No one anticipated that Xiao Han would exhibit such resolute determination. Wholly unrestrained, daring to commit murder in Nanshan residence. With a swift motion, Xiao Han unleashed a sword strike, the sword energy carving an elegant line across the ground. With a clang, Lin Hai had no time to execute his martial technique and hastily raised his sword to block Xiao Han's assault, only to be sent sprawling several dozen meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. A searing pain coursed through his chest, as if his very organs had been shattered by Xiao Han's overwhelming force. How could his strength be so immense? Lin Hai felt a tempest of emotions swell within him. Despite holding his breath, he could not contain himself any longer. With a violent retch, Lin Hai expelled a copious amount of blood upon the steps. Yet, disregarding the pain that engulfed him, he hurriedly scrambled to his feet, dropping to his knees and crying out in desperation. "Young Master Xiao, please show mercy. I was wrong. Do not take my life. Although I am the son of an elder from the Mu family, I am ultimately nothing more than a servant, merely executing the commands of my superiors. I am a victim of circumstance." Lin Hai understood Xiao Han well, recognizing that he was not a man who reveled in bloodshed. He believed that a plea for mercy would surely spare him. Xiao Han let out a cold laugh. "What a convenient excuse. Do not tell me that during your time in Fengning City, when you practiced the innate vitality technique and used the villagers who once cared for you as live targets, you were also a mere pawn of fate." For years, Xiao Han had endured. Before he and Xiao Zixuan were taken in by Song Qingyun, they had relied on the villagers in the mountains for survival. Had it not been for their kindness, both he and his sister might have perished in the wilderness. If not for the villagers' dying pleas, urging him not to seek revenge, but rather to survive within the Mu family, he would have long since avenged their suffering by eliminating Lin Hai. Now, he harbored no feelings for the Mu family. Having severed ties with them, he felt unencumbered. "You are aware of this?" Lin Hai's pupils dilated. And after a few seconds, he suddenly sprang into action. "I will fight you." With a fierce determination, Lin Hai waved his sleeves, producing dozens of fine needles. They flew toward Xiao Han like a torrential downpour. In a moment of crisis, Xiao Han's reflexes kicked in. He managed to deflect some of the flying needles while swiftly shifting to the right, narrowly avoiding several that zipped past his cheek. By the skin of his teeth, he evaded disaster. With a swift sidestep, Xiao Han sent Lin Hai flying several paces away. "Is it possible to let you go?" Xiao Han stepped forward, his palpable killing intent suffocating everyone present. With a single kick, he crushed Lin Hai's skull, the vivid red blood mingling grotesquely with the white brain matter, creating a ghastly sight. "I am not a bloodthirsty individual, yet I assure you, those I slay are unequivocally deserving of their fate." Chapter 16. Awakening How Ruthless. I never imagined Xiao Han would dare to flout the Academy's rules and brazenly take Lin Hai's life. Gasps of astonishment echoed around, as those noble students who had just insulted Xiao Han turned pale and hastily retreated, leaving the remaining onlookers filled with awe. The Snow Sisters glanced at the dismembered corpse lying on the ground, their brows furrowing deeply, and they followed Xiao Han into the southern mountain residence. Conflicts among students were commonplace, and injuries were often trivial. The Academy typically refrained from intervening. However, a death carried a significance that could not be overlooked, profoundly impacting the institution's reputation. Not to mention, the Mu family was unlikely to let this matter rest easily, and the Academy's punishment alone would be sufficient to leave Xiao Han in dire straits. Surviving this ordeal would be a challenge, to say the least. Xiao Han smiled nonchalantly, displaying no sense of impending doom. This was a fate Lin Hai had courted himself, and he had no one to blame but himself. Wei Yong opened his mouth to speak, but was interrupted by the Snow Sisters. Lin Hai had sought to end Xiao Han's life, but had instead met his own demise. What justification could be found in that? Surely, the Academy would provide a reasonable resolution. Though Bai Shui voiced her thoughts, an undercurrent of anxiety stirred within her. Xiao Han smiled lightly, not wishing to dwell on the matter concerning Lin Hai. "Xiao Xian was fine. Shortly after your departure, she awakened, but..." Bai Ling paused momentarily. "But what?" Xiao Han halted, a tightness gripping his heart. A frown creased his brow as an inexplicable premonition surged within him, and he nodded gently. Over the years, Xiao Xian had always been by his side. Her temperament somewhat introverted, yet she was not entirely mute around others. "Thank you all for your care these days. Xiao Xian is somewhat reserved and apprehensive around strangers. I hope you will not take offense." "How could we be offended?" Several students from Nanshan residence laughed awkwardly, their expressions evoking a peculiar sensation. Their demeanor did not escape Xiao Han's observant gaze, further solidifying his foreboding. Xiao Han did not attempt to retain them. After they departed, he gently pushed open the door to his room. As the door creaked open, a faint, delicate fragrance wafted in. There stood Xiao Xian by the dressing table, her tall figure clad in a flowing purple gown, the soft yellow bronze mirror reflecting her almost ethereal beauty. Upon Xiao Han's entrance into the dormitory, Xiao Xian rose and turned to face him. "Brother." The simplicity of those two words initially felt somewhat cold, yet upon deeper reflection, they revealed a complex tapestry of emotions. As Xiao Xian gazed at Xiao Han, he too regarded her, noticing the dim yet spirited glimmer in her eyes. At that moment, Xiao Han finally comprehended what Bai Ling meant by a particularly special gaze. It truly was an extraordinary expression. No wonder the previous students of Nanshan residence smiled unnaturally. It was a gaze characteristic of those in power. It resembled a lion fixating on a timid rabbit, irrespective of the lion's hunger or intentions. The rabbit instinctively felt a primal fear. Had it not been for Xiao Han's status as the imperial son of the human race, he too might have succumbed to the weight of such an innate presence. You are awake, Xiao Han said, taken aback. This time, he emerged from the vast mountains bearing numerous treasures. Besides spiritual herbs, he brought exquisite butterflies and ornaments fashioned from agate. These were once the cherished possessions of Xiao Xian. In the past, had Xiao Han presented such delightful trinkets, Xiao Xian would have clung to him, showering him with kisses, reveling in joy throughout the day. Yet now, her countenance remained utterly unmoved, resembling an ice-cold beauty oblivious to the essence of laughter. She extended her delicate jade-like hand and retrieved a distinctive box from the heap of treasures. This is a zhuguo, Xiao Xian exclaimed in astonishment as she opened the box to reveal the flickering crimson flame within. Xiao Han, who was still engrossed in fiddling with his trinkets, momentarily froze. How could the Xiao Xian of old possibly recognize a zhuguo? The Xiao Xian of today was no longer the clingy little girl she once was, but rather a stranger bound by fate, sharing the same divine source yet devoid of any blood ties. This is also a gift I prepared for you, Xiao Han said somewhat awkwardly. As Xiao Xian held the box in her palm, a serene smile finally graced her face. Thank you, brother. Hearing the gentle voice of Xiao Xian, a faint smile appeared on Xiao Han's usually stoic face. Xiao Xian had changed, yet she still retained the memories of the past few years. Silly girl, why are you being so polite with me? Xiao Han affectionately remarked as he gently stroked Xiao Xian's soft hair. Don't touch my hair, Xiao Xian protested, shaking off Xiao Han's large hand, pouting her lips, and gazing at him with her round, sparkling eyes. However, being the sister of a grand prince does not seem like a disadvantage at all. Xiao Han was not at all surprised that Xiao Xian knew of his identity from a millennium ago. After all, her sealing time was after his own. It would indeed be strange if she were unaware of who he was. He gazed at Xiao Xian's delicate, snow-white face. Though only a few years younger than him, she possessed a pair of strikingly bright eyes that shone like crescent moons when she smiled, radiating extraordinary beauty. A blush appeared on Xiao Xian's face as she asked, "What are you looking at?" Xiao Han replied, "I am pondering a matter. A millennium ago, I had countless friends and family around me, yet I was solely focused on my cultivation and failed to cherish them. Though we share no blood ties, why do I treat you so well? What could be the reason?" Xiao Xian tilted her head, gazing at Xiao Han with curiosity. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head with a wry smile. "I do not know. Perhaps this is what is meant by only understanding the value of something after losing it. The passage of time invariably leaves behind a bittersweet taste, which, through the fermentation of time, only deepens and intensifies. It can be said that they are not of this era, akin to two solitary souls stranded in an unfamiliar world, finding solace only in each other's embrace to ward off loneliness and fear." Suddenly, a smile broke across Xiao Han's face. "All right, it's all in the past. Let us not dwell on it." He certainly did not wish for Xiao Xian to revert to her previous icy demeanor, so he reached out to touzle her soft, beautiful hair. "Hey, don't mess with my hair." Xiao Xian brushed aside Xiao Han's hand, casting him an exasperated glance as she retorted. Xiao Han chuckled lightly, choosing not to engage further in their playful banter. The zhu fruit, combined with these few spirit herbs, should thoroughly cleanse the impurities from your dantian and meridians. Do you require my assistance? Had Xiao Xian not yet regained her memories, such matters would undoubtedly have necessitated Xiao Han's personal involvement. "No need," Xiao Xian replied with a smile, shaking her head. "These trifling matters hardly warrant the direct attention of His Highness, the Imperial Prince." Xiao Han found himself momentarily speechless. "Very well. After all, you have grown up. Many responsibilities will now rest upon your shoulders." Consequently, Xiao Han refrained from further disturbing Xiao Xian. Recognizing that the purification of her dantian and meridians was an endeavor demanding considerable energy and a tranquil environment. Just as he exited the dormitory, he spotted the chief disciple of the Academy's law enforcement hall, accompanied by a group of followers, standing at the entrance of Nanshan residence. "Will you come with us voluntarily? Or shall we break your legs and escort you to the law enforcement hall?" Chapter 17. The Unyielding Might in the Law Hall of the Zhangzhou branch. The lifeless body of Lin Hai lay at the center of the grand hall, while the members of the Mu family stood beneath, their expressions gravely somber. No one had anticipated that Lin Hai would falter today, nor that he would meet his demise at the hands of Xiao Han. A middle-aged man with a prominent beard sat at the head of the hall, slamming his palm on the table with such force that the overwhelming aura of his peak Taishan realm cultivation left everyone gasping for breath. The tumultuous events in the Kangming Mountains had drawn immediate attention from powerful figures of both the Ling Academy and the Yuanyu Duchy, and yet, Xiao Han dared to commit murder at such a critical moment, an act as reckless as a fly seeking dung in a latrine. "Director Su, please calm your anger," urged a voice. "The disciples of the Law Hall have already been dispatched to apprehend this reckless youth, and we believe results will follow shortly." The man seated at the head of the hall was named Xuan Emperor, whose cultivation ranked second only to that of Xing Feng, the president of the Zhangzhou branch. He also held the dual roles of elder of the Law Hall and vice president. Xing Feng, a man consumed by martial obsession, devoted most of his time to seclusion and rarely intervened in the affairs of the academy, leaving the management of the Zhangzhou branch largely in Su Mo's hands over the years. "Calm my anger," Su Mo retorted, a bitter smile creeping across his face. At this very moment, the president, the city lord, the golden-robed elder dispatched by Ling Academy, and the third prince sent by Yuanyu Duchy are all present in the Kangming Mountains. The crowd bowed their heads in unison. Su Mo's domineering nature left no room for dissent, and no one dared to challenge him at this moment, nor did anyone wish to. Director Su's words resonate profoundly. It is evident that Xiao Han's disruptive actions at this juncture are driven by malevolent intentions, clearly aimed at ensnaring Director Su. A middle-aged man with phoenix eyes, named Mu Yunfan, ingratiated himself with flattery. Apart from his position as a senior mentor at Ling Academy, he is also the third elder of the Mu family and the uncle of Mu Xiaodai. The audacity displayed by the Mu family's disciples within the academy is largely attributable to the influence of this esteemed mentor. "Director Su, Xiao Han has been brought here," announced Su Yunha, the chief disciple of the Law Enforcement Hall, while covering his face and lowering his gaze. Su Mo nodded gently, observing that Su Yunha was about to withdraw, but he was promptly called back by Su Mo. Until that moment, Mu Xiaodai and her companions had kept their heads down, unaware of the presence of the chief disciple of the Law Enforcement Hall. Upon hearing Su Mo's words, they lifted their heads to glance at him. At that moment, Su Yunha's visage was marred with bruises, devoid of any semblance of normalcy. It was hard to believe. Su Yunha, the chief disciple of the Law Enforcement Hall, had already stepped into the mid-stage of the 9th realm of martial arts last year. Furthermore, he had cultivated the Su family's spiritual level martial technique, the illusory spirit technique, to a minor completion. He had ranked 11th in the previous competition, almost breaking into the top 10 and securing a place in the Ling Academy. Who could possibly possess such prowess to best Su Yunha? Outside the Law Enforcement Hall, numerous students whispered among themselves, speculating about the audacity of the individual who dared to strike the chief disciple of the Law Enforcement Hall. Did they not realize that Su Yunha was a direct disciple of the Su family, held in high regard by Su Mo? Su Yunha hesitated, casting a fleeting glance at Mu Xiaodai, struggling to articulate a single word. For someone as proud and arrogant as Su Yunha, certain matters are indeed difficult to broach in the presence of an attractive female. He had left his mess uncleaned, and the unpleasantness was something I had to address. Xiao Han, clad in a simple robe, nevertheless could not conceal the aura that surrounded him. He walked into the hall with an upright posture. "Xiao Han." Su Yunha spat out the name through gritted teeth, prompting a ripple of astonishment among the onlookers. What did Xiao Han's earlier words imply? Could it be that the injuries on Su Yunha's face were inflicted by him? It seemed implausible during the previous competition. Su Yunha was already on the brink of reaching the mid-stage of the 9th layer of profound qi, and now it was likely he had ascended to the pinnacle of that realm. How could this country bumpkin, Xiao Han, possibly be his adversary? Different individuals expressed varying sentiments. Mu Yunfan, standing nearby, felt an urge to laugh. Just moments ago, he worried that Su Mo might hesitate to execute Xiao Han during this sensitive period. Yet he was taken aback by how foolishly bold this young man had become, even daring to strike the chief disciple of the Law Enforcement Hall. "You possess remarkable audacity," he thought, incredulous that anyone would dare to lay hands on a member of the Law Enforcement Hall. Several officials from the Law Enforcement Hall were incensed. If they did not impose severe punishment on this reckless youth today, what would become of their authority in the future? While I cannot ascertain the level of audacity he possesses, It is evident that he has quite a bit of courage. Xiao Han let out a cold laugh and remarked, "To my knowledge, even if a student has erred, the disciples of the law enforcement hall do not have the authority to arbitrarily discipline students before a thorough tribunal by the three halls." Several enforcers, who themselves are well-versed in the academy's regulations, found themselves momentarily at a loss for words in the face of Xiao Han's assertions. Enough. Sitting resolutely in the grand hall, Su Emo let out a cold snort and cast a frosty glance at Su Yunha, saying, "Su Yunha, you may take your leave." Su Emo was acutely aware of Su Yunha's character. This incident was likely a case of him attempting to wield his influence to intimidate others, only to be met with a stinging rebuttal, leaving him with no one to blame but himself. The onlookers, including Mu Yunfan and others, were momentarily taken aback, as they had not anticipated that Su Emo would let the matter slide so easily. This was not typical of the domineering nature exhibited by the Academy's director. Only a select few, truly acquainted with Su Emo, understood that he was not genuinely dismissing the issue. Rather, he wished to avoid the appearance of favoritism during such a sensitive time. "Bold ruffian, upon seeing the Academy director, do you not kneel and pay your respects?" A white-haired elder clad in the Academy's azure robe glared fiercely at Xiao Han. Xiao Han glanced at the elder, recognizing him as Lin Hai's mentor, Shimin Yin. Standing proudly in the grand hall, Xiao Han responded with a dignified composure. Every powerful individual must possess a certain pride. Should one kneel to heaven, to earth, or to their parents? Who else remains worthy of such reverence? The Academy has not decreed to whom such a bow of submission is owed. Besides, have you not also knelt before Director Su in reverence? The white-haired elder abruptly rose, his internal energy swirling rapidly, creating a formidable vortex of force around him, and coldly demanded, "Will you kneel or not?" The venerable elder, adorned with white hair, possessed immense strength, having reached the initial stage of the Taishan realm, surpassing Xiao Han by 2 substantial realms. His aura erupted, coalescing into waves of formidable pressure that bore down upon Xiao Han. In an instant, the atmosphere within the law enforcement hall trembled violently. Mu Xiaodai and the other members of the Mu family, positioned merely at the periphery, found themselves compelled to kneel before the overwhelming force emanating from Shimin Yin. One can only imagine the terrifying weight of the pressure Xiao Han, situated at the epicenter of this energy, was enduring. A formidable force sought to compel him to kneel in submission. Beads of sweat cascaded down Xiao Han's form, yet he resolutely persevered, refusing to bow before anyone. It was rather intriguing that a mere practitioner of the Xuanqi realm could withstand the tremendous atmospheric pressure exerted by a master of the Taishan realm for such an extended period. Outside the law enforcement hall, an increasing number of students gathered at the entrance. Some admired him in silence, while others mockingly deemed Xiao Han a fool. Did they not witness the noble Mu family maiden prostrating herself at Shiminyan's feet? Kneeling before a senior mentor of the Taishan realm was hardly a disgrace. Why subject oneself to unnecessary hardship? Foolishness, indeed, for a mere practitioner of the Xuanqi realm to attempt to resist the elder's overwhelming might. With each step Shiminyan took closer to Xiao Han, the pressure upon him doubled. Xiao Han's legs trembled incessantly, bending as if they were about to give way. A chilling glint flickered in Shiminyan's eyes, fixated upon Xiao Han. Since the establishment of the Zhangzhou branch, inter-student killings had been expressly forbidden. Yet you dare to slay my student? You possess an audacity that is truly remarkable. Every sound emitted by Shiminyan resonated like a formidable wave of energy, crashing toward Xiao Han. Suddenly, Xiao Han let out a thunderous roar, his eyes bloodshot, and the legs that had nearly collapsed in submission straightened defiantly. This was a testament to his indomitable spirit, bravely resisting the overwhelming pressure exerted by the elderly man with white hair. One could observe the numerous blood vessels bursting around his knees, crimson blood gushing forth, saturating his trousers. Chapter 18. Treat me as your own child? Witnessing Xiao Han's unwavering determination, even those students who had previously harbored grievances against him could not help but feel a surge of admiration. As long as they do not provoke me, I shall not retaliate. I, Xiao Han, walk with integrity and righteousness, striking down only those who deserve it. My conscience remains untainted. Xiao Han stood firm, like an iron nail driven into the ground, motionless. At that moment, Shimin had approached Xiao Han, his immense aura bearing down upon him with unparalleled intensity. Yet, Xiao Han remained upright, refusing to kneel or yield. Within the law enforcement hall, several mentors who had been meditating opened their eyes in astonishment. It is worth noting that enduring the full brunt of Xi Minyan's imposing pressure was akin to withstanding the full force of a powerful expert in the Taishan realm. Yet, this young man stood resolute. How remarkably strong was his willpower. Even many mentors from Ling Academy felt a sense of respect swell within them. However, Xi Minyan was clearly unfazed by this display. Seeing that Xiao Han still refused to kneel, he unsheathed his sword, the scabbard in hand, and struck at Xiao Han's knee with a powerful gust of wind accompanying the blow. His intention was not merely to force Xiao Han to kneel in submission, but to shatter both his legs, rendering him incapable of ever standing again. Xiao Han, acutely aware of the murderous aura emanating from Xi Minyan, felt his pupils constrict and began to covertly harness his own strength. Although he currently lacked the power to confront a formidable opponent from the Taishan realm, he possessed various secret techniques that would enable him to withstand a full-force attack from such a powerful adversary. Otherwise, he would not have obediently accompanied Su Yunhe to the law enforcement hall. To his astonishment, this old wretch was so detestable as to wish him dead. Just as Xiao Han prepared to engage in a confrontation with Xi Minyan, or at the very least, make a hasty retreat, a resounding laughter suddenly echoed from outside the law enforcement hall, proclaiming, "What a clear conscience!" Concurrently, a brilliant white light spread forth, enveloping the entire hall. With a whoosh, an overwhelming pressure, 100-fold stronger than that of Xi Minyan, radiated forth, immobilizing everyone present, including Xi Minyan himself. He felt as though his entire vital energy was instantly frozen, rendering him unable to move. The sword sheath that had been poised to strike Xiao Han's knee seemed to collide with steel, forcefully rebounding him away. The white light appeared swiftly and vanished just as quickly. Once it dissipated, everyone exhaled in relief. Inside the law enforcement hall, Su Mo, along with all the stewards and mentors, was taken aback at the sight of the four figures. They rose and approached the center of the hall, bowing respectfully to the four individuals, saying, "We pay our respects to Elder Qi, the third prince, the director of the tribunal, and the city lord." The onlooking students outside, upon hearing this, were struck with astonishment, swiftly dropping to their knees in unison to pay their respects as well. For these students, encountering figures of such stature as Elder Qi and Prince San was a rare privilege. Even the Lord of Zhangzhou and the Dean were beyond their experience. Thus, in their hearts, these four formidable beings appeared almost divine, and the opportunity to behold them ignited an overwhelming sense of excitement and reverence. Xi Minyan's hand trembled, beads of perspiration forming on his brow as he exchanged glances with Mu Yunfan, an ominous premonition settling within him. Amidst the chorus of kneeling and bowing from the assembly, Elder Qi and Prince San ascended the hall, each taking the foremost positions, while Dean Xingfeng and Lord Shangwan occupied the flanking seats. Yet, the crowd noticed that Xiao Han, standing resolutely in the center of the law enforcement hall, did not kneel. Instead, he merely clasped his fists and bowed, akin to the other mentors and officials. "Xiao Han, how audacious you are! Do you not consider your own standing? To stand before Elder Qi and Prince San without kneeling is sheer insolence." Xi Minyan remarked coldly. Xiao Han cast a fleeting glance at Mu Yunfan and Xi Minyan, manifestly unperturbed by their disdain. Many students inwardly scorned Xiao Han's arrogance, deeming him devoid of the fundamental respect due to the powerful, convinced that such a person was destined for a short existence. "My bowing signifies my respect for Elder Qi and Prince San. However, if I must demean my dignity and martial spirit to express this respect, I must confess that I cannot comply." Mu Yunfan surveyed Elder Qi and Prince San, then regarded the proud figure of Xiao Han, fully aware of the admiration reflected in the eyes of Elder Qi and Prince San. Mu Yunfan gritted his teeth, inwardly vowing that since Xiao Han had positioned himself in opposition to the Mu family, he would seize this opportunity to eradicate him entirely. Regardless of the potential risk of offending two significant figures, he could not be allowed to flourish. If Xiao Han were to gain the favor of Elder Qi and the third prince, successfully entering the Ling General Institute, he would undoubtedly become a formidable obstacle to the Mu family in the future, a mere servant, oblivious to his impending doom. Stepping into the center of the hall, Mu Yunfan pointed an accusatory finger at Xiao Han, declaring with righteous indignation, "Years ago, when you and Song Qingyan found yourselves destitute in Fengning City, nearly succumbing to starvation on the streets, my Mu family, moved by your plight, took you in, trained you in martial arts, and treated you as one of our own. We recognized your promising talent, and even went so far as to invest a significant sum to send you to the Zhangzhou branch for further studies. Yet, we never anticipated your utter lack of gratitude, your defiance against our guidance, and your heinous act of harming our kin. Now, standing before the law enforcement hall, you remain unrepentant. On the other side, Xi Minyan stepped forward, coldly stating, Lin Hai, also a scion of the Mu family, exemplifies humility, grace, and exemplary character. A rare talent indeed. This indicates that the emergence of a rogue like Xiao Han is not a failing of the Mu family, but rather a testament to Xiao Han's inherent moral depravity. The members of the law enforcement hall cast disdainful glances at Xiao Han and coldly proclaimed, such an ungrateful and disrespectful individual deserves no leniency. The lightest punishment shall be the breaking of his legs and the stripping of his cultivation, followed by expulsion from the academy. Outside the law enforcement hall, a gathering of noble youths exchanged knowing smirks, reveling in the spectacle. In the past, Xiao Han had a penchant for meddling in others' affairs, which had long since earned him the disdain of those around him. Today, his expulsion from the academy was entirely of his own making. Seated in the grand hall, Elder Qi exchanged a subtle glance with the third prince, revealing a barely perceptible smile, and spoke. Xiao Han, do you have anything to say? Below, Mu Yunfan and Xi Minyan felt an unsettling knot in their hearts. Realizing the gravity of the situation, they had anticipated that their orchestrated efforts, supported by several deacons from the law enforcement hall, would suffice to crush Xiao Han. However, they were taken aback to discover that Elder Qi and the third prince were still inclined to hear Xiao Han's defense. Of course, I have something to express. With a hint of amusement, Xiao Han continued, to treat me as your own child? I truly admire your audacity. My adoptive father rendered great kindness to your Mu family, and yet you dare to claim that we were merely destitute wanderers taken in by your compassion. Let us set aside the wretched existence I endured in your household after my father's passing. Just half a month ago, your Mu family sent me to the dual platform to challenge Yi Xiaoyang, forbidding me from taking his life. Yet, upon my defeat, you savagely beat me as one would a dying dog, ultimately casting my body over a cliff. I must ask, is this how you treat your own kin? Do you? The Mu family also sell your children to brothels, allowing them to be trampled by thousands? Then, turning his gaze toward Xi Minyan, he asserted, Lin Hai attempted to forcibly abduct my sister, injuring dozens of students from Nanshan residents. Is this what you refer to as exemplary character and humility? Chapter 19. Ruthless elimination. Mu Yunfan and Xi Minyan were expressions of utmost displeasure. Although they possessed some knowledge of the matters mentioned by Xiao Han, they had never taken them to heart. In their eyes, Xiao Han was merely a servant of the Mu family. Whatever actions their master took towards a servant were deemed natural, and the servant was expected to obey unconditionally. However, today, this insolent servant not only defied orders, but also brought hidden scandals to light, causing them great embarrassment. Impudent wretch, cease your nonsense. Mu Yunfan's fists cracked ominously as he bellowed at Xiao Han. You are but a servant of the Mu family. Merely tarnishing our reputation is enough to warrant your execution. Today, I shall cleanse our family of your presence and strip you of your cultivation for eternity. With that, Mu Yunfan launched himself toward Xiao Han with a swift push of his foot against the ground. His hands formed into fists as he summoned all his strength. His intention was not merely to incapacitate Xiao Han's cultivation, but to deliver a fatal blow, ensuring he would vanish from this world forever. In the aftermath, should Elder Qi and Prince Xin express their discontent, he could easily dismiss it as an unfortunate accident, confident that neither would hold a senior mentor accountable for the misdeeds of a mere criminal. Though Mu Yunfan skillfully concealed his murderous intent, Xiao Han detected the subtle menace lurking in the air. No one anticipated that Mu Yunfan would be so deranged as to attempt murder beneath the watchful eyes of Elder Qi, Prince San, the head of the Punishment Institute, and the city lord. Xiao Han cast a sidelong glance at the rushing Mu Yunfan, his entire body remaining motionless. How utterly foolish. A Taishan realm warrior dares to scheme beneath the watchful eyes of 4 Xiantian realm experts. Suddenly, a teacup soared from the upper left corner of the hall, striking Mu Yunfan squarely in the chest. Bang! Mu Yunfan was sent flying, landing several meters away, coughing up blood profusely. After a considerable time, he managed to rise. Feeling a heavy constriction in his chest, and with a heave, he expelled another mouthful of crimson blood. Dean Xingfeng's expression darkened. Having devoted himself to cultivation over the years, he had remained oblivious to the affairs of the academy, only to discover that the instructors had descended to such lawlessness. How audacious indeed to attempt murder in the presence of Elder Qi and the third prince. Mu Yunfan hastily stood up, terrified, and knelt on the ground, scarcely daring to breathe. Elder Qi, seated at the head of the table, took a delicate sip of tea and remarked, Xiao Han has already clarified his actions. Mu Yunfan, do you have any objections? Mu Yunfan, being an astute individual, realized at this moment that Elder Qi, the third prince, and Dean Xing all seemed intent on shielding Xiao Han. Naturally, he dared not continue to argue. What puzzled him, however, was how a mere commoner like Xiao Han could garner the favor of three such prominent figures. Thud! Mu Yunfan's forehead struck the ground with force as he proclaimed, It was my recklessness. I should not have allowed my emotions to dictate my actions. I acted against Xiao Han without undergoing the Triad Council review. I humbly request that Elder Qi and the esteemed Dean impose punishment upon me. Elder Qi, upon witnessing Mu Yunfan's proactive admission of fault, let out a cold snort and remarked, Although Xiao Han was once a servant of your Mu family, he is now a student of the Zhangzhou branch. Even your Mu family has no authority to deal with him at will. The fact that Elder Qi would express indignation over a mere individual astonished everyone present, including Xiao Han himself. I acknowledge my mistake and shall no longer act recklessly toward any student, Mu Yunfan said, lowering his head in trepidation. This time, I have come to Zhangzhou with the third prince for two purposes, to investigate the Zhongmeng mountain range and to rectify the issues within the Zhangzhou branch. Although Elder Qi's tone was calm, it was laced with palpable anger. Who would have expected that upon entering the Zhangzhou branch today, he would witness such a spectacle? Everyone is aware that I, Qi Xiangtian, am a golden-robed elder of the main institute and also a native of the Yuanyu Duchy. Initially, to establish a branch in Zhangzhou, I, along with several friends from Yuanyu, tirelessly petitioned at the Ling main institute, expending considerable effort and resources until we finally succeeded in our endeavor. Yet, the outcome has been somewhat disappointing. Over the years, those recommended from the Zhangzhou branch have proven to be mere drunks and gluttons, consistently ranking at the bottom during the annual competitions, with not a single individual capable of reaching the middle tier. Elder Qi's voice trembled with barely contained fury as he continued, The main institute is currently deliberating whether to dissolve the Zhangzhou branch. If I do not take action soon, I fear that in a few years, the Zhangzhou branch may vanish entirely. In the hall, Suemo stood before the gathered mentors and students, all of whom bowed their heads in uncertainty, unsure of how the situation would unfold. Particularly, Shimin Yin and Mu Yunfan dared not utter a sound. Numerous scions from affluent families had come to the Zhangzhou branch for further study, accompanied by hundreds of retainers, residing in opulent estates, and parading with 1,000 steeds, squandering a significant portion of the Academy's cultivation resources, yet failing to produce a single commendable student. In contrast, some humble students, despite their commendable talents, received little attention from the Academy. No mentors took them as disciples, relegating them to overcrowded dormitories, where they could only acquire meager resources for cultivation each month. Elder Qi swept his gaze over the noble youths present, his tone icy as he inquired, What do you perceive the Zhangzhou branch to be? Are you the offspring of affluent families, here to diligently cultivate your skills, or merely to indulge in leisurely comforts? As Elder Qi's ire surged, an overwhelming pressure emanated from him, causing Mu Xiaodai and others to tremble and kneel upon the ground. Standing at the forefront of the crowd, Suemo clenched his teeth and ultimately stepped forward, saying, Elder Qi, please quell your anger. It is not entirely their fault. After all, different places possess different customs. Suemo continued, Though Zhangzhou City is the third largest city in the Yuanyu Kingdom, boasting a population exceeding 6 million, its remote location and poor transportation render its inhabitants generally impoverished. The vast resources allocated to the Zhangzhou branch by the main academy and the kingdom are insufficient to reach every student. Were it not for the support of these noble families, the Zhangzhou branch would have long since faltered. Qi Xiangtian cast a cold glance at Suemo, snorting disdainfully, and remarked, So you intend to allocate all these resources to the children of noble families? Whether from the Central Academy or the regional states, the distribution of resources is contingent upon the quality and quantity of talent nurtured by the branch institutions. Given the caliber of individuals cultivated by the Zhangzhou branch over the years, the current allocation of cultivation resources is already an extraordinary privilege. Should the Zhangzhou branch fail to produce a commendable talent this year, the cultivation resources for next year will be halved once more. If, after 2 years, there is still no improvement. It is likely that the Zhangzhou branch will cease to exist altogether. Xuan Emperor had initially stepped forward with the intention of petitioning the Central Academy and the regional states for additional cultivation resources, only to find himself met with scorn and criticism instead. He had once believed that the lack of talent from the academy stemmed from deficiencies in teaching methods, thinking that a mere adjustment could rectify the situation. However, after witnessing the unfolding drama today, he resolved to alter his perspective. Over the years, you have wielded your authority to benefit your own families, while suppressing those from humble backgrounds. I no longer wish to pursue this matter. You may all leave. The Zhangzhou branch has no need for mentors or administrators of your ilk. Xuan Emperor and the other mentors raised their heads in astonishment, their expressions shifting dramatically. They had never anticipated that the actions of a single individual, Xiao Han, could lead to such severe consequences. Today, they all faced expulsion at the hands of Elder Qi. Xuan Emperor raised his head, expressing his unwillingness as he stated, "While you may have the authority to dismiss others, I am an official mentor from the main academy, and my appointment to teach at the Zhangzhou branch was sanctioned by the central institution. As merely a golden robe elder, you likely lack the standing to expel me. I may not possess the official decree to dismiss you, yet I hold the power to bring about your demise." Chapter 20. Being used as a pawn, no one anticipated that Qi Xiangtian would exhibit such unwavering resolve, even seeking to expel Xuan Emperor, the representative sent by the main academy. "Very well, Qi Xiangtian, today I shall concede your tenacity." Xuan Emperor understood all too well the significance of the golden robe worn by Qi Xiangtian within the main academy. Attaining the status of a golden robe elder requires not only mastery in the realm of Xiantian, but also a considerable chance of breaking through to the higher echelon of the Xiantai realm. As the name suggests, only those who reach this realm truly transcend the mundane and embark upon the path of cultivation. A powerful individual within the Xiantai realm possesses combat prowess and longevity that far exceeds the imagination of ordinary mortals. Xuan Emperor was a person of discernment. Even if he were to ascend to the Xiantian realm, he would still be unable to contend with Qi Xiangtian, refusing to concede defeat. Xuan Emperor wore a cold smile as he remarked, "However, do not celebrate your victory too soon." With over 10,000 students at the Zhangzhou branch, along with hundreds of administrators and instructors, dismissing us all at once will leave you struggling to find so many capable individuals to replace us. There is no need for you to worry. I have already conferred with the third prince, who will be arranging for a group of formidable individuals from the Yuanyu County's Extraordinary Talent Office and the military to come and teach. Upon hearing Elder Qi's words, some of the noble students present turned as pale as if they had swallowed a few dead flies. The powerful instructors sent by their families to the academy have all been expelled, leaving them bereft of their greatest protection. It is easy to envision that their future days will be far from pleasant. They may find themselves living in cramped communal dormitories like the commoners, allocated a pitifully small share of cultivation resources, circumstances they had never even dared to contemplate before. Elder Qi's stance was remarkably firm, and the various instructors exchanged glances, ultimately shaking their heads in resignation and departing with great reluctance. Without exception, each instructor shot a fierce glare at Xiao Han before leaving. Had it not been for Xiao Han, they would never have found themselves in such a passive position, nor would they have been collectively dismissed. All of this was the result of Xiao Han's actions. As the instructors departed, many noble scions also followed their elders out of the law enforcement hall, leaving only Xiao Han standing alone in the grand hall. Observing Xiao Han's reluctance to leave, Elder Qi and the third prince exchanged knowing smiles and said, "What is this? Are you dissatisfied with today's outcome?" Xiao Han let out a bitter laugh and replied, "This is not a resolution you have crafted for me. It is evidently something you had already conspired about. If today's dismissal of all the instructors was indeed a sudden decision made by Elder Qi, how could you have possibly arranged in advance with the third prince to summon individuals from the Extraordinary Talent Office and the military? It is important to note that this is not merely a matter of dismissing one or two individuals. Rather, it involves the presence of hundreds of formidable martial artists. What does this signify? Even a legion from the Yuanyu Principality, when aggregating its senior officers, may not boast such a multitude of martial prowess. Clearly, the outcome of today's proceedings has been meticulously orchestrated long in advance. If all instructors were to be dismissed without just cause, a significant number would undoubtedly rebel against such an action, even Qi Xiangtian, the esteemed elder of the main academy. would hesitate to dismiss an entire branch as faculty without a compelling justification. Evidently, the incident involving Xiao Han has provided an excellent pretext. Xiao Han found himself in a state of profound frustration, having been used as a pawn for no apparent reason. It is likely that more than half of the Zhangzhou branch now harbors animosity towards him. He had not anticipated that merely taking the life of Lin Hai would thrust him into the eye of the storm. One can only imagine the extent of opposition he will face within the academy henceforth. The third prince nodded gently, his gaze filled with admiration as he remarked, "At such a tender age, not only does he possess extraordinary willpower, but his insight is also remarkably astute. He is indeed a promising talent." Additionally, the director of the Punishment Institute and Lord Shangwan did not hesitate to shower him with lavish praise. However, Xiao Han seemed indifferent to their accolades, rather than empty compliments. He yearned for tangible benefits. The expressions of the departing instructors had not escaped his notice. Although they had left, their family members remained. Should he choose to depart in a similar manner today, it would likely render his future in the academy quite untenable. "What do you desire, then?" Elder Qi inquired. "For me, no amount of trouble is of any consequence. However, there is one matter that I must take to heart." Xiao Han replied, "I have a younger sister who has recently recovered from a serious illness. It is impossible for me to be by her side at all times. If there are individuals, like Lin Hai, who wish to take advantage of my absence to harm her, that is something I cannot tolerate. Hence, I have taken the audacious step of approaching Elder Qi and Dean Xing to request a place for her in the Zhangzhou branch as a student." "You wish for us to admit your sister?" Dean Xing exclaimed in astonishment. Xiao Han nodded gently. In truth, he did not covet this position dearly. Once Xiao Xian purged her dantian, her innate talent would enable her to become an extraordinary powerhouse, even without joining any faction. However, this was contingent upon one crucial factor. She must not meet an untimely demise. Those who harbored animosity towards Xiao Han might disregard him. Yet they would not dare to ignore the stringent punishments enforced by the Zhangzhou branch. It was precisely because Xiao Han held the status of a formal student that Mu Xiaodai had exercised caution outside the dual palace, refraining from using lethal force even against her own attendant for fear of repercussions from the academy. If Xiao Xian also possessed the status of a formal student, while absolute safety could not be guaranteed, it would at least serve to deter a significant portion of potential threats. Your request is indeed reasonable. However, I am reluctant to contravene the regulations of the academy. Any individual wishing to enter the Zhangzhou branch must attain the 4th level of before the age of 16. This is the minimum requirement. If your sister has not yet turned 16 and has already reached the 4th level of, I can grant you a special exception and admit her today." Xiao Han furrowed his brow, estimating that at this moment, Xiao Xian was still cleansing her dantian. Not to mention reaching the 4th level of Xian Qi, she might not even possess the cultivation of the 1st level of Xian Qi after the cleansing. After pondering for a moment, he remarked, "My sister has practiced before, but a severe illness caused her cultivation to be wasted. She has exceptional talent, and even if she begins to cultivate anew, she can swiftly catch up to her peers." Xing Feng paused, exchanging glances with Elder Qi, who had come specifically to address matters at the Zhangzhou branch. It was clear that no leniency would be afforded. Everything would be strictly enforced. "So, your sister has yet to attain the 4th level of Xian Qi," Elder Qi stated. Xiao Han remained silent for a moment, then nodded affirmatively. "However, I can assure you that within a month, she will undoubtedly break through to the 4th level of Xian Qi." The atmosphere in the hall shifted slightly as Elder Qi, the third prince, the head of the penal institution, and Lord Shangwan were all taken aback. To expect a breakthrough to the 4th level of Xian Qi in just a month seemed utterly implausible. Even with renewed cultivation, such rapid advancement was inconceivable. In truth, Xiao Han had deliberately exaggerated the time frame. Given Xiao Xian's innate talent, she would not require such an extensive period. Yet, to suggest a breakthrough in a week or two would be too outrageous, potentially leading to adverse outcomes and unnecessary complications for Xiao Xian. The head of the penal institution and Elder Qi exchanged knowing smiles, clearly not taking Xiao Han's words seriously. If he truly manages to achieve the 4th level of Xian Qi within a month, then my promise made today shall hold equally true. Chapter 21. A wedding garment for others. The Zhangzhou branch has undergone a profound transformation. For some students, today marks an unequivocal moment of calamity. To the south of the academy, the opulent mansion of the Su family sprawls across the western and eastern expanse, lurking like a colossal tiger obstructing the path. Suamo, once the vice president and an esteemed enforcer of the Zhangzhou branch, has rendered the Su estate the undisputed foremost residence within the academy. With a visage marred by bruises, Su Yunhe stands there, flanked by merely 5 young scions of the Su family, as the remaining guards and servants have been forcefully dismissed. They stand at the entrance of the Su mansion, helplessly witnessing the officials dispatched from the city lord's office seal their abode, yet their pleas fall on deaf ears. Su Yunhe, daunted by the prospect of confronting Elder Qi and the Dean of Punishment, finds himself compelled to direct his ire toward Xiao Han. To the east, a similar scene unfolds at the Mu family's grand estate. Led by Mu Xiaodai, several young members of the Mu clan stand resolutely outside their residence, watching in dismay as officials seal the premises. Concurrently, at the Shimin family estate to the east, the younger members of the Shimin clan are forcefully ejected by the officials. What do you intend to do? This estate has been allocated to our Shimin family by the academy. On what grounds do you expel us? Undoubtedly, the eye of this tempest revolves around Xiao Han, as the noble students ousted from their homes chant his name in frustration. While the academy purges the extravagance of the nobility, it simultaneously ushers in a fresh order, instituting a series of new regulations that evoke both joy and sorrow among the families. The recent administrative reforms in the academy predominantly favor students from humble backgrounds. Consequently, in stark contrast to the distress experienced by their affluent counterparts, the underprivileged students are now enveloped in a fervor of excitement. The good news is that the newly appointed instructors have arrived in Zhangzhou City. According to the latest announcements from the academy, every student will henceforth have the opportunity to study under the guidance of an instructor. The atmosphere in Nanshan residence is now a cacophony of exhilaration impossible to contain. Previously, the Zhangzhou branch of the academy functioned as a nexus of high society, where all mentors hailed from prestigious families, and only their progeny were granted the privilege of mentorship. Young scions of these influential families sought the tutelage of formidable figures within their ranks, thereby strengthening the ties among the elite. For instance, the late Lin Hai studied under Shi Min Yin of the Shi Min family, thereby fortifying the bond between the Mu and Shi Min clans. In contrast, the humble students, after years of diligent effort, finally gained entry into the academy they had long aspired to join, yet found themselves devoid of any mentors willing to accept them as disciples. Within the confines of the academy, they felt akin to orphan waifs. When they encountered uncertainties in their martial studies, no one was there to provide clarification. Yet more good news has emerged. The academy announced that next week an assessment will be conducted and resources will be allocated based on the rankings from this evaluation. Furthermore, it is rumored that such assessments will occur monthly, with resources adjusting according to these rankings. Many underprivileged students are now exuberantly vocal, for previously, not only did they lack mentors, but they were also deprived of any cultivation resources. Xiao Han, wishing not to disturb her, cautiously closed the door behind him and departed from Nanshan residence. He returned once more to the vast and desolate mountain range, which had now been utterly transformed into a barren wasteland. As he treaded upon the scorched earth, he found it increasingly difficult to discern any semblance of life. He pondered whether Elder Qi, the third prince, Director Xing, and Lord Shangwan had discovered the crimson fruit at the heart of the mountain range. Employing the technique of Yunyan steps, Xiao Han's form swiftly morphed into a wisp of smoke, gliding towards the valleys deep within the mountains. A day and a night had passed since the calamity erupted, yet many areas of the mountain range continued to blaze with fierce flames. Along his path, Xiao Han even beheld several clusters of brilliantly colored flames, remnants of magical beasts whose cores had ignited upon their demise. Such flames could burn for months at a minimum, and in some cases, for several decades. It was rumored that the ignition of a high-tier magical beast's core could transform an area into an inferno, raging for millennia without extinguishing. As he traversed the land, Xiao Han dared not approach these flames. In truth, the flames produced by low-tier magical beasts were not particularly intense. Even if ignited, he could extinguish them promptly. However, the risk of a core explosion was a grave concern, and he deemed it unjust to perish in such a manner. With the absence of venomous creatures and ferocious beasts, the landscape had become more open, allowing Xiao Han to nearly double his speed despite needing to avoid the flames. It seems there are traces left by human passage in this area. The air was thick with smoke, yet through the haze, Xiao Han managed to detect subtle traces of scent particles. This essence was not that of Elder Qi or the third prince. Rather, it indicated the presence of another individual who had traversed this place. In the vast mountain range, a calamity of such magnitude has unfolded. The ordinary folk can scarce find refuge. Yet who possesses the audacity to intrude upon this desolate realm at such a time? The aura present is markedly varied, indicating that more than one individual is involved, and their trajectory leads directly into the depths of the mountains, into the valley. Xiao Han's expression turned grave, a sense of foreboding welling up within him. Unbeknownst to him, his pace quickened further. As he ventured deeper into the mountains, the vitality of the area diminished significantly. Ultimately, there was not even charred wood left, only blackened rock and searing magma. The air was thick with heat, hovering around 60 to 70 degrees Celsius. Breathing in such air, even Xiao Han, a martial artist, found it increasingly challenging to endure. Following the disaster, the topography of the vast mountain range had undergone drastic changes, and it took Xiao Han considerable time to vaguely ascertain the general direction. This was it. He confirmed his location, sensing the aura of the he had set up in the surroundings. The extreme temperatures dulled his senses and perceptive abilities to their nadir, leaving him to rely solely on his instinctive judgment. Upon a stone, he discovered the array symbols he had inscribed. How could this be? So, Xiao Han gazed in astonishment at the intricate symbols upon the stone, his jaw dropping in disbelief. The array inscribed on this stone was exponentially more complex than his own, far exceeding the scope of A. He estimated that such a convoluted array must constitute at least a 6th-level advanced formation. No wonder, when he initially triggered the Grand Formation, it unleashed such a terrifying apocalyptic spectacle. A high-level formation above the 6th tier, once fully activated, has the potential to transform the entire Zhangzhou into a sea of flames. Xiao Han pondered for a moment. With his capabilities, it was utterly impossible for him to arrange such a complex formation of that caliber. It was a perplexing contradiction. Though he had inscribed the formation script himself, he was incapable of crafting such intricate patterns. In Xiao Han's understanding, there were only a few circumstances that could lead to this anomaly. One significant possibility was that buried deep within the valley lay an extraordinary object, which had perfected the script and elevated the formation's level, inadvertently providing an additional layer of protection for itself. Xiao Han felt a profound sense of frustration. This was a defensive formation he himself had established, yet it had been tampered with by another entity, effectively turning him into an unwitting accomplice. Now, he found himself unable to breach this very barrier he had erected. Chapter 22. Ji Qian. Such a sophisticated magical array would likely leave even Elder Qi and Prince Xin feeling utterly helpless. Xiao Han waved his hand, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. Now, it seems, not only for 3 to 5 years, but perhaps even for the next decade or century, no one will be able to unlock this formation. The once lush valley had been transformed into a vast plain engulfed in flames, with poisonous bubbles occasionally surfacing from the depths below. In the central area, a lake of molten lava had formed. As for the crimson fruit, it had long since vanished without a trace. However, Xiao Han harbored no concern over its destruction. The crimson fruit, a fire elemental spiritual root, was not easily annihilated and had likely burrowed into the earth. Standing rooted in place, Xiao Han dared not take another step forward. The formation had been inexplicably perfected by another, and now even he himself could not discern the route to safety. Should he take a misstep and trigger the array, it could spell disaster. Xiao Han turned slightly, pausing for a moment, and inquired, "You have deliberately lured me here, now that I have arrived. Why do you not dare to reveal yourselves?" Previously, when Xiao Han first sensed their presence, he realized that they were not far from him. Throughout his journey, although the aura consistently pointed towards the depths of the Kangmang Mountains, it fluctuated erratically, at times strong and at other times weak, clearly manipulated by someone. Despite suspecting that he was being intentionally led deeper into the mountains, he remained unperturbed, steadfastly following his predetermined path. As soon as Xiao Han's words fell, 7 or 8 figures leapt forth from behind various rocks. "Xiao Han, I never imagined it would truly be you," one of them remarked. Following these figures, a tall and strikingly handsome youth clad in flowing blue robes emerged. "Ji Qian," Xiao Han exclaimed, taken aback that the one who had drawn him here was indeed Ji Qian, the eldest son of the Ji family. Ji Qian was the elder brother of Ji Kuan. Though they shared the same father, their relationship was not particularly amicable. Unlike Ji Kuan, who was the legitimate heir, Ji Qian was born of a concubine, and thus his status was significantly inferior to that of Ji Kuan. Nevertheless, in the realm of martial arts, Ji Qian had far surpassed Ji Kuan. Just 1 year older than Ji Kuan, Ji Qian had already attained the initial stage of the 9th layer of profound qi in the previous tournament, ranking 13th among all participants. If all goes as expected, Ji Qian should have now transcended to the latter stages of the 9th layer of mysterious qi. It is highly likely that 90% of this cohort will gain admission to the Ling Academy. Did Ji Kuan perish at your hands? Ji Qian's tone was chilling, devoid of any emotion. Clearly, he held little regard for Ji Kuan's demise. Xiao Han glanced at Ji Qian, remaining utterly unperturbed, and inquired, "What do you mean by that?" It is worth noting that Ji Kuan had perished in the infernal fire formation, leaving no trace of his remains. What basis does Ji Qian have to assert so confidently that Ji Kuan was slain by him? Ji Qian shot a piercing glance at Xiao Han, extending his right hand to conjure a massive vortex of mysterious energy centered in his palm. With a swift motion, he grasped the ground behind him. Boom! A figure erupted from the scorched earth, though upon landing, it was unable to even stand, collapsing to the ground like a puddle of mud, barely clinging to life. It managed to open its eyes and cast a glance at Xiao Han. Li Kai? This individual was none other than Li Kai, who had once teamed up with Xiao Han. Due to Li Kai and Qin Ye's insufficient strength, Xiao Han had been compelled to send them away from the Tsangmeng mountain range, embarking on his solitary journey. Little did he know that Li Kai had already fallen into the hands of the Ji family and was now grievously injured. Ji Kuan had originally ventured into the Tsangmeng mountain range with your 6-member team, yet 5 had retreated midway, leaving only you and Ji Kuan behind. Ji Qian stated. 2 days ago, Ji Kuan's life jade pendant, which he left with the family, mysteriously shattered, and the direction indicated by the shards points directly to this location. Ji Kuan is a cowardly soul, shielded by 2 demon hunters, possessing exceptional skills in evasion, making it nearly impossible for any ordinary peril to prove fatal. The only plausible explanation for his demise is foul play. Your arrival in this place, so precisely from Zhangzhou, seems too coincidental. I suspect that even if you did not directly cause Ji Kuan's death, you are undeniably entangled in its circumstances. Xiao Han clapped his hands and could not help but exclaim, "Remarkable. It is evident that you are unworthy of being Ji's family's eldest son. Your character, martial prowess, and intellect are all leagues beyond that of the worthless Ji Kuan." Ji Qian turned his head, unfazed by Xiao Han's flattery, and said, "So, you are admitting that Ji Kuan's death lies at your hands?" Xiao Han stood proudly, his gaze fixed upon the earth-fire grand formation nearby, neither nodding nor shaking his head. Ji Kuan perished within this array, his remains utterly obliterated. Ji Qian replied, "I am aware of that, if I am not mistaken. It was you who triggered this ancient formation, bringing calamity upon Zhangzhou." Ji Qian was astute, discerning many truths. Yet even his intelligence could not fathom that this formation was not an ancient relic, but rather a Tier 3 earth-fire array orchestrated by Xiao Han, which had inexplicably been enhanced into a high-level array exceeding Tier 6. Xiao Han remained silent. The immense disaster he had inadvertently unleashed upon Zhangzhou was indeed beyond his anticipation. Given another chance, even at the cost of employing several forbidden techniques that could harm the very essence, he would never resort to using the power of the formation to eliminate Ji Kuan. Though I harbor a profound disdain for Ji Kuan, he remains my brother by blood. When his fateful jade mirror shattered, the family dispatched me to investigate the matter. Ji Qian cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Han and remarked, "Since you have confessed to slaying Ji Kuan, I must insist that you accompany me. Do you intend to take me to your Ji family for judgment? Is there any doubt?" Ji Qian replied sharply, "To apprehend me, I fear you may lack the requisite capability." Xiao Han had always perceived Ji Qian as akin to himself. Despite Ji Qian's noble lineage, he remained neither arrogant nor haughty, a rarity within the Zhangzhou branch. Ji Qian offered a faint smile, stating, "It seems you possess considerable confidence in your own strength. However, regardless of your self-assurance, in the face of absolute power, you are but a mere fledgling." As he spoke, every pore on Ji Qian's body flared open, exuding tendrils of sanguine energy. This dense aura coalesced behind him into a spectral figure of a blood wolf, towering over 3 meters. Although the apparition appeared somewhat faint, its ferocious form was unmistakable. The Ji family's Tsang wolf reflecting the moon indeed lives up to its illustrious reputation. Observing the somewhat dim blood wolf specter, Xiao Han felt an untamed force pressing upon him. The Tsang wolf reflecting the moon is a genuine spirit-level martial skill. Ji Qian, merely a practitioner of the Xuanqi realm, had no profound techniques as a foundation, yet managed to cultivate such a spirit-level skill to a minor accomplishment, demonstrating his exceptional willpower and temperament, far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. The primal force emanating from the blood wolf behind Ji Qian was formidable. Had Xiao Han not yet regained his memories, he might indeed have been at a disadvantage. However, in the present moment, Xiao Han found no need to exert himself to the fullest. Armed with an unparalleled technique as his foundation, complemented by pure profound energy and 2 spirit-level martial skills mastered to a minor degree, he required no elaborate strategies against Ji Qian. Suddenly, Ji Qian's slender, snow-white fingers sprouted a coat of wolf fur as he summoned his full strength, clawing towards Xiao Han's waist. The surrounding guards of the Ji family observed in astonishment. As Ji Qian struck, the spectral image of the blood wolf behind him moved in synchrony, merging their powers into a singular, devastating force. It was inconceivable for an ordinary practitioner of profound energy to withstand such a piercing assault. The guards regarded Xiao Han as if he were a mere prisoner awaiting judgment. Surely, the young master placed too much faith in Xiao Han to deal with a mere invalid. There was no need to employ the clan's ultimate techniques. One casual strike would suffice to bring him to the ground. As Ji Qian's hand, scarcely a foot in length, extended before Xiao Han, it morphed into a wolf's claw measuring a full meter. Though this was merely a massive illusion conjured by the spectral wolf, it still possessed formidable offensive capabilities. Xiao Han thrust his fist forward, concentrating the pure profound energy into his punch, which instantly radiated a dazzling white light. In the eyes of onlookers, this confrontation appeared as a stark imbalance of power, a fleshly fist against a colossal claw. Bang! The illusory claw shattered, dissipating into wisps of blood energy that faded into the air. Ji Qian, accompanied by the looming specter of the blood wolf, abruptly retreated, his palms splitting open and blood oozing forth. Moments ago, Xiao Han had not employed any martial techniques, but had merely unleashed a singular, concentrated punch. His cultivation of the great heavenly transformation scripture had rendered his profound energy remarkably pure, bestowing immense fortitude upon his physical form. Now, having attained the initial stage of the 9th level of profound energy, Xiao Han's sheer strength surpassed 1,300 Jing, placing him above many martial artists of the Xianling realm in terms of physical prowess. Ji Qian steadied himself, overwhelmed by astonishment, pondering how this could be. He had already reached the late stage of the 9th level of profound energy, just a few steps away from its pinnacle, and had even utilized the Ji clan's ultimate ancestral technique. Yet he found himself at a disadvantage. Compared to the previous tournament, Xiao Han's abilities had surged to an extraordinary degree, leaving Ji Qian grappling with a sense of insecurity. It appeared that his confidence was not unfounded, but rather grounded in genuine merit. As Ji Qian slightly lowered his stance, he stabilized his center of gravity. Although he had employed the Ji family's Song Wolf Moonlight technique, he had not exerted his full strength. He firmly believed that the punch just delivered was Xiao Han's utmost effort, and should he unleash his complete power, he could undoubtedly subdue Xiao Han. With a roar reminiscent of an ancient demon wolf, Ji Qian's spectral form became even more corporeal, the sinewy contours of the blood wolf's muscles distinctly visible. With determination, Ji Qian charged at Xiao Han, each step leaving behind a colossal paw print upon the ground. Xiao Han's expression turned grave. Previously, he had barely managed to withstand Ji Qian's claw without employing any martial skills. At present, Ji Qian exerted himself with utmost determination. Both his might and velocity had escalated dramatically compared to before, leaving Xiao Han no choice but to refrain from overestimating his own abilities. Extending a single finger, Xiao Han channeled his entire essence into its tip, causing a glimmer of white light to illuminate his finger, with sword energy radiating outward. With graceful arcs of sword energy traced in the void, in the blink of an eye, hundreds of sword rays erupted from his fingertip, resembling a cascade of white sword rain, all crashing into the blood wolf phantom formed by Ji Qian. Bang! Bang! The penetrating power of the sword rain was formidable. Each ray that struck the blood wolf phantom left behind slender fissures. As the deluge of sword rays descended, the blood wolf phantom, wrought from Ji Qian's lifeblood, shattered like fragile porcelain. Concurrently, Ji Qian's body was involuntarily propelled backward. Gasping midair, he felt a sweet taste of blood in his throat and spat forth a mouthful of crimson. His body soared several meters before crashing onto a pile of rocks, sending dust swirling into the air. The onlooking guards of the Ji family stood in stunned silence, utterly bewildered. How could it be that the one to fall was The eldest young master? In their eyes, the young master, despite his tender years, had already reached the late stage of the 9th level of essence. And among his peers, none could possibly contend with him. He was a deity among the youth. Yet today, the idol they revered had been unequivocally defeated, bested by a youth even younger than himself. Jiqian coughed violently, disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at Xiao Han and exclaimed, "How? Is it possible for you to be so powerful?" Xiao Han paused for a moment, deep in thought, and said, "You are not that kind of person." After speaking, he continued on his way at a measured pace. "Xiao Han, do not think that by sparing me, I will feel grateful. One day, I will surely defeat you." As Xiao Han's figure shrank into the distance, he soon vanished from sight. Today, he chose not to kill Jiqian. Firstly, he was never a person driven by a thirst for bloodshed, and secondly, Jiqian truly did not deserve such a fate. Unlike Jiqian was a person of faith and ambition, albeit constrained by the identity of the eldest son of the Ji family. This defeat might very well allow him to completely shed that identity and pursue his own beliefs and dreams. On the vast expanse of scorched earth, Xiao Han continued his deliberate stride, wandering through the area. The Earth-Fire Grand Formation had not only been inexplicably enhanced, but had also expanded tenfold, enveloping the entire valley within its grasp. Over the past 2 days, Xiao Han had been studying this Grand Formation, and the results profoundly impacted him, granting him new insights and understandings of the art of formations. It became evident that this was a top-tier 6th-level formation, and with its unique terrain and continuous supply of earth fire, once fully activated, it could rival some 7th-level formations. A wave of dread washed over Xiao Han as he recalled that day when he had exhausted his last vestige of strength to trigger the formation. In truth, he had merely grazed the surface of its power. Were this grand formation to unleash its full might, not only would Zhangzhou be in peril, but perhaps the entire Yuanyu County would cease to exist. At last, Xiao Han stood atop a colossal boulder, casting a final glance at the grand array before him. It was difficult to fathom that this formidable formation, capable of annihilating countless lives with ease, originated from a mere inconspicuous 3rd-tier array. Xiao Han performed a respectful bow. For many, this array represented a prehistorical behemoth that devoured its prey without a trace. Yet for those versed in the art of formations, it was undoubtedly a rare masterpiece. Over the past 2 days of diligent effort, Xiaoxian not only cleansed her dantian and stabilized her meridians, but her cultivation also ascended directly to the 6th level of the profound qi. When Xiao Han first beheld Xiaoxian, he was utterly astonished, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. Her pace of advancement in cultivation was astonishingly swifter than his own. Initially, through a fortunate turn of events, he had managed to sustain his cultivation at the 4th level of profound qi, with each subsequent realm requiring immense effort and perseverance to achieve. Clad in a delicate lavender gown, her youthful visage resembling that of a 12 or 13-year-old, Xiaoxian gazed at Xiao Han with her striking black and white eyes, playfully teasing. "Are you surprised that I have now broken through to the 6th level of profound qi?" Xiao Han was indeed taken aback, no matter how exceptional one's natural talent. It seemed implausible to transform from a mere mortal to a 6th-level profound qi warrior in just 2 or 3 days. Such rapid progression defied logic. With a mischievous glint in her eyes, Xiaoxian playfully placed a hand on Xiao Han's shoulder, teasing him further as she laughed. Who would have thought that the illustrious son of humanity could also be flustered? If you manage to amuse me now, perhaps I might share the secret behind my breakthrough. However, Xiao Han appeared to disregard her playful banter, lost in deep contemplation for an extended period. Suddenly, his eyes brightened as he came to a profound realization. "So that's it. I have largely deduced why you were able to swiftly break through to the 6th level of profound qi." Chapter 24. The assessment begins. Xiao Han, with a radiant smile, remarked, "Before your sealing, you did not dissipate your energy. Therefore, your dantian and spiritual meridians have not withered away. Although the profound qi within your dantian has been sealed for thousands of years and has even transformed into a toxin, it ultimately did not breach your dantian and meridians. As long as your dantian and meridians remain intact, once we eliminate this mutated toxin-infused profound qi, barring any unforeseen circumstances, you should swiftly regain your cultivation level prior to your sealing." Xiao Han gazed at Xiaoxian with a hint of pride and inquired, "What do you think? Did I guess correctly?" Xiaoxian shot him an exasperated glance and pouted, "Why are you so stubborn? Can't you flatter me and say that I possess extraordinary talent? Like a celestial maiden descended to earth? Ah, so that's how it is. Xiao Han scratched the back of his head and exclaimed, "Wait, don't go." "Xiao Xian, what I just said doesn't count. Let me say it again." "I don't want to hear it," Xiao Xian retorted, covering her ears and storming into her room. With a loud bang, the door slammed shut, leaving Xiao Han outside. He stood in the hall, shaking his head helplessly. Given Xiao Xian's current progress, it wouldn't be long, perhaps a week, before her cultivation surpassed his. This realization instilled a slight sense of pressure within him. He never imagined that the little girl he once protected would one day eclipse him. He must seize the time to cultivate diligently. Xiao Han sat cross-legged in the hall, diligently practicing the great celestial transformation scripture, inhaling and exhaling the profound energies of heaven and earth. In recent days, he had been entangled in various matters, which had consumed considerable time. However, his cultivation had not waned. Whenever he found a moment of respite, he devoted himself to his practice. Consequently, although he had not managed to immerse himself in meditation for extended periods, his cultivation had progressed significantly. He had already traversed a considerable distance on the path of the 9 heavens of profound energy and was merely a few steps away from reaching the mid-stage. Absent any unforeseen circumstances, he anticipated a breakthrough into the later stages of the 9 heavens of profound energy before the Academy's assessment. With only 3 days remaining until the Academy's examination, the atmosphere in Nashan residence was thick with the tension of impending evaluation. All the students regarded this assessment with utmost seriousness, striving to enhance their abilities with the limited time available. As the day slipped by, Xiao Han successfully advanced to the mid-stage of the 9 heavens of profound energy. During this time, Xiao Xian emerged from her room, her cultivation astonishingly having reached the pinnacle of the 8 heavens of profound energy, with an unmistakable tendency towards breaking through to the 9 heavens. Xiao Han sighed deeply, recognizing that Xiao Xian's progress defied conventional understanding. Time swiftly passed, and 2 days had elapsed. As he had anticipated, practicing the great celestial transformation scripture allowed him to absorb the energies of heaven and earth at a rate several times greater than ordinary techniques. Although he had yet to break through to the later stages of the 9 heavens of profound energy, he was tantalizingly close, merely a few steps away. Achieving the 9 heavens of profound energy marked a period of consolidation, wherein the blood essence and true energy within him must merge harmoniously. It was only when the 9 spiritual meridians he had opened were thoroughly solidified that he would dare to strive for the realm of profound spirit. The Su and Ling realm represents the 2nd stage of martial arts, connecting the 9 spiritual veins of the Su and Q realm below and laying the foundation for the T Ixu in realm above. Thus, it is of utmost significance. Therefore, even though Xiao Han was undergoing his 2nd round of cultivation, he dared not hasten his pace. Needing to temper his speed within the 9 layers of Su and Q, he secluded himself in his dormitory for 3 days, and upon reflection, today marked the day of the assessment at the CNGZHU branch. In truth, Xiao Han was indifferent to rankings and reputation. Even dismissing the resources awarded by the Academy, he felt it far more prudent to devote his time to cultivation and enhance his strength. However, this assessment was a direct order from Elder Q, mandating the participation of all students, regardless of his reluctance. Xiao Han had no choice but to drag himself to the arena. After prolonged meditation, his blood circulation had stagnated, prompting him to rise and stretch languidly. Just then, the door creaked open, and Xiao Suin stepped out. Clad in a light blue Foling Academy uniform, the delicate fabric cascaded to the ground, accentuating her petite figure and countenance, which exuded an air of purity and grace. "Are you going to participate in the assessment?" she inquired curiously. "Did Elder Q not state that all students must partake in today's evaluation? What concern is that of yours?" "You are not a student of the CNGZHU branch," Xiao Han retorted. Xiao Suin shot him a disapproving glance, responding, "Didn't you petition Principal Xing to allow me to join the CNGZHU branch?" Xiao Xian lifted her small head and gazed at the ceiling, saying, however, at that time, the head of the Punishment Institute wore quite a peculiar expression. Upon learning that I had reached the 4th level of Xuanqi, he handed me a school uniform and a badge before lowering his head and departing in silence. Xiao Han was filled with confusion. It was astonishing that Xiao Xian had only now disclosed such a significant matter to him. To ascend from an ordinary person to the 4th level of Xuanqi in merely 2 days was utterly implausible. No one would believe such a claim, and anyone who did would be a fool. Xiao Han pondered how he might explain this to the head of the Punishment Institute. With the assessment about to commence, he wondered why he was still dawdling. He needed to quickly change into his attire and prepare to leave, burdened with thoughts. Xiao Han donned a light blue school uniform and, alongside Xiao Xian, made his way to the Tai Chi Square of the academy. The Tai Chi Square of Zhangzhou Fengling Academy was vast, capable of accommodating tens of thousands of people simultaneously. Even if all the students from the Zhangzhou branch stood there, it would not appear crowded. Look over there. Isn't that the beast Xiao Han? I can't believe he actually dares to participate in the assessment today. Let us see how I can break his legs, some noble students sneered. Many of these noble students cast unfriendly glances at Xiao Han, believing that their recent misfortunes were entirely due to him. As several students noticed Xiao Han, they also caught sight of Xiao Xian behind him. Upon recognizing her exquisite features, many couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. It seemed impossible for such a stunning beauty to exist in this world. Now, compared to the time before her memory loss, the current Xiao Xian possesses an ethereal charm and an exquisite demeanor, reminiscent of a blue enchantress after the rain, pure and extraordinary. She is indeed the sister of Xiao Han. Many noble young men gazed at Xiao Xian, entranced. They had long heard tales of Xiao Han's stunning sister, but were utterly unprepared for her beauty that surpassed all expectations. In comparison, even the beautiful Mu Xiaodai seemed to pale in her presence. Just when we thought Xiao Han, the commoner, had caused us tremendous suffering, I realized that with such a captivating sister, he could perfectly serve as a means to settle the score. Numerous young nobles, spellbound by Xiao Xuan's allure, were practically drooling. A group of them, unable to contain their resentment and desire, approached the Xiao siblings even before the assessment had commenced. Xiao Han furrowed his brow, his eyes radiating a murderous intent as he scanned the surroundings. If you seek death, come forth. Chapter 25. Han Yun. This is murderous intent. In the square, many students sensed the palpable aura of Xiao Han's rage and could not help but gasp in shock. Those who had intended to approach him instinctively halted in their tracks. How audacious of Xiao Han! Did he dare to commit murder in such a public setting? Indeed, this reckless individual seemed to disregard the academy's regulations entirely. One could hardly fathom why Elder Qi and Dean Xing chose to retain him within the institution. Many students whispered and pointed at Xiao Han, filled with either jealousy or resentment. However, those who had previously approached Xiao Han with ulterior motives were entirely indifferent, focusing solely on him. At that moment, a student emerged from the crowd, bearing an appearance that suggested he was a man in his late 20s. His skin was dark, and his face bore 3 prominent scars, while he carried a blazing long spear on his back. Had he not been dressed in student attire, Xiao Han might have suspected him to be an instructor. In the very next instant, Qinya dashed out from another direction, her expression revealing a sense of trepidation. She approached Xiao Han and tugged at his sleeve, urging him to leave promptly and avoid provoking the individual before them. Xiao Han, having arrived at the square to participate in the assessment, found himself confronted by a group of provocateurs before the evaluation had even commenced. Thus, he had no intention of retreating. Are you Xiao Han? The scarred student scrutinized him from head to toe and declared, today marks the day of the academy's assessment. Regardless of your reasons, no private disputes are permitted on the platform, and any intent to kill is strictly forbidden. His tone was firm and commanding, leaving no room for dissent. Xiao Han took a moment to appraise the scarred student in return. To his astonishment, he sensed the aura of the Xianling realm emanating from him. Xiao Han was taken aback. This seemingly unremarkable student was, in fact, a formidable Xianling realm powerhouse. When had such a figure emerged within the academy? How had he remained unheard of until now? Qinya leaned her head against Xiao Han's shoulder and whispered, this person's name is Han Yun, one of the 5 youths brought over from the military by our mentors. It is said that he is only 17 years old, yet his cultivation has already reached the mid-stage of the Xianling realm. Xiao Han nodded in realization. He understood now that this youth had been transferred from the military of the Yuanyu kingdom, which explained why he had never heard of him before. Indeed, those nurtured within the military were distinctly different. Setting aside their cultivation, just their vigor, spirit, and demeanor overshadowed the students of the Zhangzhou branch. I am merely here to participate in the assessment, not to cause trouble. However, if anyone seeks conflict with me, I am certainly not afraid, Xiao Han declared. Unlike the other students, he was not intimidated by Han Yun's imposing presence. He cast a glance at Han Yun and walked past him resolutely. Han Yun's expression darkened. Prior to arriving at the Zhangzhou branch, he had heard the elders in the military mention Xiao Han's name. It was said that even Prince San and Lord Shangwan held this young man in high regard. As a young prodigy of the Black Dragon Legion from the Yuanyu Kingdom, Han Yun had already earned significant military achievements and was granted noble titles at such a young age. He could not possibly submit to this seemingly handsome, yet inherently fragile youth. A flower nurtured in a greenhouse could never compare to the resilient cypress that had withstood the trials of battle at the borders. "You are quite arrogant." Han Yun glared at Xiao Han, icily uttering those 4 words. Following closely behind Xiao Han, Xiao Xian caught the scent of gunpowder in the air. Her round, expressive eyes cast a peculiar glance at him before she decisively released his hand, as if to sever their connection. With an eager demeanor, she positioned herself to one side, ready to witness the unfolding spectacle. Xiao Han, feeling a surge of exasperation, glanced at Xiao Xian and shook his head, then turned to Han Yun. "I am merely addressing the matter at hand. If you insist on perceiving me as arrogant, then so be it." Xiao Han had no desire to engage in arguments, especially not during such a critical juncture, particularly with someone transferred from the military. It is worth noting that many mentors at the Zhou branch are directly sourced from the military. The number of individuals harboring animosity towards Xiao Han was already considerable. He had no intention of involving military personnel in this conflict. Did Xiao Han truly possess the audacity to act so domineeringly in our presence, and yet be so defiant before a youthful prodigy like Han Yun? It seemed evident that after his previous act of slaying Lin Hai, Elder Chi's indulgence had not instilled in him a sense of gratitude, but rather fostered a reckless and arrogant disposition. Xiao Han appeared excessively overconfident, daring to provoke Han Yun, a master of the Xianling realm. One could only anticipate how Han Yun would impart a lesson on humility to him. Han Yun's status was remarkable. Despite his youth, he had already been bestowed with a noble title and garnered the respect of numerous mentors. His admission into the Ling Academy seemed a foregone conclusion. Our Black Dragon Legion, renowned for its strict military discipline within the Yuanyu County, is home to countless exceptional talents, all adept at dealing with various forms of arrogance. Han Yun and Xiao Han faced each other with sharp words, laden with provocation. Xiao Han, somewhat speechless, cast a glance at Han Yun, disregarding him entirely. He shook his head and strode through the crowd towards the central assessment arena of the square. Today, he truly wished to avoid any disputes, especially with a young girl beside him who was keen to witness the unfolding drama. Han Yun's countenance darkened noticeably. He had not anticipated Xiao Han's audacity in blatantly ignoring him. The blazing spear behind Han Yun emitted a faint chime, producing a crisp sound, simultaneously unleashing his full momentum, creating ripples in the air that radiated outward. The rumble of energy cascaded to the ground beneath Xiao Han's feet, leaving a deep imprint several centimeters in depth. Yet, Xiao Han remained unfazed, as if he were oblivious to the commotion behind him, continuing his leisurely pace toward the center of the square. "You certainly have an air of arrogance." Han Yun stood firm, and the resonating sound of the blazing spear ceased immediately. However, such arrogance must be underpinned by sufficient strength. Mere foul temper without the requisite power ultimately renders one a paper tiger. "I hope you can maintain that bravado during the assessment." Xiao Han paused, contemplating for a moment before responding. "I appreciate your kind warning." In the crowd, Xiao Xian glanced at the increasingly distant Xiao Han, then looked back at Han Yun, shaking her head in disinterest. The fact that they hadn't even clashed was utterly disappointing. Chapter 26. Generous rewards. As the sound of a bell resonated through the air, the clamor in the square abruptly ceased, and all eyes turned towards a towering stone platform standing 3 zhang high. Upon this platform stood 12 formidable martial artists, with Elder Qi and Dean Xing prominently positioned at the forefront. The other 10 were elite warriors summoned from the military department of Yuanyu County and the Qishir Mansion, each exuding an aura of immense power. Even the weakest among them rivaled the former vice dean of the Zhou branch, Sumo. Elder Qi Xiangtian cast a sweeping gaze across the assembly, emanating an overwhelming presence as he proclaimed, "Today, a total of 11,365 students from the Zhou branch of Yuanyu County will participate in the assessment. The evaluation consists of 2 rounds. The first round, potential assessment, and the second, tower challenge. The final results will be a comprehensive evaluation based on the performances in both rounds. Therefore, even if your cultivation is not high, or if you encounter setbacks in any round, do not be overly disheartened. Participation in this assessment guarantees rewards for all. Furthermore, those who achieve commendable overall evaluations will be eligible for substantial prizes from the Academy. Now, I shall invite Dean Xing to announce the specific details of the rewards." Having concluded his remarks, Elder Qi stepped back. A student, whose cultivation was merely at the 5th level of Xuanqi, exclaimed with excitement. I initially believed that, given my abilities, it would be impossible to receive any rewards. Yet I am pleasantly surprised to learn that simply participating in the assessment will earn me a reward. On the stone platform, Director Xing Feng stepped forward, bowing respectfully to Elder Qi, and then addressed the students gathered below. Since the establishment of the Zhangzhou branch, our mission has been to cultivate a greater number of exceptional martial artists and to strengthen our nation. However, in recent years, my singular focus on martial prowess has led to a neglect of the Academy's administration, resulting in significant losses and harm to both the institution and its students. Today, I stand before you to offer my sincere apologies. After speaking, Director Xing Feng bowed once more to the students present. As his words resonated, the entire square erupted in excitement. Could it be true? Just by participating in the assessment, one could obtain a volume of basic martial arts techniques. Many students from humble backgrounds were overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down their faces. It is important to note that at the Zhangzhou branch, even some students from noble academies might not have the opportunity to practice even one or two martial arts techniques. Take Majia's Tuzhe, for instance. His ability to train in a basic martial technique stems solely from having a father who serves as the chief guard in the Mu family. In stark contrast, some of the noble students wore visibly grim expressions. A group of lowly individuals, lacking any merit or virtue, what right do they have to practice martial arts? If, in the future, every individual in the academy were to master one or two martial techniques, their advantages would vanish entirely. Director Xing Feng raised his hand to signal for silence and continued, furthermore, students who rank within the top 5,000 in the assessment will not only receive a volume of basic martial arts techniques, but will also be awarded a Qi gathering pill. Those who place within the top 1,000 will receive, in addition to the aforementioned rewards, a first-tier weapon. From the 200th participant onwards, a volume of human-level martial arts, a first-tier weapon, and a Qi gathering pill shall be awarded. Furthermore, for each advancement in rank, an additional Qi gathering pill will be granted. From the 100th participant onward, the reward will be a volume of human-level martial arts, a second-tier weapon, and a transformation pill. Additionally, for every 10 ranks gained, one can receive an extra transformation pill. Starting from the 10th participant, the reward escalates to a volume of spirit-level martial arts, a third-tier weapon, and 10 transformation pills. Moreover, for each rank gained, 10 additional transformation pills will be awarded. As the entirety of the rewards was declared, the square fell into an uneasy silence. Surely, I must have misheard. The esteemed dean has actually presented spirit-level martial arts. Many participants stood in astonishment, unable to believe their ears. While human-level and mortal-level martial arts could be acquired with sufficient funds and effort, spirit-level martial arts are a different matter altogether, priceless and irreplaceable, hoarded within the great families, accessible only to their direct descendants. A student at the pinnacle of the 7th level of Xuanqi gazed with starry eyes, exclaiming, "If I can secure a place in the top 10 and obtain spirit-level martial arts, even if I were to leave Fengling Academy, I could establish a great family. With your abilities, do you truly believe you can break into the top 10? Another student coldly retorted, "Out of the top 10, 5 places are already a foregone conclusion, and the remaining 5 are destined to be claimed by the most outstanding talents of our Zhangzhou branch." The student, possessing the strength of the 7th level of mystic energy, was drawn back to reality and cast his gaze upon the 5 youths standing at the forefront of the crowd. With a resigned shake of his head, he remarked, "The prospect of securing a position among the top 10 is indeed bleak. Yet I believe I still have a chance to vie for a spot within the top 100. Upon hearing the details of the rewards, Xiao Han could not help but nod in agreement. Initially indifferent to the upcoming assessment, he was taken aback by the substantial stakes set forth by Elder Qi and Dean Xing. The rewards for the top 10, in particular, piqued even his interest. As an imperial scion, Xiao Han was well acquainted with spirit-level martial techniques. He was aware of at least a dozen such techniques and their corresponding methodologies. However, despite their formidable power, spirit-level martial arts were notoriously challenging to cultivate and demanded a significant expenditure of mystic energy. For practitioners at the mystic energy realm, they were not necessarily the most suitable option. Even Xiao Han had only managed to achieve a modest proficiency in 2 spirit-level techniques, the Cloud Smoke Steps and Void Sword Pointer, while primarily focusing on honing several human-level techniques. At present, what Xiao Han truly lacked were weapons and elixirs to aid his cultivation. Since his awakening, he had not wielded a single weapon. If he were to secure a commendable rank in this assessment, he would have the opportunity to select a weapon. As for the elixirs that assist in cultivation, he had not utilized any thus far. This was partly because his cultivation method was of the highest caliber, allowing him to absorb mystic energy at a commendable pace. Additionally, the mystic energy realm constituted the foundational stage for martial artists, and using elixirs at this level would inevitably affect the purity of the mystic energy absorbed into one's body. However, the transformation elixir is entirely different. Its primary function is not to assist the human body in absorbing mystical energy, but rather to rapidly liquefy the mystical energy within, transforming it into a realm of spiritual essence. For a martial artist at the pinnacle of the 9th level of mystical energy, consuming the transformation elixir significantly increases the probability of breaking through to the spiritual realm, nearly doubling or tripling the usual odds. In addition to its efficacy for those at the 9th level, the transformation elixir also proves immensely beneficial for practitioners within the spiritual realm, as it aids in shortening the time required for liquefying mystical energy, thereby accelerating the cultivation process. Although Xiao Han has yet to reach the pinnacle of the 9th level, it is prudent to prepare some cultivation resources in advance. He cast his gaze upon the 5 youths standing at the forefront of the crowd, who likewise bore expressions of eager anticipation. Chapter 27. The harsh reality. An hour later, over 10,000 students from the Zhangzhou branch were divided into 10 groups, resulting in an average of more than 1,000 individuals per group. Based on their enrollment dates, Xiao Han was placed in the 6th group, while Xiao Xian, having just enrolled, was assigned to the 10th group. Each group was led by a powerful individual stationed atop a stone platform, and they were escorted to various locations within the square. The 6th group, to which Xiao Han belonged, was overseen by a middle-aged man clad in a splendid dark robe, his complexion pale and refined. They were directed to the western side of the square, where a grand stone mirror had already been positioned on an elevated platform, its surface seemingly ordinary, yet exuding a subtle, restrained brilliance. The fair-skinned middle-aged man in charge of Group 6 ascended the platform, surveying the audience with a sweeping gaze. He then cleared his throat and began, "Allow me to present a brief introduction. My name is Murong Feng, hailing from the Qishu Mansion of Yuanyu County. I will serve as a mentor to a select few among you in the future. I shall refrain from unnecessary elaboration and will now outline the rules for the first round of assessments." With that, Murong Feng turned to indicate the stone mirror, stating, "This stone mirror is known as the Guanyuan mirror. It possesses the capability to assess the age, cultivation level, and purity of the mysterious energy within the students. The age and cultivation level determined by the Guanyuan mirror are self-explanatory. They are derived from your innate bone structure and spiritual veins, with minimal margin for error. As for the purity of the mysterious energy, it reflects the refinement of the energy you have absorbed during your practice, categorized into 7 grades: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet, with deep red being the lowest and violet the highest. Each student who steps up for assessment need only place their hand gently within the groove of the stone mirror. The instructors responsible for recording will classify your scores for the first round based on the data displayed by the Guanyuan mirror, assigning grades from 1 to 7, with 1 being the lowest and 7 the highest. Now, I declare the commencement of the first round of assessments for the 5th group of students from the Zhangzhou branch. Upon the conclusion of the middle-aged man's speech, a palpable sense of apprehension spread among the students as they exchanged glances, for this was their inaugural encounter with the Guanyuan mirror. The first martial artist to step forward was named Su Qing, the earliest enrollee in the 5th group, thus designated to take the initial turn. Following the instructions of the fair-skinned middle-aged man, Su Qing cautiously placed his hand into the groove of the stone mirror. At that moment, the stone mirror illuminated, revealing a line of text at the very top. Age: 18 years, cultivation, mid-stage of the 6th level of Xuanqi. Purity of Xuanqi, light yellow, comprehensive evaluation, near 2nd level. An instructor recorded Su Qing's assessment results. "You may step down," said a supervising instructor dressed in military attire, his tone laced with disdain. Instantly, disappointment washed over Su Qing's face as he reluctantly descended from the high platform. The first round of assessment was inherently the simplest, and yet he had only achieved a near 2nd level result. The prospect of excelling in the 2nd round seemed increasingly daunting. The second individual, named Wen Hong, was a direct descendant of the Wen family, aged 17, with initial stage cultivation of the 7th level of Xuanqi and a purity of Xuanqi rated as orange, receiving a comprehensive evaluation of 2nd level. A dejected martial artist at the 6th level of Xuanqi lamented. Even a powerhouse like Wen Hong has only been rated as 2nd level. I can only expect to be assessed as 1st level. In truth, given Wen Hong's age, reaching his current level of cultivation could easily warrant a middle-tier 3rd level rating. However, the purity of his Xuanqi was woefully inadequate. Clearly, he belonged to the category of those who frequently relied on auxiliary cultivation elixirs and, during regular training, were disinclined to invest time in purification. In the blink of an eye, over 20 individuals had been tested, the majority landing in the near 2nd level and 2nd level categories, with only one student achieving a near 3rd level. Even the expressions of the instructors on the high platform grew increasingly grim. None of them had anticipated that this esteemed academy, so widely sought after, was filled with individuals of such unimpressive caliber. The voices of several instructors grew increasingly cold, enveloping the entire arena in an atmosphere of palpable tension. Thus far, not a single individual had captured the attention of these educators. It is essential to note that each student will ultimately have the opportunity to study under a particular instructor. Presumably, the students of the 5th group will find themselves tutored by these very instructors. Should one achieve commendable results and leave a favorable impression on the educators, the future benefits are undeniably significant. At last, it was my turn. The 50th candidate, named Mu Yunfeng, was a disciple from the inner circle of the Mu family, a distant cousin of Mu Xiaodai. As Mu Yunfeng approached the observation platform, he took a deep breath and placed his right hand within the recessed area of the device. Suddenly, a faint green light illuminated the right side of the observation platform. Mu Yunfeng, age, 18, cultivation level, late stage of the 8th layer of profound qi. Purity of profound qi, light green, comprehensive evaluation, level 4, lower grade. The examining official responsible for recording nodded gently, his tone significantly more amiable compared to that of the unsuccessful candidates. The fact that Mu Yunfeng had attained the late stage of the 8th layer of profound qi was indeed surprising to Xiao Han, who recalled that just a year prior, during the grand competition, Mu Yunfeng had only reached the initial stage of the 6th layer of profound qi. In the span of a single year, Mu Yunfeng had remarkably advanced 2 small realms, a feat quite rare in the region of Zhangzhou. Shortly after Mu Yunfeng's results were announced, his name illuminated prominently on the central screen of the Taiji Square. This screen recorded only the top 100 candidates, and Mu Yunfeng's performance in the first round had secured him a level 4, lower grade evaluation, placing him 5th overall. The foremost individual is Shimin Xian from the Shimin family, whose evaluation score reached a commendable level of 4. Mu Yunfeng, with an air of youthful arrogance, smirked, seemingly disdainful of mingling with those whose scores were significantly lower, and sauntered to the far side of the crowd. As the assembly gradually took the stage for assessments, many of the subsequent candidates received equally dismal scores. Among 70 or 80 participants, only one barely achieved a low level 4. It was not until the evaluation surpassed 700 individuals that a student, possessing merely mid-stage strength of the 6th layer of mystical energy, astonishingly attained a mid-level 4 score, eliciting shock and disbelief among many present. The notion that a weakling, with such limited prowess, could be deemed worthy of a mid-level 4 was met with resentment from numerous already assessed students. However, Xiao Han remained remarkably composed upon witnessing the results. It was no wonder. Despite the student's lack of strength, he was merely 16 years of age, and his mystical energy purity had reached the profound green level. This indicated a robust foundation, and with proper cultivation, he might very well have the potential to become a formidable force. The youth, whose cultivation was at the 6th layer of mystical energy, was named Xiao Hao. As his score was announced, the large screen at the center of the square refreshed once more, placing Xiao Hao in 4th position, while Mu Yunfeng, who had initially ranked higher, found himself relegated to beyond 30th place due to the emergence of several other commendable scores. Although many in the crowd expressed dissatisfaction, it did not incite any disturbance. The reality was that the Zhangzhou branch had evolved from its former self. Within the academy, no one offered protection, and even the most esteemed students dared not act recklessly. Amidst the uproar from the audience, Mu Rongfeng merely furrowed his brow and cast a sweeping glance over the crowd, while the assessment continued unabated. The 5th group had now evaluated around 700 or 800 individuals, with only a scant 8 or 9 achieving a rank above level 4. Many lamented the arduous challenge of securing a commendable evaluation. Chapter 28. A stunning revelation currently holding the top position was none other than Yi Xiaoyang, the one who had previously left Xiao Han in a state of disrepair. Beneath Yi Xiaoyang's name, his personal details were displayed, merely 18 years of age. At the pinnacle of the 9th level of Xuanqi, with the purity of his Xuanqi reaching the extraordinary level of pure blue, culminating in an overall rating of lower level 5. Presently, Yi Xiaoyang stood as the sole student awarded a level 5 classification. Numerous voices marveled, exclaiming that young Master Yi truly embodied the exceptional lineage of the Yi family, not only possessing striking looks but also boasting first-rate talent in cultivation. Indeed, young Master Yi was guaranteed a place among this year's top 10. As the crowd continued to extol his virtues, the central screen of the plaza suddenly refreshed, revealing a bold crimson name that soared to the top. Look, the scores have been updated. Who is so formidable as to leap to first place? A wave of excitement rippled through Taiji Square as all eyes turned toward the central display. It was Ji Qian from the first group. Upon seeing Ji Qian's score, Xiao Han was equally taken aback. Ji Qian's results matched those of Yi Xiaoyang, 18 years old, at the pinnacle of the 9th level of Xuanqi. With pure blue level Xuanqi purity and an overall rating of lower level 5, placing them both in a tie for first, Xiao Han gently nodded. Realizing that after his confrontation with Ji Qian in the vast mountain range, Ji Qian had indeed undergone a significant transformation in temperament, enabling him to ascend to the pinnacle of the 9th level of profound qi in such a short span of time. Ji Qian, who had ranked 13th in the previous competition, garnered astonishment from many, despite his performance being anticipated. In previous years, reaching the pinnacle of the 9th level of profound qi could have secured the first place in the competition. Yet this year witnessed the emergence of two such individuals. This outcome left many spectators eagerly anticipating the competition, filled with intrigue. However, the names of Ji Qian and Yi Xiaoyang did not linger long at the top of the leaderboard before being eclipsed by a striking crimson name that refreshed the rankings. How could this be? The chief disciple of the law enforcement hall, Su Yunha, had astonishingly broken through to the realm of profound spirit. At the tender age of 18, Su Yunha, in the initial stage of profound spirit, possessed a purity of profound qi rated at the intermediate 5th level. Such an achievement drew the attention of even the 5 indifferent youths from the 10th group. Finally, someone worth noticing, one of the youths remarked expressionlessly. Clearly, they did not regard Su Yunha with great esteem. Their fleeting acknowledgement merely indicated a recognition of his commendable abilities. In contrast, the students from the Zhangzhou branch were far less composed. An 18-year-old profound spirit powerhouse. Since the establishment of our Zhangzhou branch, we have not seen many formidable figures like Senior Brother Su. They exclaimed, Senior Brother Su is a source of pride for our Zhangzhou branch, and with him among us, our students may yet stand a chance against those 5 outsiders. Indeed, Brother Su is entirely qualified to represent all the students of our Zhangzhou branch in the impending contest against the 5 external students. Every rational individual harbors a modicum of regional pride. Even those who once stood in opposition to Su Yunha now hold considerable hope for him. Upon witnessing the results displayed on the screen, Su Yunha donned a satisfied smile, and amidst the accolades from the crowd, his gaze shifted towards the 6th group where Xiao Han was situated. However, he did not perceive the dejection and trepidation in Xiao Han. Instead, he appeared composed and unperturbed. Humph, truly a naive commoner. When the next round of assessments commences, I shall elucidate the vast chasm between the Xianling realm and the Xuanqi realm. With that, Su Yunha turned his attention to the 5 youths in the 10th group. In his estimation, only these 5 external youths were worthy adversaries today. As time elapses, the assessments for each group draw to a close. The 10th group, composed entirely of new students and notably the smallest in number, was the first to approach completion. Now, only 5 youths and the recently admitted Xiaoxian remained. At this moment, nearly the entirety of the Zhangzhou branch's gaze was fixed upon the 10th group. The first to take the stage was a young man named Han Yin, who, like Han Yun, hailed from the Black Dragon Corps. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Han Yin shone like a brilliant star, every breath held in anticipation as he ascended the stone platform step by step. As soon as his hand rested upon the testing monument, it erupted in a brilliance akin to that of the stars. How dazzling! The crowd felt a sharp sting in their eyes as a brilliant beam of light stirred the ethereal energies of the world, enveloping the area around the testing monument in a kaleidoscope of radiant colors. Many individuals beneath the stone platform were so stirred by this spectacle that they leapt to their feet in excitement. Han Yin, age 17, stood at the pinnacle of the initial phase of the profound spirit realm, possessing a purity of profound energy rated at the pure azure level, with an overall assessment of upper 5th rank. Such an outcome elicited involuntary gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. A 17-year-old master of the profound spirit realm. Truly. Comparisons reveal stark disparities. One's worth is illuminated through juxtaposition. It is noteworthy that many instructors at the Zhangzhou branch previously only attained the realm of profound spirit. The elders among the offspring of noble families, as well as guest elders, were similarly confined to this realm. A master of the profound spirit realm can be regarded as the backbone of any family, and even the mightiest individuals within many clans barely reach this level of cultivation. What constitutes a youthful genius? Han Yin serves as the quintessential embodiment. Following Han Yin, four other youths ascended the stone platform in succession. Among them, Han Yun distinguished himself with exceptional merit, achieving a mid-phase cultivation of the profound spirit realm at the tender age of 17. With a purity of profound energy rated as lower 6th rank. The remaining three youths, named Shuiyu, Yang Yin, and Hongjiu, achieved results comparable to Han Yin, each being assessed as upper 5th rank. Indubitably, these 5 youths monopolized the top 5 positions, relegating even the most outstanding candidate from the Zhangzhou branch, Su Yunha, to a mere 6th place. These 5 young prodigies loomed over all the students of the Zhangzhou branch like towering mountains, suffocating the aspirations of their peers. Just moments ago, many had pinned their hopes on Su Yunha, believing he could represent the entirety of the Zhangzhou branch's students in a contest of prowess against these 5 exceptional youths. However, at this moment, even Su Yunha seemed to lack an advantage. After the 5 youths completed their assessments, everyone assumed that the first round of evaluations would conclude thus, with no one from the Zhangzhou branch capable of surpassing these 5 youths dispatched from the military. Of course, a small portion of onlookers still had their gaze fixed on the stands of Group 10. The girl who was about to take the stage possessed an ethereal beauty, her delicate features resembling those of a porcelain doll, irresistible to anyone who chanced upon her. Xiao Xian approached the stone platform with a serene demeanor, gently placing her slender hand upon it. Instantly, the testing monument illuminated once more, radiating a brilliance akin to the stars. How dazzling! Xiao Zixuan, age, 15. Cultivation level, early pinnacle of the Xianling realm, pure Qi quality, pure azure level, comprehensive assessment, level 6 upper tier. As soon as Xiao Xian's results were announced, they shot to the top of the central display, displacing the 5 youths and securing her position as the first on the leaderboard. A deafening uproar erupted throughout the square, as everyone struggled to believe their own eyes. This was simply inconceivable, a 15-year-old powerhouse of the Xianling realm. Not only the students, but even all the mentors present were momentarily entranced. Meanwhile, in the 5th group, Xiao Han felt an overwhelming surge of black lines darting across his forehead. He wiped his brow in an attempt to dispel these chaotic thoughts. But no matter how hard he tried, the lines seemed to manifest a life of their own, swirling relentlessly within his mind, refusing to settle. Chapter 29. The heights are frigid undoubtedly. Xiao Xian's achievements have once again redefined the public's perception of the term youthful genius. The entirety of Taiji Square is engulfed in a cacophony, an uproar that lingers, refusing to subside. Who is this enchanting maiden named Xiao Zixuan? How is it that I have never heard of her before? Many onlookers display expressions of bewilderment. It is worth noting that previously, Xiao Xian had been gravely ill, residing in seclusion under the care of Xiao Han, and even within the Mu family, very few had truly encountered her. Could this Miss Zixuan be a formidable figure? Much like Han Yun and others, dispatched from the military? I find this unlikely. Those sent from the military often carry a heavy aura of menace, whereas Miss Zixuan emanates an ethereal grace, suggesting she is more akin to a prodigy summoned from the Qishir mansion. Several nearby students nodded in tacit agreement. The Qishir mansion of Yuanyu County is known for gathering exceptional talents from across the realm, and with her otherworldly aura, Miss Zixuan would likely rank among the elite even within such a distinguished establishment. Curiosity about Xiao Xian's origins abounds, and various speculations ripple through the crowd at the training grounds. In contrast to the many students, the instructors on the stone platform are equally astonished. From the highest vantage point in the center, Qi Xiangtian subtly nodded and remarked, indeed, to be rated at level 5 indicates a promising potential to reach the Xiantian realm within the next 2 decades. Achieving level 6 would further suggest the likelihood of transcending the limits of the human form, embarking upon the true path of celestial martial prowess. This young girl being assessed as upper level 6 exemplifies her extraordinary talent. As he spoke, Qi Xiangtian cast his gaze towards the director of the academy. Brother Xing had diligently devoted himself to cultivation over the years, and it was indeed remarkable that he could assist the academy in nurturing such extraordinary talent. With a wry smile, Xing Feng replied, "This is hardly my merit, if it were not for today's assessment. I might still remain oblivious to the fact that Xiao Han's sister is a prodigy in cultivation." In truth, Xing Feng's astonishment at this moment surpassed that of Qi Xiangtian. Just a few days prior, he had personally visited Nanshan residence and confirmed that the young girl possessed merely a cultivation level of the 4th layer of Xuanqi. Yet, in the blink of an eye, she had ascended to the realm of Xianling. Even the most exceptional talents could not possibly break through so many realms in such a short span of time. After much contemplation, they finally focused on the phrase "just recovering from a serious illness." Qi Xiangtian and Xing Feng exchanged wry smiles. Xiao Han was truly adept at concealing the truth. Not only did he fail to mention the extent of Xiao Zixuan's cultivation prior to her illness, but he also summarized it all with the vague phrase "exceptional talent." Qi Xiangtian speculated that before her illness, Xiao Zixuan likely possessed a peak cultivation level of the 9th layer of Xuanqi. Or perhaps she had already been a formidable Xianling practitioner. Had she not fallen ill over the past few years, the current state of Xiao Zixuan was simply unfathomable. Both Qi Xiangtian and Xing Feng now silently rejoiced that they had managed to invite this monstrous talent into the academy, making her one of their own. Had they displayed even a hint of arrogance before Xiao Han, they would have missed the opportunity to engage with this prodigy. With someone like Xiao Zixuan, a talent of unparalleled caliber, the new student rankings at the academy this year would ensure that the Zhangzhou branch would no longer find itself at the bottom. Qi Xiangtian let out a long sigh of relief. Over the past few days, he had thoroughly purged the entire Zhangzhou branch, investing considerable effort and accomplishing many tasks. The achievements of today were undeniably beyond his expectations. Aside from Xiao Zixuan, the performance of local students such as Su Yunhe, Ji Qian, and Yu Xiaoyang was also commendable. They were unlikely to find themselves at the bottom of the rankings for new students at the main academy. In the square, discussions continued. But now the tone had shifted from astonishment to shock. What? She is Xiao Han's sister? This revelation undoubtedly spread from the mouths of several students from Nanshan residence. How could this be? Wei brother, you must not speak so recklessly. Miss Zixuan possesses an ethereal grace that clearly sets her apart from the mundane world. How could she possibly be Xiao Han's sister? Many found this outcome hard to accept. However, as the news gradually circulated, all the students from Nanshan residence spoke in unison, and people were compelled to acknowledge this reality. One noble student, with a sarcastic tone, remarked, "I said that Xiao Han has caused such a tremendous uproar in the academy. And yet Elder Qi and Dean Xing have shown them such leniency. It turns out he has a prodigious sister supporting him from behind." The noble students who stood with him echoed his sentiments, tinged with jealousy, as they added, "Not just that, perhaps the siblings have both climbed to greater heights." Explaining their audacity to commit such treacherous acts, it appears they have a more formidable benefactor behind them. What had previously eluded their understanding suddenly became clear in that moment. Upon the arrival of Elder Qi in Zhangzhou, it was evident that the Xiao siblings could not possibly establish any connection with him. Besides Elder Qi, the only other notable figure was Dean Xing, two individuals devoid of any substantial background, without anyone to impart skills, offer guidance, or provide resources. How could the Xiao siblings surpass those of higher status within the academy? Furthermore, that day at the law enforcement hall, Xing Feng had brazenly injured Mu Yunfan with a cup, making his protection of Xiao Han glaringly apparent. The deeper they contemplated, the more they sensed an intricate connection between the Xiao siblings and Xing Feng. The promised ideals of openness, fairness, and justice turned out to be mere facades, concealing a reality of favoritism and corruption. Many noble students seethed with indignation, yet they remained silent, for Xing Feng was a formidable figure. A late-stage practitioner of the Xiantian realm, ranking among the top 20 within the entire Yuanyu County, far beyond what these so-called minor nobles could dare to confront. The 10th group of students, being the least populated, was the first to complete their assessments, while the other groups gradually approached their conclusions. The 6th group continued their evaluations. Next up was Mu Xiaodai. Taking a deep breath, Mu Xiaodai gracefully approached the viewing mirror with her elegant butterfly steps. It is undeniable that beauty captivates attention wherever it is found. Although Mu Xiaodai did not possess the ethereal allure of Xiaozi Xuan, she was nonetheless ranked among the top 3 beauties within the academy, attracting her fair share of admirers. Every movement she made captivated the hearts and minds of many. From the intelligence we received from our family's informant within the Mu family, it has come to light that Mu Xiaodai possesses an extraordinary talent, arguably the most exceptional in the past 2 centuries of the Mu lineage. However, Mu Xiaodai rarely intervenes directly, often delegating tasks to her subordinates. Consequently, even our informant within the Mu family remains unaware of her true cultivation level. This enigmatic woman, endowed with identity, beauty, and talent, continues to ignite anticipation among many. The audience below widened their eyes, eagerly observing every movement of the figure on the stone platform. As Mu Xiaodai stepped into the reflective range of the observation mirror, the device sprang to life, generating a considerable commotion. Instantly, a radiant beam akin to a star illuminated the observation realm. It was blinding. A blue light erupted from the arena, dazzling the spectators to the point of squinting. Mu Xiaodai, age, 16, cultivation, peak of the 9th layer of profound qi. Purity of profound qi, deep azure level, comprehensive evaluation, intermediate level 5. Chapter 30. Great disappointment. Although Mu Xiaodai's achievements may not rival the astonishing feats of Xiaozi Xuan, they nonetheless created a significant stir. Level 5 intermediate, matching that of senior brother Su. Many gasped in awe, realizing that Mu Xiaodai truly concealed her prowess. When she finally revealed it, she resonated across the heavens. Reaching the peak of the 9th layer of profound qi at merely 16 years of age confirmed the accuracy of the intelligence gathered by our informant. Given Mu Xiaodai's innate talent, it appears that breaking into the spirit realm within the coming year is a foregone conclusion. A 17-year-old spirit realm expert may indeed surpass senior brother Su in capability. Mu Xiaodai's remarkable achievements astonished many, particularly Yi Xiaoyang. The romantic history between Yi Xiaoyang and Mu Xiaodai was no secret. Many within the academy were well aware of it. However, few knew that Yi Xiaoyang had discarded Mu Xiaodai in his pursuit of a more prestigious connection within the royal city. I have only been rated as a level 5 inferior, yet this woman has astonishingly attained a level 5 intermediate, Yi Xiaoyang mused. Should the opportunity arise, I shall once again bring Mu Xiaodai under my wing. Even if she cannot be my true partner in cultivation, being a lover would not be a poor alternative. As Mu Xiaodai descended the stone platform amidst the gasps of the crowd, her expression remained impassive. Following closely behind her was Xiao Han, who served as her reader. Just as Mu Xiaodai stepped down, Xiao Han ascended. On the narrow staircase, they brushed past each other, halting a few steps apart, backs turned to one another. Within the academy, Mu Xiaodai was notoriously aloof. Apart from Yi Xiaoyang, she had seldom shown interest in others. It was hard to fathom that this proud and exceptional woman would acknowledge an error to her former servant. While others may not fully comprehend Mu Xiaodai, Xiao Han, having served as her reader for 2 years, understood her well through countless days and nights spent attending to her needs. There might indeed be personal sentiments at play. Yet Xiao Han firmly believed that the greater influence lay within Mu Xiaodai herself. Had Mu Xiaodai possessed even a modicum of gratitude, she would not have resorted to violence against Xiao Han following his defeat. In the brief exchange, neither displayed any flicker of emotion, as if the entire encounter was anticipated. Xiao Han ascended the stone platform, while Mu Xiaodai continued her path amidst the crowd's clamor. This minor episode seemed as though it had never transpired. Upon reaching the Guanyuan realm, Xiao Han bowed deeply to the examiners. The Guanyuan realm, utilizing the body's foundational bones and profound energy, would ascertain his age, cultivation level, and the purity of his energy. He harbored no fear regarding his age or cultivation level. His sole concern lay with the purity of his profound energy. A millennium ago, while practicing the Heavenly Emperor's decision, he had already achieved a pure purple level of energy. Presently, he was cultivating the great heavenly evolution scripture, a technique no less than the Heavenly Emperor's decision, perhaps even superior, and it was highly likely that the energy he refined now would also reach a pure purple level. The purity of profound energy is classified into 7 tiers: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. The first 5 tiers can be attained by practitioners of the most rudimentary mortal techniques through diligent effort, allowing them to refine their energy multiple times during cultivation to achieve a pure cyan level. However, the blue and purple tiers cannot be attained solely through hard work. One must possess advanced techniques. Even the most basic light blue level necessitates a technique of royal grade or higher. While the purple level demands at least a top-tier sacred technique, coupled with relentless toil and continuous refinement, to possibly attain such purity. Revealing the possession of advanced techniques before one's wings have fully developed is tantamount to courting disaster. Although Xiao Han cannot be deemed exceptionally intelligent, he is certainly not foolish enough to jeopardize himself for the sake of a mere ranking. Approaching the observation realm, he took a deep breath and gently placed his hand into the recess. A warm current swiftly spread from his palm throughout his body. Xiao Han did not resist. He allowed this warmth to flow through him. In just a moment, the observation realm underwent a transformation. Xiao Han, age, 18. Cultivation level, mid-stage of the 9th layer of profound qi, purity of profound qi, deep green, comprehensive assessment, upper 4th level. As soon as Xiao Han's results were announced, a murmur of surprise rippled through the audience. An upper 4th level is already considered commendable, and to be ranked 14th in the entire institution is impressive. However, this outcome was evidently anticipated by many. It is worth noting that in the previous grand competition, Xiao Han ranked 15th, with the top 10 being recommended to the Ling Academy. In other words, following the departure of the top 10, Xiao Han, as the 15th, should have successfully advanced to the 5th rank. Many harbored great expectations for him, yet who could have predicted that he would achieve only upper 4th level results? Numerous spectators lamented that, as a child from a humble background without the support of a powerful family, it is indeed challenging to stand on equal footing with the prodigies of those illustrious clans. While some expressed regret for Xiao Han, others found joy in his misfortune, resorting to mockery and derision. Mu Yufeng cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Han and disdainfully remarked, "A lowly servant, who only possesses his current strength due to the extensive support of the Mu family, now dares to turn against his master the moment he has sprouted fangs. Without the backing of the Mu family, he is destined to stagnate for the entirety of his life." In the second group, amidst the throng of spectators, Suyunha observed Xiao Han's results, a smirk of contempt curling at the corners of his mouth. Just as Mu Xiaodai stepped down from the stone platform, she momentarily froze, clearly taken aback by the outcome. Han Yun, who had previously clashed with Xiao Han, now gently shook his head, revealing a foul temper that lacked the requisite strength to back it up, ultimately proving to be nothing more than a paper tiger. Chapter 31. The 4 major rankings. After approximately 7 or 8 minutes, all participants had finally completed their assessments, marking the conclusion of the first round of evaluations. The rankings for the first round, from 1st to 10th place, were Xiao Zixuan, Han Yun, Han Yin, Shuiyu, Yang Yin, Hongjiu, Su Yunhe, Mu Xiaodai, Yi Xiaoyang, and Ji Qian. As for Xiao Han, he fell to 15th place due to the emergence of an 18-year-old youth at the late stage of the 9th level of Xuanqi. The results of the top 100 were displayed on the central screen, rendering any further announcement unnecessary. A little while later, the rankings for those beyond the top 100 were also revealed. Each participant checked their results, resulting in a mix of joy and disappointment. Under the gaze of the crowd, Xiao Zixuan approached Xiao Han, standing beside him and scornfully stating, "A dignified imperial scion, yet possessing only the potential of a 4th level upper grade, ranks 15th in a humble academy." Xiao Han, possessing little in the way of patience, delivered a sharp flick to Xiao Xian's head. Xiao Zixuan instinctively covered her head, tears streaming down her cheeks from the pain. "Do you realize there exists a term known as humility?" she retorted, her eyes glistening with tears. "I have been quite low-key. Otherwise, how could a talent such as mine possess merely the potential of a 6th grade upper tier?" Xiao Han cast a sidelong glance, scrutinizing Xiao Xian from head to toe. Indeed, in the first round of assessments this year, the top 10 contenders had all been found to possess pure energy levels classified as pure Azure grade. While he could not comment on the others among the top 10, he was certain that Xiao Xian was unequivocally concealing her true energy purity. Their playful banter elicited waves of envy and jealousy from onlookers. 15th place in the last competition, and still 15th now, even after the top 10 had departed. "If it were me, I would have already sought refuge in a crevice," one whisperer remarked disdainfully. Yet here he is, shamelessly boasting. From a short distance away, several envious students shot Xiao Han a piercing glance. So what if he has a genius sister? What is there to be proud of? It's not as if he possesses such prowess himself. Indeed, no matter how formidable his sister is, she will eventually marry and become someone else's. What business is it of his? In such close proximity, their idle chatter inevitably reached Xiao Han's ears. He paid little mind to such trivialities, choosing instead to stride forward with Xiao Xian towards the heart of the square. With the first round of assessments concluded, the atmosphere grew tense once more as the groups of students reconvened in the central square. Xingfeng stood atop the elevated platform at the center of the square, surveying the multitude of over 10,000 students. With a piercing gaze, an overwhelming aura of profound energy surged forth, instantly silencing the entire square. Subsequently, his voice, both elegant and commanding, resonated. Esteemed students, the first round of assessments has concluded. Our final results will be determined by the comprehensive scores from both rounds of evaluations. Therefore, I urge you all not to dwell on the outcomes of the first round. Instead, focus your energies on the forthcoming assessment and strive to showcase your true capabilities. Upon finishing his address, Xingfeng turned and gestured towards a towering pagoda situated on the academy's rear mountain. Do you see the pagoda behind me? This is the Spirit Tower, a gift presented to our Zhangzhou branch by Elder Qi and Prince San on behalf of the Fengling Academy and the royal family of Yuanyu County just a few days ago. This will serve as the venue for your second round of assessments. What? The Spirit Tower? A gasp echoed through the crowd. No wonder this tower seems so familiar. It is indeed the Spirit Tower. Nearby, another individual, puzzled, leaned in to quietly inquire, "Martial brother, why the astonishment? Were you already familiar with the Spirit Tower?" The young man named Wu, noticing the curious gazes directed at him, straightened his attire and cleared his throat. Familiarity is an overstatement. But I do possess some knowledge about the Spirit Tower. Throughout the vast expanse of Yunwang, nearly every branch of Fengling Academy boasts a Spirit Tower. The youth with the surname Wu remarked, though the Spirit Towers across various regions share many similarities, they differ in size. The Spirit Tower of the Fengling General Academy boasts 9 stories, soaring to a height of 333 meters, making it the largest Spirit Tower in the entire Yunwang. Furthermore, many large branch academies possess Spirit Towers that typically have 7 or 8 stories. In contrast, our branch's Spirit Tower stands at a mere 5 stories, reaching a height of just over 70 meters, which should be considered the smallest in terms of specifications. While its dimensions are modest, having a tower is certainly better than having none at all. The Zhangzhou branch has been established for nearly a decade, and the reason for the delay in its own tower has been clear to all. Firstly, since its inception, Zhangzhou has yet to produce a noteworthy talent. Secondly, the national strength of the Yuanyu prefecture is weak, and the royal family holds little sway within the Yunwang. Given these 2 points, many had believed that Zhangzhou would never possess its own Spirit Tower. However, it was unexpected that Elder Qi and the third prince would visit Zhangzhou, bringing such a significant gift. The Wu student elaborated. The Spirit Tower is specifically designed to assess the student's abilities in various aspects, regardless of the tower's specifications. Each level comprises 4 challenges, with difficulty progressively increasing. The first and second levels primarily evaluate practitioners of the Xuanqi realm. The third and fourth levels assess those in the Xianling realm, while the fifth and sixth levels test the prowess of the Taixian realm. Levels 7 and above are exclusively for evaluating the strengths of the Xiantian realm. Every individual who traverses the Spirit Tower will have their final results automatically recorded by the tower and subsequently transmitted to the main academy's Spirit Tower. It is said that the Maple Feather Academy has established 4 distinct rankings, namely the Mystic Qi List, the Mystic Spirit List, the Supreme Mystic List, and the Celestial Mystic List, which document the remarkable talents of individuals at various levels across the 9 counties of the Cloud Wilderness. One inquisitive student inquired, "Does passing the Spirit Tower guarantee our inclusion in these rankings?" A student bearing the surname Wu cast him a disparaging glance and retorted, "You wish." Even the lowest tier, the Mystic Qi List, only records the top 10,000. Only those who are truly exceptional can be considered for these lists. As for you, don't even entertain the thought. Despite the discouragement from the Wu student, the inquirer did not feel particularly embarrassed. After all, it would indeed be peculiar if a practitioner at the 6th level of Mystic Qi could capture the attention of the academy. Another student asked, "What level must one reach to be considered for the rankings?" Surely a Mystic Qi practitioner must at least pass the 2nd level and 3rd challenge. The Wu student, seemingly reveling in his own prowess, boasted, "A distant cousin of mine studies at the branch in the royal city of Yuanyu County. He passed the first 2 challenges of the 2nd level of the Spirit Tower and nearly succeeded in overcoming the 3rd, ultimately ranking 9,353 on the Mystic Qi list. It is said that a few formidable individuals on the Mystic Qi list from a few years ago even reached the 3rd level. The 3rd level? ISNT that's specifically designed for practitioners of the Mystic Spirit realm? One student exclaimed incredulously. Does that mean they can rival those at the Mystic Spirit level? The young man of the Wu clan rolled his eyes and remarked, "Is it not evident? The significance of a warrior at the Qi realm ascending to the third level is vastly different from that of a warrior at the spirit realm. A spirit realm warrior possesses the ability to traverse short distances with the wind and can effortlessly bypass numerous challenges. In contrast, a Qi realm warrior must confront each obstacle with unwavering determination. The difficulty of the second level of the spirit communication tower is exceedingly high. Those Qi realm warriors who manage to reach the third level embody a remarkable amalgamation of virtue, wisdom, and courage. Such prodigious talents, referred to as seed-level geniuses, possess limitless potential for future accomplishments and cannot be merely assessed by their realm." The Wu youth continued, "Moreover, any individual who ranks within the top 1,000 of the Qi ranking will attract significant investment from the main academy, which will not hesitate to procure talents from various branches at considerable expense. If a seed-level genius of the Qi realm reaches the third level, the benefits offered by the main academy will undoubtedly exceed your wildest imagination. The Ling Academy is immensely vast, boasting no fewer than several hundred branches across the 9 prefectures of Yunwang. Even smaller branches, such as the Zhangzhou branch, host over 10,000 individuals, while larger branches may accommodate 50 to 60,000. However, the majority of branches typically house around 20 to 30,000 students. Cumulatively, these hundreds of academies comprise a population exceeding 10 million. To rank among the top 10,000 in such a populous arena is no small feat, let alone securing a position within the top 1,000. If one is directly requisitioned by the main academy, it not only brings immense honor, but also benefits the affiliated branch. You merely mentioned the Qi ranking. What then of the spirit ranking?" The young man with the surname Wu glanced at the questioning student, offering a faint smile as he remarked, "Those at the Xianling realm must nearly reach the 4th level's 3rd challenge to be considered for the rankings. The Xuanling list comprises only 5,000 individuals. As far as I know, 60% of this list is monopolized by the Central Academy. The remaining notable contenders are predominantly affiliated with the royal families and aristocrats of various prefectures. It is exceedingly rare for individuals from the branch academies to feature on this list. Consider that each year, the branch academies recommend their most exceptional talents to the Central Academy. Even if some students possess remarkable potential and are eligible to ascend the Xianling list in the future, they are often sent to the Central Academy before they have fully developed. Under such circumstances, it would indeed be a rarity for anyone from a branch academy to attain a place on the Xianling list." Chapter 32. The Tower Challenge. As discussions among the crowd unfolded, the second round of assessments, the Spirit Tower Challenge, commenced. Over 1,000 participants could enter simultaneously, as arranged by the instructors. The order of entry mirrored that of the first round, based on the students' admission dates. Naturally, the first group to enter the Spirit Tower was the one with the longest tenure. This group boasted the highest average cultivation level, with even the least capable member possessing a foundational level of 6 in Xuanqi. Approximately a minute later, the first student to fail the challenge emerged from the tower, bearing significant injuries to his hands and chest, though none were life-threatening. Within the Spirit Tower, although the challenge was indeed practical, it was not intended to endanger the lives of the participants. Upon failure, the students would simply be expelled from the tower. The crowd gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "That person was a practitioner at the initial stage of Xuanqi level 6, yet he failed the challenge in less than a minute." The student who had failed the challenge wore a countenance filled with dejection as he was led by his mentor to the other side of the plaza. Following closely behind, several others emerged, equally dispirited. Within a brief moment, nearly 800 or 900 individuals had exited. Suddenly, a light flickered on the second level of the Spirit Tower. Instantly, the crowd shifted their gaze towards the second tier of the tower, where, indeed, a faint glow emanated from an inconspicuous corner. Who could possess such remarkable prowess to ascend to the second level of the Spirit Tower so swiftly? The first group featured seasoned champions, Ji Qian and Yi Xiaoyang, along with 5 or 6 others who had attained the pinnacle of the 9th realm of Xuanqi. Surely, one of them must have accomplished this feat. Following the illumination of the first light on the second level, over 30 additional lights soon brightened in succession. At this juncture, the remaining students who had not reached the second level had essentially failed, leaving only a little over 30 individuals still persevering on the second tier. A minute later, the first to emerge from the second level after failing was Su Ran. Su Ran, among the younger generation of the Su family, was one of the top contenders. Possessing a peak cultivation of the 7th realm of Xuanqi, Yet he had also fallen so swiftly. Su Ran let out a gentle sigh and remarked, "What a pity. Had I defeated just 2 more of the Chimu bronze figures, I would have cleared the first challenge of the second level." A mentor from the first group approached and patted Su Ran on the shoulder, saying, "For a warrior of the 7th realm of Xuanqi to reach the second level of the Spirit Tower is quite commendable." After a span of 7 or 8 minutes, the first group of participants gradually emerged, leaving only 2 lights still steadfast. It was now certain that these 2 individuals were Yi Xiaoyang and Ji Qian. One of the mentors from the first group chuckled, remarking that these 2 had secured commendable positions in the first round of assessments. And now they had advanced to the second layer, 3rd challenge in the second round, a notable achievement indeed. However, the question lingered as to whether they could advance further and secure a place on the Xuanqi list of the main academy. The leader of the first group, a formidable expert at the pinnacle of the Taishan realm, exuded an aura that was on par with Su Mo, the former vice president of the Zhangzhou branch. At this moment, he gently shook his head and stated, "The 3rd challenge represents the minimum threshold for the Xuanqi list. Once one gains entry, there will be a significant allocation of resources upon entering the main academy, greatly enhancing the prospects of breaking through to the Taishan realm." Amidst the collective anticipation, a few minutes later, Yi Xiaoyang and Ji Qian stepped out of the Spirit Tower one after the other. "To which challenge have you advanced?" With a hint of a smile gracing his face, Yi Xiaoyang, imbued with youthful exuberance, proudly declared, "I reached the second layer, 3rd challenge, just 2 steps short of passing. Only 2 steps away from overcoming the 3rd challenge. That significantly increases the likelihood of securing a place on the Xuanqi list," the supervising mentor inquired eagerly. "Were you able to see your ranking?" "Indeed, I did. My rank is 9,112th. Although this position was at the tail end, it nevertheless marked his entry into the Xuanqi list. On the other side, Ji Qian spoke indifferently, I was defeated at the second layer, 3rd stage as well. Yet I rank 53 on the Xuanqi leaderboard." Upon hearing Ji Qian's results, Yi Xiaoyang's smile instantly froze. "How could this be? I received news that this fellow had only recently ascended to the pinnacle of the 9th heaven of Xuanqi. How could he have secured a place on the Xianling leaderboard? And moreover, ranked higher than me by several positions?" Yi Xiaoyang, a man of considerable pride, had believed that after reaching the 9th heaven of Xuanqi, there would be no one in the academy who could rival him. Yet, not only had a formidable figure like Su Yunhe emerged, but now there was also Ji Qian. Infuriating, truly infuriating. Although Yi Xiaoyang was consumed with 1,000 grievances, he maintained an outward calm. This demeanor projected an impression of a harmonious relationship between the 2 seasoned powerhouses. The simultaneous ascent of young Master Ji and young Master Yi to the Xuanqi leaderboard is nothing short of remarkable. It is worth noting that in the vast expanse of Yunwang, there are over 10 million students. Yet these 2 have still managed to secure their places on the Xuanqi leaderboard. Impressive indeed. This year's top 10 will undoubtedly feature both young Master Ji and young Master Yi. Amidst the crowd's admiration, the second group of students entered the Spirit Communication Tower. This group not only included 3 seasoned powerhouses at the 9th heaven of Xuanqi, but also the already ascended Su Yunhe of the Xianling realm. The second group was equally mixed, and within mere minutes, over 800 individuals had withdrawn. By the 9th minute, the first light on the second layer of the Spirit Communication Tower illuminated. Indeed, time flew by, in less than 10 minutes. One had ascended to the second level of the Spirit Tower, undoubtedly the work of Senior Brother Su. After a full 5 or 6 minutes, the second lamp of the Spirit Tower finally illuminated. Ultimately, the second group consisted of 24 individuals who reached the second level, among whom one progressed to the 3rd stage, though he failed to secure a position on the Mystic Energy rankings. Furthermore, 5 others made it to the 2nd stage of the second level, while the remainder faltered at the 1st stage of the second level. Look, the 3rd level of the Spirit Tower has lit up. The crowd gazed upward, where a solitary lamp now shone at the 3rd level. Another 3 to 4 minutes passed before Su Yunhe emerged from the tower. "How far did you advance?" Several mentors from the second group inquired eagerly. "I surpassed the 1st stage, but unfortunately, I became careless during the 2nd stage." "Alas." The mentor nodded in understanding and remarked, "The 3rd level is specifically designed for those at the mystic spirit realm. To have reached the 2nd stage right after your breakthrough is indeed commendable." "Indeed," Su Yunhe replied softly. Having already progressed to the mystic spirit realm, even his advancement to the 3rd level did not grant him a place on any rankings. However, The standings of the second round were not solely determined by entry into the rankings. Rather, they were predominantly based on the heights reached within the tower. The rankings merely served as an additional reference for assessing performance, exerting only a slight influence on the final results. Su Yunhe departed amidst the admiration of many. Subsequently, the third group entered the Spirit Tower, with only 12 individuals reaching the second level, and just one advancing to the second stage of that level. The fourth group was comprised of a mere 6 individuals who managed to reach the second level, yet 2 among them progressed to the second challenge of that level. The fifth group was comparable to the fourth. Upon the stone platform, Xing Feng and Qi Xiang Tian simultaneously gazed at the Spirit Tower and remarked, "Although the Zhangzhou branch has deteriorated over the years, resulting in a mix of talents among the students, there are still a few promising candidates. Any student who can reach the second level of the Spirit Tower, even if not recommended to the main academy, will undoubtedly possess significant potential for future growth, at least achieving a breakthrough to the Xianling realm and becoming a guest elder of those prominent families." Next came the sixth group, and for everyone, the most intriguing aspect of this group was undoubtedly Mu Xiaodai. Not only was Mu Xiaodai petite and charming, but she was also the legitimate descendant of the Mu family, possessing a noble status. Additionally, her personal prowess was commendable. In the first round of assessments, her potential even surpassed established powerhouses like Yi Xiaoyang and Ji Qian, placing her in 8th position. Before entering the Spirit Tower, Mu Xiaodai cast a nonchalant glance at Xiao Han, leaving her intentions shrouded in mystery. The towering bronze doors of the Spirit Tower, even with 1,000 entrants, appeared uncramped. Passing through these doors led to a bronze wall inscribed with intricate runes. As soon as Xiao Han touched the bronze wall, he was transported to a sealed chamber. Upon reaching the center of this enclosed space, a mysterious voice resonated from all directions. "First level, first challenge. You have 3 minutes to defeat 10 Qingshu bronze figures to pass." As an imperial scion, Xiao Han's extensive experience allowed him to discern at first glance that this voice emanated from a spirit inscribed at the apex of this confined space. "Before embarking on the challenge, may I inquire about the realm of the Qingmu bronze men that you have arranged? All challengers will encounter Qingmu bronze men in the first trial, each one of which will possess a level lower than their own." Xiao Han nodded gently. A level lower corresponds to the mid-stage of the 8th heaven of profound qi. What if, within 3 minutes, one were to defeat a greater number of Qingmu bronze men? The mysterious voice resonated once more, stating that if you defeat 100 Qingmu bronze men within 3 minutes, you may ascend directly to the second level without having to traverse through the other trials of the first level. However, should you fall short of 100, even if you vanquish 99, you will merely have passed the first trial of the first level. For those of formidable strength, this presents a challenging decision. The first trial of the first level is considered the simplest, and defeating 10 Qingmu bronze men within 3 minutes is certainly not an insurmountable task. Yet, opting for the latter choice and failing to eliminate 100 Qingmu bronze men within the stipulated time would result in a futile expenditure of profound qi, greatly impacting future endeavors. Conversely, if one manages to defeat 100 Qingmu bronze men within the allotted time, it would be far less taxing than diligently overcoming all 4 trials, thereby yielding a significant advantage for what lies ahead. Regardless, one must at least give it a try. Xiao Han possessed confidence in his own strength. Chapter 33. Qingmu bronze men. As his words faded, dozens of towering bronze giants emerged as if summoned from the shadows. Time was of the essence, and Xiao Han was determined not to squander a single moment. The instant the bronze giant coalesced into form, he activated the cloud smoke steps. Appearing like a spectre mere inches from the colossal figure, the sound that resonated was akin to metal clashing, despite the fact that it was his flesh and blood fist striking the bronze surface. In delivering this blow, Xiao Han exerted a formidable 7 layers of strength. Yet it merely toppled the massive iron lump without utterly dismantling it. Xiao Han was taken aback. Had it not been said that these wooden bronze men possessed only the prowess of the 8th level of profound qi, how could their defensive capabilities be so formidable? He was well aware that he practiced the great celestial transformation scripture, which cultivated an exceptionally pure form of profound qi, granting him a physical strength that surpassed others of his realm by a remarkable 50%. Even at 7 layers of effort, he wielded a force of nearly 900 pounds, comparable to the full might of a practitioner at the 9th level of profound qi. Yet, this alone was insufficient to obliterate a mere wooden bronze man of the 8th level. While this creature's attack power was relatively mundane, its defense was nothing short of astonishing. With resolute determination, Xiao Han delivered a supplementary kick to the bronze man, finally rendering it completely incapacitated. In an instant, the vanquished figure dissipated into a wisp of smoke, vanishing from the enclosed space. Simultaneously, from all corners of this realm, a continuous stream of wooden-bronze men began to materialize. In a matter of moments, 2 to 3 dozen iron figures had coalesced, encircling Xiao Han in a concerted assault. Although these iron figures possess limited offensive capabilities, their defensive prowess is truly formidable. After more than 30 seconds, I managed to defeat merely 8 greenwood bronze figures. At this rate, it is evident that I will not be able to vanquish 100 of them within the allotted time. Xiao Han calculated roughly that he could defeat a bronze figure approximately every 4 seconds, yet a new bronze figure materializes roughly every 2 seconds. Consequently, as he continues to strike, the number of surrounding iron figures escalates, leaving him with no solid ground to stand on, forcing him to navigate atop these iron constructs. However, if the defensive strength of these figures were genuinely as astonishing as it appears, how could so many individuals in the academy possibly pass this challenge? It is essential to note that not every participant possesses strength that far exceeds their cultivation level, unlike himself. If these iron figures truly boast such remarkable defenses, it is likely that few within the academy could succeed in this trial. There must be a vulnerable point within these constructs. Xiao Han executed the Union step with utmost precision, continually shifting his position to strike various locations on the iron figures. After another 20 seconds, he deftly tapped the left armpit of one iron figure with a single finger, causing it to collapse as if it had malfunctioned, dissipating into a wisp of spiritual smoke. Thus, it became clear that the core mechanism of these figures was located beneath the left armpit. By channeling internal energy to disrupt this mechanism, the iron figure would inevitably be rendered inoperative. Xiao Han smiled faintly, realizing that the first layer of this challenge not only tests the participants' combat abilities, but also their keen perception and mastery of the overall situation. Almost a minute has passed, and I have only defeated 16 wooden figures. However, he is not worried about time. He has mastered the speed-oriented martial art, Cloud Smoke. And with his strength that surpasses others of the same realm, it should not be a formidable task to find the weakness of this iron lump. Subsequently, Xiao Han unleashed his speed to its utmost, controlling every ounce of power with remarkable precision. In one moment, he stood atop the head of a wooden figure, and in the next, he appeared at the abdomen of another figure several meters away. In this brief span of seconds, the wooden figures in this space fell one after another, to the point that even Xiao Han's shadow seemed to vanish. 73, 74. As Xiao Han continuously shifted his position to attack, he silently counted the number of wooden figures he had defeated. 98, 99, 100. At the moment he vanquished 100, all the wooden figures in the enclosed space emitted a resonant hum, as if some inexplicable transformation had occurred. Xiao Han was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't it said that defeating 100 wooden figures would grant passage through the first layer? Why, after defeating 100, did the remaining figures not disappear? Moreover, their speed, attack power, and defense seemed to have heightened. A swarm of wooden figures charged toward Xiao Han, leaving him no time to hesitate. He had no choice but to engage hastily. Bang! Xiao Han's fist struck one wooden figure beneath its left armpit. Yet instead of budging, it retaliated with immediate force. The core of this green wooden bronze figure is not situated beneath the left armpit. How could this be? After evading the bronze figure's assault, Xiao Han swiftly counterattacked. Boom! This time, Xiao Han unleashed a full-force strike. Yet it merely succeeded in toppling the metallic entity to the ground, without obliterating it. Initially, he was able to knock down a similar construct with just 7/10 of his strength, and had he exerted his full might, he could have effortlessly shattered it. However, now, even with his utmost effort, he could only bring this iron lump down. The defensive capabilities of these metallic beings had evidently increased significantly. While Xiao Han was taken aback, he compelled himself to remain composed. The earlier iron lump had a core as its weakness, suggesting that the remaining figures must possess a similar vulnerability. Xiao Han continuously altered his position, and after a few moments, he struck one of the green wooden bronze figures directly in its left eye. Instantly, this metallic entity seemed to malfunction, collapsing to the ground and dissipating into a wisp of ethereal smoke. Indeed, the core had shifted. It now resided within the left eye of these iron figures. In the next moment, Xiao Han's fist landed upon another bronze figure's left eye. Bang! The struck figure remained utterly motionless. What? The core had changed once more. Frustrated, Xiao Han discovered, after a series of trials, that the core's position differed for each green wooden bronze figure. To make matters worse, he realized that with each defeat of a bronze figure, the agility, attack power, and defense of the remaining figures increased dramatically. At the foot of the Yulong mountain range, within the esteemed Ling Academy, stands a mystical tower, soaring 9 stories high at an impressive height of 333 meters. Inside a secluded chamber of this tower, 2 distinguished elder disciples clad in azure robes leisurely sip their tea. Surrounding them are luminous screens inscribed with intricate runes, monitored by 6 or 7 disciples tasked with recording the data these runes convey. Ah, Elder Wufeng, Elder Wenan, do come and take a look. There appears to be a change in the rune data from the first level of the spirit tower, one of the disciples calls out. The 2 elders rise simultaneously and approach the luminous screen displaying the runes of the first level. Naturally, they could not dare to expect the emergence of another prodigy like Yan Hong, for such extraordinary talent is a rare occurrence, often eluding fortune for a decade or more. Defeating 109 Qinshu bronze figures within 3 minutes, ranking the challenger as the 904th among the historical tower climbers, is indeed a commendable feat. Elder Wufeng gently nodded and addressed the disciple responsible for recording the rune data, saying, Fong Sun, please investigate the identity of this tower challenger and present your findings to me shortly. Fong Sun straightened up and turned his attention back to the rune screen. Elder Wenan, startled by Fong Sun's exclamation, nearly dropped his purple clay teapot. He placed the teapot heavily on the stone platform, reproaching Fong Sun. As a top disciple of Ling Academy, you must learn to maintain your composure. Your outbursts are rather unbecoming. Realizing his earlier indiscretion, Fong Sun quickly offered his apologies to the 2 elders. However, esteemed elders, a peculiar incident has indeed transpired. The recently altered rune data has vanished. The 2 elders exchanged glances, incredulous at the notion. Could it be that the rune data chamber of the spirit tower has encountered an anomaly? The Ling Academy has existed for over a millennium, and the rune data chamber of the spirit tower has never before experienced such a malfunction. The elders hastily rose and approached the luminous screen, only to confirm that the previously fluctuating rune data had indeed disappeared. Wait, look, Jiang Hao, who was ranked 800th, has dropped a position, now standing at 801st. Jiang Hao is none other than the favored disciple of Elder Wufeng, who, 2 years prior, during his trial in the tower, vanquished 110 wooden copper figures, achieving a remarkable rank of 799. It was precisely because Jiang Hao was his prized disciple that Elder Wufeng had paid particular attention to his rune data. The significant fluctuations in rune data could not escape the keen awareness of the 2 elders. At this juncture, how could they still be oblivious? The trial taker's time had not yet elapsed, and the challenge continued, meaning the rune data would persist in its fluctuations. In the spirit tower of Ling Academy, the rune data synchronizes every 30 seconds. In other words, having defeated 108 green wooden copper figures, he still had at least 30 seconds remaining, if not more. The prospect of defeating 109 green wooden coppers before time expired would place him among the top 1,000 trial takers in history. Elder Wunan's mouth fell agape, his expression one of utter disbelief. No one understands better than these guardians of the tower the substantial increase in difficulty that arises after defeating 100 green wooden copper figures on the first floor's initial trial. Could it be that this year has given rise to a second Yan Hong? The anticipation is indeed palpable. Chapter 34, the 7th-placed Sangzhou branch, within the spirit tower. Time's up. The voice of the spirit echoed once more, and simultaneously, the remaining few wooden bronze figures in this enclosed space dissipated into thin air. After a brief moment of immersion, another voice suddenly resonated within the room. Congratulations, young friend Xiao Han. Within these 3 minutes, you have defeated a total of 132 wooden bronze figures, securing the 7th position among all challengers throughout history. Xiao Han was momentarily taken aback. This voice did not originate from the spirit of the spirit tower, but from another individual. Just as confusion clouded Xiao Han's face, a stone wall illuminated, revealing an elderly man with white hair, appearing to be in his 70s or 80s, standing before him. Greetings, I am Wu Feng, the elder in charge of the spirit tower at Ling Academy. It is my duty to oversee the operations of the spirit tower. Xiao Han discerned that the elder before him was not a genuine human being, but rather a phantasmal entity, akin to the wooden bronze figures, conjured by the spirit tower's spiritual energy. Typically, An elder like Wu Feng would not expend such considerable effort to forge a communication bridge and manifest as a phantasmal entity to converse with a mere challenger. However, Xiao Han was no ordinary contender. His performance in the tower had been astonishingly remarkable. It is worth noting that Fengling Academy boasts a history spanning 2,000 years. Over these 2 millennia, countless remarkable individuals have attempted the tower challenge, and all their exceptional achievements have been meticulously recorded. Yet, Xiao Han has managed to carve a path through the trials, ascending to the remarkable 7th position. This extraordinary individual, a true marvel of his kind, is a rare occurrence, appearing only once in a century. During Elder Wu Feng's tenure as the guardian of the tower, he had the fortunate opportunity to encounter this once-in-a-century genius. Naturally, he felt compelled to witness firsthand whether the Xiao Han truly possessed 3 heads and 6 arms. You mentioned earlier that I rank 7th among the challengers throughout history. Is there really a ranking system? Xiao Han inquired. Elder Wu Feng chuckled and replied, not only is there a ranking, but any challenger who places within the top 1,000 will receive rewards from our main academy. Xiao Han nodded gently. Realizing that such a ranking existed within the main academy, it became apparent why the difficulty of the tower increased significantly after defeating 100 Qingmu copper men, particularly after vanquishing 125 of them. The remaining 25 each possessed the combat strength equivalent to that of a practitioner in the late stages of the 9th level of Xuanqi. What proved even more challenging came after defeating 130, as these Qingmu copper men became increasingly cunning, employing strategies such as feigning weakness or pretending to be incapacitated. Several times, Xiao Han fell victim to their cunning tactics. Had it not been for his own formidable strength, he might have indeed found himself in dire straits. Xiao Han stroked his chin and remarked, with rewards for the top 1,000, my 7th place standing must yield quite a bounty. Elder Wu Feng nodded, smiling as he said, indeed, the rewards are substantial. However, as merely the guardian of the tower, I am not privy to the specifics of the rewards. When you eventually arrive at the Fengling Academy, all details regarding the rewards will be disclosed to you. Xiao Han furrowed his brow and said with a hint of displeasure, so I must wait until I reach the main academy to receive my reward? I had assumed it would be available immediately. Elder Wu Feng chuckled heartily and replied, what the spirit tower can manifest is predominantly ethereal, insubstantial. Once you exit the spirit tower with such an item, it will simply vanish. Do you truly wish for such a thing? Xiao Han pondered this and acknowledged its truth. It appears that all rewards can only be obtained at the main academy. Elder Wu Feng flipped his hand, revealing a purple gold token, which he presented to Xiao Han, saying, this token is yours. In the future, you will not require a recommendation from the dean. We will ensure someone from the main academy comes to assist you promptly. Xiao Han accepted the token and examined it closely, noticing the character inscribed upon it, indicating his 7th rank among the historical challengers of the tower. After a moment, a thought struck him, and he inquired urgently, isn't it said that the entities formed within the spirit tower are all illusory? Can this item truly be taken out? This item is indeed real. Elder Wu Feng laughed, and as he did, his form gradually became more and more ethereal until he completely vanished from that space. Congratulations! You have defeated over 100 Qingmu bronze figures within the allotted time, and you may now ascend directly to the 2nd level. Within the room, the voice of the spirit tower echoed once more, and simultaneously, a massive opening, 3 yards in diameter, appeared at the top of the space. Xiao Han contemplated for a moment before leaping into the air, ascending directly to the 2nd level. Outside the spirit tower, a sudden exclamation arose from the onlookers, proclaiming, look, a light seems to have illuminated a corner on the 2nd level of the spirit tower. Following the direction indicated, everyone gazed upward, confirming that indeed a faint glow emanated from the 2nd level. How could this be? It had only been 3 minutes. How could someone have ascended to the 2nd level so swiftly? A wave of disbelief washed over the crowd, as even our most formidable senior brother Su had taken a full 9 minutes to reach that level. Who could possess such extraordinary prowess to have accomplished this feat in merely 3 minutes? Surely, I must be imagining things. This cannot be real. Many rubbed their eyes, and upon reopening them, found the light on the 2nd level still aglow. It must be our young lady, a member of the Mu family exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. Furthermore, within the 6th group, aside from Mu Xiaodai, who had reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of Xuanqi, only Xiao Han had attained the mid-9th level. Yet the disparity between him and Mu Xiaodai's peak seemed insurmountable. In the distance, amidst the throng, Su Yunhe ground his teeth in frustration. This wretched woman. in her quest to overshadow me, has even dared to choose the second, more perilous option on the first level as challenge. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaoyang regarded the illuminated lighthouse on the second level with an odd expression, murmuring to himself, I never anticipated that this woman possessed such capability. She actually dared to employ the second method to traverse the first level. I had underestimated her in the past, as Yu Xiaoyang muttered to himself. It appeared he had resolved to embrace a newfound determination. In the 10th group, 5 young men dispatched from the military stood tall with unwavering confidence. It is said that those who can conquer the first challenge of the first level of the Spirit Tower through unconventional means are none other than the elite of Yunwang. Filled with self-assurance. To their surprise, such remarkable individuals also exist in the Zhangzhou branch. Even Elder Qi in the stands couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, Mu Xiaodai, though still young, possesses the wisdom to conceal her strengths and the audacity to face challenges with such a disposition. She is bound to become a formidable force in the future. Beside him, Dean Xingfeng nodded thoughtfully, remarking, if Mu Xiaodai can surpass the first challenge using the second method, I wonder if she can also induce a change in the runic data of the Spirit Tower at the main academy, securing her place among the historical challengers. Securing a place? Elder Qi's expression faltered, pondering the slim chances of such an achievement. After defeating 100 adversaries, the difficulty of each subsequent opponent is well understood by both of us. Furthermore, the main academy only records the top 1,000 challengers throughout history, and even the lowest ranked has defeated at least 107 Qingmu bronze figures. Though Elder Qi's words suggested skepticism, deep down, he harbored great hope that Mu Xiaodai would attain a noteworthy rank. After all, he was a man deeply rooted in regional pride, who would not wish for their homeland to produce a dazzling genius. Chapter 35, Human-like Monsters. The Spirit Tower, first challenge of the second level, presents a vast arena. As Xiao Han landed upon the stage, the voice of the tower's spirit resonated from all directions. Second level. First challenge, defeat 10 redwood figures within a time limit of 10 minutes. Xiao Han nodded gently, noting that the method to conquer the first challenge of the second level bore some resemblance to that of the first level. Before embarking on this challenge, he inquired about the realm of the Redwood Copperman. The voice of the spirit within the Tower of Communication was stark and mechanical, devoid of any emotion, stating that all challengers faced a Redwood Copperman of the same realm in the first challenge of the second level. He pondered whether, like the first level, defeating more Coppermen in this level would yield rankings and rewards. During his previous attempt at the first level, he had been unaware of any ranking system, which led him to adopt a rather cautious approach, ultimately vanquishing only 132 Greenwood Coppermen. Had he known of the rankings and rewards beforehand, he might have been bolder in his approach, and the number of Greenwood Coppermen he defeated would certainly have exceeded 132, resulting in a ranking far beyond a mere 7th place. Learning from his previous oversight, he resolved not to commit such a fundamental error again as he ventured into the second level of the Tower of Communication. However, the spirit of the tower informed him in its mechanical tone that there were no rankings for the first challenge of the second level, only for the first challenge of the first level. Upon hearing this, Xiao Han felt a twinge of disappointment, yet upon reflection, he found it reasonable. If every level were to implement a ranking system, even the most formidable challengers would find it overwhelming. After all, the resource expenditure during the first level was already immense. Thus, introducing a ranking in the second level would render even him uncertain of securing a place on the leaderboard. Moreover, the multitude of rankings renders the Central Academy indifferent to oversight. What Xiao Han remains unaware of is that achieving a position within the first level grants an additional opportunity to challenge the tower. This knowledge is no secret among the elite of the Feng Ling academies. However, having awakened for less than half a year, Xiao Han remains oblivious to such insights. I must remind you that the second level primarily tests the practical combat abilities of the challengers. The core of the Qi Mu Tong Run is nestled within the most formidable defenses, thus all challengers must rely on their strength to overcome it, rather than resorting to cunning tactics. Once the voice of the Spirit Tower subsided, several clusters of crimson gas suddenly emerged from the depths of the training grounds, resembling phantoms, swiftly coalescing into 10 towering bronze giants. In contrast to the Qing Mu bronze figures of the first level, the Qi Mu bronze giants of the second level stand more than 3 meters tall, their lines exquisitely crafted, akin to masterpieces of art, each fiery red surface seemingly aflame with explosive power. In the Central Academy of Feng Ling, within the Spirit Tower, Elder Wu Feng and Elder Wu Nan are observing Xiao Han's tower challenge through a runic viewing device from a distance. For ordinary individuals, the two elders would hardly exhibit such diligence. It is important to note that the expenditure of monitoring through the runic lens for a mere minute equates to the assets of half a small family. To witness the entirety of Xiao Han's tower challenge would require the combined wealth of 10 small families, and even that may prove insufficient. However, the young man Xiao Han is indeed worthy of such attention. To secure a ranking on the first level is a rare achievement among the remarkable talents in Yunhuang, particularly given the elevation of his standing. In the forthcoming challenge of the tower, they are not only to observe, but also to meticulously document and report to the Academy's administration. 10 crimson wooden figures launched an assault on Xiao Han from various directions. Boom! Xiao Han unleashed his full strength, and the seemingly formidable crimson wooden figure was effortlessly sent flying by him. Since this trial does not rely on any technique, brute force shall prevail. The 10 crimson wooden figures in the second challenge appear immensely powerful. Yet they pale in comparison to the 110 azure wooden figures that follow in the first level. The strength, agility, and defensive capabilities of the crimson wooden figures are indeed formidable, rivaling the top-tier experts within the 9th level of the profound energy realm. Their sole flaw lies in the fact that these crimson wooden figures are ultimately mere ethereal manifestations summoned by the spirit tower, while they possess immense strength. They lack martial skills. Some challengers with advanced martial techniques can easily subdue these crimson wooden figures through their prowess. Xiao Han's performance in the subsequent encounters was exceedingly dominant, as he boldly charged at the crimson wooden figures. Boom! With a full-powered punch, he obliterated the head of one crimson wooden figure. Within the Ling Academy's spirit tower, Elder Wu Nan suddenly exclaimed, "Did you notice? It seems he hasn't employed any martial techniques at all. He is relying solely on brute force." Elder Wu Feng, observing through the runic lens, remained remarkably composed, remarking, "Why are you so astonished? It is quite extraordinary for a challenger to rank 7th in the first level without such strength." Although Elder Wu Feng spoke casually, he was internally astonished. It is well known that both the Qingmu and Chimu bronze figures are renowned for their formidable defensive capabilities. Among warriors of the same realm, it is exceedingly difficult to breach their defenses without employing powerful martial techniques. However, what truly astounded him was not merely the absence of martial techniques. It was the fragments of the Chimu bronze pieces scattered on the ground. These remnants were shattered solely by brute force. Upon a rough calculation based on the fragments, it became evident that his strength exceeded an astonishing 1,300 Jin. Even the typically composed Elder Wu Feng found it challenging to maintain his tranquility at this revelation. How could this be? According to his personal data, this individual only possessed mid-stage cultivation of the 9 heavens of Xuanqi. Generally, such a stage would yield a force of merely over 900 Jin. Even those with exceptional talent might reach a force of 900 to 1,000 Jin. Elder Wu Nan murmured, reminiscing that during his own mid-stage cultivation of the 9 heavens of Xuanqi, he was considered a paragon among peers. Yet he could muster only 1,080 Jin of strength. It was only upon breaking through to the pinnacle of the 9 heavens of Xuanqi that he achieved a force of 1,100 Jin. Elder Wu Feng, with his meticulous mind, deduced from the bronze fragments on the ground, arriving at a more precise conclusion than Elder Wu Nan. That previous punch possessed a force of an astonishing 1,366 Jin. Upon arriving at this conclusion, Elder Wu Feng's eyelids twitched violently. This Xiao Han was nothing short of a monster. Elder Wu Feng had once encountered a creature whose strength reached 1,200 pounds at the Xuanqi realm. However, to witness someone like Xiao Han elevate his power to such heights in the mid-stage of the 9th level of Xuanqi was undoubtedly a first for him. He hurriedly documented all of Xiao Han's experiences within the tower, eager to report to the other elders shortly. Elder Wu Feng gazed at the runic eyepiece as if he had discovered the finest raw jade in the world, unwilling to divert his attention even for a moment. Within the Zhangzhou Spirit Tower, Xiao Han swiftly executed a turn. With a crack, the final head of the redwood creature was forcefully removed by Xiao Han. Congratulations. You have successfully passed the first challenge of the second level. Upon witnessing Xiao Han's achievement, Elder Wu Nan and Elder Wu Feng exhaled deeply, exchanging glances that conveyed mutual astonishment. This extraordinary individual had eliminated 10 redwood creatures of the same realm in less than a minute. Elder Wu Nan remained somewhat incredulous. Elder Wu Feng nodded thoughtfully and remarked, "I recall that after Yan Hong from the Fire Dragon Kingdom overcame the first challenge of the first level, He was so exhausted that he struggled to pass the first challenge of the second level, ultimately opting to forego further attempts at the tower. Yet Xiao Han, after completing the first challenge of the first level, does not appear to be fatigued like Yin Han. Could it be that he has yet to unleash his full potential in the first level? Elder Wu Nen squinted, murmuring, I am curious to see just how far he can progress. Chapter 36. White Snake Orchid. Xiao Han passed through a stone door, entering the second challenge of the second level. The second level, is the gravity space. As Xiao Han stepped into this realm, he immediately sensed that his body felt twice as heavy as usual. The voice of the spirit tower resonated, stating that the assessment for this level was remarkably simple. One merely needed to evade various hidden weapons and traverse the corridor safely to pass through the stone door ahead. Gazing ahead, Xiao Han observed that the corridor stretched approximately 500 meters in length, standing about 3 meters high and scarcely 1.5 meters wide. In such a narrow passage, even spotting the projectiles would not guarantee the ability to evade them. Furthermore, with the added gravitational force, his movements were constrained, and his reflexes and agility were diminished significantly. As he entered the corridor, a series of hidden compartments suddenly opened, launching 10 darts no longer than a finger. Despite the doubled gravity, Xiao Han remained remarkably agile, skillfully dodging the incoming projectiles. This 500-meter corridor harbored nearly 1,000 concealed compartments, each containing dozens of darts. With every step he took, he faced immense resistance. Nevertheless, his pace remained steady and unhurried. In no time, he traversed the length of the corridor, completing the second level in merely 2 minutes. In the Ling Academy, within the main tower of the Spirit Tower, Elders Wu Feng and Wu Nen were left agape, their astonishment palpable. To traverse a perilous corridor of 500 meters in just 2 minutes was akin to a leisurely stroll for Xiao Han, rendering the gravity and mechanisms set by the Spirit Tower utterly inconsequential as he effortlessly conquered the second challenge. As others cautiously navigated the challenges, taking small, measured steps, he strode boldly forward, unperturbed and unwavering in his pace. However, traversing this trial was not as effortless as it appeared. He simultaneously executed the Cloud Smoke Step and the Void Sword Finger, both of which were profound martial techniques, even under the influence of increased gravity. The Cloud Smoke Step allowed him to adeptly alter his position, evading the majority of hidden arrows. For those few arrows that he could not evade, he countered them directly with the Void Sword Finger, although he swiftly passed through the second challenge. The simultaneous use of these two advanced techniques exacted a tremendous toll, depleting 2 levels of his inner energy within a mere 2 minutes. Coupled with his earlier exertions in the first challenge and the second first challenge, he was left with less than 5 levels of inner energy. Upon entering the third challenge of the second layer, he immediately sensed an intensified gravitational force, amounting to 4 times the normal weight. Under such an immense gravitational field, an ordinary individual would find even basic movement nearly impossible, let alone overcoming challenges. Attempting to move rapidly could potentially injure one's skeletal structure. Even seasoned warriors would face significant impediments, moving as if they were no different from an average person. In this third challenge of the second layer, he had 20 minutes to traverse the expanse of the White Snake Orchid Garden under the oppressive gravitational influence to succeed. The sight of the white snake orchids made his eyelids flicker. These plants were indeed familiar, named for their underground rhizomes, which resemble white serpents. The white snake orchids were a captivating sight. The genuine and formidable 9th-level botanical beast, the white snake orchid, some of which have matured over decades or even centuries, possesses the potential to transcend its limitations and evolve into a first-tier plant monster. Renowned for its fearsome reputation among plant-based beasts, the white snake orchid's every tendril exhibits remarkable flexibility, capable of resisting even the sharpest blades. More perilous is the fact that each tendril is adorned with thousands of suction cups, which, upon entanglement, will pierce the skin and voraciously siphon away flesh and blood, leaving behind naught but skin and bones. Although classified as a plant beast, the white snake orchid displays an alarming agility when it strikes. Even a first-tier monster could easily become its prey if it strays too close. In the third trial, under 4 times the normal gravitational force, traversing this expanse of white snake orchids is no small feat. It is no wonder that, amidst the vast expanse of Yunhuan, only a few among the thousands who attempt this challenge succeed annually. Only those of the Xianling realm possess the capability to master the winds and traverse effortlessly. gathering their inner energy beneath their feet to step through the void in rapid succession. Even with the gravitational field's constraints, they can soar over this treacherous growth. Xiao Han silently calculated the vastness of this garden, estimating there to be hundreds of white snake orchids. Each mature plant boasts 12 to 18 tendrils, with those concealed underground measuring 3 to 5 times the height of the visible plant above. Were all the underground roots to emerge, they would effectively seal the entire garden. Within such a confined space, not even a practitioner of the Xuanqi realm, let alone a fully realized Xianling master, could hope to survive without the ability to traverse the air. Xiao Han meticulously surveyed the entire garden, closing his eyes to ponder for a moment before suddenly opening them, his gaze settling on a tall white snake orchid in the center of the courtyard. A faint smile graced Xiao Han's lips. The mature white snake orchid, once it blooms and scatters its seeds, leaves a minuscule space for these seeds to develop. It is within this area, scarcely the size of a palm, that no white snake orchid thorns intrude, making it the sole refuge in this garden. However, the safest spot also harbors the greatest peril. The thorns of the white snake orchid are 2 to 3 times longer than those of ordinary specimens, possessing heightened sensitivity and ferocity in their attacks. Thus, stepping beyond this designated area or making excessive noise would yield dire consequences. With a gentle push from his toes, Xiao Han soared directly into the realm of the white snake orchids. Upon landing, he found himself in a patch where the thorns were relatively sparse, yet still detected by 5 or 6 nearby orchids. Leaping into the air, he executed a series of 7 or 8 maneuvers to evade the encroaching thorns. For those he could not avoid, he deftly employed the Tai Xian sword gesture to repel them. The resilience of these thorns was formidable, even my Tai Su sword gesture, capable of breaching the defenses of top-tier first-level magical beasts, felt as though it struck upon a sponge when meeting these thorns, though he succeeded in pushing them back. Inflicting damage was an arduous task. Having evaded the initial wave of the white snake orchid's entanglement, Xiao Han landed again, now positioned several meters away. With an unsettling sound, he found himself in a location where the presence of the white snake orchid and thorny branches was conspicuously sparse. Only 8 white snake orchids sensed his arrival, and in an instant, over 100 thorny branches erupted from the ground, weaving into an enormous net that nearly sealed off every possible escape route for Xiao Han. The white thorny net resembled the colossal hand of death, ensnaring him within its grasp. With precision, Xiao Han summoned the essence of the void and honed it to its utmost limit, carving out a narrow path of survival just as the white net was about to close in on him. In a breath, he activated the cloud and missteps, swiftly evading the clutches of the white net. The defensive prowess of the white snake orchid was excessively formidable. If only he had mastered a fire-type martial technique. Even the most rudimentary of the lower-grade techniques would suffice to counter this botanical beast, rendering this ordeal considerably easier. Yi Xiaoyang possessed a human-grade technique known as the infernal fire art, while Ji Qian, despite lacking fire techniques, wielded a crimson flame sword that similarly held dominion over this plant creature. Alas, in this world, there exists no what-if, only the stark reality of outcomes and consequences. Since his awakening, a mere span of half a month had passed, leaving him little time to dedicate to further martial training. Now, he had no choice but to muster his true strength and forge ahead. Cursed be the circumstances. For the mother plant of the white snake orchid resided at the heart of the garden, with the surrounding areas teeming with thorny branches. For a martial artist devoid of fire techniques, traversing this trial was an arduous endeavor indeed. Unbeknownst to Xiao Han, many students from prominent families had already familiarized themselves with the various challenges presented by the Spirit Tower prior to their ascent. Works such as Yi Xiaoyang's Minghuoju and Ji Qian's Qian sword are no mere coincidences. They are the strategic responses of their creators, informed by their understanding of the assessment's content. Meanwhile, at Fengling Academy, in an effort to enhance the students' performance, such behavior is tacitly encouraged. Chapter 37. The potential for sanctification fire attribute martial arts. Where are they? Why has the fire attribute martial arts not yet been employed? Within the summoning tower of Fengling Academy, Elder Wunan, with his hands buried in his disheveled hair, erupted in a fit of exasperation. Could he be unaware that failing to utilize fire attribute martial arts would escalate the difficulty of this trial 3- or 4-fold? Even a practitioner of the Xianling realm might struggle to prevail. Elder Wufeng, seated calmly upon the stone platform, took a delicate sip of tea and pondered aloud. Surely this young lad does not approach the tower without prior knowledge of its contents? Presently, Xiao Han had made contact with the ground 9 times, traversing nearly 150 meters, yet he remained a mere 50 to 60 meters from the central zone, where the white snake orchids grew increasingly dense. Should he truly lack proficiency in fire attribute martial arts, his journey would undoubtedly end here. This particular trial, without the application of fire attribute martial arts, is simply insurmountable for a practitioner of the Xuanqi realm. The two elders exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with regret, as they harbored little hope for Xiao Han. Ensnared within an impenetrable web of white snakes, all avenues of escape were sealed, rendering him in a state of utter despair. Even a practitioner of the Xianling realm, trapped in such a manner, would find themselves resigned to their fate. For a martial artist of the Xuanqi realm, to have reached this juncture without invoking fire attribute martial arts is nothing short of miraculous. Although he did not achieve remarkable results, the strength of this youth is nonetheless commendable. The two elders shook their heads in dismay, fearing that Xiao Han was about to fail, when suddenly, a tremendous explosion reverberated, akin to the collapse of the heavens and the earth, shattering the white serpent giant net that ensnared him. At that moment, Xiao Han appeared disheveled, his tattered garments resembling a formidable deity. How is this possible? The two elders stared in disbelief at the runic eyepiece. Given the previous circumstances, even a late-stage Xianling warrior would have found it challenging to breach several layers of the white serpent great net. It was an outright display of brute force. Could this youth be a reincarnated demon god, possessing unparalleled strength? Even Wu Feng, usually composed, could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. To possess such combat prowess at the Xuanqi realm, this youth likely harbors the potential to attain sainthood. The phrase potential for sainthood encapsulates everything. It is worth noting that humanity has traversed the land of Yunhuang for 7 millennia, struggling to establish a realm, enduring countless hardships. Throughout these 7,000 years, no saint has emerged in Yunhuang, illustrating the immense difficulty of achieving such a status. Elder Wu Nen found it hard to believe that Wu Feng, who seldom offered praise, would bestow such a lofty assessment upon this young man. Does the elder imply that this youth can be compared to that individual? Wu Feng gently shook his head, stating, that individual possesses impeccable qualities in talent, temperament, lineage, and fortune. He is undoubtedly the foremost figure in Yunhuang's history over the past 7,000 years. Although the youth before him could not be compared to that individual, he was certainly capable of rivaling another. Elder Wu Nen remained silent, contemplating another person, a similarly monstrous genius, who had not emerged in the past 7 millennia of Yunhuang. This individual possessed the potential to achieve sanctity. Had it not been for the emergence of that extraordinary figure, he could have easily dominated an era, becoming the singular leader of the younger generation in Yunhuang. Within the mystic tower of Tsangzhou, Xiao Han's trials continued unabated. While some entities within the tower were mere phantasms and not of tangible existence, Xiao Han had recently found himself ensnared within a white net, experiencing a genuine threat of death. The intensity of that moment was overwhelmingly real. In that fleeting instant, Xiao Han channeled his internal energy to its utmost limit, inadvertently breaking through to the late stage of the 9th level of mystical energy. His 9th spiritual meridian burgeoned like bamboo shoots after a rain, successfully connecting with the preceding 8, forming a grand circulation of energy. Xiao Han felt his energy flow more freely, with an explosive increase in strength. Now at the late stage of the 9th level of mystical energy, the power he unleashed was even more formidable than that of a practitioner at the mystic spirit realm. With a forceful push of his foot, he leapt forward, covering over 30 meters in a single stride. Upon landing, he found himself on a small patch of ground, merely the size of a palm, near the mother plant of the white snake orchid. This time, Xiao Han evaded the onslaught of the thorny tendrils of the orchid. With a series of precise steps, he landed deftly on the vacant spaces, and with his final leap of over 80 meters, he ascended onto a stone platform, successfully passing the 3rd trial. The two elders before the rune eyepiece were utterly astonished. It is important to note that within the confines of the white snake orchid garden, the obstacles encountered only intensified with each passing moment. Some mature white snake orchid mother plants had even reached the threshold of the 1st rank. The reason the two elders had previously expressed such unwavering confidence that Xiao Han would not surpass this trial was precisely due to this fact. Once ensnared by a 1st-rank white snake orchid, even a powerful practitioner at the late stage of the Xianling realm would be doomed to a bitter fate. Moreover, behind him lay vast expanses of these formidable mother plants. Elder Wu Feng's voice trembled slightly as he remarked, as he traversed the area of the mother plants. Each step was precisely placed within the nurturing zone. Such observation, judgment, and execution have been flawlessly combined in a single individual. It is crucial to understand that practitioners of the Xuanqi realm cannot manipulate the wind to aid their movement. Thus, he must calculate the force, direction, and landing point of his next step with utmost precision the moment his previous foot touches the ground, ensuring that he does not exceed the boundaries of the nurturing zone of the white snake orchids. Should this young man not falter along the way, his future achievements are indeed beyond imagination. Xiao Han stepped onto the stone platform, thereby passing the third trial. However, he did not hasten to enter the stone door. Instead, he seated himself on the ground to meditate and restore some of his vitality. The third trial had a time limit of 20 minutes, and having previously observed, calculated, and navigated the challenges in only 7 or 8 minutes, it meant he still had over 10 minutes remaining to recuperate. In the blink of an eye, several minutes had passed. Xiao Han opened his eyes and exhaled deeply, murmuring to himself, "Even if I am cultivating the most supreme divine technique, it is impossible to recover significantly in such a short span of time." He estimated that only 2 layers of profound energy remained, and he would have to proceed cautiously in the upcoming trials. Gently, Xiao Han pushed open the grand door before him, revealing a vast expanse of white mist, swirling like a celestial realm. Apart from a solitary rock behind him, which served as a connection between the third and fourth trials, there was nothing else in sight. Below him lay a precipice of immeasurable depth, the air thin and imbued with a chill, while the clouds danced beneath his feet, swayed by the wind. Upon entering this space, Xiao Han immediately sensed an overwhelming gravitational magnetic field, reaching an astonishing 6-fold intensity. In the second layer, the fourth trial required him to traverse a distance of 400 meters to the third layer's passage within half an hour, under the oppressive gravitational force, to successfully pass. Fixing his gaze, Xiao Han discerned, amidst the billowing clouds, a faint outline of a black hole. That was the passage to the third layer. He was taken aback. The distance from the rock beneath him to the third layer's passage was a staggering 400 meters horizontally and 50 meters vertically. Who in the world does not know that warriors in the realm of profound energy cannot manipulate the wind to traverse such distances? Under the influence of 6-fold gravity, who could leap over 400 meters and ascend 50 meters high? It seemed improbable that even a reincarnated emperor could achieve such a feat within the realm of profound energy. Chapter 38. The first place on the profound energy ranking. In this moment, Xiao Han could not help but question inwardly. Is this trial truly designed for warriors of the profound energy realm? It appeared utterly insurmountable. Xiao Han stood atop the precipice, gently tilting his head back and closing his eyes, allowing the mountain breeze to caress his long hair. In this moment, he could distinctly perceive the swirling mists and the dust particles from the rocks beneath him scattering with the wind. The only sound accompanying him was the howling of the mountain wind, resonating through the cliffs. Suddenly, Xiao Han's eyes flew open, and he turned to glance behind him. The gates leading to the third and fourth challenges remained ajar, and a leaf of the white snake orchid was carried forth by the breeze. He extended his hand and captured the leaf, its stem and veins remarkably clear to his sight. After contemplating for a brief moment, he noticed another leaf fluttering out from the passage of the third challenge. A smile graced his lips as he swiftly seized the second leaf. Although the emergence of the leaves was quite erratic, on average, 1 or 2 leaves appeared every minute. As Xiao Han collected the leaves, he silently calculated within his mind the number required to traverse the 400 meters at a height of 50 meters under the influence of a 6-fold gravitational magnetic field. With his first step on the rock and an additional 5 meters of pre-launch distance, he estimated that with the full deployment of his cloud smoke step, he could leap over 50 meters. As for the subsequent steps, standing solely on the leaves would not provide much force. Under the 6-fold magnetic field, a leap of 8 or 9 meters would be commendable. Thus, it was evident that he would need at least 40 leaves, with 30 minutes allotted for the third challenge. It became apparent that the actual time needed was minimal. The majority would be spent gathering the precious leaves. Xiao Han collected a total of 40 leaves, taking a full 22 minutes to do so. To be on the safe side, he gathered a few extra. As he neared completion, Xiao Han closed his eyes once more, accurately gauging the humidity, wind speed, and direction of the air around him. The mountain winds were chaotic, swirling unpredictably, making it challenging for him to find his footing. As the seconds ticked away and the 30-minute limit approached, he remained as calm as still water, seemingly merging with the universe itself. Now was the moment. Xiao Han suddenly opened his eyes, a cloud of smoke rising beneath his feet. In an instant, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, propelling himself forward with maximum initial velocity over a span of just 5 meters. During this brief interval, he skillfully released the 42 leaves, each with varying degrees of force. With a thunderous roar, Xiao Han launched himself like a human cannonball. The initial speed was astonishing, had it not been for the enhancement of the six-fold gravitational magnetic field. He might have leapt directly into the passage of the third level. Inside the spirit tower, two elders watched Xiao Han's performance, their eyes widening in disbelief. This prodigy was capable of leaping over 50 meters under six-fold gravity. Without the gravitational field, could he not have soared directly to the 7th level? Elder Wu Feng could not help but roll his eyes at the mention of the 7th level. Such a feat was surely impossible. Even at their level, they had merely managed to breach the 7th level. It was evident that Elder Wu Nan's claim was an exaggeration, yet it underscored the profound shock resonating within both of them. According to the data, Xiao Han had executed a long-distance jump of 58 meters and a vertical leap of 5 meters. Elder Wu Feng spoke with a slight tremor in his voice. With just this single step, he has already surged into the top 200 of this year's mysterious energy rankings. Yet, this is not the end. With precise timing and exact location, Xiao Han skillfully harnessed the appropriate force, landing perfectly on a specific leaf. With a swift motion, akin to stepping upon the tranquil surface of a lake, Xiao Han adeptly leveraged his momentum to leap once more. According to the rune data, he achieved a remarkable horizontal jump of 18 meters and a vertical leap of 2 meters. Again, with impeccable precision, Xiao Han landed on another leaf, skillfully utilizing the force. In this instance, he covered a horizontal distance of 16 meters while maintaining the same vertical height of 2 meters. The two elders within the spirit tower were acutely aware that all of this had been meticulously calculated long before the youth made his initial move. Strategy must precede action. What remains to be observed is merely the execution of this young man. The challenges that surpass the current execution are the understanding of the opportune moment, the advantageous conditions, and a comprehensive grasp of all calculations prior to the commencement. The sheer volume of information involved in these calculations far exceeds that of any geometric problem, ascending to a level that necessitates conjecture. Naturally, conjecture comes in various degrees. A complete lack of direction and random predictions constitute one form of guessing. Discerning two truths from one is another. Perceiving a single detail, yet grasping the entirety remains guesswork. However, deducing one's evolution from a single-celled organism is the pinnacle of true conjecture. The calmness exhibited by this young man in overcoming obstacles clearly indicates that he has mastered the essence of guessing. As events have unfolded, the two elders have become less invested in whether Xiao Han can surmount this challenge. In their minds, they have long since categorized him alongside the other two prodigies within the academy. Should he succeed, it would indicate a commendable proficiency in calculation, foresight, execution, and perhaps a touch of fortune, marking him as an extraordinary genius endowed with immense wisdom, perseverance, and serendipity. Conversely, failure would merely suggest a deficiency in the element of luck when it comes to guessing, which in itself is not particularly revealing. I recall that this year's mystical energy rankings saw the top contender achieve a remarkable leap of 344 meters in distance and 38 meters in height. Elder Wu Nin nodded gently, remarking that the first place was claimed by Prince Yin Hong of the Fire Dragon Kingdom, who, on his second attempt at the tower, accomplished a feat that indeed warranted admiration among his peers. Elder Wu Feng smiled lightly, adding, "Yet now, another contender has emerged, Xiao Han." Yin Hong had secured his second opportunity to challenge the tower due to his commendable performance on the first level. Unlike Yin Hong, Xiao Han has surged forward with unrelenting momentum, not only surpassing Yin Hong's impressive achievements on the first level, but also persevering through the second level without faltering. Advancing to the present moment, Xiao Han's current long jump has reached 362 meters, and his high jump has achieved 44 meters. Even if he were to fail now, he would still hold the title of this year's top contender in the mystical energy rankings. Of course, all that the two elders have discussed remains unknown to Xiao Han. At this moment, his sole focus is to exert every effort to conquer this critical juncture. The final 30 meters of distance and the few meters of height appear exceptionally daunting. Firstly, as the leaf traveled over 300 meters, the force available diminished significantly, and now achieving a leap of 3 to 4 meters was already quite commendable. Secondly, A miscalculation of the wind's speed caused the leaf's trajectory to deviate increasingly towards the end, thus further diminishing its momentum. Fortunately, Xiao Han adeptly adjusted his footing in time, preserving a chance for redemption. Thankfully, I had prepared an additional 2 leaves beforehand. Otherwise, I would have been unable to pass this trial under any circumstances. To the casual observer, it may appear as mere spectacle, but the seasoned practitioners discern the nuances. The influence of wind speed on the leaf's deviation, though fleeting, did not escape the keen eyes of the 2 elders. Rather than being perturbed by the misjudgment, they were more astonished by Xiao Han's composure and his ability to remedy the situation under pressure. Even the 2 elders within the spirit tower could not suppress their admiration for Xiao Han's command over force, which seemed to surpass their own, despite their decades of experience. With a determined step, Xiao Han landed on the 42nd leaf, and in his final leap, the tips of his toes barely grazed the threshold leading to the 3rd level. His toes merely brushed against the surface for a few millimeters, while the majority of his body remained suspended in the air. It is difficult to fathom how he managed to maintain his center of gravity at such an angle without plummeting. Chapter 39. Abandonment outside the Spirit Tower. Amidst the crowd of onlookers, one individual rubbed his eyes vigorously, and upon reopening them, he realized he was not merely imagining things. Consequently, a piercing scream, akin to that of a slaughtered pig, erupted from the square. The individual pointed at the spirit tower, gesticulating fervently and exclaiming loudly, yet found himself utterly speechless. Onlookers presumed him to be deranged, save for a few acquaintances who approached to assist him, offering support as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. After a considerable duration, he finally managed to utter 3 barely discernible words. 3rd level. The gazes of his friends followed the direction of his finger, and in that instant, they appeared to witness something profoundly terrifying, their faces turning ashen. How could this be? Someone had breached the 3rd level. All of them pointed toward the spirit tower, and it was unclear who spoke first, but the square erupted with commotion. Even Qi Shangtian and Xing Feng, who were seated nearby sipping tea, were stirred by the revelation, directing their attention to the spirit tower. Someone had ascended to the 3rd level. The entire assembly echoed the same phrase, and Qi Shangtian and Xing Feng exchanged a dazed glance, unable to conceal their astonishment. It was common knowledge that the 6th group lacked any practitioners of the Xianling realm, with Mu Xiaodai being the most accomplished among them, merely at the pinnacle of the 9th heaven of the Xuanqi realm. Yet, despite the absence of a Xianling expert, the beacon of the 3rd level shone brightly. What profound implications did this hold? Without need for elaboration, everyone present understood the gravity of the situation. Throughout the annals of history in Yunhuang, those who had ascended to the 3rd level as Xuanqi practitioners could be counted on one hand. Such prodigious talents, if they did not meet an untimely demise, were destined to evolve into figures of monumental significance, capable of representing the entirety of Yunhuang. Even the royal families of the various prefectures would be compelled to bow their haughty heads in their presence. Aside from our young lady, one might wonder who else in the entire Yunhuang could ascend to the 3rd level of the profound Qi realm. Several members of the Mu family, brimming with arrogance, surveyed their surroundings with an air of disdain, paying little heed even to a senior mentor dispatched from the military who stood behind them. While many in the square found the Mu clan's haughty demeanor unbearable, they could not deny that within the 5th group, aside from Mu Xiaodai, none could possibly reach the 3rd level. Mu Xiaodai had always been the most enigmatic student in the academy. A thorough examination of the academy's records revealed not a single account of her exerting her prowess. Even when confronted by Yi Xiaoyang, who had once dismissed her, she merely sent her attendant, Xiao Han, to deal with him. Until today, no one was aware of her true capabilities, not even her level of cultivation. However, Mu Xiaodia's performance today astonished everyone present. Even the youth from the military could not help but regard her with newfound respect. Many lamented that if Mu Xiaodai could conquer the 3rd level with her profound Qi cultivation, the Mu family would indeed soar to unprecedented heights in the future. Not only would these lesser nobles have to lower their stature before the Mu family, but even members of the royal family of the Yuanyu County might find themselves in a subordinate position. Moreover, Mu Xiaodia's brothers would rise in prominence, potentially securing significant positions in the court, and perhaps even marrying into the royal family of Yuanyu County, becoming relatives of the imperial lineage. In the distance, surrounded by several members of the Yi family, Yi Xiaoyang gazed at the tower lights of the 3rd level with wide eyes, utterly astonished, as he had never anticipated that Mu Xiaodai possessed such extraordinary talent. Had he known that Mu Xiaodai was such an extraordinary talent, Xiaoyang would have never severed ties with her to pursue another girl of a more illustrious background, while he wallowed in regret. He secretly contemplated how to sever his connection with the other girl at minimal cost, in hopes of mending his relationship with Mu Xiaodai. If he could marry a celestial being like her, the benefits to him and the entire Yi family would be beyond measure. After a considerable time, Qi Xiang, standing at the forefront of the stone platform, was the first to regain his composure and softly remarked, "Perhaps she has transcended to the Xianling realm during her trial in the tower." Indeed, the challenge of advancing to the third layer of the Xuanqi realm was exceedingly daunting. Throughout the 7,000 years of history in the Cloud Wilderness, few had achieved it. Transitioning from the Xuanqi realm to the Xianling realm before attempting the third layer would be significantly easier. Moreover, with Mu Xiaodai possessing the pinnacle of the ninth layer of Xuanqi, she indeed met the criteria for breaking through to the Xianling realm. Upon this reflection, everything began to make sense, compared to the astonishment of reaching the third layer of the Xuanqi realm. The speculation of Mu Xiaodai breaking into the Xianling realm was far more palatable. Nonetheless, even so, Mu Xiaodai was still remarkably impressive, especially considering her tender age of 16. Outside the Spirit Tower, everyone, except for Xiao Xian, mistakenly believed that Mu Xiaodai had ascended to the third layer. Although such a misunderstanding seemed reasonable, it was still quite absurd. Inside the Spirit Tower, the first challenge of the third layer was akin to that of the first challenge of the second layer, consisting of a vast arena. The distinction lay in the fact that the arena of the third layer was encompassed by magma, with only the central area being a stretch of basalt plain, occasionally bubbling ominously. The pungent scent of smoke made it exceedingly difficult for Xiao Han to breathe. As soon as he landed in the arena, the voice of the Spirit Tower echoed from all directions. The first challenge of the third level: defeat 10 initial stage flame demons within 30 minutes. Xiao Han was taken aback. The first challenge of the third level was indeed a flame demon. The initial stage flame demon was evidently among the most rudimentary of its kind. In this world, the majority of flame demons resided around the Taixin realm, with some advanced flame demons capable of evolving to the pinnacle of the Xiantian realm. Unlike the iron golems of the first and second levels of the Spirit Tower, flame demons are a hybrid of rock and biological creature, possessing considerable intelligence. More importantly, the temperature of a flame demon is alarmingly high. Even a newborn flame demon can reach surface temperatures exceeding 800 degrees Celsius. Such a creature cannot be confronted with bare fists, as it would undoubtedly result in self-inflicted burns. Instead, one must channel their Xian Qi and employ martial techniques for ranged attacks. Barely had the announcement faded when several half-human-sized flame demons crawled up from the magma. Xiao Han smiled wryly. Having navigated several challenges, his Xian Qi was alarmingly depleted, barely remaining at 1/10 of its capacity. Having just broken through to the late stage of the 9th level of Xian Qi, he required a portion of it to nurture the connecting spiritual meridians. It was inadvisable to engage further, lest he exhaust his Xian Qi and jeopardize his meridians. "I concede," Xiao Han declared decisively, without a hint of hesitation. Even the two elders within the Spirit Tower, situated millions of miles away, were slightly taken aback. They had never anticipated that Xiao Han, who had arduously reached the third level, would so readily choose to forfeit. For Xiao Han himself, he now possessed less than a layer of profound energy. Even if he were to exhaust his potential and ultimately vanquish all the fire demons, it would merely secure him a more prestigious ranking and honor. But what significance does that hold? The reputation of a person is but a fleeting shadow. While status and accolades are indeed important, sacrificing one's very essence for such ephemeral pursuits, leaving behind lifelong regrets, is truly not worth it. Therefore, the wisdom of timely relinquishment is undoubtedly profound. Chapter 40. Who truly is the genius? The Spirit Tower, resembling a colossal behemoth, at this moment only illuminated by two faint glimmers of light. Suddenly, in front of the stone door at the base of the Spirit Tower, a flash of brilliance emerged, and two figures appeared simultaneously. Xiao Han gazed at the petite figure standing opposite him, momentarily taken aback. Who else could it be but Mu Xiaodai? She had also emerged from the Spirit Tower at the same time as him. Their eyes met briefly, revealing mutual astonishment. Clearly, neither had anticipated the other's endurance within the tower for such an extended period. However, they quickly averted their gazes. With her head held high, Mu Xiaodai exited without even exchanging the most basic pleasantries, exuding an air of superiority. It was evident she believed that, despite Xiao Han's prolonged tenure in the Spirit Tower, he could never achieve results as commendable as hers. With graceful steps akin to that of a butterfly, Mu Xiaodai elegantly traversed through the stone doorway. Soon after, a throng of students and mentors surrounded the area. Several disciples of the Yi family surged forward, carving a path through the bustling crowd. Yi Xiaoyang, draped in flowing silk, approached leisurely yet with undeniable poise. Mu Xiaodai gazed at the throngs of people before her, all eagerly approaching, a flicker of surprise momentarily gracing her visage, though it was swiftly masked by an air of 3 parts pride and 7 parts aloofness. Several mentors observed Mu Xiaodai, who resembled a butterfly amidst flowers, their expressions shifting dramatically. You have not yet transcended to the Ling realm. Faced with such an absurd inquiry, Mu Xiaodai found herself at a loss, gently nodding as she replied, I am merely a thin veil away from the Ling realm, with a tranquil mind. I could undoubtedly ascend within a week. Although the barrier between the pinnacle of the 9 levels of Xuanqi and the Ling realm is but a mere sheet of paper, the chasm between them is vast. Practitioners at the pinnacle of the 9 levels possess limited Xuanqi and lack the ability to manipulate the wind for transportation. This is an undeniable truth. Once one transcends to the Ling realm, a fundamental transformation occurs. The Xuanqi within becomes liquid, allowing the Dantian to store Xuanqi in exponentially greater quantities. More importantly, those who attain the Ling realm can harness the wind for travel. Starting today, Sangzhou shall finally embark on the path of prosperity. The assembled crowd erupted in congratulations towards Mu Xiaodai. This only deepened her bewilderment, leaving her feeling utterly disoriented. Despite not having broken through to the Ling realm, why were these individuals celebrating so fervently? Even more perplexing was the inexplicable connection to Sangzhou's imminent prosperity. At the moment when Mu Xiaodai was most bewildered, Yi Xiaoyang approached with graceful poise, his handsome visage adorned with a captivating smile. He gently remarked, Congratulations, Xiaodai. With merely the cultivation of the minor profound Qi realm, you have ascended to the 3rd level of the Spirit Tower. Such innate talent surely heralds your future as a dominant force in our Yunhuang. Ascended to the 3rd level? Mu Xiaodai exclaimed, her face reflecting shock. I did not reach the 3rd level of the Spirit Tower. I merely advanced through the 4th challenge of the 2nd level, leaping a distance of 235 meters horizontally and 31 meters vertically, ultimately securing the 12th position on the profound Qi ranking. Her words detonated like a bomb, causing the expressions of the congratulating students and mentors to shift dramatically. Yi Xiaoyang, visibly flustered, exclaimed, You did not reach the 3rd level. Yet why did the light of the 3rd level in the Spirit Tower illuminate just now? What? The light of the 3rd level was illuminated. Mu Xiaodai was even more astonished than anyone else present. No one understood better than she the formidable challenge of the 4th task at the 2nd level of the Spirit Tower. She initially believed that her 12th place on the profound Qi ranking was already remarkable. Upon exiting the Spirit Tower, she had prepared herself for a reception of flowers and applause. However, reality had presented her with this unexpected twist. As the lights of the Spirit Tower dimmed, 2 students were simultaneously teleported out. Since Mu Xiaodai had not ascended to the 3rd level, it must have been another young martial artist, Xiao Han. At that moment, the crowd finally grasped the situation, their faces registering profound astonishment. It is worth noting that during the 1st round of assessment, Xiao Han had been detected with only the peak cultivation of the 8th layer of profound Qi. With the cultivation of the 8th layer of mysterious Qi, ascending to the 3rd level of the Spirit Tower is truly astonishing. Throughout the annals of Yunhuang, no entity of such caliber has ever emerged, truly achieving what has never been accomplished before. All eyes turned toward Mu Xiaodai, striving to catch a glimpse of Xiao Han. However, they soon realized that, unbeknownst to them, Xiao Han had already departed from the crowd. In the 10th group of Taiji Square, Xiao Xian gazed in astonishment at the tall and robust figure before her. Have you broken through to the 9th layer of mysterious Qi? Xiao Han, though pale from the excessive strain of his cultivation, managed a faint smile as he replied. By a stroke of luck, I managed to connect the 9 meridians and break through to the 9th layer of mysterious Qi within the Spirit Tower. Moreover, now that even you, little girl, have advanced to the mysterious spirit realm, I must strive to keep pace with you. Xiao Xian playfully patted Xiao Han's shoulder and grinned mischievously. Worry not. Even if you cannot keep up with my pace, I, your little sister, shall always have your back. In truth, Xiao Han's progress in cultivation has reached a remarkable level. However, while Xiao Xian has transformed her mysterious Qi and can swiftly revert to her former strength after purging the tainted energy, Xiao Han is genuinely undergoing a complete recultivation. The essence of their journeys is fundamentally different. Thus, it is entirely reasonable that Xiao Han may not catch up with Xiao Xian in the short term. Amidst the playful banter between the siblings, Qi Xiangtian and Xing Feng approached them unbeknownst to the two. Clearing his throat, Xing Feng observed the siblings' playful exchange and coughed repeatedly, while Qi Xiangtian awkwardly touched his nose. Xiao Han and his sister exchanged a smile, then bowed respectfully, saying, "Greetings, Elder Qi and Dean Xing." Both Xing Feng and Qi Xiangtian nodded gently in response. A smile crept onto Xing Feng's face as he eagerly inquired, "Xiao Han, did you truly reach the third level of the Spirit Tower?" Both Xing Feng and Qi Xiangtian found it hard to believe that a mere practitioner at the 8th level of the profound Qi could achieve such a feat naturally. With their discerning eyes, they recognized that Xiao Han had already broken through to the 9th level of the profound Qi. However, in their view, as long as it was not a breakthrough from the peak of the 9th level to the realm of the profound spirit, which represented a qualitative transformation, this recent advancement from the 9th level was not significantly different from the pinnacle of the 8th level. Xiao Han replied, "It was merely a stroke of luck. I only just reached the 3rd level and did not even defeat the first challenge, a flame demon." Before I exited, Xing Feng and Qi Xiangtian felt a wave of disbelief wash over them. Xiao Han spoke with such nonchalance, as if it were a trivial matter. Qi Xiangtian was truly tempted to unleash a tirade, thinking, if you're going to boast, at least have some sense of proportion. How many in the annals of Yunhuang have ever reached the 3rd level of the Spirit Tower? Do you know how far I got back when I was at the profound Qi stage? The 4th challenge of the 2nd level. In comparison to you, I was leagues behind. And here you are, lamenting over reaching the 3rd level, while I ought to have taken my own life in despair back then. In truth, Xiao Han had merely intended to display a modicum of humility, unaware that he had left such a profound psychological impact on Elder Qi and Dean Xing. Fortunately, Qi Xiangtian is a person of great refinement, and, with a smile, remarked, "It is quite commendable that you have ascended to the 3rd level of the Spirit Tower. As far as I know, no practitioner of the Xuanqi realm has reached that level in this year's trials. You should be the first." Xiao Han did not refute this and gently nodded, saying, "Indeed, when I departed from the Spirit Tower, I was ranked first on the Xuanqi leaderboard. However, the waves of the river push the waves ahead. One can never predict whether someone will surpass me in the days to come." Surpass you by reaching the 3rd level? Do you truly believe that ascending to the 3rd level is as effortless as consuming a watermelon? If it were that simple, over the millennia in Yunhuang, only a mere handful would have accomplished it. Xing Feng and Qi Xiangtian endured their discomfort, forcing a smile to shift the conversation. During the trials on the 6th group, someone ascended to the 2nd level of the Spirit Tower in just 3 minutes. That person wouldn't happen to be you, would it? Chapter 41. Polarization. Before Xiao Han embarked on his trial in the Spirit Tower, his goal was clear: to achieve an impressive result within the tower, thereby demonstrating his potential as a worthy trainee for the Zhangzhou branch to invest resources in. Attaining the top position on the Xuanqi leaderboard was sufficient to accomplish this aim. If he revealed excessive accomplishments, it might inadvertently attract unnecessary troubles. Securing 7th place in the 1st level of the Spirit Tower had already drawn the attention of the Grand Elder of the Academy, who even presented him with a purple gold token. Such an achievement was arguably on par with being first on the Xuanqi leaderboard. Xiao Han was acutely aware that he no longer enjoyed the protection of his father, the Emperor, as he had a millennium ago. In this unfamiliar world, he understood the necessity of concealing his strengths until he had matured. After exchanging a few pleasantries with his 2 elders, he excused himself, citing exhaustion from his recent endeavor in the Tower of Trials, thereby dismissing these 2 troublesome figures. The results of the 6th Group S challenge in the tower had caused an uproar within the academy, a commotion that showed no signs of abating. Represented by Mu Yunfeng, several members of the Mu family glared at Xiao Han's retreating figure, seething with resentment. How infuriating! This despicable wretch has leveraged our family's extensive cultivation to reach such heights. It is no wonder he dares to bite the hand that feeds him. Meanwhile, within the ranks of the Ji family, Ji Qian stood in stunned silence, grappling with the revelation that it was indeed he who had ascended to the 3rd level of the Spirit Tower. How could he possess such strength? Ji Qian had never anticipated that the very individual he had vowed to defeat had grown to such an extent. Historically, no mediocre warrior had ever reached the 3rd level of the Spirit Tower with profound energy. Those who succeeded, provided they did not perish prematurely, invariably evolved into dominant figures of the Yunhuang realm. Gradually, Ji Qian found himself engulfed in doubt, questioning whether he possessed the confidence to vanquish such an extraordinary talent. The 5 youths dispatched from the military could not suppress their astonishment. It was no wonder that the third prince spoke so highly of this individual. To ascend to the 3rd level of the spirit tower at the profound energy stage was indeed a testament to his monstrous genius. Yi Xiaoyang fixed his gaze upon Xiao Han, resolute in his belief despite the opinions of others. No matter what they say, I am convinced of the truth. A vanquished foe, who has not even reached the 3rd level of the spirit tower himself, does not possess the merit to achieve such a feat, in stark contrast to the tumultuous emotions surrounding her. Mu Xiaodai, who shared the deepest entanglement with Xiao Han, exhibited an unsettling calmness at this moment. She merely cast a fleeting glance at Xiao Han, and onlookers could discern no trace of sentiment within her gaze. Many were inwardly astonished. Despite being surpassed by her own servant, Mu Xiaodai remained remarkably composed. This remarkable equanimity, devoid of joy or sorrow, was a rare quality indeed. Securing the 12th position on the was undeniably impressive, yet it paled in comparison to Xiao Han's illustrious first place. The expressions of those observing the Mu family's scion began to shift, taking on a peculiar hue. In truth, everyone was aware that Xiao Han had been cast aside by Mu Xiaodai, rather than being exiled from the Mu family as they claimed. Some students who had interacted with Xiao Han even recalled his deep admiration for Mu Xiaodai, willingly serving her and incurring the ire of many in the process. Previously, the reticence to speak openly stemmed from the Mu family's influence. However, with Xiao Han's burgeoning potential, it was certain that Fengling Academy would invest heavily in his development, and the royal family of Yuanzhou would undoubtedly extend an olive branch. In this light, the Mu family's waning power appeared trivial by comparison. Many lamented that although the Mu family held a formidable hand, they had squandered it pitifully. As the echoes of the 6th group lingered, the 7th group of students surged into the spirit communication tower with great momentum. Yet, their ultimate performance was somewhat underwhelming. With only 4 individuals managing to ascend to the 2nd level, all of whom met defeat at the very first challenge on that level. Lastly, the 8th and 9th groups combined could only boast a solitary individual who succeeded in reaching the 2nd level of the tower. It is both amusing and lamentable that the 3 groups collectively did not even require a full hour. One cannot help but marvel at the stark polarization within the Sangzhou branch. Exceptional individuals such as Su Yunhe, Xiao Han, Mu Xiaodai, and Yi Xiaoyang stand out as the pinnacle of the younger generation throughout the entire Yuanyu prefecture, while the vast majority are rather inconspicuous. This stark dichotomy becomes even more pronounced in the 10th group. Within this group, 3 individuals reached the 2nd level in merely 3 minutes, while many others exited the spirit tower in less than 3 minutes. 8 minutes later, someone ascended to the 3rd level of the spirit tower. By this time, the majority of the students had vacated the spirit tower, leaving only a scant 6 lights swiftly moving within. After 20 minutes, all 6 had conquered the 3rd level of the spirit tower. Witnessing this scene, Su Yunhe, a fellow practitioner at the Xianling realm, felt a pang of unease. Initially, he had taken nearly 10 minutes to reach the 2nd level, yet these 6 individuals, even the weakest among them, surpassed him by a significant margin. How could such a disparity exist among practitioners at the same initial stage of the Xianling realm? The few youths transferred from the military could be excused. Having grown in the harsh conditions of the army, they naturally possess different capabilities, and their mastery of the Xianling realm is well established. However, Xiao Han's sister, who is merely 15 years old and presumably has only recently broken through to the Xianling realm, raises the question of how she could be so formidable. Su Yunhe's teeth ground together, and his fingertips pressed into his palms. Typically, he led a life reminiscent of a star being adored, long hailed as a paragon of excellence. Yet today, the blow dealt by these 6 individuals was profoundly disheartening. Within the academy, those who once believed that Su Yunhe could represent the Sangzhou branch in a contest against the 5 youths dispatched from the military now hung their heads in disappointment upon witnessing the current scene. Setting aside the final results for the moment, the swiftness with which these individuals ascended the spirit tower eclipsed Su Yunhe's own efforts. Within merely 20 minutes, they had reached the 3rd level of the spirit tower. To his astonishment, even Xiao Han's younger sister proved to be remarkably formidable at such a tender age. She stood shoulder to shoulder with the youths from the military. If one were to speak of potential, it was entirely plausible that Xiao Han's sister surpassed even Xiao Han himself in sheer prowess. No one dared to dismiss this conjecture. Especially considering that she had attained the Xianling stage by the age of 15, her future prospects remained an enigma to all. Amidst the swirling discussions, at last, one person stepped forward. Yang Yin, the youth dispatched from the military. Gasps of surprise rippled through the crowd. No one had anticipated that he would be the first to emerge. I successfully navigated the second trial of the third level of the Spirit Tower. But during the third trial of the same level, a moment of carelessness, alas. Yang Yin's expression was one of deep regret. As a boy raised within the military, he could hardly fathom making such a negligent mistake. A mentor clad in military attire approached, placing a reassuring hand on Yang Yin's shoulder. Reaching the third trial of the third level at the initial stage of the Xianling realm is already an impressive feat. When I was at your cultivation level, I couldn't even surpass the second trial. Not long after Yang Yin emerged, Xueyu followed suit, his performance comparable to Yang Yan's, both having faltered at the third obstacle of the third tier. Surprisingly, Hongjiu, who had received a relatively poor evaluation in the first round, was the third to exit, his achievement slightly surpassing that of Yang Yin and Xueyu, nearly overcoming the third barrier. At this moment, only the brothers Han Yun and Han Yan, along with this year's most unexpected contender, Xiao Zixuan, remained within the Spirit Tower. It was truly astonishing that the representative from our Zhangzhou branch, who was to contend with the military's best, was not our long-admired senior Su Yunhe, but rather the younger sister of Xiao Han, a mere 15-year-old girl. Many gazed at the Spirit Tower with mixed emotions, their hearts brimming with unspoken words, yet at this moment, silence enveloped them. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from the crowd. Look, the lighthouse of the fourth tier is illuminated. All eyes turned towards the fourth tier of the Spirit Tower. Chapter 42, Conclusion of the Assessment, Part 3, Could it be that someone has reached the fourth tier of the Spirit Tower? The square was filled with gasps of astonishment. While other youths of similar ages ascended to the fourth tier, they struggled to even reach the second. How could the disparity between individuals be so vast? Xing Feng sighed, observing that among the remaining three, only Han Yun had attained the mid-stage of the profound spirit realm, while Han Yin and Xiao Zixuan appeared to be at the initial stage. The several junior mentors standing behind Xing Feng wore expressions of complexity. Indeed, the waves of the Yangtze River pushed the waves ahead. As I myself had only just managed to ascend to the fourth tier of the Spirit Tower at the level of minor attainment in the profound spirit realm. As the assessment progressed to this stage, the situation had become exceedingly clear. Qi Xiangtian analyzed that both Yi Xiaoyang and Ji Qian had ascended to the Xuanqi rankings. Although they currently possessed only Xuanqi-level cultivation, with diligent effort at the main academy, there remained a hopeful prospect for them to achieve a respectable standing. Su Yunhe, Yang Yan, Xueyu, and Hongjiu had all broken through to the Xianling realm, and judging by their performance in the Spirit Tower, they were likely to contend for a commendable ranking. Han Yun, Han Yan, and Xiao Zixuan were rare young prodigies in Yuanyu County, barring any unforeseen circumstances. It should pose no challenge for them to secure positions within the top 1,000. As for Xiao Han and Mu Xiaodai, Qi Xiangtian chuckled, according to the customary practices of Fengling Academy. Those ranked within the top 3,000 of the Xuanqi rankings would not receive recommendations from their respective branches, as the main academy would extend generous offerings to entice talent from the branches. Given the high standings of these two, particularly the remarkable Xiao Han, the main academy would undoubtedly prioritize their cultivation. Thus, it appeared that this year, the Zhangzhou branch would finally avoid finishing at the bottom, alleviating concerns about the main academy cutting resources or even disbanding the Zhangzhou branch. Just as Qi Xiangtian was deep in analysis, a sudden flash of light emanated from the Spirit Tower, and a petite, graceful figure emerged. It was Xiao Zixuan. A throng of students gazed at her in awe. It was undeniable that in terms of appearance, figure, and aura, Xiao Zixuan surpassed Mu Xiaodai by leaps and bounds. Many could not help but question, was Xiao Zixuan truly the sister of Xiao Han? This aura is simply not something an ordinary person could possess. If someone were to proclaim at this moment that Xiao Zixuan is, in fact, a princess from a certain kingdom, the crowd would undoubtedly choose to believe it without hesitation. A mentor clad in military attire smiled faintly and remarked, while this young lady, Xiao Zixuan, may not compare to the Han brothers trained in our ranks, surpassing figures like Xueyu and Hongjiu is still quite commendable. Another military instructor nodded in agreement, adding, after all, she is merely 15 years old. It is entirely natural for her to lack experience in combat. With continued effort, she may yet surpass the Han brothers. These two military mentors, engaging in a complimentary exchange, appeared to praise Mu Xiaodai, yet their true intent was to elevate the Han brothers from their military ranks. It would be quite a jest if the Han brothers could not handle a mere young girl, as that would be a direct affront to their military's reputation. The two instructors from the Black Dragon Corps spoke with grandiosity, naturally attracting the attention of many, including other instructors from different corps. It remained unclear who had whispered to these two military mentors, but suddenly, they both fell silent, their gazes shifting toward the fourth level of the Spirit Tower. How could this be possible? Their mouths fell agape as they witnessed the lights on the fourth level extinguish. The one who had breached the fourth level was none other than her, a fragile little girl. The faces of the two military instructors flushed with embarrassment. Having just boasted about how remarkable this girl was, yet still claiming she could not rival the Han brothers of the Black Dragon Corps. The unexpected individual who ascended to the fourth level of the Spirit Tower was none other than her. The humiliation was palpable, as the two military instructors wished fervently for a crevice in the ground to swallow them whole. Shortly after Xiao Zishuan emerged, the Han brothers followed suit. Ultimately, the outcome of the tower challenge saw Han Yun and Han Yan falter at the third level's fourth trial, while Xiao Zishuan succumbed at the third trial of the fourth level. Yet, she ascended the coveted Ling list, a compilation that accommodates only 5,000 names. Although Xiao Zishuan claimed the 655th position, languishing at the tail end of the list, her achievement profoundly astonished all members of the Zhangzhou branch, students, instructors, and administrative staff alike. At merely 15 years of age, a young girl in the early stages of the Xianling realm, it was nearly unfathomable to associate this seemingly fragile maiden with a list typically reserved for the elite. A young officer, at the pinnacle of the Xianling realm, let out a howl of despair, lamenting that despite 2 decades of relentless struggle on the battlefield, he had only attained the 955th position on the Xianling list, now overshadowed by a mere girl in her teens. In contrast to this instructor, many chose to bow their heads in disbelief. The realization that a student from a primary academy could grace the Xianling list was staggering. Xing Feng remarked incredulously. Does this imply that this delicate young woman possesses the capability to challenge peak warriors of the Xianling realm despite her several minor realms' disadvantage? In the vast expanse of Yunwang, the population exceeds 1 billion. Although each year a few extraordinary talents emerge from the lower divisions to ascend the Xianling rankings, a young girl like Xiao Zishuan, who is merely at the initial stage of the Xianling realm, is truly a rarity in the annals of Yunwang's history. Qi Xiangtian chuckled heartily. Huh? The surprises from this pair of siblings, Xiao Han and Xiao Zishuan, are indeed ceaseless. With them around, it is not impossible for our Zhangzhou branch to strive for a high rank in this year's assessment at the main academy. Thus, the 2 rounds of assessments at the Zhangzhou branch concluded splendidly, with the top geniuses achieving results far beyond expectations. Shortly thereafter, the rankings of the top 10 were unveiled, bringing joy to some and sorrow to others. Xiao Zishuan emerged as the undisputed first place, while Xiao Han secured an impressive second place due to his outstanding performance in the second round. The 3rd to 7th positions were claimed by Han Yun, Han Yan, Hongjiu, Shuiyu, and another Hongjiu. Although Mu Xiaodai had only attained the realm of Xuanqi and did not advance to the 3rd level of the Spirit Tower, she secured the 12th position on the Xuanqi rankings, ultimately being awarded 8th place by the Academy. The previously hopeful Su Yuna ended up in 9th place, while the 10th position precariously fell to Ji Qian. In a surprising turn of events, Yi Xiaoyang, who was confidently predicted to be among the top 10, astonishingly slipped out of the rankings altogether, leaving many in disbelief. Unlike previous years, where merely identifying the top 10 sufficed, this year, those placed behind were deprived of any hope of being recommended to the main academy. In this current cohort, both Xiao Han and Mu Xiaodai have ascended to the top 1,000 of the Xuanqi rankings, thus sparing the need to utilize the quota for recommendations from their respective divisions. Furthermore, Xiao Zishuan has remarkably entered the Xianling rankings, similarly avoiding the necessity of a divisional recommendation. Consequently, among the top 10, there are 3 individuals who do not require such endorsements. The 3 available slots naturally descend to those ranked 11th through 13th. Yi Xiaoyang finds it exceedingly difficult to accept this outcome, his expression dark and brooding. Although he ranks 11th and can also enter the Ling General Academy, the fact that he occupies this position only because others do not need their quotas is, to someone of his lofty pride, a profound insult. Congratulations, young Master Yi, on receiving the recommendation from the Zhangzhou Division. with your extraordinary talent. Once you reach the General Academy, you will undoubtedly soar to great heights. Indeed, given young Master Ye's remarkable abilities, it is merely a matter of time before he ascends. When that day comes, not even the Yuan Yu Kingdom nor the entirety of Yunhuang can constrain his growth. With such talent, he is destined to emerge from Yunhuang and establish a legacy of unparalleled dominance. Many around Yu Xiaoyang engage in flattery, yet he finds their words particularly grating. How infuriating it is. As for Mu Xiaodai and Ji Qian, he can tolerate them to some extent, for they too are peak warriors of the 9th level of Xuanqi, capable of standing on the same level as him. However, Xiao Han, a mere commoner who has only recently broken through to the late stage of the 9th level of Xuanqi and is, moreover, a vanquished foe of his. How could he possibly deserve such a prominent position? Yu Xiaoyang secretly harbors resentment. Were it not for Xiao Han, he would never have been ousted from the top 10. As Yu Xiaoyang experienced a twinge of regret, a sense of perplexity also took root within him. He distinctly recalled severing Xiao Han's meridians. Logically, Xiao Han should have been rendered a mere shell of a person. Chapter 43. Lacking even the qualification to be hated once all rankings were officially announced, this assessment could finally be deemed complete. The next phase involved the distribution of rewards. In accordance with the promise made by the head of the Criminal Academy prior to the examination, every participant would receive a reward, with the magnitude of the reward increasing in correlation with their performance. Subsequently, over 10,000 individuals departed the square in a grand procession, leaving behind only Elder Qi, the academy head, and 13 students. The remaining 13 students represented the top tier of this assessment's comprehensive evaluation. The setting sun on the distant hill elongated the shadows of these 15 figures. Cheng Feng cast a glance at Qi Xiangtian, who nodded slightly in acknowledgement. With a sweeping gesture, Cheng Feng summoned over 20 volumes of spiritual-grade martial techniques, more than 50 third-tier weapons, and dozens of exquisite potion vials to materialize upon the stone platform. I previously promised that those who ranked within the top 10 would receive a volume of spiritual-grade martial technique and a third-tier weapon. However, given your commendable performances today, I have decided to extend this privilege to those ranked 11th to 13th as well. Cheng Feng's words elicited immediate joy in the hearts of the students ranked 12th and 13th. Initially believing they had missed the opportunity to attain spiritual-grade techniques and third-tier weapons upon slipping out of the top 10, they were pleasantly surprised by the Academy head's generosity in granting them the same rewards as those ranked 10th. In 11th place, Yi Xiaoyang exhibited no signs of distress. He deemed it a matter of course to attain spiritual-level martial arts and third-tier weapons given his prowess. The sole reason for his slip from the top 10 was merely an oversight on his part. The first to ascend the stage for prize selection was Xiao Xian, who, having secured first place in this assessment, was entitled not only to martial arts and weaponry, but also to 100 transformation pills. Following her descent, Xiao Han, ranked second, took to the stone platform as the next to choose, casually selecting a scroll of spiritual-level martial arts, a weapon named the Star Cold Sword, along with 90 transformation pills. Once everyone had made their selections, Xing Feng waved his hand once more, collecting the remaining martial arts and weapons. After Xing Feng stepped down, Qi Xiangtian stood upon the stone platform, gazing at the 13 individuals below. He cleared his throat and stated, "Your prizes have been distributed. Now, allow me to share a few more words. In half a month, the 13 of you will represent the Zhangzhou branch and head to the Ling General Academy. Upon arrival at the General Academy, a grand assessment will be organized, gathering all the young prodigies from across the Yunhuang region. Do you believe that surpassing your peers in Zhangzhou is a noteworthy achievement? If you can secure a rank in the General Academy's assessment, that will be truly remarkable." Qi Xiangtian continued, "I need not elaborate on the current predicament of its Zhangzhou branch. Your performance in the General Academy's assessment will directly influence its evaluation of our branch." Evidently, Qi Xiangtian possesses a certain awareness of the intricate rivalries and grievances that exist among the academies below, particularly regarding the conflict between Xiao Han and Mu Xiaodai, which has become common knowledge throughout the institution, reaching a point of irreconcilability. By bringing this matter to light at this juncture, Qi Xiangtian hoped that both individuals could exercise restraint, for they are among the most distinguished students of the Zhangzhou branch, and any untoward incident involving either would constitute a significant loss for the institution. To Qi Xiangtian's astonishment, not only did Xiao Han and Mu Xiaodai remain silent, but none of the 13 individuals present in the audience chose to voice their opinions. Su Yunhe and Yi Xiaoyang gazed aimlessly at the sky. Mu Xiaodai wore an expression devoid of emotion, and Xiao Han remained silent. The 5 youths dispatched from the military stood rigidly at attention, yet refrained from expressing their stance. Ji Qian and 2 other students observed the unfolding situation, while Xiao Xian, with her mischievous nature, persistently gestured toward Xiao Han, but he remained unmoved. Qi Shangtian furrowed his brow, perplexed by the myriad grievances among these 13 students, to the extent that they disregarded even his authority. The outcome was a prolonged silence following Qi Shangtian's request, rendering the atmosphere exceedingly awkward. Ultimately, Xiao Zixuan cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Han and was the first to declare her understanding. Xiao Han, taken aback, stared at Xiao Zixuan for a lengthy moment before reluctantly nodding in agreement and stepping forward. Upon witnessing Xiao Han's declaration, the 5 military youths followed suit, as did Ji Qian and the other 2 students. Subsequently, Su Yunhe and Yi Xiaoyang gritted their teeth and ultimately stepped forward. In the end, all eyes turned towards Mu Xiaodai, yet she remained silent, refraining from expressing her stance. Director Xingfeng gazed at Mu Xiaodai and said, "We find ourselves in a rather precarious situation at the Cangzhou branch, necessitating our unity. Since everyone can momentarily set aside their grievances, Mu Xiaodai, why do you?" "Director Xing, fret not," Mu Xiaodai interjected, her expression devoid of emotion. "I have severed all ties with these individuals." Qi Shangtian and Xingfeng exchanged glances. Although Mu Xiaodai did not explicitly state her position, she had, in essence, made her presence known. Having achieved their objective, Qi Shangtian and Xingfeng chose not to elaborate further and promptly disbanded the group. Xiao Han and Xiao Zixuan entered Nanshan residence, one after the other. "Brother, you aren't still upset with me for being the first to express my stance, are you?" Xiao Xian asked playfully, tugging at Xiao Han's hand. "Of course not," Xiao Han replied, regarding Xiao Xian with a fond glance. "Your independent thinking is commendable." "Oh." Xiao Xian looked at Xiao Han with disdain, exclaiming, "That's utterly cheesy. It's making my skin crawl." Xiao Han rolled his eyes at her, delivering a light punch to her head, which made her tear up. "Stop acting so strange." Xiao Xian, cradling her head and with tears welling in her eyes, pouted in dissatisfaction. "Clearly, it's your grudge with Mu Xiaodai. Yet you had to drag me into it and articulate it so eloquently. Brother, you can't possibly still have feelings for Mu Xiaodai, can you?" Xiao Xian, with her striking black and white eyes, teasingly remarked, "After all, both your adoptive father and Mu Xiaodai's father have arranged a marriage pact with you." Xiao Han raised his fist once more, prompting Xiao Xian to swiftly retreat to the side, sensing the impending trouble. With a chilling glare, Xiao Han coldly declared, "If I hadn't made my stance clear before Elder Qi today, I assure you, Mu Xiaodai would never survive to reach the Ling General Hospital." Xiao Xian then playfully approached again, wrapping her arms around Xiao Han's right arm. "Brother, don't be angry. In truth, Mu Xiaodai's last remark today was not directed at you at all. You simply do not comprehend women." Shaking her head, she continued, "You think Mu Xiaodai harbors resentment towards you, but consider this. What have you done to warrant such hatred? Is it because you turned against the Mu family? Yet, alas, Mu Xiaodai merely sees you as her pet dog. Does a dog merit such actions from her today? Or is it because you took Lin Hai's life? Regrettably, Lin Hai is merely a dog in her eyes as well. And because of you, the elders of the Mu family were expelled from the Cangzhou branch? Please, brother, when have you ever seen Mu Xiaodai show concern for the Mu family?" To summarize, Mu Xiaodai was not speaking of you at all. She was referring to Yi Xiaoyang. He possesses not only exceptional talent and striking looks, but also a prestigious family background. Brother, I'm not trying to belittle you, but you don't even qualify to be despised by others. Xiao Han, bemused yet helpless, gazed at Xiao Xian. "I find your words rather harsh today. Don't you think? Do you?" Xiao Xian gazed at Xiao Han with her large eyes and said, "I merely hope you refrain from being overly sentimental. To harbor hatred for someone requires a degree of emotional investment. Those devoid of feelings lack even the qualification to be despised." Chapter 44. The Grand Airship for the Students of Nanshan Academy. Today indeed marks a momentous occasion. As Xiao Han and Xiao Xian entered Nanshan Academy, the sisters by Ling and by Shui approached them with cheerful congratulations. "Congratulations, Senior Xiao Han and Junior Xiao Xian, for securing the first and second places. You are now eligible to pursue further studies at the main academy." Xiao Han smiled and replied, "You both should strive hard as well, aiming to reach Ling Academy soon." Upon hearing this, Bai Ling and Bai Shui could not help but sigh, saying, Our elder sister has only just reached the pinnacle of the 5th level of Xuanqi, and we ranked over 6,000 in this assessment. The prospect of attending the main academy seems distant. Do not despair. After all, you have been enrolled for less than a year, and without a mentor's guidance during this time. How could you possibly compete against those who have been studying for 3 to 4 years? As long as you remain diligent, you will undoubtedly gain admission to the main academy in the future. The sisters by Ling and by Xuan nodded. If the Cangzhou branch had remained as it was, they would indeed have no opportunities. However, following the reforms instituted by Elder Qi and Dean Xing, the children of humble origins finally glimpsed a ray of hope. The entire school was aware that the current situation stemmed from Elder Qi's resolution to reform after witnessing the conflict between Xiao Han and the Mu family. Thus, they felt a sense of gratitude toward Xiao Han. Had it not been for Xiao Han's audacity to stand against the odds, Elder Qi might not have acted so decisively, and the disciples of the Han clan would have remained devoid of hope. Now that hope has emerged, it is imperative to seize this opportunity and exert every last ounce of strength to strive for admission into the Fengling Academy. Xiao Han smiled gently, retrieving a scroll from his sleeve and presenting it to the two sisters. This is for you. What is this? Bai Ling asked as she accepted the scroll, her eyes widening at the prominent word spirit level emblazoned on the cover. Spirit level martial arts. The Bai sisters could hardly believe their eyes. Such a precious martial art was being so casually gifted to them by Xiao Han. Senior Xiao Han, are you truly giving us this spirit-level martial art? Bai Shui inquired, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Xiao Han spoke the truth. He was proficient in numerous spirit-level martial arts, all of which were exceptionally suited to him. Although Xing Feng had previously presented over 20 spirit-level techniques, none were fitting for him, prompting Xiao Han to carelessly select a scroll from the stone platform, as he had no intention of cultivating it. Rather than let it go to waste, he preferred to bestow it upon Bai Ling and Bai Shui. The sisters gazed at Xiao Han, their eyes shimmering with gratitude. At that moment, Xiao Xian also produced her own spirit-level martial art from her bosom and offered it to Bai Ling and Bai Shui. Sister Xiao Xian, what are you doing? This spirit-level martial art is of no use to me either. Your kindness and caring for me deserves my personal gratitude, so I shall gift you this martial art. Bai Ling and Bai Shui exchanged peculiar glances at the Xiao siblings, but upon realizing their familial bond, they soon felt at ease. Xiao Xian, what is this? I am recovering my cultivation. The transformation pill is of no use to me, so I am giving it to you. After contemplating, Xiao Han understood that he was in the process of recultivating. The primary function of the transformation pill was to accelerate the liquefaction of the profound energy within, transforming it into a spiritual sea. As a martial artist at the late stage of the 9th level of profound energy, he was not far from reaching the pinnacle and breaking through to the profound spirit realm. At this moment, he indeed required a substantial quantity of transformation pills. Moreover, after advancing to the profound spirit realm, he would similarly need an ample supply of transformation pills to shorten the time taken for the liquefaction of profound energy, thereby enhancing his cultivation speed. Hence, Xiao Han did not decline. Clearing his mind of distractions, he took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and swiftly circulated his skills, fully absorbing the surrounding profound energy to solidify his realm. Although he had secured the second position in this assessment, it was interspersed with numerous potential factors. If one disregarded potential and focused solely on combat prowess, Su Yunhe and the 5 youths dispatched from the military were all masters of the profound spirit realm. The apparent distance between the initial stage of the profound spirit realm and the 9th level of profound energy was merely a thin veil, yet in reality, it spanned an immense chasm. Masters of the profound spirit realm had already liquefied their profound energy, with the energy stored in their dantians being exponentially greater than that of martial artists at the profound energy realm. Furthermore, a strong practitioner of the profound spirit realm could unleash vast amounts of profound energy in a remarkably short period, with the power of their martial techniques far surpassing that of their counterparts at the profound energy realm by several folds. Therefore, in a real combat scenario, even Xiao Han might not stand a chance against them. Now, it is imperative to rapidly elevate one's cultivation. Only by transcending the Xianling realm and enhancing one's strength can one approach the assessments arranged by the main academy with greater assurance. A substantial influx of mysterious energy coursed through his 9 spiritual veins, converging into his dantian. Ascending from the late stage to the pinnacle of the 9th layer of mysterious energy is a process of accumulation. One must amass this energy to a certain density. and then, through concentrated effort, shatter the barriers of the Xianling realm in a single strike. Xiao Han activated the grand heavenly transformation scripture, his 9 spiritual veins forming a vortex of mysterious energy with an overwhelming force. At this moment, the speed at which he absorbed this energy had reached an astonishing level, many times greater than when he first began his cultivation. Within 2 days, Xiao Han broke through to the pinnacle of the 9th layer of mysterious energy. Were there onlookers present, they would undoubtedly label Xiao Han as a prodigy. While others often required months or even years of diligent effort to reach the pinnacle of the 9th layer, Xiao Han's extraordinary progress rendered Xiao Xuan's achievements almost monstrous in comparison. Not long after Xiao Han reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer, Xiao Xian emerged once more. Remarkably, she had already ascended to the mid-pinnacle of the Xianling realm, drawing perilously close to its later stages. Although Xiao Han had just breached the pinnacle of the 9th layer, he felt his mysterious energy was immensely robust. If an ordinary martial artist possessed such formidable energy, they would have surely advanced to the Xianling realm long ago. Nevertheless, Xiao Han remained unsatisfied, sensing further potential for growth, and thus dedicated 3 additional days to the accumulation of mysterious energy. Although Xiao Han remains a practitioner at the 9th level of Xuanqi, his Xuanqi blood is already several times greater than that of an ordinary practitioner at the same level, even rivaling some who have just ascended to the realm of Xianling. Such profound Xuanqi is beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. In my current state, I believe I can endure for another 2 days after that. Even without the aid of a transformation pill, I can effortlessly break through to the Xianling realm. Just as Xiao Han closed his eyes and entered a state of meditation once more, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted from outside, shaking the ground and buildings as though a colossal object had plummeted from the heavens, striking the earth. The entire city of Zhangzhou trembled. Everyone in the Zhangzhou branch was jolted awake by this sound, emerging from their meditative states. Xiao Han and Xiao Xian stepped outside to find a sea of people gathered outside Nanshan residence, as all the students had exited their quarters. Following the gazes of the students, Xiao Han also directed his sight outward. There, an enormous entity had come to a halt atop the academy's Tai Chi Square. The square stretched a full 10 miles, yet this creature was so immense that even from Nanshan residence, they could discern its outline clearly. It was the cloud-piercing giant ship. The eyes of all the students sparkled with longing. It was the grand vessel dispatched by the Fengling Academy to welcome the new students, and it had arrived much sooner than expected this year. Xiao Han paused momentarily, recalling that Elder Qi had mentioned there was still half a month's time left. How could the people from Fengling Academy have arrived so swiftly? It must be acknowledged that the sudden arrival of the members from the Maple Feather Academy has disrupted his cultivation plans. Amidst the bustling discussions, several mentors abruptly entered the Nanshan residence. Xiao Han, Xiao Zixuan, you two should quickly gather at the Taiji Square. Chapter 45. Has the melodrama concluded? Part 3. Upon arriving at the Taiji Square, Xiao Han and Xiao Zixuan discovered that the remaining 11 candidates selected for the academy had already assembled. Xing Feng and Qi Xiang Tian were engaged in conversation with several elders who had come to escort them. Noticing the arrival of the Xiao siblings, the elders immediately ceased their discussions and turned their attention towards them. With a smile, Xing Feng said, "Allow me to introduce these two. This is Xiao Han, who has secured the top position on the Xuanqi rankings this year, and the only newcomer to make it onto the Xianling rankings, Xiao Zixuan." The elders from the academy, upon seeing the Xiao siblings, could not help but exclaim in admiration for the talents of youth. "Miss Zixuan, young friend Xiao Han, it is a pleasure to see you once again." An elderly man clad in blue robes approached them with a smile. Xiao Han was momentarily taken aback upon recognizing the elder, who was none other than Elder Wu Feng, with whom he had conversed in spiritual form during the first trial of the Spirit Communication Tower. "Elder Wu Feng has personally come to the Zhangzhou branch," Xiao Han exclaimed in astonishment. Since leaving the Spirit Communication Tower, Xiao Han had taken some time to familiarize himself with the elder system of the academy. The elders in the academy were categorized into several ranks: ordinary gray-robed elders, blue-robed elders, golden-robed elders, earth-level elders, and the 9 supreme heavenly elders. Even the lowest-ranking gray-robed elder was required to possess cultivation at the Xiantian realm. The task of guiding new disciples is typically entrusted to the elder in gray robes, unless extraordinary circumstances arise, in which case the elders in blue and gold robes may intervene. Elder Wufeng, who oversees the Spirit Communication Tower at the main academy, holds a significant position and, under normal circumstances, would not venture out to welcome new disciples. With a smile, Elder Wufeng remarked, "This year, with exceptional talents like young Master Xiao Han and Miss Zixuan emerging from the Zhangzhou branch, it is only fitting that I come personally to behold your presence." Such courteous remarks were of little importance to Xiao Han, who gazed curiously at the enormous airship and inquired, "I heard from the dean of the Penal Institute that the main academy would not arrive in Zhangzhou until half a month later. Why have you come so early this year?" Traditionally, the main academy would first receive disciples from the larger provinces. However, the emergence of two prodigies from the Zhangzhou branch altered that norm. Elder Wufeng chuckled. "The achievements of the two of you have caught the attention of the higher-ups at the main academy, and thus we were directed to arrive in Zhangzhou first." Xiao Han shifted his gaze aside. The elders repeated references to them as monsters sent chills down his spine. At that moment, Xingfeng stepped forward and declared, "Since everyone is present, let us all board the ship." Xiao Han and Xiao Xian exchanged glances, both of them being individuals from a bygone era, with no relatives remaining in this world. The only person they could consider family was their adoptive father, Song Qingyun, who had passed away 2 years prior. Fengning City, a quaint town nestled in the northwest of Zhangzhou Prefecture, lies less than 500 miles from the main city of Zhangzhou. Song Qingyun is interred at the foot of Mount Lu outside Fengning, in a location that is quite favorable. However, due to years of neglect, it has become overgrown with weeds. The siblings, Xiao Han and his sister, swiftly cleared the surrounding underbrush and then retrieved the incense, candles, and paper money they had prepared in advance. The man lying within the grave was the only individual who had ever shown them unconditional kindness since their arrival in this world. Regrettably, good deeds do not guarantee longevity. Song Qingyun, a friend of the current head of the Mu family, dedicated his life to shielding the Mu family from adversaries, ultimately succumbing to hidden injuries as a result. This man, whose life was precarious, despite knowing his time was limited, still took the Xiao siblings from the depths of the mountains, imparting martial arts knowledge to Xiao Han, and tirelessly sought renowned physicians to help suppress the deteriorating vital energy of Xiao Xian, disregarding his own ailments. Even in his final moments, he could not relinquish his concern for them, arranging a betrothal for Xiao Han and entrusting the siblings to the Mu family. Alas, the benevolent father sacrificed his entire life for the Mu family, yet they proved to be exceedingly ungrateful. Xiao Han poured a cup of wine and drank it in one gulp, before the grave of his adoptive father. Even the resilient Xiao Han could not help but shed silent tears. "Brother, do not be too sorrowful. Our adoptive father always wished for us to live well. Although we faced some obstacles along the way, have we not persevered? Moreover, we are soon to depart for Foling General Hospital. This is a positive development. Our visit here is in itself a celebration for our adoptive father, and we should be joyful rather than mournful." Xiao Xian assisted Xiao Han in slowly rising to his feet. At that moment, several formidable auras suddenly approached from the distance, causing both Xiao Han and Xiao Xian to adopt serious expressions. Mu Yunhua and Mu Yunhai. Upon recognizing the individuals, Xiao Han's countenance instantly transformed into one of frigid coldness, as if encased in ice. These two were none other than the patriarch and second patriarch of the Mu family. Following them were 7 or 8 elders and a multitude of younger members from the Mu clan, with Mu Xiaodai conspicuously among them. Xiao Han cast a chilling gaze upon the assembly and coldly inquired, "What brings you here? Dear nephew, please do not misconstrue our intentions. We come in peace," Mu Yunhua declared. "Previously, at the Zhangzhou branch, the Mu family may have inadvertently offended you and your esteemed cousin, but that was entirely the doing of my third brother, Mu Yunfan. It was never our family's intent." Upon hearing this, Xiao Han let out a self-deprecating smile, realizing they had come to reconcile. As he spoke, Mu Yunhua turned and fixed a fierce glare upon Mu Xiaodai and the others. Instantly, all the younger generation of the Mu family, save for Mu Xiaodai, knelt before Xiao Han and Xiao Xian. Mu Yunhua's eyes widened as he directed a furious stare at the only one still standing, Mu Xiaodai, bellowing, "Wretched girl! Why do you not kneel before young Master Xiao Han at once?" In the face of Mu Yunhua's wrath, Mu Xiaodai remained unyielding. Her bloodshot eyes fiercely locked onto Xiao Han. Observing this defiance, Mu Yunhua showed no mercy. He unleashed a powerful pressure that forced Mu Xiaodai to the ground. After all the people had knelt down, Mu Yunhua turned back to Xiao Han and said, "Esteemed nephew, you may punish or even kill those who have wronged you as you see fit. Should any of them dare to resist, I, Mu Yunhua, shall personally execute them." His demeanor was one of overwhelming bravado. Had Xiao Han and his sister not spent a year at the Mu family and witnessed Mu Yunbu's false benevolence, they might have been swayed by his words. Unmoved, Xiao Han let out a cold laugh. Has the melodrama concluded? Let me ponder. Surely it was the director of the Punishment Institute who dispatched you to reconcile with us, correct? He cast his gaze toward a shadowy corner deep within Lushan Mountain, stating nonchalantly, unfortunately, the director has miscalculated this time. He is utterly unaware of the conditions my sister and I endured during our time in your Mu family. Following Xiao Han's gaze, in the dark recesses of Lushan, a figure clad in black concealed his head among the grass. No way. At this distance, and with my aura completely masked, how could this little brat detect me? Chapter 46. The cancellation of engagement. Esteemed nephew, I fail to comprehend your meaning. Mu Yunbo chuckled awkwardly and remarked, we have come sincerely to apologize. This is entirely our own intention. Sincerely? Xiao Han burst into laughter, saying, if you were truly sincere, why hasn't Mu Yunfan come himself? In the enforcement hall of the Zhangzhou branch, your esteemed third clan leader wished to personally execute me. If your intentions are indeed sincere, then you should sever the heads of Mu Yunfan and Mu Xiaodai. Mu Yunbo's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated that despite the presence of so many from the Mu family seeking reconciliation, Xiao Han's stance remained inflexible. Mu Yunfan, his third brother, had already attained the initial stage of the Tai Xian realm in his lifetime, making him a pillar of strength within the Mu family. Naturally, Mu Yunbo could not sacrifice Mu Yunfan for the sake of reaching an accord with Xiao Han. Furthermore, Mu Xiaodai, being his only daughter, possessed an extraordinary talent for cultivation, making her the first in the history of the Mu family with the potential to break through to the Xiantian realm. Mu Xiaodai represented the future hope of the Mu family, and Mu Yunbo would never consider sacrificing his beloved daughter to appease Xiao Han. Dear nephew, please quell your anger. My third brother has committed a grave error and knows he is unworthy to face you. He is currently being punished in the Mu family's forbidden grounds. And I implore you, for the sake of our old friendship, to spare Mu Yunfan. As for Xiaodai, she is still your fiancée, and it is said that couples quarrel yet reconcile in the end. Mu Yuhai also stepped forward, adding, indeed, during the recent assessment at the Zhangzhou branch, one of you achieved first place on the spirit energy rankings, while the other secured 12th place. In terms of both talent and appearance, you two are undeniably a match made in heaven. None could be more suited for one another. Dear nephew, I hope you can consider your engagement and forgive Xiaodai. I assure you, once you arrive at the Fengling Academy, I will ensure that Xiaodai obeys you in all matters. Should she dare to defy you, you may deal with her as you see fit. I, as her uncle, shall bear no grievances. Mu Yunbo still exuded an air of grandeur. However, at this moment, Xiao Xian could no longer contain herself. She stepped forward, her voice icy as she declared, did Mu Xiaodai ever consider my brother's engagement while openly consorting with Yi Xiaoyang at the Zhangzhou branch? When my brother was defeated on the duel platform and nearly beaten to death by Mu Xiaodai, did she even think of the engagement? How could someone as shameless as Mu Xiaodai possibly be worthy of my brother? All of this came to Xiao Xian after regaining her memories, having heard from other students at Nanshan residence. Prior to this, she was utterly unaware of the extent of Xiao Han's suffering at the hands of Mu Xiaodai. Xiao Zixuan genuinely felt her brother's plight was unjust. Thus, even though she was usually reticent in front of outsiders, today she spoke such harsh words. Kneeling on the ground, Mu Xiaodai finally erupted in anger, rising to her feet and retorting fiercely, Xiao Zixuan, kindly clarify your words. What do you mean by shamelessness? Who I choose to be with is my own prerogative. Did your so-called engagement ever receive my consent? It was merely two self-important elders meddling. When Xiao Han challenged Yi Xiaoyang on the duel platform, it was his own choice to become my dog. His defeat and punishment were entirely of his own making. Mu Xiaodai exuded a sense of entitlement, casting aside all responsibility with an air of absolute nonchalance. Xiao Xian, consumed by fury, felt a glimmer of cold light in her eyes as a powerful vortex began to coalesce in her hand. Mu Xiaodai sensed the murderous intent emanating from Xiao Xian. With a firm grip, a swirling vortex of mysterious energy materialized in the palm of her right hand. At this moment, Mu Xiaodai had astonishingly ascended to the realm of Ling. As tension escalated between the two young women, a sudden turn of events occurred. Mu Yunbo spun around, unleashing a powerful gust of wind that propelled Mu Xiaodai away, thwarting Xiao Xian's advance. Foolish child, even at this juncture, you remain unrepentant. that Yi Xiaoyang merely relies on his noble lineage. He is far inferior to you. Once his father passes, Yi Xiaoyang will not even be worthy of serving as a footman to Xiao Han. Mu Yunbua intended to strike Mu Xiaodai once more, but was abruptly halted by Xiao Han. Mu Xiaodai is correct. As the younger generation, it is our prerogative to choose our own companions. The so-called engagement is nothing more than a capricious decision made by our elders, lacking our consent. Turning to gaze upon the grave of Song Qingyun, Xiao Han declared with conviction, "What better occasion than today, before my righteous father's tomb, to annul this engagement? This way, we shall be free from constraints, and can pursue whomever we desire in the future, which is indeed preferable." Mu Yunbo was taken aback. He had intended to perform a heart-wrenching act to gain the forgiveness of the Xiao siblings, thereby securing their allegiance to the Mu family. It is worth noting that while Xiao Han's ranking atop the Xuanqi leaderboard and Mu Xiaodia's 12th position may appear closely matched, the reality was a chasm apart. Xiao Han had reached the third level of the Tongling Tower at the realm of Xuanqi, a feat that occurs but once in a century across the vast lands of Yunhuang, heralding boundless potential for future achievements. Such prodigious talents, provided they do not meet an untimely demise, are destined to embark on the illustrious path of celestial martial arts that captivates the hearts of all. Even the royal families of the 7 domains of Yunhuang would strive to win their favor. However, their beloved Xiaodai was originally betrothed to such a genius, a union now poised for dissolution. Mu Yunbua, in a state of great urgency, implored, "This cannot be. A betrothal is not a trifling matter. It was an agreement made by your adoptive father and me. Can it be so easily dismissed? Do you wish to leave your adoptive father unable to rest in peace in the afterlife?" Other elders of the Mu family hurriedly echoed his sentiments. Indeed, indeed. Young Master Xiao Han, though we may have wronged you in myriad ways, you may express your grievances upon us, yet you must not sever your engagement with Xiaodai. To annul the betrothal is a grave disrespect to your adoptive father. You cannot act thus. Xiao Han surveyed the assembly with a cold smile. In times past, these individuals had looked down upon him, and had it not been for his recent ascension to the pinnacle of the Xuanqi rankings, they would likely remain oblivious to the existence of his betrothal to Mu Xiaodai. "Have you all finished speaking?" Xiao Han remarked with an indifferent tone. "Whether I show respect to my adoptive father is not for you to judge." With that, he turned his gaze towards Mu Xiaodai and inquired, "Do you have any objections to the dissolution of our engagement?" Rising from the ground and wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, Mu Xiaodai laughed towards the heavens, exclaiming, "I could not wish for anything more." The entire Mu family was thrown into a frenzy. Before their arrival, the elders of the Mu family had conspired on how to perform a tragic play to elicit sympathy and forgiveness from Xiao Han and his sister, subsequently binding them to the chariot of the Mu family. However, to their astonishment, Xiao Han proposed to break off the engagement. And even more infuriating was Mu Xiaodai's swift agreement. "Well, since you have consented, let us return the engagement token," Xiao Han declared. "I recall my adoptive father presented you with an item. You may return it to me now." Confronted with Xiao Han's demand, Mu Xiaodai's gaze flickered as she evaded his eyes, hesitatingly responding, "When I received that item, I simply discarded it." Chapter 47. To the utmost discarded it? Xiao Han exclaimed, his face a mask of fury. "You actually threw away the engagement token." In truth, Xiao Han did not particularly care about the engagement token. He was even unaware of what it was. Nevertheless, the fact that his adoptive father had deemed it worthy as a token for his engagement to Mu Xiaodai indicated its profound significance to him. Such an important item. And Mu Xiaodai dared to claim she had tossed it aside. Having discarded it, what more do you desire? Mu Xiaodai appeared indifferent, as if to say it was merely a worthless stone, as if one could easily find another among the many scattered across the mountains. Faced with Mu Xiaodia's unreasonable attitude, Xiao Han nodded in exasperation. "Very well. Since you have discarded it, let it be. My adoptive father was merely a martial artist at the pinnacle of the Taishan realm. A person of such stature could hardly possess anything of great value." For Xiao Han, the engagement token gifted by his adoptive father held more sentimental value than practical significance. As for Song Qingyun, he was destined to be merely a fleeting presence in Xiao Han's life. Leaving behind footprints would be commendable, yet should they fade into the wind, it would not differ from another form of liberation. Xiao Han cast a sweeping glance over the entire Mu family before turning to take a final look at his adoptive father's grave. "Let us depart. There is nothing left to cherish here. The world is vast, and we siblings must ultimately journey to where we belong." He grasped Xiao Xian's hand and swiftly navigated through the crowd of the Mu family. virtuous nephew. The elders of the Mu family sought to retain them, but neither Xiao Han nor Xiao Xian showed any intention of pausing. Amidst the gazes of the onlookers, Xiao Han brushed past Mu Xiaodai, and at a distance of 2 or 3 steps, he finally halted, turning his back to her. Our grievances are settled today, yet the matter of what you have done to Xiao Xian remains unresolved. In response to Xiao Han's warning, Mu Xiaodai displayed no fear. Instead, she smirked coldly and replied, "Is that so? Then I shall await the conclusion of the main academy's assessment. The humiliation of today shall be repaid in kind on another day. I hope you can clarify your own future by then." Though their conversation was quiet, Mu Yunbo and Mu Yunhai, both powerful figures in the Xian realm, possessed keen hearing far beyond that of ordinary individuals, and they perceived every word exchanged between Xiao Han and Mu Xiaodai with utmost clarity. As the voices of the Xiao siblings receded into the distance, a glint of coldness flashed in Mu Yunbo's eyes. His fists clenched tightly, producing a sound that echoed ominously. He thought to himself, Xiao Han has unequivocally positioned himself against the Mu family. If that is the case, I shall sacrifice myself today to eliminate this scourge for Xiaodai. With a steely gaze, Mu Yunbo concentrated, and suddenly, a massive vortex of profound energy began to coalesce in the air. He intended to strike swiftly and decisively, intending to eradicate the Xiao siblings before they even had a chance to react. Even if Xing Feng were to emerge from the shadows, he would be left powerless to intervene, and any wrath he harbored would be directed at Mu Yunbo and the Mu family, sparing Xiao Dai from harm. However, as if sensing the impending danger, Xiao Dai dashed in front of Mu Yunbo just as he was about to unleash his attack, firmly grasping his right hand, which was brimming with energy. "Xiao Dai, what are you doing?" Mu Yunbo exclaimed. With deep-set eyes, Xiao Dai gazed at her father, her voice calm yet resolute. "I simply do not wish for you to perish in vain." Mu Yunbo's heart ached at her words. Before arriving, he had resolved that if he could not come to an agreement with the Xiao siblings, he would take matters into his own hands, willing to sacrifice his life to eradicate the 2 threats for Xiao Dai. Yet, when faced with the prospect of violence, immense courage was still required. "Xiao Dai, I am trying to eliminate these 2 threats for you," he insisted. Despite standing before her biological father, Xiao Dai's demeanor remained one of disdain. "Do you really believe that your actions could kill the Xiao siblings?" This time, 5 elders clad in gray robes and 2 in blue arrived at the main institute. Among them, the 2 blue-robed elders were specifically assigned to safeguard the Xiao siblings. Aside from the concealed presence of Xing Feng, there were also 2 formidable practitioners at the Xiantian realm. "Do you truly believe that with your mere cultivation at the minor success level of Taixian, you can dare to strike and take a life under the watchful eyes of 3 Xiantian realm experts? What? Besides Xing Feng lurking in the shadows, there are indeed 2 Xiantian realm powerhouses." Mu Yunbo's face turned pale with shock and trepidation as he immediately retracted his spiritual energy and cast a wary glance around. Had it not been for Mu Xiaodai intervening just moments ago, not only would the Xiao siblings have faced dire consequences, but he would likely have become a lifeless corpse himself. "Xiaodai, it appears we cannot eliminate the Xiao siblings today. Given their exceptional talent, you may not be their match. Perhaps you should reconsider going to Foling Institute. With your capabilities, even if you do not attend Foling Academy, you can still. Useless. You lack even a semblance of masculinity." Observing Mu Yunbo's expression of fear, Mu Xiaodai, unable to contain her anger, retorted fiercely. "What good are you if all you possess is a heart full of false benevolence to deceive others? You stand idly by while your wife is abducted and violated by enemies, yet you lack the courage to speak out. You deserve to remain in Fengning City for all eternity." After her scathing remarks, Mu Xiaodai turned and vanished in the direction where the Xiao siblings had departed, disappearing from the foot of the mountain. At the Cangzhou Branch Institute, amidst the gaze of the multitude, accompanied by a deafening roar, the colossal cloud ship ascended slowly into the sky, reminiscent of a prehistoric behemoth. The interior of the colossal skyship is remarkably vast, boasting not only thousands of rooms, but also training halls, meditation chambers, and martial arts arenas. It is akin to a miniature version of the Cangzhou branch. Under the arrangement of Elder Wufeng, the siblings Xiao Han have been assigned to rooms D1 and D2, which are among the largest and most exquisite accommodations, second only to the elders' prestigious room A. These chambers are also saturated with profound energy. In contrast, Mu Xiaodai and her companions have been relegated to the Xian and even Huang category rooms. Such arrangements, naturally, incite dissatisfaction among Yi Xiaoyang and others. However, despite their jealousy, They could only cast discontented glances at Xiao Han. Under the watchful eyes of the 8 or 9 Xiantian realm elders on the skyship, they dared not raise their voices. Xiao Han, indifferent to their presence, quickly located his quarters with the guidance of a servant. He was eager to continue his cultivation, believing that today he might finally break through to the Ling realm. Upon boarding, Xiao Han noticed that not only Mu Xiaodai, but also Ji Qian and Yi Xiaoyang had achieved breakthroughs into the Ling realm. Now, among the 13 members of the Zhangzhou branch, only he, along with Yang Hao in 12th place and Tang Hong in 13th, had yet to make this advancement. Nevertheless, both Yang Hao and Tang Hong had reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of profound energy, and with the aid of transformation pills, it was believed that their breakthroughs would come swiftly. Certainly, the reason Xiao Han has yet to transcend to the Ling realm is not due to his inferiority compared to Ji Qian and Yi Xiaoyang, but rather his desire to solidify his foundation, aiming to ascend to the Ling realm with the most robust groundwork. Had Xiao Han wished to break through, he could have consumed the transformational pill at the pinnacle of the 9th heaven of Xuanqi. As time progresses, the Xuanqi within his sea of energy continues to thicken. Typically, when a warrior at the 9th heaven of Xuanqi reaches a certain concentration of Xuanqi in their dantian, the pressure to absorb more from the external environment intensifies, thereby slowing the absorption rate. At this juncture, the vast majority of warriors opt to break through to the Ling realm. However, a select few exceptionally confident warriors, faced with such a scenario, persist in absorbing Xuanqi. Although this process becomes increasingly laborious and time-consuming, these individuals remain resolute, striving to elevate the Xuanqi within their dantian to a peak level, referred to in martial arts as the extreme limit. Ancient texts record that within the 4 great realms, each possesses its own extreme limit, with the extreme limit of the Xuanqi realm denoted as the 10th minor realm within it. The designation of a warrior is said to be intrinsically linked to the extreme limits of these 4 great realms. Some ancient scriptures assert that each time a warrior transcends one of the extreme limits, the Xuanqi within their body undergoes a feedback process, purifying their physical form. Should one surpass the 4 extreme limits, it is believed that they may refine their body into the legendary martial Dao body. Chapter 48. The Ultimate Pursuit of True Spirit. 3 updates. In this world, although many individuals endeavor to transcend their limits, those who truly achieve such breakthroughs can be counted on one hand across an entire era. In his previous life, as the foremost youth of the Xuanwu realm, he naturally succeeded in reaching the pinnacle of the Xuanqi realm. Drawing from the experiences of his past existence, Xiao Han felt that he was now exceedingly close to that ultimate state. The De Tian Yin Sheng Jing is indeed remarkable. Even now, as I strive to conquer the pinnacle of the Xuanqi realm, I am still able to rapidly absorb Xuanqi. In his former life, the process of reaching that pinnacle took him a full half-month of seclusion, and that was while practicing his father's divine technique, the Tian Diju. For those cultivating sacred level and quasi-divine techniques, the path to the ultimate state is even more arduous. As for martial artists training in techniques below the sacred level, achieving such heights is almost impossible. This also somewhat elucidates the notion that disciples from humble backgrounds struggle to succeed, which is not without merit. The offspring of noble families, practicing high-tier techniques, begin their journey from a far superior position. If they also exert greater effort than you, what means do you possess to compete? As time passed, even with the De Tian Yin Sheng Jing, Xiao Han gradually sensed that the absorption of Xuanqi was becoming increasingly challenging. Sweat soaked his garments, and he felt an overwhelming fatigue enveloping his body, a profound desire for slumber. Yet, his subconscious repeatedly cautioned him that sleep was not an option at this moment. The Xuanqi within his dantian was already hundreds of times denser than that of the outside world. Should he succumb to sleep, even if he sealed his 9 spiritual meridians, Xuanqi would inevitably leak away. After a brief slumber, the painstakingly cultivated mystical energy began to leak away, an outcome that was utterly undesirable. With a resolute spirit, I pressed on, feeling ever closer to the pinnacle of my capabilities. As time flowed inexorably onward, an hour, then 2, I found myself entirely absorbed in the practice, losing all sense of temporal awareness. Suddenly, I opened my eyes wide. I had reached the ultimate realm of mystical energy. Almost simultaneously, a powerful gust of wind surged through my chamber, and the mystical stones embedded within began to deplete frantically, transforming into mere transparent fragments within a matter of seconds. Not only that, the mystical stones in every room of the towering vessel were being consumed at an astonishing rate. The entire ship's mystical energy surged, rushing towards me in a frenzy. As I held the highest cultivation level among the elders, I was the first to sense the anomaly. However, by the time I processed the situation, it was already too late. All the mystical stones in my chamber had been drained in a remarkably brief span of time. As I prepared to summon the elders from the other celestial chambers to investigate the matter, the helmsman, drenched in sweat, rushed in with alarming news. Esteemed elders, the mystical stones that power the grand vessel have inexplicably been siphoned dry. The expression of every elder shifted dramatically upon hearing this revelation. Li, you must be jesting. The grand vessel is currently soaring at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Elder Qi, how could I possibly jest about such matters? If you do not believe me, esteemed elders, you may accompany me to the Xian Stone Reserve Chamber for verification. Upon hearing this, the countenances of all the elders turned exceedingly grim. Esteemed elders, you must devise a solution. The Cloud Sky Giant ship possesses only a meager supply of energy within its power array. Should this energy be fully depleted, we shall indeed plummet. Everyone, remain calm. As the Cloud Sky Giant ship has lost its propulsion, our only recourse is to activate the emergency descent array, thereby allowing the vessel to descend gradually. All the elders stared blankly at Elder Li, unable to fathom the veracity of his words. This colossal ship is estimated to weigh no less than 300,000 tons. If it loses its propulsion and lacks an emergency descent array, it would fall like a celestial body crashing to the earth from an altitude of over 10,000 meters. Not even those who have embarked on the path of immortality would be able to intervene. Good heavens, this is a cruel jest. A flurry of anxiety enveloped the elders. Only Qi Xiangtian remained composed, contemplating for a moment before addressing everyone. Since the Xian stones are depleted, we shall utilize our own Xian Qi to power the emergency descent array. How far can our meager Xian Qi sustain the array's descent? A despondent elder in gray robes lamented. Regardless of its capacity, 1,000 meters is still 1,000 meters. It is better than awaiting our demise here. Qi Xiangtian raised his voice and instructed all the elders. Relay the command for all personnel aboard the ship to proceed to the array's focal point and prepare to supply power to the emergency descent array. Understood. Several elders in gray robes received their orders and dispersed. At that moment, Elder Wu Feng suddenly halted and turned to inquire, should we summon those young ones from the Zhangzhou branch? Qi Xiangtian furrowed his brow in contemplation but ultimately shook his head, responding, let it be. Those youngsters possess cultivation no higher than the Xianling realm. Even combined, they would scarcely endure for a second. Within room number 1 of the Earth character, the instigator of this affair, Xiao Han, remained blissfully unaware of the events transpiring outside. An immense influx of profound energy surged into his body, beginning to overflow from his dantian and forming ethereal silhouettes around him. Initially, these apparitions appeared vague. Yet as time elapsed, they gradually solidified. All of these figures were ancient ferocious beasts from primordial times, including the black dragon, the white tiger, and the vermilion bird. Among them, the most substantial was the silhouette of the Xuanwu. At this moment, Xiao Han could even distinctly discern the Xuanwu shell imprint upon its back. A gentle smile graced Xiao Han's lips as he murmured to himself, Xuanwu spirit, we meet again. In his previous life, the culmination of his divine manifestations had been Xuanwu. And now, in this life, he found himself once more manifesting Xuanwu. It seemed that he had a profound connection with the primordial Xuanwu spirit. After 2 or 3 minutes, the ancient ferocious spirits coalesced into their most solid forms, with the Xuanwu spirit appearing the most vivid. Consequently, Xiao Han integrated the Xuanwu spirit into his primordial spirit, simultaneously consuming the slightly dimmer silhouettes of the black dragon, white tiger, and vermilion bird. The way of the heavens is formless and transcendent. With the 4 spirits refining my body, grant me enlightenment. Xiao Han began to circulate his cultivation technique, initiating the refinement of several ethereal manifestations of true spirits. At that moment, his room trembled, inducing a sensation of imminent collapse. This was the consequence of the final remnants of power within the colossal cloud ship's energy formation being expended, resulting in a rapid descent. However, this downward momentum was soon alleviated, and the shaking of the room became less severe. Yet, within the confines of room number 1, Xiao Han remained impervious to external disturbances, continuing his process of refining the true spirit manifestations. Each manifestation he refined greatly benefited his physical body. The white tiger, associated with the metal element and dominion over life and death, was directly assimilated into his right hand. In the future, should he wield the power of the true spirit, his right hand would channel the white tiger's lethal force. The black dragon, connected to the wood element and regarded as the sovereign of all beings, possessed the ability to intimidate malevolent entities. Thus, Xiao Han integrated this true spirit into his left hand. The vermilion bird, embodying the transformative power of fire, was infused into his dantian, enabling him to summon its restorative energy in the event of severe injuries. The first to merge with his primordial spirit was the black tortoise manifestation, symbolizing longevity and protection. The primordial spirit itself is the most vulnerable aspect of the human body, susceptible to even the slightest mental assault, which could lead to its detriment. Upon merging with the black tortoise manifestation, not only could Xiao Han nurture his primordial spirit and rapidly bolster his mental acuity, but he could also safeguard it from harm. Chapter 49. No longer pretending to be a lady. After approximately 10 minutes, Xiao Han completely integrated all the true spirit manifestations into his being. His primordial spirit, having assimilated the black tortoise true spirit, experienced an instantaneous surge in mental power, escalating from 0 to level 18. This is a deeply alarming situation. The cultivation of mental strength is notoriously challenging. It is well understood that many formidable practitioners of the Xianling and Tai Xian realms have yet to even awaken their mental faculties. It is not until reaching the pinnacle of the Tai Xian realm, when striving to ascend to the Xiantian realm, that these individuals are compelled to begin training their mental prowess. At present, Xiao Han remains at the utmost limit of the Xuanqi realm. Yet he possesses an impressive mental strength equivalent to the 18th tier, surpassing many practitioners of the Xiantian realm. Upon breaking through the limit and merging with the 4 spirit phantoms, he immediately felt an overwhelming surge of vitality. His strength and agility had multiplied several times over compared to before. Suddenly, a realization struck him. The room seemed to be plummeting rapidly. Only at this moment did Xiao Han become acutely aware of the dire situation. He scanned with his mental power, and his complexion changed drastically. He rushed out of his room without hesitation. Outside his door, Xiao Xian had been waiting anxiously. Upon seeing Xiao Han emerge, her eyes, strikingly clear and expressive, widened in surprise. After a considerable pause, she inquired uncertainly, "Have you broken through the limit of the Xuanqi realm?" Xiao Han nodded gently. The significance of this breakthrough was immense, yet he had no intention of concealing it from Xiao Xian. "What has transpired with the Yuntian giant ship?" Xiao Han asked, his concern palpable. "What else could it be?" "It's because you have broken through the limit that the entire energy reserve of the Yuntian giant ship has been depleted," Xiao Xian retorted, casting a disapproving glance at her brother. "Brother, you've really stirred up a tremendous mess this time. The Yuntian giant ship is soaring at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Without power, that colossal vessel becomes nothing more than a heap of scrap metal. If we're not careful, we may all meet our demise. The situation is dire, yet you remain here making light of it." Xiao Han shot a glare at Xiao Xian and remarked. Faced with such circumstances, he felt utterly helpless. He never anticipated that his breakthrough would lead to such catastrophic consequences. Observing Xiao Han's anxious demeanor, Xiao Xian suddenly smiled, revealing a pair of charming dimples. "Do not worry, we shall not perish. The massive ship weighs merely 50,000 tons at most. Elder Qi and the others are utilizing their profound energy to sustain the emergency landing formation, which should ensure a safe descent." Xiao Han stared at Xiao Xian in astonishment, then focused his mental energy to survey the entire cloud ship. Indeed, aside from the section they inhabited and the essential facilities of the vessel, everything else had been reduced to mere ashes. Xiao Han was left dumbfounded. To obliterate such a grand structure in such a brief span of time required an unimaginable release of fiery energy. Moreover, while incinerating these materials, Xiao Xian had to meticulously control the flames, ensuring that the inferno did not spread to their living quarters, and once everything was consumed, she extinguished the fire at the first opportunity. Xiao Han narrowed his eyes and circled around Xiao Xian, scrutinizing her closely. Remarkably, Xiao Xian's cultivation had evidently returned to the late stage of the profound spirit realm. Embarrassed, she lowered her head and softly said, "Brother, if you look at me like that, I will feel shy." In response, Xiao Han playfully struck her head with his fist, causing her to clutch her head in pain, tears welling up in her eyes. "You actually know what it means to feel shy? To be frank, you cannot possibly be a mere cub of an ancient behemoth. Otherwise, with your prowess at the latter stage of the mystical spirit realm, how could you wreak such havoc?" It is you who must be the offspring of that ancient monstrosity. Xiao Xian, covering her head, glared at Xiao Han with her strikingly distinct black and white eyes, and indignantly exclaimed, "Forget it. You have violent tendencies. I shall not engage with you any longer." After delivering her admonition, she shot Xiao Han an irate glance and turned to stride toward room 2 on the ground floor. Xiao Han could distinctly sense that this time, Xiao Xian was genuinely upset. Consequently, he hurriedly pursued her, calling out, "Wait, Xiao Xian, do not leave. I was wrong. I promise I shall never strike you again." Bang! The door slammed shut, leaving Xiao Han outside. After a considerable time, he finally relinquished his attempts to knock. Was my approach truly too harsh this time? Xiao Han pondered, reflecting inwardly. No, I clearly did not exert much force. Nevertheless, since Xiao Xian is angry, this detrimental habit must be amended. After further contemplation, Xiao Han realized that it was not merely the severity of his actions that had provoked her. Otherwise, she would not have reacted so strongly. Could it be that my earlier inquiry was inappropriate? Nodding to himself, he concluded that it must be so. Questioning a young lady about being the cub of a monstrous beast was indeed excessive. It seems I must exercise more caution in my conversations with Xiao Xian in the future. Ultimately, casting one last glance at Xiao Xian, he shook his head and departed. Muttering, "A woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. She gets angry at the slightest provocation. No wonder so many men in this world prefer solitude and are reluctant to charm young ladies." In room number 2, Xiao Zixuan leaned against the door, listening to Xiao Han's footsteps gradually fading away. Her teeth clenched, emitting a creaking sound. She had thought that this blockhead might have gained some insight today, but alas. He remained as dense as ever. Xiao Zixuan slowly approached the dressing table, gazing at her disheveled hair, a result of Xiao Han's antics, and her anger surged within her. She resolved never to feign gentility again, as she never managed to pull it off convincingly. In the grand hall of the cloud ship, Xiao Han encountered Yi Xiaoyang and others. Clearly, these individuals were already aware of the challenges that lay ahead. At that moment, Yi Xiaoyang paced restlessly within the hall, while Ji Qian, Yang Hao, and Tang Hong mirrored his unease. The 5 youths dispatched from the military appeared somewhat composed, yet their inner turmoil was unmistakable. In stark contrast, Mu Xiaodai sat calmly on a cushion in the hall, exuding an air of tranquility, unfazed by the impending calamity. As Xiao Han descended from the corridor of the 2nd floor, the others merely cast him a fleeting glance, and he showed no intention of greeting them. Xiao Han did not pause, continuing his stride towards the ship's cabin. After a thorough investigation, he learned that they had descended to an altitude of 3,000 meters. Although Elder Qi and the others were severely drained, they could likely endure for another 10 minutes, ensuring the cloud ship's smooth landing should be feasible. Satisfied that danger was averted, Xiao Han turned his gaze towards the area that had been engulfed in flames by Xiao Xian, though he had previously scanned the vicinity with his mental prowess. Witnessing the scene before him now was truly arresting. The landscape is steeped in the passage of time. Even the remnants of ash, reduced to mere traces by fire, are now dissipating into the air, carried away by the robust currents. Xiao Han grasped a handful of charcoal ash, bringing it to his nose to inhale its scent. To the utmost extent, Xiao Han had transcended to the pinnacle of the Xuanqi realm, having experienced the essence of true spirit at its zenith, which rendered him acutely sensitive to such formidable energies. Were it any ordinary individual, no matter how proficient in the path of celestial martial arts, they would still be incapable of discerning the essence of power from the ash. Xiao Han stood in contemplation for a considerable time, realizing that Xiao Xian must have assimilated an extraordinarily potent fire-attributed true spirit, having undergone at least 2 previous rites of true spirit purification. Otherwise, even with the exertion of such power, she could not have wrought such devastation in such a brief span. It seems I have truly misjudged her. No wonder she reacted so angrily to my earlier words. Chapter 50. Breakthrough to the Xianling realm. With a thunderous boom, the colossal cloud ship finally touched down safely. Having narrowly escaped peril, Yi Xiaoyang, within the ship's grand hall, was so overwhelmed with emotion that tears nearly spilled from his eyes. The others shared varying degrees of relief. Xiao Xian and Xiao Han descended from the lower deck, with Xiao Xian leading and Xiao Han trailing behind. Clearly, Xiao Xian still harbored resentment toward Xiao Han. Unsure of how to appease her, he followed her like an obedient pup. Shortly thereafter, all the elders and the remaining crew of the colossal ship emerged from the cabin, their faces ashen and ghostly, resembling the very dead. Qi Xiangtian cast a sweeping gaze across the hall, and upon confirming the safety of everyone present, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Fortunately, we have navigated the crisis of the cloud ship losing power unscathed. However, regrettably, we have landed in the Black Mountain Gorge, Qi Xiangtian remarked. The Black Mountain Gorge is an uninhabited zone. Although it is located within the Yunhuang region, it does not belong to any particular county. This place is rife with ferocious beasts and rampant magical creatures, and even we elders do not dare to venture this deep. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Yi Xiaoyang and the others changed dramatically. What? How could we have ended up in the Black Mountain Gorge? As the young lord of the Black Iron Fortress, Yi Xiaoyang was well aware of the notorious reputation of the Black Mountain Gorge. It is the largest tributary extending from the Yulong mountain range into the interior, teeming with magical beasts far surpassing those of the previously daunting Sangzhou mountain range. Even more terrifying, high-tier magical beasts inhabit this area, compelling those who tread the path of celestial martial arts, as legend has it, to take a wide berth. Elders, now that the cloud ship is devoid of power, what shall we do? Here, we are isolated, with no villages or inns in sight. And the nearest city in Yuanyu County is tens of thousands of miles away, while the Foling General Institute is over 1,000,000 miles distant. At this moment, even the 5 young members of the military could hardly maintain their composure. Everyone, do not panic. Although our landing site is exceedingly precarious, I had already communicated with the General Institute prior to our descent and established contact. Elder Wu Feng stepped forward and announced, "The headquarters has already notified us about the arrival of the colossal Candle Dragon ship destined for Hongwu County. Once it has successfully ferried the disciples from Hongwu County, its return journey will pass through Yuanyu County, at which point they will come to the Black Mountain Gorge to collect us." Upon hearing that the elders had established contact with the headquarters, the assembled crowd collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. It was then that Han Yun raised a question. "Elder Wu Feng, in your estimation, when can we expect the arrival of the Ancestor Dragon ship?" Elder Wu Feng pondered briefly before replying. Initially, both the Yunxiao ship and the Candle Dragon ship departed simultaneously from headquarters. However, as Hongwu County is situated to the north of Yuanyu County, it is geographically more distant. Therefore, I surmise that the wait could be as short as 2 to 3 days, or as long as 5 to 6 days. Upon realizing that they would have to endure such a lengthy wait, the expressions of the crowd darkened considerably. The perilous nature of the Black Mountain Gorge left them with an overwhelming desire to depart immediately. Nevertheless, the presence of 9 formidable Xintian realm masters stationed here provided them with a modicum of reassurance. As long as they did not encounter high-level magical beasts that surpassed their martial prowess, they would indeed be relatively safe. Consequently, they resolved to remain aboard the Yunxiao ship for the ensuing days. Just as silence enveloped the group, a crew member from the Yunxiao ship hurriedly approached, whispering urgently to several of the elders. Elder Wu Feng exclaimed in disbelief, "How can this be? Are you certain?" In response to the inquiry, the crew members solemnly nodded. The 9 elders were left astounded, their expressions frozen in shock. No wonder, with the mere output of our collective vital energy, we were able to facilitate the stable landing of the Yunxiao ship. Strange occurrences abound each year, yet this year seems particularly rife with them. First, the colossal ship. The cloud vessel inexplicably lost its power. Now, it appears to have been ravaged by an unknown force, leaving it charred and damaged beyond recognition. Such bizarre events have even left the elders feeling unnerved. Naturally, these elders refrained from publicizing the incident of the cloud vessel's destruction to avoid inciting panic and causing unnecessary casualties. Instead, they laboriously make their way to examine the severely burnt sections of the ship. Xiao Han and Xiao Zishuan ascended to the 2nd floor of the Earth building. Initially, Xiao Han intended to offer some words of comfort to Xiao Xian. However, upon reaching the 2nd floor, she slammed the door shut without a greeting. Women's emotions are often capricious and difficult to decipher. A millennium ago, he was an individual solely devoted to martial cultivation, oblivious to matters of the heart. Even after 10,000 years, he remains the same, unable to comprehend why Xiao Xian is so incensed. Unable to fathom her feelings, he decides not to dwell on them. When faced with troubling thoughts, he immerses himself in cultivation to find fulfillment. This has always been Xiao Han's preferred strategy. Having now reached the pinnacle of the profound Qi realm, he resolves to push forward and strive for a breakthrough into the profound spirit realm today. Xiao Han had already absorbed the essence of true spirit, achieving an extraordinary level in both his physique and the Qi within his dantian. Thus, the subsequent breakthrough into the profound spirit realm is nearly inevitable, with no significant obstacles in his path. He ingests a spirit transformation pill and swiftly channels his energy. Within just a minute, the first droplet of profound liquid forms in his dantian. Upon merging with the ethereal shadow of the Zhuchue's true spirit, my dantian has astonishingly reduced the time required for the liquefaction of profound energy to an astonishing brevity. At this moment, even Xiao Han was left in a state of shock. It is well known that a typical practitioner at the Xianling realm would require nearly a week to absorb profound energy and liquefy it into a single drop of Xian liquid. Of course, the use of a spirit transformation pill could shorten this process, yet it would still take about 4 to 5 days to produce a drop of Xian liquid. However, now, although the profound energy within my dantian is accumulated from the Xuanqi realm, I merely need to invest time in its liquefaction. The speed of this liquefaction is remarkably rapid, allowing me to refine a drop within just a minute. As I cultivate the divine heavenly transformation sutra, a supreme technique, my rate of absorbing profound energy is inherently swift, and now the speed of its refinement is equally impressive. Calculating the pace, after breaking through to the Xianling realm, it seems I could produce a drop of Xian liquid within a day, and this is without the aid of a spirit transformation pill. Indeed, the Xian liquid refined from the Heavenly Transformation Sutra manifests as a rich purple hue. Given Xiao Han's pure profound energy, the ability to produce pure purple Xian liquid was anticipated, leaving him undisturbed within. Typically, when practitioners first break through to the Xianling realm, successfully refining a drop of Xian liquid signifies a major accomplishment. However, Xiao Han's journey is far from over. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the Xuanqi realm, the profound energy within his dantian is exponentially denser than that of ordinary practitioners, and the liquefaction of a single drop of Xian liquid is merely the commencement. In the subsequent duration, he could refine a drop of Xian liquid approximately every minute, maintaining this remarkable pace for over half an hour. A full 100 drops of profound liquid. As the last drop coalesced and fell, Xiao Han was once again astounded. It is noteworthy that he had only recently transcended into the profound spirit realm, yet he was capable of condensing such a remarkable quantity of profound liquid. Typically, even the most extraordinary martial artists, upon their initial breakthrough into the profound spirit realm, could at most condense a mere 10 drops of liquid, whereas Xiao Han had achieved tenfold that amount. Chapter 51. Refining martial techniques. The profound spirit realm encompasses 3 stages, the early, mid, and late phases, each representing a process of accumulation. To reach the pinnacle of the early stage, one must refine enough profound liquid to fill 1/3 of their dantian. 2/3 signifies the peak of the mid-stage, and a completely filled dantian indicates the late stage. The subsequent minor realms of the profound spirit realm, small success, great success, and peak, are characterized by the transformation of the dantian into a lake, thereby enlarging its capacity. For an ordinary martial artist, producing 100 drops of profound liquid would typically suffice to nearly reach the pinnacle of the early stage, even if it does not quite achieve it. However, due to Xiao Han's exceptional advancement in the profound Qi realm, his dantian was 2 to 3 times larger than that of an average individual. Thus, the 100 drops of profound liquid he refined merely coated the bottom of his dantian. Xiao Han estimated that to attain the pinnacle of the early stage, he would require at least 300 drops of profound liquid. Such a substantial demand left him momentarily speechless. If he were to produce 1 drop each day, merely reaching the pinnacle of the early stage would take him over 6 months. To fully fill his dantian and ascend to the peak of the profound spirit realm would necessitate a minimum of 3 years. Given my circumstances, remaining in my room for solitary cultivation is certainly not feasible. Xiao Han contemplated for a moment, then rose and approached the window, casting his gaze towards the dark expanse of the Black Mountain Canyon. It appears that, akin to surviving in the vast mountain ranges, I must seek refuge in perilous terrains, pushing both my heart rate and physical exertion to their limits. Only then can I swiftly absorb the mysterious energy and expedite my training. The boarding entrance of the Cloud Sky warship is usually bustling with crew members. However, today, those same crew members have exhausted themselves maintaining the emergency landing array. At present, the majority of them are meditating in their quarters to recuperate, leaving only 2 patrolling crew members at the pinnacle of the warship. A shadow swiftly darted out from the Cloud Sky warship, The primary duty of the two patrolling crew members is to survey the distance for any lurking beasts, rarely checking if anyone exits the ship. In truth, any normal individual would refrain from leaving the Cloud Sky warship at this moment, given Xiao Han's current cultivation level. Evading the scrutiny of the two patrolling crew members is a trivial task. Before long, Xiao Han's figure melded into the darkened forest. The Black Mountain Canyon differs markedly from the vast mountain ranges. The latter is surrounded by water, resulting in a perpetual veil of thick fog, whereas the Black Mountain Canyon, though it bears the name of a canyon, is actually a fracture zone formed by the tectonic movements of the Black Mountain, detached from the Xuan Emperor mountain range. Perhaps in 1,000 years hence, a Grand Canyon may indeed materialize here, but for now, the Black Mountain Canyon remains a dense and ancient forest, serving as a vital corridor linking the Black Mountain and the Xuan Emperor mountain range. In both the Black Mountain and the Xuan mountain ranges, formidable magical beasts abound, and the vast canyon that connects them is no exception. Under the moonlight, a figure glided through the jungle with the grace of the wind, landing lightly on a tree branch. With a gentle push, it soared several yards away, as nimble as a swallow, and vanished into the depths of the forest in the blink of an eye. Within the woods, the air was thick with a mottled essence, while the roars of ferocious beasts echoed all around, accompanied by the cries of tigers and monkeys. At that moment, not far ahead of Xiao Han, a low and menacing aura emerged, causing him to raise an eyebrow. He detected the distinctive scent of a magical beast. The variety of magical creatures in this world is vast and peculiar, and for a moment, Xiao Han could not discern the species of the beast approaching. As the colossal creature drew nearer, he was taken aback upon recognizing its form. It was an enormous black wild boar. This behemoth appeared to weigh at least 8,000 jin, comparable to an ordinary elephant. Although Xiao Han had encountered numerous magical beasts in the expansive mountain range, he had never come across one as large as the one before him in the Black Mountain Canyon. This wild boar was likely a late-stage first-tier magical beast, and given his current cultivation level at the initial stage of the Xuanqi realm, he would find it somewhat challenging to contend with. Generally, a late-stage first-tier magical beast could engage a martial artist at the minor completion stage of the Xianling realm, while those of a more powerful lineage might even face a martial artist at the major completion stage alone. Indeed, Xiao Han's use of the term challenging was predicated on not exerting his utmost strength. With utmost exertion, not only could he easily conquer late-stage first-order magical beasts, but even second-order ones would fall before him. Standing upon a branch, Xiao Han gazed at the wild boar magical beast, contemplating how to engage in battle with greater safety and efficiency. Suddenly, the wild boar, whose crimson eyes had been scanning for food, lifted its gaze, releasing a ferocious aura directed at Xiao Han's hiding place. Alarmed, Xiao Han realized that this beast had discerned his presence. He had not anticipated the creature's keen senses, which had revealed his concealed position. With a steely determination, he thought, "So it has discovered me. No matter, today I shall make my move." While Xiao Han steeled himself, he remained vigilant, adhering to his principle. One may overestimate an enemy, but must never underestimate them. In an instant, Xiao Han activated the cloud smoke step. With a delicate push of his toes, he descended from the tree, akin to a wisp of smoke, elusive and unpredictable, leaving no trace. This was the remarkable nature of the cloud smoke step. It not only facilitated rapid movement, but also enabled swift positional shifts in combat, rendering him nearly impossible to pinpoint. Every magical beast possesses a strong territorial instinct, and this wild boar, foraging in its domain, found an intruder within its midst. More critically, it sensed a profound intent to kill emanating from this seemingly frail human. The audacity of a diminutive creature daring to present murderous intent on its territory was perceived as a blatant affront to its authority. Suddenly, the wild boar beast became extraordinarily ferocious, as if the very air around it had solidified in that instant. A low growl emanated from the creature, venting its pent-up frustrations. Without the slightest hesitation, its massive form leapt into the air, showing no signs of being hindered by its bulk. The beast's razor-sharp tusks gleamed menacingly as it charged directly at Xiao Han, relying on its weight advantage. This was the perfect moment. Unmoved, Xiao Han tightened his grip on the star-cold sword. With a swift motion, the sword was drawn, and in an elegant arc, the seemingly delicate 3-foot blade shimmered with a chilling light. This strike held the formidable intent to cleave the wild boar beast, which was nearly the size of a small mountain, in two. Clang! The blade met the beast's massive head, sending its colossal body hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing through countless trees before finally coming to a halt. Simultaneously, Xiao Han was propelled backward, landing several meters away. In terms of size and brute force, he was undeniably at a disadvantage. The wild boar beast charged recklessly. Even a steel barrier a meter thick would likely yield to such an impact. Xiao Han was able to withstand the force only due to the continuous dissipation of energy. As he stepped upon the trees, which splintered beneath him, ultimately reducing to mere fragments. The wild boar beast, shaking off the leaves that clung to its body, rose as if unharmed, its furious gaze fixed intently on Xiao Han. Such formidable defense. Upon reaching the realm of Xianling, Xiao Han experienced a remarkable enhancement in both strength and speed. When he unleashed his sword strike, it possessed a force exceeding 4,000 pounds. This immense power, concentrated upon the slender edge of the blade, resulted in a linear assault, capable of penetrating through steel plates situated a meter away. Yet, astonishingly, it failed to cleave the wild boar beast. This was fortuitous, as my cultivation has now ascended to the Xianling realm, while my 2 spirit-level martial techniques remain merely at the minor achievement stage. Your formidable defense could serve as an excellent opportunity for me to refine my skills. Once steady, Xiao Han felt a surge of joy rather than fear, his mind racing with countless thoughts as a subtle smile graced his lips. It is widely acknowledged that although spirit-level martial techniques wield immense power, they are exceedingly taxing on one's Xuanqi. A martial artist at the Xuanqi realm would likely exhaust their energy before completing a single set of spirit-level techniques. Thus, honing these skills to perfection while still in the Xuanqi realm is nearly impossible. However, having now transcended to the Xianling realm, Xiao Han's internal Xuanqi has become over 100 times more profound than during his previous stage. With sufficient Xuanqi to sustain him, he finally possesses the means to refine his martial techniques. He sheathed the star-cold sword, stepped into the cloud and mist technique, and with a swift motion of his right hand in the air, he conjured a blade of sword energy that shot towards the wild boar beast. The resounding clang echoed as the sword energy struck the beast, leaving only a faint mark, failing to truly breach its defenses. Xiao Han adeptly maneuvered with the cloud and mist technique, constantly shifting his position to launch his attacks. 10,000 years ago, he had already mastered these martial arts to perfection. Now, as he re-engages in his training, he comprehends the techniques, mental methods, and skills involved. Consequently, he practices each martial art a couple of times, achieving great proficiency. Should he wish to advance further and refine these 2 martial arts to their utmost state, he must achieve a perfect synergy between his mystical energy and the martial techniques. Therein lies no particular skill. It is entirely reliant on the gradual accumulation of experience over time. Thus, after honing these 2 spiritual-grade martial arts to their peak, he refrains from further investing time in them. He possesses knowledge of the techniques and mental methods of over a dozen spiritual-grade martial arts. As the saying goes, in the world of martial arts, having many skills is never a burden. The thick hide of the wild boar beast provides an opportunity for Xiao Han to further refine these techniques. For each martial art, he requires only 3 or 4 repetitions to attain mastery. As he practiced the 8th martial art, the unfortunate wild boar beast finally succumbed, unable to rise again. Chapter 52, Absolute Zero. The prolonged battle, lasting half an hour, greatly drained Xiao Han's energy and elevated his heart rate significantly. Upon defeating the wild boar beast, he promptly seated himself cross-legged and commenced the circulation of the great heavenly transformation scripture to absorb mystical energy. In mere moments, his energy depletion was replenished, and the mystical energy within his dantian surged at an astonishing pace. After approximately half an hour, he successfully refined a drop of mystical liquid. If calculated at a rate of 1 drop per day, his current cultivation speed is nearly 24 times that of his usual pace. Following the refinement of this drop of mystical liquid, Xiao Han's heart rate gradually returned to normal. Subsequently, Xiao Han unsheathed the star-cold sword and, with a swift motion, plunged it into the head of the wild boar beast. A gentle twist dislodged a magic core the size of a dragon's eye, which rolled out from the base of the sword. The magic core from a first-tier beast could fetch a handsome price on the market. After securing the core within his cloak, Xiao Han activated the cloud smoke step, transforming into an ephemeral shadow that vanished from the spot. In a nearby grove, another beast, the size of a small hill, collapsed with a thunderous crash, blood gushing forth and staining the grass beneath. With a sigh of relief, Xiao Han acknowledged the elimination of this formidable foe. This marked the fifth magical beast he had dispatched in the Grand Canyon. This particular creature was remarkably close to the peak of the first tier, making it the most powerful beast he had encountered thus far. It had taken him nearly an hour to vanquish this savage beast. Xiao Han plunged the star-cold sword into the ground and promptly commenced his cultivation techniques. The nearly 2 hours of combat had elevated his heart rate to its zenith, allowing him to refine 2 drops of profound liquid this time. Together with the previous 4 drops, he had successfully cultivated 6 drops of profound liquid that night. Excellent. At my current pace of cultivation, I should be able to break through to the mid-stage of the profound spirit realm within half a month. Brushing off his clothes, Xiao Han rose to his feet. At that moment, he noticed the distant mountaintop beginning to glow with the first light of dawn. Typically, students would practice in their rooms, and the elders would not check on them, barring exceptional circumstances. Regardless, he was in the Grand Canyon to gain experience, not to engage in any nefarious activities. Xiao Han's mental prowess had reached level 18, enabling him to cover a radius of 5 miles. With formidable mental fortitude and extensive jungle experience, Xiao Han thrived in this wilderness, witnessing a remarkable surge in his cultivation. Within a mere 2 days, he had cultivated 50 drops of profound liquid. On the 3rd day in the Black Mountain Grand Canyon, Xiao Han arrived at the banks of a river, the Black River. This river, originating from the Black Mountain, traversing the canyon, and flowing through the Xuan Emperor mountain range, ultimately meanders towards the untamed beast domain. Although it measures only 5 to 6 meters in width, it is the sole river within the canyon, thus attracting a multitude of ferocious beasts and magical creatures to its banks. The river held a peculiar aura. Perched atop the tallest tree, Xiao Han surveyed the surroundings. Typically, when ferocious beasts and magical creatures approach a water source, they quickly drink and depart. Yet, at the banks of this river, an alarming congregation of such creatures hesitated, their eyes fixed upon the water, daunted by an unseen force. Could there be a formidable predator lurking within the depths? Xiao Han furrowed his brow. Even the first-tier magical beasts were understandable. But the distant sight of several third-tier giant ape magical beasts also refrained from approaching the Black River. It is noteworthy that second-tier magical beasts are equivalent to the Tai-Xian realm, while third-tier beasts correspond to the Xiantian realm. Ordinarily, third-tier magical beasts would reign as the overlords of this canyon, yet their fear of the Black River speaks volumes about the formidable entity residing within. Releasing his mental energy, Xiao Han directed it toward the river. To his astonishment, the water was frigid, so much so that his mental energy could not penetrate its surface. He was taken aback. Even ice would yield to his probing mental force, yet the water of this river repelled it entirely. He lowered his head in contemplation, and after a considerable pause, he articulated each word with meticulous precision, absolute zero. This term refers to the lowest temperature attainable by matter, at which point all internal energy ceases to exist. Furthermore, mental energy is a form of energy as well. It is no wonder that even his mental prowess could not penetrate this phenomenon. The absolute zero of matter is measured at a staggering minus 273 degrees Celsius. Xiao Han found this hard to fathom. Under normal circumstances, water freezes at 0 degrees Celsius, and prolonged exposure to low temperatures causes entire river surfaces to solidify. Yet, the river before him had reached absolute zero and exhibited no signs of freezing whatsoever. Even more peculiarly, despite the frigid temperature of the water, he and his companions felt not a hint of coldness while standing on the banks. It was no surprise that the ferocious beasts and magical creatures dared not approach for a drink. Such icy water would likely freeze them solid before they could even swallow. The aberration hinted at something sinister. Xiao Han observed the scene before him in silence. Approximately 10 minutes later, a frenzy erupted as the beasts surged towards the dark river. Xiao Han was taken aback. Had these creatures lost their minds or their senses? How could they dare to plunge into such frigid waters? However, the anticipated sight of them turning into icy statues did not materialize. Instead, these ferocious beasts plunged into the river and drank to their heart's content. Xiao Han was utterly astonished by this unexpected turn of events. How could this be possible? He promptly unleashed his mental energy to investigate further. This time, his mental energy smoothly penetrated the river's surface, revealing the fish and shrimp within, as well as schools of ferocious piranhas. Some magical beasts approached the river to drink, only to be dragged beneath the surface and devoured by these predatory fish. Had Xiao Han not witnessed the earlier scene, he would have unhesitatingly believed this river to be utterly ordinary. Approximately 10 minutes later, the ferocious beasts and magical creatures gradually departed from the Black River. As if under some enchanting spell, the waters, once muddied by the chaos of these beasts, swiftly returned to clarity. Yet at this moment, the river had reverted to an absolute zero, rendering his mental energy unable to penetrate its depths once more. Xiao Han furrowed his brow. Such a phenomenon was beyond his prior experience. He then turned his gaze to the beasts that had come ashore. These creatures, having been born and raised in the canyon, must possess considerable knowledge of the river. Xiao Han descended from the treetops and captured a beast of relatively high intelligence, forcibly probing its mind for memories concerning the Black River. As it turned out, the Black River unlocked for 10 minutes at this precise time each day, remaining in a state of absolute zero at all other times. Beyond this information, Xiao Han also gleaned that a substantial pool of water lay upstream of the river. Just as he unearthed this memory from the beast's mind, it began to tremble violently. Strangely, the beast possessed no recollection of this pool. Xiao Han was momentarily taken aback. The absence of any memory should not have elicited such a reaction. Chapter 53. In peril consciously, Xiao Han informed himself that this pond must be extraordinary. Since he was already here, it would be prudent to take a closer look. He resolved within, knowing that he had transcended to the Xianling realm, thus possessing greater means for self-preservation. Moreover, should he encounter any malevolent entities, his fusion of the four spirits and the activation of his true spiritual power would serve to counteract such evils. Xiao Han trekked upstream against the dark river for approximately 3 kilometers, until an expansive pond, spanning nearly 10 miles, came into view. It resembled a miniature lake. He was captivated by the sight before him. This pond was also enveloped in absolute zero, rendering his spiritual perception ineffective. However, at the very center of the lake lay a vortex nearly 10 meters in diameter. This swirling phenomenon resembled an endless black hole, as his spirit barely grazed its edge. He felt an inexplicable force drawing him in. Alarmed, Xiao Han realized that this vortex could consume spiritual energy. In a panic, he immediately summoned the protective power of the Xuanwu True Spirit. Withdraw, my spiritual force. The two forces clashed, neither yielding. Suddenly, the vortex within the pond began to spin faster, its devouring power surging significantly, even creating an air vortex above it. What malevolent force resided within this vortex that could withstand my true spirit's power? Xiao Han's complexion turned pale. In a moment of inspiration, he focused his left hand, conjuring a massive Xuanqi cannonball that shot forth with tremendous force. Boom! The ethereal cannonball detonated above the vortex, and the formidable power of the Black Dragon's true spirit surged into the waters below. Xiao Han gazed at the eerie pool with a sense of trepidation. It was indeed a bizarre and frightening sight. Had it not been for my simultaneous mastery of multiple primordial powers, I might have truly fallen victim to its allure today. This was merely an initial encounter, and without knowing what lay beneath the surface of the pool, I had already found myself at a disadvantage. Given my current level of cultivation, it seems I am still incapable of discerning the peculiarities hidden within this water. It appears I must await a further enhancement of my powers before I can return to this dark mountain pool to uncover its secrets. As Xiao Han turned to depart, the vortex within the pool abruptly vanished, and at that moment, sounds began to emanate from the surroundings. The gentle breeze, the rustling leaves, the flowing water, all at once. The place seemed to return to a semblance of normalcy. Xiao Han extended his spiritual awareness, noting that the water had also reverted to its usual temperature. According to the memories I gleaned from the fearsome beast I had searched for, the Black River was only unsealed for a brief moment at dawn each day. How is it that the Black River has now lifted its absolute zero? A chill ran down Xiao Han's spine, as an unprecedented fear enveloped him, as if an ancient behemoth were watching him intently. Suddenly, enormous bubbles erupted from the pool. Sensing imminent danger, Xiao Han activated the cloud smoke steps to their utmost limit, instantly transforming into a wisp of smoke as he hurriedly fled towards the outskirts of the Black Mountain Canyon. Since he had perfected the cloud smoke step to its utmost, his speed had undergone a remarkable transformation, allowing him to leave over 300 footprints in a mere span of seconds, soaring more than 20 miles away. Nevertheless, his swiftness still lagged slightly behind. A dragon, as thick as a water bucket, shot forth from the pond, darting towards Xiao Han like a bolt of lightning. A fourth-tier magical beast. Xiao Han's complexion turned pale with terror. Beasts of this caliber possessed considerable intelligence. transcending the martial prowess of the mundane world and wielding certain mystical abilities, akin to the celestial realm practitioners among humans. Although Xiao Han was already aware of the presence of high-tier magical beasts in the Black Mountain Gorge, he had never anticipated such misfortune, unwittingly provoking such a terrifying creature. Xiao Han understood that a beast of this level was far beyond the reach of worldly martial strength. However, surrender was not an option he could entertain. A true warrior, even in death, must retain their dignity. As the beast was about to catch up with him, he instantly summoned all his true spirit energy, merging the four elemental forces into one. At the very moment the dragon was about to collide with his form, he unleashed a desperate strike, channeling the four types of true spirit energy to precisely target the beast's head. Boom! A tremendous explosion resonated, and a powerful shockwave surged outward. Xiao Han was propelled away by this force. Yet, before he could even touch the ground, the dragon was upon him again, moving with the speed of lightning. To his astonishment, the full-force strike he had just unleashed had inflicted no damage whatsoever upon the beast. He remained suspended in the air when a colossal dragon claw, adorned with 3 talons, seized him around the waist. The force of the dragon's grip was so immense that even with Xiao Han harnessing the power of true spirit, he was unable to break free. The disparity between them was overwhelmingly vast. It was not merely a matter of 3 great realms, but rather a chasm between the martial arts of the mundane world and the celestial path. With a resounding splash, both the dragon beast and Xiao Han plunged into the pool. Shortly after their descent, the surface of the water was sealed by an absolute zero temperature. The gentle breeze, falling leaves, and flowing water around them came to an instantaneous halt. Inside the grand ship, Xiao Zishuan, who was meditating to restore her energy, suddenly opened her eyes. Startled, she rose to her feet and turned towards a shadowy corner of the room, saying, "And Qing, could you please use your spiritual power to investigate and see where my brother has gone?" "Yes, Your Highness." A shadow gradually emerged from the darkness, revealing the outline of an exceedingly aged crone, her face etched with wrinkles, her back hunched, and leaning on a cane with a phoenix head as she approached the window with trembling steps. "My spiritual power has not detected that boy's presence," the crone remarked. "However, I did uncover traces of his battle in the canyon, and he must have encountered a 4th-tier magical beast." "What? A 4th-tier magical beast?" Xiao Zishuan's expression changed drastically. Her brother was merely at the early stage of the Ling realm. How could he possibly contend with a 4th-tier magical beast? "This is an order." Before the old woman could finish her words, Xiao Zishuan immediately transformed, her voice icy as she declared, "Do you wish to defy the orders of this princess?" Upon witnessing the frigid expression on Xiao Zishuan's face, the old woman instantly lowered her head and replied, "This old woman dares not. Since it is the command of Her Highness, I shall certainly comply." Chapter 54, The Sacrifice? In the depths of the Black River Pool, Xiao Han found himself captured by the dragon-like beast and brought to its lair. To his astonishment, the entire Black River Pool was enveloped in an absolute zero temperature, while the dragon's abode at the bottom was surprisingly warm. As soon as he entered the dragon's lair, Xiao Han was flung to the ground, tumbling several times. Before he could regain his bearings, the beast extended a sharp claw, making a swift motion in the air, leaving a 2-inch gash on his right wrist. A copious amount of blood flowed forth, yet remarkably, none of it touched the ground. Instead, it was consumed by the dragon-like beast. After approximately a minute, the creature had absorbed enough, and then it directed a surge of spiritual energy towards Xiao Han's wrist. Under the influence of this energy, the wound on his wrist began to heal at an astonishing rate. The beast was actually aiding in the repair of my injury. Xiao Han was utterly bewildered. Wasn't the dragon-like beast infamous for its cold-blooded cruelty? Typically, it would devour its prey whole. When had such a creature developed a penchant for absorbing the blood of young males? Moreover, after feasting on blood, it even assisted in healing the injuries. In this world, where could one find such a benevolent dragon-like beast? Could it be that this dragon was female? Even Xiao Han, at this moment, could not restrain the myriad of sarcastic thoughts racing through his mind. He stared blankly at the dragon-like magical beast. In truth, the recent cut on his wrist had not bled excessively, and the minuscule amount of blood lost bore negligible impact on him. Boom! As Xiao Han descended into the cavern, the great door of the cave slammed shut, completely imprisoning him within. Following the consumption of Xiao Han's blood, the dragon-like creature immediately coiled around one of the stone pillars in the cavern hall, commencing its process of refinement. Although Xiao Han found himself bewildered by the current situation, He understood that this dragon-like magical beast would not consume him instantaneously. His gaze traversed the obsidian door, surveying the lair of the dragon. Suddenly, his eyes were drawn to the apex of the stone pillar around which the creature coiled. There, twinkling faintly, was a luminous sigil. The source material. Upon beholding that sigil, Xiao Han's eyes widened in astonishment. The so-called source material is, in essence, the most primordial sigil of a world. Each sigil represents a fundamental essence of existence within that realm. Typically, these sigils lie concealed deep underground, taking on variable forms, rendering even the wisest sages unable to procure them. It is only when a world teeters on the brink of collapse that these primordial essences emerge from the depths, reverting to their initial state. Every grand world comprises numerous types of source materials. The luminous sigil before him was evidently an essence of extreme cold. No wonder the waters of the Black River could reach absolute zero. The primitive essence resided at the bottom of this pool. In that fleeting moment, many of Xiao Han's previously perplexing questions found clarity. A decade ago, my father's predictions have indeed proven accurate. The realm of Xuanwu is on the brink of collapse. Otherwise, such primordial substance as the extreme cold could not possibly revert to its initial state and manifest here. Xiao Han sat in the dungeon, lost in thought. At that moment, an extraordinarily brilliant red light suddenly emanated from outside the cave. Both Xiao Han and the dragon-like beast were irresistibly drawn to this dazzling radiance. What could this mean? Outside lay a frigid pond plunging 200 meters deep, where temperatures approached absolute zero, rendering it impossible for even mental energy to penetrate. How could this red light infiltrate? Xiao Han and the dragon-like beast fixated intently on the cave's entrance. Suddenly, a powerful aura of sanctity wafted into the cave from outside. Though it was merely a wisp of divine presence, it was sufficient to render both Xiao Han and the dragon-like beast immobile. A saint, indeed. A holy figure had made their presence known. Xiao Han stared in astonishment at the entrance. In his memory, it seemed there were no beings of such caliber within the entire Yunhuang. Could it be a saint merely passing through? Uncertainty clouded Xiao Han's mind. Meanwhile, the dragon-like beast was gripped by an overwhelming terror, cowering on the ground, trembling beneath the formidable divine aura. The red light intensified, and suddenly, the cave's entrance flickered, revealing a petite and exquisite figure within. Xiao Xian. As the radiant light dissipated and the identity of the newcomer became clear, Xiao Han was left astounded, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. How could it be you? The anticipated saint had not appeared. Instead, the source of the divine aura was merely a feather fan held by Xiao Zishuan, a legendary holy artifact. At this moment, the sacred weapon in Xiao Zishuan's hands was being activated with all her might, emanating a divine aura that was scarcely inferior to that of a saint. It was utterly astonishing that a martial artist of the profound spirit realm could wield such a legendary sacred weapon. Surely, this was an absurd notion. Even if the weapon were a direct heirloom, the bond between them could not possibly justify such a feat unbeknownst to Xiao Han. This sacred weapon was actually being manipulated by a remarkably terrifying saint lurking outside the cave. In his eyes, it must have been a result of Xiao Xian making some form of sacrifice, incurring a tremendous cost. Xiao Han's gaze shifted to Xiao Xian's eyes. Indeed, he discerned a chilling coldness within them, leading him to naturally attribute this to the aftereffects of her sacrificial act. At this juncture, Xiao Han was engulfed in profound self-reproach. For his reckless ambition to expedite his training had lured him into this perilous gorge, resulting in Xiao Xian being compelled to undertake a sacrifice, summoning a legendary sacred weapon to rescue him. The illustrious prince of humanity had been reduced to relying on a young girl to pay an exorbitant price for his salvation. To Xiao Han, this was nothing short of disgraceful. His nails dug fiercely into his palm, blood flowing profusely. Yet the immense pain paled in comparison to the guilt gnawing at his heart. When Xiao Zishuan entered, her icy gaze swept through the cave. Upon seeing Xiao Han unharmed in the prison cell, the frigidness in her eyes softened, revealing a hint of warmth. With a gentle flick of the colorful feather fan in her hand, the heavy iron door confining Xiao Han was instantaneously reduced to a pile of ash. After rescuing Xiao Han, Xiao Zishuan turned her gaze toward the trembling Jiao Long beast lying on the ground. Xiao Xian, hold on. As Xiao Zishuan raised her feather fan, poised to strike it down, she was abruptly halted by Xiao Han. The consumption of the legendary weapon is too great. There is no need to wield it. Simply invoke the sacred pressure within to subdue it. Xiao Zishuan cast a curious glance at Xiao Han, questioning. After all it has done to you, do you truly wish to spare it? Spare it? Xiao Han surveyed his own condition, reflecting that he hardly felt particularly unfortunate. At least he had not been devoured by the beast. Nonetheless, he did not regard the Jiao Long as a benign creature. Its actions were surely motivated by some underlying reason. How could I let it go? He declared, pointing to the luminous symbol atop the stone pillar. Do you see that? Source material, Xiao Xian exclaimed, her surprise evident. Indeed, Xiao Han affirmed with a nod. It is precisely because this cave houses this source light symbol that the Jiao Long has evolved into a fourth-tier beast, becoming the guardian of this symbol. If my conjecture holds true, whoever can refine this source light symbol shall become the master of the Jiao Long. This is no jest. The creature before us is a formidable fourth-tier beast, a sovereign in the vast expanse of Yunhuan. No one would hastily dismiss such a top-tier magical pet. Xiao Han shifted his gaze to Xiao Xian and said, your sacrificial ritual to activate the sacred weapon inflicts significant harm upon your body. You must quickly refine this primal light talisman. It may very well mitigate the damage caused by the sacrifice. Sacrifice? Xiao Xian stared blankly at Xiao Han, a perplexed thought crossing her mind. However, upon seeing the colorful feather fan in her hand, enlightenment dawned upon her. In that moment, her eyes sparkled, and a multitude of ideas flashed through her mind. Indeed, I have performed a sacrifice. Xiao Xian replied with a mischievous nod. The toll on my body from the sacrifice is indeed quite severe. Yet, my primordial spirit is that of a phoenix, associated with fire, while this talisman embodies extreme cold. Refining it would not only be of no benefit to me, but could also clash with my primordial spirit, potentially harming it. Only then did Xiao Han recall that Xiao Xian had once controlled fire aboard the colossal cloud ship, incinerating a significant portion of it. Her primordial spirit was undeniably a powerful fire-type entity. Given this, it was clear that she was ill-suited to refine this primal light talisman. Brother, your primordial spirit is that of the Xuanwu, associated with water, making this talisman particularly suitable for you. You must refine it quickly while I contain this flood dragon. In alignment with her earlier sacrificial remarks, Xiao Xian deliberately displayed a weakened expression. All of this did not escape Xiao Han's keen observation. Suddenly, he drew his star-cold sword and struck fiercely at the flood dragon beast. Brother, what are you doing? Xiao Xian exclaimed in alarm. The consumption of sacrificial energy to stimulate the legendary sacred weapon is excessively taxing. I shall slay this magical beast, and you need not invoke the sacred weapon to subdue it any longer. You fool, Xiao Xian, both exasperated and amused, remarked, this time you have been captured, and I can summon the sacred weapon to rescue you. Must I do so again the next time you find yourself in peril? With a hint of righteous anger, Xiao Xian continued, once you possess this dragon-like magical pet, you will effectively have a guardian of the celestial realm. Should you encounter danger again, you will have more trump cards at your disposal to extricate yourself, and I shall not need to invoke the sacred weapon for your salvation. Do you comprehend, you imbecile? Xiao Han's gaze softened with concern as he looked at Xiao Xian, ultimately relinquishing the notion of slaying the dragon beast. He removed the primordial light talisman from the stone pillar and, channeling his energy, gradually integrated the talisman into his being. In Xiao Han's understanding, the world's primal essence should be exceedingly difficult to refine. However, inexplicably, the light talisman melded into his body in a remarkably brief span of time. Approximately 5 minutes later, he had completely refined the talisman. Almost simultaneously, Xiao Xian collapsed to the ground in a state of weakness. Alarmed, Xiao Han hurried to support her, cradling her in his arms. Xiao Xian, please do not frighten me, he exclaimed anxiously, infusing his energy into her. I am fine, brother. I merely need to rest for a few days. Our energies are incompatible, and yours cannot aid me, Xiao Xian replied, nestling in his embrace like a small kitten, nodding obediently. Subsequently, Xiao Han directed his gaze towards the Jiao Long magical beast behind him. Typically, high-tier magical beasts disdain associating with the weak, let alone becoming the magical pets of those deemed inferior. Many magical beasts, upon capture and stripped of their capacity to resist, even opt for self-destruction rather than submit to servitude. Presently, Xiao Han possessed the extreme cold origin light talisman, which granted him dominion over the life and death of this Jiao Long beast. Nevertheless, he lacked complete confidence in compelling this creature to submit, for one could never ascertain whether it belonged to the type that is fiercely loyal and would rather perish than yield. In Xiao Han's imagination, even if this beast were not of the obstinately defiant sort, it should still exhibit some symbolic resistance before yielding to him. However, The outcome defied Xiao Han's expectations. He had mentally prepared a plethora of threats and intimidation tactics, yet before he could utter a word, the Jiao Long swam over eagerly, resembling a playful pup. In that moment, it bore no semblance to a fourth-tier magical beast, utterly disgracing the magical beast realm. Xiao Han stared, bewildered, at this Jiao Long. Merely locking eyes with it had prompted the creature to approach obediently. Regardless, Xiao Han sensed something peculiar about the Jiao Long. It might harbor ulterior motives. Yet, as a mere practitioner of the Xianling realm, devoid of any possessions, he found it difficult to fathom what this magical beast could possibly desire. Subsequently, Xiao Han embraced Xiao Xian and leaped atop the head of the Jiao Long beast. The creature then carried them forth, soaring out of the cavern. At that moment, due to Xiao Han's refinement of the extreme cold origin, the frigid pond had entirely lost its absolute zero restrictions. The dragon-like beast soared through the icy waters, darting towards the colossal skyship like a streak of lightning. Upon the dragon's head, Xiao Xian trembled, her visage contorted in anguish. "Brother, I feel so cold." "Fear not, for I am here with you," replied Xiao Han, tightening his embrace around her. "Brother, will you ever make me angry again?" "Never again. I shall always yield to your wishes." Nestled in Xiao Han's arms, Xiao Xian revealed a mischievous grin, as if her cunning plan had succeeded. Yet, soon after, a shadow of sorrow crossed her face. "Brother, if I were to venture to a distant place, would you come to find me? Why speak such nonsense? How could I ever allow you to leave my side? Even if the King of Heaven himself appeared, I would not permit him to take you away. I mean, if it were a mere hypothesis, if I were to go far away, would you seek me out?" Xiao Han paused in contemplation before responding. "If you were to depart, I would cherish your memory with my very life. No matter where you journeyed, be it heaven or earth, I would pursue you." He draped his robe over Xiao Xian, stating, "Now, speak no more. Rest well. You are safe." The dragon-like beast flew with remarkable speed, and within mere minutes, they approached the vicinity of the giant skyship. Xiao Han gently carried Xiao Xian down from the dragon's head and turned to glance back at the creature, initially intending to have it conceal itself within the shadows of the Black Mountain Gorge. Before he could utter a word, the body of the dragon-like beast shrank to the size of a chopstick and leisurely flew into his sleeve. Xiao Han's brows unfurled. He could swear this was undoubtedly the most shameless magical beast he had ever encountered, devoid of any dignity typical of its kind. However, since the dragon had diminished in size, Xiao Han deemed it unnecessary to leave it in the forest. After all, having a magical beast equivalent to a celestial realm expert by his side could serve as an additional trump card, an advantageous situation he would be remiss to forego. To ensure utmost security, Xiao Han further activated the icy essence, enveloping the surface of the dragon beast's skin with a layer of absolute zero constraint, thereby preventing others from detecting the presence of a fourth-tier beast concealed upon his person. Fortunately, in recent days, several elders had been recuperating in their chambers, preparing for unforeseen circumstances, thus they remained oblivious to Xiao Han's absence from the cloud ship. This spared him the need to offer explanations to the elders. Chapter 56. Two Divine Herbs. "Brother, could you please pour me a glass of water?" Xiao Han smiled as he tucked her in, then turned to the table to pour a glass for Xiao Xian. After drinking, Xiao Xian comforted him, saying, "Brother, do not worry. We have all transcended our limits. Our physiques are several hundred times stronger than ordinary warriors. Even after my sacrifice, I shall recover swiftly." Xiao Han furrowed his brow and nodded gently. "Then please take good care of yourself these days. Do not venture anywhere. Should anything arise, just instruct me." Xiao Xian obediently nodded and playfully remarked, "Then you must not leave my side for even a moment." "All right, I won't leave." Xiao Han affectionately stroked her hair. "Brother, could you tell me a story? I read in a book that the heroines love to listen to stories told by the heroes before they sleep." Xiao Han felt stars swirling in his mind. He was bemused by where Xiao Xian had discovered such tales. However, before they regained their memories, he often narrated stories to her when she struggled to sleep, tormented by the corrupt energy. Yet, ever since their memories returned, it seemed as though all those enchanting bedtime stories had vanished from his mind. "At your age? Still wanting stories? Hurry and go to sleep. Just one. Please, just one," she insisted. "If you don't tell me, I won't sleep." Xiao Han cast her a sideways glance, thinking to himself that it wasn't a matter of reluctance, but rather that he truly had no stories left to share. Xiao Xian persisted in her playful insistence, and unable to resist any longer, he finally nodded. "While I have no stories, I did encounter something peculiar in the Grand Canyon that I can share with you. As he spoke, he glanced at his sleeve, sensing that the dragon beast remained still. He then summoned his icy essence, enveloping the dragon beast in an additional layer of absolute zero restrictions. Xiao Xian's curiosity was immediately piqued by Xiao Han's mysterious demeanor. What peculiar thing? Please, tell me. She threw off her covers and sat up, her large eyes wide with anticipation. Xiao Han shot her a stern look and pressed her back onto the bed, covering her with the blanket once more. If you don't behave, I won't tell you anything. Xiao Xian lay gracefully on her bed, nodding in understanding. Subsequently, Xiao Han elaborated on everything regarding the Jiao Long magical beast. After listening, Xiao Xian remained remarkably composed, countering Xiao Han's bewilderment with a calm. That's quite normal, nothing strange about it. Observing her demeanor, Xiao Han exclaimed, Do you not find it peculiar that it captured me yet refrained from consuming me, and later followed me around like a dog with relentless persistence? Such behavior is hardly characteristic of a high-tier magical beast. With a teasing smile, Xiao Xian replied, Because you are the male protagonist. Isn't that how all those novels portray it? Magical companions and treasures invariably cling to the protagonist, so why are you making such a fuss? Faced with Xiao Xian's playful expression, Xiao Han raised his fist in a moment of irritation, only to quickly suppress the impulse, recalling his earlier promise. I am discussing serious matters here, he said with a hint of annoyance. Xiao Xian smiled gently and said, Brother, since you are aware that this Jiao Long magical beast is the guardian of the extreme cold essence, you must also understand that it has undoubtedly devoured a significant amount of essence powder. By assimilating this essence, it can perceive the true nature of everything in this world. The reason this Jiao Long did not consume you is certainly because it recognized your true self. Recognized my true self? As Xiao Xian explained, Xiao Han found himself even more perplexed. As the son of a human emperor, his status was undoubtedly unique. Yet it seemed far-fetched that a magical beast would be deterred from devouring him out of fear. In this world, strength reigns supreme. It matters not if he is merely a prince. Even if he were the reincarnation of a great emperor, without sufficient power, he would be devoured by the beasts. What is my true essence? Xiao Han questioned, perplexed. Xiao Xian gazed at him with uncertainty and timidly inquired, Brother, you cannot possibly be unaware of your own nature, can you? What am I? Xiao Han furrowed his brow in confusion, yet soon he felt that something was amiss. Nonsense. I am who I am. Do not speak so recklessly. Xiao Xian was amused by Xiao Han's reaction, which simultaneously confirmed her suspicions. Brother, have you not heard that 1,000 years ago, your father possessed an immortal divine herb? Xiao Han nodded slightly, responding, I have heard of it. But those are merely rumors. I have never encountered it myself, so its authenticity remains in question. However, he quickly realized that Xiao Xian's words hinted at something deeper. Staring at her in astonishment, he murmured after a long pause, Do not tell me that I am that immortal divine herb? With a smile, Xiao Xian nodded. You have only grasped part of the truth. You can be considered half of the immortal divine herb. To be precise, your mother is the true immortal divine herb. Xiao Xian continued, her words striking with gravity. Your mother is the spiritual root of the Xuanwu realm, the Xuanwu divine herb. Did your father never mention this to you? Xiao Han was utterly stunned by Xiao Xian's revelation. Since he could remember, he had never laid eyes on his mother. He knew the most significant fact. His mother was the holy maiden of the immortal Physician Valley, yet beyond that, he was utterly ignorant. He then turned his gaze towards Xiao Xian and, with an expression devoid of emotion, inquired, How is it that you know the information regarding my mother being the Xuanwu divine herb, a fact I was unaware of? Because my mother is the sworn sister of your mother, the Phoenix Princess. Xiao Xian whispered with a mischievous smile. Your mother embodies the Xuanwu divine herb, while mine represents the spiritual root of the Phoenix Void realm, the Phoenix divine herb. By all accounts, we are both akin to half a divine herb. Xiao Han felt a sudden thrum in his head, as if his entire worldview had been upended. Once, he had been a child growing up listening to the ballads of divine herbs, always yearning to witness their splendor. Yet now, he had unexpectedly become half a divine herb himself. In this bizarre world, he found himself transformed into something equally strange. Wait a moment. The name Phoenix Princess sounds so familiar. It seems I have heard it somewhere before. Xiao Han lowered his head and tapped his temples, and suddenly, his eyes lit up. I remember now. On my 10th birthday, I encountered your mother. Xiao Han scrutinized Xiao Xian, realizing that the woman he had deemed large-chested and brainless was indeed her mother. No wonder you look so familiar, he mused. Who are you calling large-chested and brainless? Xiao Xian clenched her fists, glaring at Xiao Han with indignation. You promised me you wouldn't provoke my anger. All right, I misspoke. Xiao Han hastily admitted his fault. He certainly would not divulge to Xiao Xian the events of his 10th birthday celebration from a millennium ago, when representatives from various realms had gathered to celebrate his birth. According to custom, representatives from various tribes brought lavish gifts. If anyone felt that their offering was particularly substantial, they could present it before the esteemed Xuan Emperor in the Grand Hall. On that day, Xiao Han sat in a side seat, truly amazed by the treasures brought by the different factions. However, an eccentric woman known as Princess Phoenix ascended to the hall without presenting any gifts. Instead, she pointed to her belly and declared that if she were to bear a son, he would be Xiao Han's elder brother, and if a daughter, she would become his wife. At that time, Xiao Han was merely 10 years old and was utterly flustered by her words, lowering his head in embarrassment. Strangely enough, his father, the emperor, did not dismiss this madwoman. Rather, he welcomed her with a smile to the VIP seats. Though the emperor did not explicitly agree, he also did not refuse her proposition. If that deranged woman were indeed the mother of Xiao Xian, it would be quite unsettling. Xiao Han pondered deeply, realizing the implications of Xiao Xian's sealed state, which had left her cultivation intact. Such carelessness suggested that Xiao Xian might have indeed been sealed by that madwoman. Chapter 57. The candle dragon vessel. Xiao Han stood vigil by Xiao Xian's bedside, watching her drift into a peaceful slumber. He could not deny that their conversation earlier had profoundly impacted him, revealing many truths he had previously been unaware of. His mother, the Empress, was actually the Xuanwu divine herb. Xiao Han chuckled to himself at the irony. If he were indeed half a divine herb, then everything he had encountered in the Grand Canyon would suddenly make perfect sense. No wonder this dragon has captured me, yet refrains from consuming me. After I refine the essence of the extreme cold light talisman next year, it will insistently follow me. Now, I suspect that even if Xiao Han wishes to drive it away, it would remain resolute. Magical beasts inherently possess a tendency to guard treasures of heaven and earth, and the more precious the treasure, the more fiercely these formidable creatures regard it as their lifeblood. Previously, he believed himself fortunate to have acquired a 4th-tier magical pet. Yet it now appears that he may have been the one deceived. Xiao Han unfastened the restrictions placed upon the dragon. At this moment, the dragon lay contentedly upon Xiao Han's sleeve, absorbing the essence of the blood it had ingested today. A 4th-tier magical beast, capable of absorbing the essence of half a divine herb. Even a mere drop of Xiao Han's blood bestows immense benefits upon it. Should it fully refine this essence, it might even undergo a transformation into a mid-tier 4th-tier magical beast in a remarkably brief span of time. Feeling somewhat uneasy about being taken advantage of by a magical beast, Xiao Han pondered whether the dragon's consumption of his blood would have any repercussions on him. He cultivated his mysterious energy to investigate, discovering that aside from the slight depletion of blood, he was not affected in any other way. If I truly possess the essence of half a divine herb, why can I find no trace of such components within my body? He lowered his head and contemplated for a long while. Perhaps these divine herb components have always existed within me, yet my current cultivation level is too low to perceive them. Xiao Han nodded, sensing the plausibility of this notion. Since my essence is akin to a divine herb, these medicinal components represent my life force. I must ensure that this 4-legged creature does not take advantage of me. Xiao Han murmured to himself, realizing that he needed to be cautious around this reptile, lest he be bitten unexpectedly. Subsequently, he began to cultivate his energy. Ever since he refined the source of extreme cold, Xiao Han felt a qualitative leap in his physical capabilities. His rate of absorbing profound energy had significantly increased. Without the need to hasten his heartbeat, he could now refine a drop of profound liquid within half a day. Xiao Han nodded, acknowledging the notable enhancement in his speed. To care for little Xian, he refrained from venturing outside for several days, conducting all his eating, drinking, and training within her room. After 2 days of this, the long-awaited Zhulong giant ship finally arrived. The immense vessel soared through the skies, and Yu Xiaoyang and the others were so overwhelmed with emotion that tears nearly fell from their eyes. Throughout the past week, various magical beasts had occasionally roamed around the cloud giant ship. Fortunately, with 9 elders of the Xiantian realm aboard, they managed to maintain a semblance of safety. Nevertheless, several crew members were caught off guard and dragged into the depths of the forest by these beasts. One elder in a gray robe even sustained injuries during the skirmish. This seemingly endless waiting left them anxious, uncertain of the day when a terror from the forest might emerge to devour them all. Boom! With a tremendous crash, the Zhulong giant ship finally descended. The Candle Dragon vessel and the Cloud Sky vessel are of similar magnitude. At the moment the Candle Dragon vessel came to a halt, several elders clad in gray robes appeared simultaneously on the deck. Upon their gaze falling upon the Cloud Sky vessel, they were struck with astonishment, rendered speechless. What calamity had befallen the Cloud Sky vessel, leading it to such a state of devastation? As the elders on the Candle Dragon vessel grappled with their shock, they profoundly recognized the extraordinary nature of the situation, realizing that considerable peril might linger in this vicinity. Consequently, they promptly lowered the gangway. Under the direction of the elders, everyone aboard the Cloud Sky vessel swiftly ascended onto the Candle Dragon vessel. Once the passengers were received, the Candle Dragon vessel showed no inclination to linger. Taking flight without delay, Elder Chi inquired, "I cannot fathom the crisis that has befallen your Cloud Sky vessel, leaving it nearly annihilated?" A gray-robed elder from the Candle Dragon vessel posed the question. "It is a lengthy tale to recount. Let us discuss it later. For now, we must first ensure the well-being of those from the Cloud Sky vessel." Meanwhile, upon their arrival at the Candle Dragon vessel, Xiao Han and the other students from the Cloud Sky vessel found themselves the subject of scrutiny from many young onlookers. These youths were predominantly the promising scions of the Hongwu Prefecture. As an 8-star prefecture, Hongwu's overall national strength far surpassed that of the 5-star Yuanyu Prefecture by an unfathomable margin. Thus, a considerable number of young talents from Hongwu were aboard the Candle Dragon vessel. At that moment, Xiao Han and his companions were met by no fewer than 1,000 eager gazes. "Have you heard of the Songzhou Branch Academy?" One of the young men at the forefront remarked, observing the attire of Xiao Han and his companions, prompting a flurry of inquiries among them. "I have not heard of it. Have you?" "I have not either. The Yuanyu Kingdom is only known to me by its Tianyu branch in the royal city." The students from the Hongwu Kingdom shook their heads, indicating they were also unaware of the Songzhou branch. With only 13 students in total, it seems that this Songzhou branch must be of the lowest caliber. The gazes of the talented students from the Hongwu Kingdom turned towards Xiao Han and his companions, many of them wearing expressions of derision. 13 individuals. How inferior must this branch be? It is likely that in a few years, we shall no longer witness the existence of this academy. Indeed, even our least esteemed branch in the Hongwu Kingdom boasts 60 recommendation slots. When accounting for the exceptional students who do not require such endorsements, even the most modest branch has nearly 70 individuals. Xiao Han and his companions paid little heed to these remarks. Guided by several crew members, they traversed through a series of corridors, ultimately arriving at a rather secluded loft. A yellow-lettered room. This lowest tier of accommodation was not only exceedingly small, but it also lacked any embedded mystic stones to provide spiritual energy. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, spiritual energy is already remarkably sparse. Without any supply, it is nearly impossible to cultivate. Upon discovering that the crew had arranged such a place for their stay, Yi Xiaoyang's anger flared uncontrollably. What is the meaning of this? Crew of the Zhulong colossal ship? Given our rank, must we reside in a yellow-lettered room? Yi Xiaoyang's face was a mask of fury, having surpassed the Xianling realm. He ought to have been assigned a room of the Xian tier. "I apologize for the inconvenience, as this colossal vessel, the Candle Dragon, was specifically dispatched to retrieve the students from Hongwu County. It was only upon learning of the unfortunate incident involving the Cloud Sky ship on our return that we hastily prepared a few rooms for your accommodation. I kindly ask for your understanding regarding any shortcomings in this arrangement." "Understanding? On what grounds should I offer my understanding?" Young Master Yi Xiaoyang retorted with a haughty demeanor. "Do you believe that we, the students from Songzhou branch, are few in number and thus easily bullied? This grand ship boasts over 10,000 rooms. I refuse to believe they are all occupied. Regrettably, I must inform you that while our ship indeed features over 10,000 chambers, all the rooms designated as heaven and earth have been allocated to the elders and stewards. What remains are merely over 2,000 mysterious rooms and more than 7,000 yellow rooms. However, we are currently accommodating over 4,000 students from Hongwu County. Additionally, due to the crash of the Cloud Sky ship, we also have over 1,000 students from your Yuanyu County's Tianyu and Shengjing academies aboard. With such a multitude of students, we find ourselves unable to arrange accommodations promptly. Even the talented students from the royal city of Yuanyu County have been relegated to the yellow rooms, which is regrettable but unavoidable. I hope for your understanding in this matter." Upon hearing the situation clarified, the 5 young men dispatched from the military nodded in agreement. Yellow rooms are acceptable. Having a place to stay is already a privilege. After all, this ship was not solely sent for us, so why should we be so particular? Han Yun remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Yi Xiaoyang. The 5 youths from the military were the first to ascend towards the attic. Xiao Han and Xiao Zishuan exchanged glances before stepping inside with delight. Gradually, others followed suit, until only Yi Xiaoyang remained. He let out a disdainful grunt towards a few crew members before reluctantly turning to enter as well. However, after taking just a few steps, a sudden thought struck him, prompting him to call out to several crew members, "Wait. Did you say that the students from the Wangqing Tianyu branch are also aboard this vessel?" "Indeed," the leading crew member replied. A spark of joy ignited within Yi Xiaoyang upon hearing this. Meanwhile, Mu Xiaodai, who had just reached the entrance of the attic, halted abruptly, her brow furrowing at Yi Xiaoyang's words. Chapter 58. What is your relationship? Upon hearing of the Wangqing Tianyu branch, Yi Xiaoyang's eyes gleamed with excitement. It was well known in the Zhangzhou branch that he had once pursued a noble lady from Wangqing, which had led to his dismissal of Mu Xiaodai. Moreover, the lady he had courted was not only of esteemed lineage, but also a prodigious student of the Tianyu branch, and if all went as expected, she would be attending the Fengling General Institute this time as well. In that moment, a myriad of thoughts flooded Yi Xiaoyang's mind. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, opting not to follow the others into the yellow-themed attic. Instead, he ambled back, quietly inquiring with a few crew members about the whereabouts of the Tianyu branch students. The crew members, without hesitation, divulged the information. Consequently, Yi Xiaoyang accompanied them as they departed. Meanwhile, Mu Xiaodai furrowed her brows, her delicate pink fists clenching tightly. Producing a creaking sound, Xiao Han and Xiao Zishuan entered the yellow-hued loft and chose a room with floor-to-ceiling windows. As soon as Xiao Xian stepped inside, she sat by the window, her face alight with excitement as she gazed at the brilliant sun and the sea of clouds outside. Meanwhile, Xiao Han diligently arranged her bed. "Brother, you needn't fuss over that. Come sit with me and admire the sea of clouds." "What is so remarkable about the sea of clouds?" Xiao Han replied while making the bed. "You must rest more since you are still weak. You simply lack a sense of romance." Xiao Xian pouted, her dissatisfaction evident. "Don't you think it would be enchanting for us to watch the clouds together?" "Enchanting? Will that hasten your recovery?" Xiao Han clapped his hands, declaring, "All right. The bed is ready. Come over and test its comfort." Upon seeing the neatly made bed, Xiao Xian leaped from the windowsill, bouncing joyfully onto the bed. "Oh, the bed you made is so soft." Noticing Xiao Han's intention to leave, she scrambled up from the bed. "Wait, didn't you promise to stay by my side? Do you expect me to live here? Such a small room cannot accommodate 2. Xiao Han retorted sharply. "But, enough," Xiao Han interrupted, his tone tinged with irritation. "I will be staying in the room next door. The soundproofing in this yellow-hued room is inadequate. If you tap on the wall while lying down, I will hear it." Before departing, Xiao Han seemed to recall something, narrowing his eyes as he fixed a warning gaze upon Xiao Xian. "And, you must not grind your teeth while sleeping." "I don't do that." Xiao Xian raised her snow-white chin, embodying a demeanor of utter denial. "It is best that nothing occurs tonight." Xiao Han exited Xiao Xian's room and proceeded to the adjacent one. However, upon opening the door and stepping inside, he was taken aback by the scene before him. A young man with thick brows and large eyes, sporting a rather unkempt beard, was lounging on his bed. He wore a short shirt on his upper half, while his lower half was clad in nothing but a pair of red underpants. At that moment, this rather peculiar youth was sitting comfortably, humming a tune while leisurely munching on sunflower seeds, his bare foot, adorned with long hair, resting squarely on the pillow. Seeing someone standing at the door, the young man sprang to his feet in a flurry. Upon encountering such an eccentric figure in his room, Xiao Han's expression darkened instantly. "Brother, is this your room?" the young man asked uncertainly. "What do you think?" Xiao Han replied coldly. "I'm terribly sorry," the young man exclaimed, hastily gathering his clothes and dressing in a hurry. "My name is Ding Luan. I'm from the Tianyu branch. I was swapped here by a fellow named Yu Xiaoyang, who mentioned that his room in this building was a spacious one, equipped with complete amenities. I searched throughout this loft and found this room to be the largest. When I arrived, it happened to be unoccupied, leading me to mistakenly believe it was Yi Xiaoyang's room." Ding Luan's chatter was incessant, akin to a cannon firing away. However, the storm clouds on Xiao Han's face did not dissipate despite his explanation. He continued to gaze coldly at him. "By the way, Do you know where Yi Xiaoyang's room is? Ding Luan inquired, lifting his head to fix his gaze on Xiao Han. With an unpleasant expression, Xiao Han replied, "Once you are dressed, step out of your room, and in this loft, whichever room appears unoccupied shall belong to Yi Xiaoyang." Oh, Ding Luan nodded. But soon he realized something was amiss. I have surveyed this entire loft, and currently, the only room devoid of occupants is the one on the top floor, which lacks even a roof. All the other rooms are occupied. Xiao Han gently nodded and remarked, "That should indeed be the one." Ding Luan's expression shifted. He had previously been prodded by Yi Xiaoyang to agree to the room swap, not anticipating that this individual's room would be entirely roofless. Such a room was hardly livable. Even though the Zhu Long giant ship traveled swiftly, and the exterior barriers mitigated much of the airflow, the absence of a roof meant that there was no obstruction to the winds, rendering the room utterly uninhabitable. Ding Luan surveyed Xiao Han's room, his face breaking into a lascivious grin. "My friend, you cannot turn a blind eye to my plight. Your spacious room can easily accommodate two. Why not? Let us squeeze together. You can take the bed. I am not particular. I can tidy up the windowsill over there for myself. I would be content to sleep there. What do you say? But I am quite particular." Xiao Han retorted sharply. Ding Luan was indeed an eccentric, if he were to remain in Xiao Han's room. It was certain that the ensuing days would be anything but tranquil. At that moment, unbeknownst to them, the neighbor, Xiao Xian, had heard the commotion and approached. Upon witnessing Ding Luan in disarray within Xiao Han's room, she paused, taken aback, and inquired, "What exactly are you two doing?" Ding Luan, captivated by Xiao Xian's breathtaking beauty, momentarily lost his composure and remained silent. Sensing the tension, Xiao Han quickly interjected, "Xiao Xian, please don't misunderstand. This individual was misled by Yi Xiaoyang. He thought this was Yi Xiaoyang's room, so—" "Stop, stop, stop!" Xiao Xian interrupted, asserting, "Why bother explaining to me? An explanation is merely a guise, and you are attempting to conceal your own unease." "What am I concealing? I have nothing to hide," Xiao Han retorted, somewhat exasperated. "Look me in the eyes and repeat that," Xiao Xian challenged. Xiao Han turned to meet her gaze, yet inexplicably, his eyes began to flicker. Unable to hold her stare. "Forget it. If you don't believe me, you can ask him." After scrutinizing Xiao Han for a considerable time, and observing his expression of utter despair, Xiao Xian suddenly smiled softly. However, in order to align with Xiao Han, she stifled her laughter and shifted her focus to Ding Luan, casually asking, "What is your relationship with my brother?" "We are, of course, roommates." Ding Luan glanced at Xiao Han, and then at the little fairy by the door, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. "Your brother has graciously agreed to let me stay here temporarily. But fret not, I shall never interfere with your relationship. Whenever you arrive, I will simply perch by the window like a little sun, illuminating your path." Chapter 59. The obsessive brother. After Xiao Xian departed, Xiao Han cast a cold, sullen glance at Ding Luan. "Come now, don't be so unapproachable. We are both students of Yuanyu County, and when we reach the main academy, we can look out for each other. One more friend can open another door." Ding Luan, always wearing a smile, responded, "One should never strike a smiling face." Although Xiao Han was reluctant, Xiao Xian had been deceived by this fellow and had foolishly agreed to let him stay in Xiao Han's room. With Xiao Xian making such decisions on her own, Xiao Han's protests were rendered futile. "Since we are now roommates, I don't even know your name," Ding Luan remarked, acting as if they were old friends. "The windowsill is rather hard. You'll have to make do with it. Also, I must mention that I have a bit of a cleanliness obsession, so I hope the scene I encountered earlier does not repeat itself." Ding Luan added as he took the blanket, nodding in agreement. "Rest assured, when I am alone, I may indeed be a tad unruly, but in the presence of others, I will certainly restrain myself." As Ding Luan spread the bedding, he murmured, "You, much like your name, appear cold on the surface, yet possess a warm heart. After all, how else could you have given me your only set of blankets?" Behind him, silence reigned. Curiously turning around, Ding Luan was astonished to find Xiao Han seated on the bed, deep in meditation. "Brother Xiao Han, cease your pretense. There is not a trace of spiritual energy in this yellow room. How can you possibly cultivate?" Although the concentration of spiritual energy in the yellow room was indeed low, Xiao Han practiced a supreme technique that allowed him to extract spiritual energy from the very air, drawing it into his body. Even if cultivation were impossible, one could still nurture the mind and body. Naturally, Xiao Han chose not to divulge the truth, responding with closed eyes, "Do not speak to me. Do not attempt to get close. I have no time to entertain you." In silence, The two men sat facing each other like two marionettes, the atmosphere thick with awkwardness. Ding Luan continued unabated. Let me guess. You and the young lady Xiaoxian cannot possibly be siblings, can you? Xiao Han remained silent. Ding Luan reclined against the windowsill, gazing at Xiao Han as he continued. When men gather, they inevitably discuss women. It is quite normal, so do not feel embarrassed. I, Ding Luan, have encountered countless women and seen many beauties in Yuan City. I believed I had witnessed all the world's splendor, yet upon meeting young lady Xiaoxian today, I was still taken aback by her beauty. Ding Luan cast a glance at Xiao Han, who remained unmoved, seated there in stoic silence. Rest assured, now that you've welcomed me into your home, considering me a brother, I would never dream of coveting what is yours. Even if Miss Xiaoxian is the epitome of beauty, I assure you, I won't harbor any untoward thoughts. I perceive that Miss Xiaoxian holds you in high regard. My dear Xiao Han, as someone with a bit of experience in these matters, allow me to caution you. Cherish this opportunity before you, or you'll undoubtedly rue its loss for the rest of your days. Observing Xiao Han's stoic countenance, Ding Luan turned away, gazing at the ceiling and musing like a bard. Ah, how many fair maidens are wasted on dolts, and how many dolts fail to appreciate them. I, too, was once oblivious. Are you quite finished? Xiao Han asked, his eyes suddenly open, fixing Ding Luan with a piercing gaze. Ding Luan faced Xiao Han, unfazed by his icy demeanor. My friend, I'm merely looking out for your best interests. I genuinely believe you and Miss Xiaoxian are a match made in heaven. Xiaoxian and I share a sibling-like bond. If you continue to speak recklessly, I'll toss you out the window, do you understand? Merely a fraternal affection? Ding Luan scrutinized Xiao Han, and seeing no change in his expression, he returned his gaze to the ceiling, remarking, very well, then consider my words unsaid. Since you insist that your relationship is purely fraternal, I shall have no reservations. A virtuous maiden is sought after by gentlemen, and a maiden as fair as Miss Xiaoxian. Boom. Before Ding Luan could utter a word, a powerful aura from the realm of Ling surged through the room. If you dare to harm even a hair on Xiaoxian, I shall ensure you meet a gruesome end. Under the immense pressure exerted by Xiao Han, beads of sweat began to form on Ding Luan's forehead. He had not anticipated that the seemingly unassuming youth before him was, in fact, a formidable Ling expert. Brother Xiao Han, please temper your wrath. I was merely jesting. Ding Luan gasped, forcing a smile. Though I may not possess great talent, I am self-aware enough to recognize that I could never be worthy of Lady Xiaoxian. Once the oppressive atmosphere dissipated, Ding Luan wiped the sweat from his brow and, momentarily forgetting his earlier trepidation, continued with renewed enthusiasm, Brother Xiao Han. If you dare claim that you harbor no feelings for Lady Xiaoxian, then why did you become so incensed upon hearing my intentions toward her? Xiao Han stared at Ding Luan for a couple of seconds, bewildered. Did I? He queried. Just now, your Ling pressure nearly crushed me. Surely that was not a mere reaction of indifference? Ding Luan thoughtfully analyzed. Individuals like you typically fall into one of two categories, either a twisted sibling protector who cannot bear to see any male approach his sister, or someone who secretly harbors feelings for Xiaoxian but refuses to acknowledge them. Which do you believe you are? Ding Luan's probing question left Xiao Han utterly flabbergasted. Once upon a time, their shared confinement within the same divine source had compelled these two solitary souls to rely on one another for warmth and companionship, thus alleviating their loneliness and fear. It is precisely for this reason that Xiao Han has always treated Xiaoxian as if she were his own sister, pretending that there exists a kinship in this world. Yet, is their bond truly one of mere sibling affection? The questions raised by Ding Luan had never crossed Xiao Han's mind before. As Ding Luan droned on, articulating numerous thoughts, Xiao Han seemed oblivious to his words. In his heart, he incessantly replayed Ding Luan's earlier question. What would happen if one day, Xiaoxian were taken away by an exceptionally outstanding man? Perhaps he would feel immense heartache, unable to accept such a reality. Previously, he had even considered himself somewhat of a perverse sibling devotee, yet in confronting this dilemma, he was compelled to admit that he was even more twisted than that. In this world, Xiaoxian is his sole family. If she were to be taken by another man, he would indeed become utterly alone, a solitary individual, unable to find even one person to protect in this vast world. How profoundly lonely must that be? It is not that Xiao Han refrains from imagining such scenarios. Rather, he simply dares not entertain them. Chapter 60. Ling City. 6 days later, the colossal Zhulong ship finally entered a vast metropolis. Ling City. This monumental city, the largest in the entire Yunhuang, does not belong to any of the 7 great prefectures, yet it reigns above them all, with a population exceeding 40 million. This grand city is entirely built against the mountains, with much of its expanse embedded within the Yulong mountain range. For those of formidable cultivation standing aboard the immense vessel, one could even faintly discern the distant silhouette of the Yulong mountain range. It is the abundant resources within this mountain range that have nurtured such a grand city. However, despite the wealth of resources within the Yulong mountain range, it is also fraught with immense danger. Countless magical beasts roam its depths, and many treacherous individuals, pursued by humanity, seek refuge in this vast wilderness when they find themselves cornered. Rumor has it that deep within the Yulong mountain range lies a stronghold established by desperate outlaws. In such a perilous place, prior to the establishment of Ling Academy, the entire Yunhuang was engulfed in turmoil, with a multitude of magical beasts emerging from this outlet each year, wreaking havoc in the region. The founding purpose of Ling Academy is to eradicate these border-crossing beasts to maintain peace throughout Yunhuang. It is precisely due to the noble mission of Ling Academy that it attracts countless young heroes annually. Even those outside Ling Academy hold its students in high regard. For instance, the several crew members who previously escorted Xiao Han and his companions to the attic, despite possessing higher cultivation levels, patiently endured Su Yunha's condescension, an unimaginable scenario in the outside world. The colossal candle dragon warship descended gradually, finally resting upon the river outside Ling City. Individuals converging from various places in Yunhuang are not permitted to soar directly into Ling City. They must halt outside and undergo stringent inspections to prevent ill-intentioned individuals from infiltrating the Yulong mountain range. As for Xiao Han and his companions, they were selected from various branches to attend the entrance assessment at Ling Academy, and thus, representatives from the academy came to receive them. For them, once their identities are confirmed and registered, they can enter Maple Feather City under the guidance of their designated escort. This privilege is exclusive to the disciples of Maple Feather Academy. Others, however, must endure lengthy checks, interrogations regarding their purpose of entry, and often require a guarantee from someone of status. After navigating through these hurdles, they are still subjected to exorbitant entry fees. As the Candle Dragon vessel docked, the esteemed elders on board led thousands of disciples in an orderly descent. On the bustling dock, Xiao Han and his companions spotted Yi Xiaoyang amidst the crowd at the registration area. At that moment, Yi Xiaoyang was seen holding the hand of a girl whose features were exquisite and whose figure could be deemed perfect. In terms of appearance, she stood equally with Mu Xiaodai, yet her cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of the initial stage of profound spirit, surpassing even Han Yun, the most accomplished among them. This scene did not escape the keen gaze of Mu Xiaodai. However, she seemed to have mentally prepared herself. Upon witnessing Yi Xiaoyang and the girl holding hands in an affectionate manner, she merely glanced over, betraying no emotion. On the contrary, Han Yun, upon seeing the girl, visibly changed his expression and hurriedly bowed, saying, "Greetings, young master." Everyone present was momentarily taken aback. Han Yun and Han Yin were both exceptional talents within the Black Dragon Legion of Yuando Prefecture, holding significant status within the military. For them to bow and address this girl as young master implied that she was indeed the daughter of the commander of the Black Dragon Legion. Given such a noble status, it was no wonder that Yi Xiaoyang, with his character, would not dare to maintain two romantic entanglements, promptly severing ties with Mu Xiaodai. Upon encountering the brothers Han Yun and Han Yin, the young girl expressed her surprise. "What brings you both here?" Subsequently, the Han brothers recounted the events that transpired at the Zhangzhou branch in detail. "Now that I understand the situation, please refrain from calling me Little Commander. Instead, simply refer to me as Su Ying." Su Ying possessed a genial disposition, her smile unwavering even when addressing her former subordinates. The Ling Academy arranged for its students to be uniformly registered according to their respective branches. Yi Xiaoyang and Su Ying engaged in extensive conversation, and after a lengthy exchange, they reluctantly parted ways. "Brother Xiao Han, I shall refrain from visiting for now. May fate allow us to meet again in the future," Ding Luan remarked, standing beside Xiao Han. Upon hearing Ding Luan's voice, Xiao Han's eyelids involuntarily twitched. He had truly grown weary of Ding Luan's incessant chatter over the past few days and had no desire to see him again. He silently wished that they would not cross paths in the future. The registration process at the Zhangzhou branch was swift, as there were very few individuals present. Under the guidance of Elder Wu Feng, Xiao Han and his companions entered Ling City without hindrance. As they traversed the bustling streets filled with throngs of people, they were surrounded by commercial buildings, towering structures, and martial arenas. In certain elevated areas, entire clusters of palatial edifices were erected. A rich essence of heavenly and earthly energy enveloped them from all directions. With the slightest exertion of their cultivation techniques, they could draw in vast amounts of this energy into their bodies. Indeed, Ling City rightfully earned its reputation as the foremost city in Yunhuang. The concentration of spiritual energy here exceeded that of Zhangzhou by a factor of 10. Practicing here would undoubtedly yield remarkable results, which explained why the entirety of Yunhuang regarded Ling City as a sanctuary for martial arts. Xiao Xian lifted her head and inhaled deeply, savoring the invigorating atmosphere. Xiao Han nodded and remarked that the richness of the profound energy was merely one aspect. What was even more significant was the unique geographical position here, as it served as the sole exit of the Yulong mountain range. In the event of a beast tied within the mountains, Ling City would be the first to bear the brunt. The inhabitants of Ling City, striving to survive in such a perilous environment, would naturally resort to every conceivable means to enhance their cultivation. Even Elder Wu Feng acknowledged this. In the realm of martial arts, the environment is a secondary factor. What truly matters is whether the cultivator can push themselves to their limits, accelerating their progress at the fastest possible pace. Clearly, Ling City possesses all these conditions. The abundant, profound energy makes it an ideal locale for cultivation, while the ever-present danger of beast tides looms large. Thus, it is often said that Ling City is not merely a paradise for warriors, but also a veritable hell. Advancement leads to paradise, while retreat plunges into hell. In such an environment, it is nearly impossible to slow one's progress in cultivation. The southern gate of the academy serves as the only pathway into the Yulong mountain range. Upon entering Ling Academy, another elder clad in blue from the academy would take over from Elder Wu Feng, guiding Xiao Han, Xiao Zixuan, Mu Xiaodai, and others to a spiritually rich mountain. On this mountain, there are no fewer than 1,000 caves, each spanning nearly 100 square meters. Just standing at the foot of the mountain, Xiao Han and his companions could sense the abundant, profound energy emanating from these caves, leading one to imagine just how concentrated the energy must be within the actual caves. The Shadowless Spirit Mountain is merely one of the 108 spirit mountains encircling the Ling Academy, adorned with over 1,300 caves. Among these, the caves on the back mountain are already fully occupied. Thus, you may select any of the more than 600 caves on the front mountain for your residence. The elder in the green robe, who led them here, glanced at Xiao Han and Xiao Zixuan and remarked, "Your entrance examination results are commendable. However, the Academy's higher-ups have decided that you must first undergo the Academy's assessments before you can be formally received." Upon hearing this, Xiao Han and Xiao Xian nodded in agreement, not seeking any preferential treatment due to their entrance scores. While special privileges might afford certain advantages unattainable by ordinary students, they could also incite resentment from their more talented peers. After imparting all necessary instructions, the elder in the green robe withdrew. Chapter 61. The Situ Family, Seeking Recommendations. The cultivation environment at the main academy is truly exceptional. Even the most peripheral spirit mountain caves possess an abundance of profound energy. If I could cultivate in such a cave for a lifetime, I might even transcend to the Xintian realm, Tang Hong exclaimed with excitement. A lifetime? How absurd! Su Yunhe retorted harshly. Not to mention that students at Ling Academy have only 4 years of study. During these 4 years, each student is required to venture into the Yulong mountain range to slay magical beasts, with a minimum of 1 beast of comparable cultivation level each month to maintain their qualification for continued residence and cultivation at the academy. Do you honestly believe you could endure for 4 years? It must be acknowledged that Su Yunhe's words had a profound impact on Tang Hong. Nevertheless, he clenched his fists and resolutely declared, "Regardless of the circumstances, I shall strive to remain at Ling Academy. It is only here that I have the opportunity to become a true powerhouse." Upon entering the shadowy cave of Wuying Mountain, everyone from the Zhangzhou branch was awestruck by the dense aura within. The concentration of spiritual energy inside the cave was at least 20 times that of Zhangzhou. Xiao Han casually selected a cave and, upon sensing the rich spiritual energy, was overwhelmed with joy. He immediately cast aside all distractions and commenced his cultivation. 2 days swiftly passed. during which Xiao Han managed to cultivate 50 drops of mysterious liquid, coupled with his previous efforts. He now possessed 230 drops of this liquid in his dantian, having already achieved nearly half of the 500 drops required to reach the pinnacle of the early stage of the Xianling realm. Indeed, Ling Academy proved to be a veritable treasure trove for cultivation. If I could continue to cultivate in this spiritual mountain cave for another week, I would undoubtedly break through to the pinnacle of the early stage of the Xianling realm. Dong. Outside Ling Academy, a clear bell tolled, signaling the commencement of the assessment, causing everyone to instinctively withdraw from their cultivation. Xiao Han adjusted his attire and exited the cave. At that moment, Xiao Xian had been waiting outside his cave for quite some time. After 2 days of seclusion, she had achieved a significant breakthrough, restoring her cultivation to the late stage of the early Xianling realm, and was now not far from reaching the great completion of the Xianling realm. At this moment, even Xiao Han couldn't help but ponder in his heart about the level of cultivation that Xiao Xian had attained before her sealing. It is worth noting that when Xiao Xian was sealed, she was merely 13 years old. Under the guidance of a steward from the main academy, Xiao Han, Xiao Xian, Mu Xiaodai, and others hastened towards the examination venue. All the students had gathered at the southern gate of Ling Academy. By the time Xiao Han and his companions arrived, it was already a sea of people. Elites from various branches across the 7 great states had converged here, and there were likely no fewer than 30,000 individuals. In the vast expanse of Yunhuang, millions of graduates emerge each year. However, only a little over 30,000 manage to reach Ling's main academy. This clearly signifies that those who arrive at Ling Academy are undoubtedly the cream of the crop. Even the weakest among them possesses a cultivation level at the late stage of the 9th heaven of Xuanqi, while some formidable students have already reached the mid to late stages of the Xianling realm. Look over there. Is that the camp from that state? There are so many people, Tang Hong exclaimed in astonishment. Outside the southern gate of Ling Academy, individuals from various academies were arranged according to their respective states. Xiao Han's Cangzhou branch is affiliated with the Yuanyu state, thus they stood alongside the Tianyu and Shengjing academies from the same state. Nevertheless, even when combined, their 3 academies numbered just over 1,000, which paled in comparison to the camps from other states. That is the camp from the Yinwu state. Su Yunhe gazed at Tang Hong as though he were an oddity, stating, the Yinwu County, being the sole 9-star county in the Yunhuang region, boasts nearly 100 branches of the Ling Academy within its territory. Each year, nearly 10,000 individuals from Yinwu County enter the Ling Academy. Yinwu County? Tang Hong's expression was one of bewilderment, for someone who had never ventured beyond the boundaries of Cangzhou Prefecture. This was undoubtedly the first time he had encountered such a name. Speaking of Yinwu County inevitably brings to mind the Situ branch of the academy. With a hint of gravity etched on his face, Su Yunhe continued, this is the Ling Academy, specifically established for the Situ family. The mere notion of a branch being dedicated to a single family suggested its immense stature. Not only Tang Hong, but even Ji Qian, a scion of a prominent family, felt an overwhelming sense of astonishment. It is worth noting that Cangzhou Prefecture is home to over 6 million inhabitants, yet it has only just met the criteria for establishing a branch of the Ling Academy. If the academy has created a branch solely for one family, then surely that family surpasses even the strength of Cangzhou Prefecture. Indeed, this family is exceptionally powerful. At this moment, even the previously unflappable Su Yunhe revealed a flicker of reverence in his eyes. Within the confines of Yinwu County, you may not have heard of their royally family, but the Situ family is simply inescapable in its renown. The might of the Situ family is such that even a colossal entity like the Ling Academy must regard it with a measure of caution. Their ancestral lineage boasts the only individual in Yunhuang who has attained the extraordinary status of a semi-saint. What? Semi-saint? In our cloud wilderness, there exists a being of such formidable strength. Everyone gasped in astonishment. Many remained oblivious to the true essence of the term half-saint, their understanding limited to mere words and books. To them, a master who could attain the pinnacle of martial arts, the Xiantian realm, was already akin to a divine entity. The notion of transcending martial arts to reach the subsequent immortal stage was beyond their wildest imaginations, and the half-saint realm, residing above even the immortal stage, was regarded as an existence akin to an immortal by many. Xiao Han nodded and remarked, it is no wonder that the Situ family possesses such formidable strength, given that they have such a powerful ancestor. If the Situ family had but this one elder, Ling Academy would not be so intimidated. Aside from this remote ancestor, the Sidhu family boasted a dozen other elders, all of whom were superlative beings on the path of immortal martial arts. Below them, there were no fewer than 200 Xiantian realm masters, and the family wielded 3 elite military legions. Xu spoke at length, leaving Ji Qian and the others utterly astounded. This was not merely a family, it was tantamount to a principality. Even as a principality, few could rival such formidable strength and profound heritage. However, no matter how powerful the Sidhu family was, their younger generation would dutifully align themselves according to the arrangements made by the elders of Ling Academy. Approximately 10 minutes later, this assembly of 30,000 individuals was organized. At that moment, the details of their assessment were gradually communicated through the various elders. The assessment is conducted by divisions, where we must venture to the 9th domain of Yulong to slay beasts. Qi Xiangtian nodded. His primary concern was the Zhangzhou division. Thus, upon receiving the details of the assessment, he promptly rushed to inform the students of Zhangzhou. It is rather unjust for us, as the larger divisions comprise as many as 800 or 900 individuals, while our Zhangzhou division consists of merely 13 members. Ji Qian exclaimed with indignation. Chapter 62. Wushan indeed. When I first learned of the Academy's arrangement, I felt an overwhelming anger. However, this decision stems from the higher echelons of the main academy, and I find myself powerless to contest it. Elder Qi shook his head. Xiao Han paused. Although this arrangement is decidedly unfavorable for the Zhangzhou division, one must recognize that absolute fairness is a rarity in this world. In terms of individual prowess, the members of Zhangzhou are not lacking. Even the least formidable among them, Tang Hong and Yang Hao, boast strength at the pinnacle of the 9th level of Xuanqi. Xiao Han, Mu Xiaodai, Su Yunhe, Ji Qian, Yi Xiaoyang, and 5 youths from the military are all at the initial stage of the Xianling realm, placing them among the upper echelons of all newcomers. Moreover, Xiao Zixuan has attained a minor completion in the Xianling realm, undoubtedly ranking as the top newcomer this year in terms of cultivation. While they possess significant advantages in personal combat abilities, conducting the assessment by division diminishes their edge considerably, whereas the larger divisions exhibit even more pronounced advantages. Elder Qi continued, stating that the results of your assessment will directly influence the evaluation of the Zhangzhou branch by the main academy. Therefore, I implore you to collaborate sincerely and exert your utmost effort to vanquish the magical beasts within the Yulong Mountains. Collaborate sincerely? Upon hearing those words, Xiao Han furrowed his brow. What could that possibly mean? Was he expected to cooperate with Mu Xiaodai and the others once they entered the Yulong Mountains? He and Mu Xiaodai were sworn enemies, and it was a considerable feat that he had not already eliminated her. Now he was being asked to work alongside her. At that moment, Mu Xiaodai cast a similar glance at Xiao Han, her expression mirroring his apprehension. Han Yun interjected, Elder Qi, the Yulong Mountains are the most perilous region within the entire Yunhuang territory. Given our current capabilities, is it not premature for us to venture into such a treacherous place? Rest assured, Elder Qi replied, since the Academy has orchestrated this arrangement, there must be profound reasoning behind it. The Academy would not allow newly admitted students to meet their demise in the Yulong Mountains before even officially joining. Elder Qi Xiangtian added, your assessment location will be around Wushan. Recently, there have been signs of a beast tide in the area, prompting the Academy to dispatch numerous experts to eliminate the high-level magical beasts there. Currently, only low-level magical beasts and ferocious creatures remain in the vicinity of Wushan. Xiao Han nodded in understanding. The Academy's arrangements served not only as a test for them, but also as a means to eliminate a potential threat within the Yulong Mountains. He believed that after this assessment, the Wushan region would likely not experience a significant beast tide for several years to come. Boom. Just as Elder Qi was conversing with Xiao Han and others, an innumerable array of flying ships suddenly soared from the Academy. These vessels varied in size. Some were large enough to accommodate thousands, while others could barely hold 100. Hundreds of ships majestically descended from the sky, creating an undeniably spectacular scene. The escort ships have arrived. You may board now. Remember my words. During your time in the Dragon's Nest mountain range, you must collaborate sincerely. The 13 students from the Zhangzhou branch boarded a small flying ship. Has everyone from your branch arrived? The middle-aged steward, a peak expert of the Tai Xian realm responsible for the protection of the ship, expressed mild surprise upon seeing only a handful of students from Zhangzhou boarding. Yi Xiaoyang, already quite handsome, easily garnered favorable impressions as he assumed a serious demeanor. The steward observed Xiaoyang from head to toe, and it was clear that this brief encounter left a positive impression on him. Without further ado, the middle-aged steward declared, "Since everyone is aboard, let us set sail." The sails of the ship stirred with energy, and soon, the vessel ascended into the heavens, heading toward the undulating mountain ranges. On board, the steward spoke calmly. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Ling, a steward of Ling Academy, possessing peak Taishan cultivation. I do not know if your elder has briefed you, but the location of your assessment this time is in the vicinity of Wushan within the Dragon's Nest mountain range." Ling turned and, taking a transparent crystal ball from a crew member, remarked, "This is known as the blood crystal. It has the capacity to store the essence of blood from magical beasts and ferocious creatures. After you vanquish a magical or ferocious beast, you simply need to merge a drop of its vital essence into the crystal. Your final performance will be assessed based on the blood essence contained within this crystal. Consequently, while you undertake the assessment in the Wushan area, you must also safeguard this crystal diligently. Losing it will result in an immediate score of 0. Do you understand?" The students from the Zhangzhou branch nodded in agreement. Lin then handed the crystal to Lin Xiaoyang. Xiao Han and the others were momentarily taken aback and hurriedly inquired, "Elder Lin, there are 13 of us in the Zhangzhou branch. Is there truly only this one blood crystal?" Lin clarified, "This assessment is conducted by branch, and according to the rules, a branch is allotted one storage crystal for every 50 participants. Since your branch comprises only 13 members, you are entitled to just one crystal." Xiao Han was stunned, realizing that this meant once they entered Wushan, they would all have to remain together. If they were to separate, it would be impossible to promptly merge the blood essence from the slain beasts into the crystal. Originally, Xiao Han had planned to part ways with Mu Xiaodai and the others upon entering Wushan, but it seemed that this plan would have to be abandoned. In conclusion, Lin reiterated, "Although the Academy has dispatched skilled individuals to eliminate the high-tier magical beasts in the vicinity of Wushan, we cannot entirely dismiss the possibility of some elusive creatures remaining. Should you encounter a second-tier or higher magical beast in the Wushan area, you may utilize this blood crystal to send me a message. Upon receiving your distress signal, I will hasten to your aid. However, if you face a first-tier magical beast, do not attempt to contact me, for even upon my arrival, I will not intervene. Such is the rule of the assessment." A shadow of apprehension cloaked the hearts of all present. Yang Hao and Tang Hong even felt a flicker of despair. Yet, Xiao Han and Xiao Xian remained remarkably composed. Given their current cultivation levels, they were confident that they could easily vanquish a second-tier magical beast equivalent to a formidable Taishan realm practitioner, let alone a first-tier beast. Moreover, Xiao Han possessed a fourth-tier magical pet equivalent to the Xiantai realm. Such a creature was not merely formidable within Wushan. It ranked among the elite throughout the entire Yulong mountain range. With this magical companion as his trump card, Xiao Han could navigate the Wushan area with impunity. The speed of the airship was impressive, and approximately an hour later, they soared above the Wushan region. From their vantage point within the ship, they gazed down upon the earth, where towering trees loomed, requiring several individuals to embrace one trunk. A cacophony of bizarre sounds echoed from all directions. The voices of ferocious beasts and magical creatures. In the vast mountain ranges, creatures of levels 8 and 9 could reign supreme. However, here, they merely occupied the lowest rungs of the food chain. Almost everywhere, magical beasts thrived. They were merely a few hundred meters above ground. Yet they could observe swarms of magical beasts. With such a multitude of creatures, it is no wonder that Ling Academy is compelled to exert considerable effort to eradicate them. If left unchecked, within 2 years, a beast king could once again emerge in this region. Once a beast king arises, Wushan would pose a significant threat, potentially igniting a large-scale beast tide at any moment. Now that we have arrived in the vicinity of Wushan, you may choose your landing point. Chapter 63, Second-Order Magical Beasts Wushan. In the marshlands of a canyon, Xiao Han and his companions landed smoothly. The area surrounding Wushan is vast, conservatively estimated to span tens of thousands of miles, with over 30,000 students descending upon this region. It was as though a handful of sand were cast into the ocean, not even causing a ripple. Xiao Han surveyed the landing site. It was a marshy canyon, eerie and foreboding. Distantly, strange sounds that sent shivers down one's spine could be heard from time to time. Towering ancient trees surrounded them, the youngest among them being 1,000 or 2,000 years old, while the oldest could be several millennia. This forest was akin to a living fossil, composed entirely of ancient vegetation. The black marsh was entwined with ancient vines resembling colossal pythons, and the expansive rainforest foliage was abundant. Upon touching the ground, Xiao Han focused intently, his mental energy sweeping across the area, capturing the entire scene within a 5-mile radius in his mind. Noticing Xiao Han's unusual expression, Xiao Xian urgently inquired, "Brother, what is the matter?" "There is a second-order magical beast. It lies in the black mire 400 meters to our left." "What? A second-order magical beast?" Yi Xiaoyang's complexion turned ashen as he hastily retrieved the crystal ball from his bosom, intending to send a message to Lin Yan. However, he soon realized something was amiss. They had only just landed, and with everyone's cultivation levels being relatively similar, no one else had sensed the presence of any high-level magical beasts. Why was it only Xiao Han who had? Moreover, if there truly was a second-tier beast nearby, why was Xiao Han so composed? The group regarded Xiao Han with peculiar expressions, clearly expressing skepticism towards his claims. Only Xiao Xian shifted her gaze towards the cold pool 400 meters to the left front, quietly suggesting, "Should we capture and slay it?" Upon hearing the bizarre exchange between the siblings, everyone couldn't help but roll their eyes. At that moment, Su Yunhe sneered, "What a display of theatrics. The high-level magical beasts in the Wushan area have all been eradicated by the Academy's experts. Even if there were a few stragglers, they would be exceedingly rare. What luck do we have to encounter a second-tier beast so soon after arriving in Wushan?" The animosity between Su Yunhe and Xiao Han was palpable, stemming from an incident at the Sangzhou branch where Xiao Han had publicly humiliated him. This disgrace had been etched into his memory, and now, with Xiao Han's theatrics, he felt compelled to expose him. As for Xiao Han, he scarcely paid attention to Su Yunhe's taunts, fixating instead on the black swamp 400 meters away. Yet, the swamp remained eerily silent, as if it harbored nothing within. Had it not been for Xiao Han's extraordinary mental acuity, reaching an impressive level 18, he might have perceived the mire merely as an ordinary swamp. Through years of demon hunting experience, Xiao Han deduced that beneath the surface lay a formidable creature of the serpentine variety. This beast, akin to a patient predator, favored lurking in the shadows, waiting for its prey to unwittingly wander into its strike zone before launching a sudden, lethal assault. A moment's inattention could render even a third-tier beast as mere sustenance for it. Xiao Han dared not approach, for the instantaneous striking power of the serpentine creature was far too formidable. Even he could not guarantee evading such a sudden onslaught. With a swift motion, Xiao Han unsheathed the Xinghan sword, unleashing a powerful wave of sword qi into the mire. Simultaneously, Xiao Xian conjured a feathered projectile, radiant with flickering flames, creating the illusion of a dazzling beacon to onlookers. The two assaults struck the mire in unison. Boom! The expansive swamp, stretching approximately 300 meters, erupted violently, sending muddy water splattering in all directions. A colossal being, long submerged at the bottom of the mire, emerged into view. With a resounding roar reminiscent of a dragon's cry, the serpentine creature responded to the simultaneous strikes from Xiao Han and Xiao Xian. Almost instantaneously, it retaliated, surging forth from the depths of the mire with tremendous force. The creature's size was imposing and its muscular form strikingly elegant. As it erupted from the mire, the full power of its sinewy strength was unleashed. The mire lay 400 meters from the position of Xiao Han and his companions. Yet, the serpentine beast approached in the blink of an eye. From the moment Xiao Han initiated the attack to the creature's swift counterstrike, the entire sequence transpired in a mere 2 or 3 seconds. Such lightning speed rendered Su Yunhe and Yi Xiaoyang, who were still mocking Xiao Han, utterly unprepared. When the serpentine beast surged forth, Xiao Han and Xiao Xian instinctively chose to retreat. The others were equally startled by the sudden emergence of the creature from the mire. However, Su Yunhe and Yi Xiaoyang were not as fortunate. Their focus remained solely on Xiao Han, causing them to fail to notice the creature's arrival until it was too late. With a resounding crash, the beast landed, its tail sweeping them off their feet due to inertia. Following its landing, the serpentine beast immediately launched another attack, its speed undiminished by its massive form. In fact, its muscular physique allowed it to leverage the ground and strike with remarkable swiftness. Truly, this was a second-tier magical beast. The expressions of Ji Qian and the others shifted dramatically. They understood that a second-tier beast equated to a formidable presence akin to a Tai Xian realm master. while they themselves were merely early-stage Xian-Ling realm warriors. The disparity between their levels was immense, and even with 13 of them, they stood no chance in combat. With a violent cough, Su Yunhe and Yi Xiaoyang fell several hundred meters away, spewing blood. Although the serpentine monster had not specifically targeted them, the force of its tail swipe, estimated to exceed 2,000 pounds, had shattered several of their ribs. Yi Xiaoyang hastily scrambled to his feet, but at that moment, he could not concern himself with his injuries. He frantically searched his chest, only to discover that the communication crystal was not with him. It had been knocked away by the serpentine monster and lay several hundred meters distant. The sudden onslaught of the serpentine beast had caught everyone off guard. Tang Hong and Yang Hao were paralyzed with fear, standing frozen and uncertain of what would transpire next. In contrast, the 5 young soldiers from the military, seasoned veterans of the battlefield, deftly evaded the monster's initial assault. As the situation unfolded unpredictably, no one could foresee the outcome. After narrowly escaping the attack, Ji Qian gritted his teeth and resolved to charge forward as well. Chapter 64. Lin Yin's astonishment. In the depths of the Wushan Gorge, Yi Xiaoyang lay hidden, his gaze unwavering, as he fixated intently on the crystal ball. With a determination akin to that of a statue, he gradually inched toward the orb, embodying the essence of an epic tale of stealth. His movements were excruciatingly slow, and it was only after 2 minutes that he reached the crystal's location. With a sense of triumph, Yi Xiaoyang grasped the crystal ball in his hand, infused it with his spiritual energy, and began transmitting a message to Lin Yin. Once he completed this task, he slowly lifted his head. However, what greeted his eyes was not a scene of fierce combat, nor the sight of the formidable serpent-like beast having vanquished all but him. At this moment, all the members of the Zhangzhou branch stood unharmed, while the previously unstoppable beast lay motionless on the ground, seemingly lifeless. Yi Xiaoyang's face was a canvas of disbelief. It is important to note that this serpent was a second-tier magical beast, equivalent to a formidable presence of the Taishan realm. Such a powerful creature had inexplicably succumbed to a few practitioners of the Xianling realm. Aside from Yi Xiaoyang, Ji Qian, the 5 young men from the military, and Yang Hao and Tang Hong shared similar expressions as they gazed at Xiao Han and Xiao Zishuan. How could it be? The 2 siblings. How could they possibly be so strong? Ji Qian's gaze sharpened. Ever since he was defeated by Xiao Han in the vast Songmang Mountains, he had regarded Xiao Han as his rival, vowing within himself to one day triumph over him. Yet now, not only had Xiao Han broken through to the Xian realm, but he was also able to confront a second-tier magical beast head-on, ultimately slaying it. Although they had participated in the battle, their role had merely been to provide support, and they were hardly even that significant. The moment they charged in, Xiao Han had already pierced the serpent beast's skull with a single stroke of his sword, the sheer force of his Xian Qi extracting its magical core. One could say that their involvement in this confrontation was inconsequential, for once a magical beast loses its core, its demise is inevitable. Their final approach was merely to prevent any sudden retaliation from the serpent beast. Despite possessing only the initial cultivation of the Xianling realm, Xiao Han was capable of directly slaying second-tier magical beasts, whereas his companions struggled to even restrain them collectively. The sheer strength of Xiao Han left Ji Qian, who had always been brimming with fighting spirit, feeling a profound sense of inadequacy, as his feelings of helplessness reached an apex. The 5 youths from the military department gazed at Xiao Han with a complex mix of emotions. There was a time when they regarded him merely as a promising student, someone whose achievements might eventually surpass theirs, but certainly not a rival in the near term. Now, however, Xiao Han had substantiated what it truly meant to be a genius. Their stagnant mindset had confined their imagination, for in the realm of the extraordinary, nothing is deemed impossible. In stark contrast to the incredulous expressions of the others, Mu Xiaodai regarded Xiao Han with a grave demeanor, evidently surprised by the extent of his newfound power. Back in Fengning City, they had exchanged fierce words, vowing that after this assessment, their conflict would be one to the death. Yet, despite the formidable strength Xiao Han exhibited now, she felt no fear. Her serious gaze lasted only a fleeting moment before she resumed her composed demeanor. The battle against the serpentine magical beast unfolded in less than 3 minutes. While the duration seemed brief, each moment was fraught with peril. In confrontations among experts, events transpire in the blink of an eye, revealing that this clash was far from simple, contrary to the assumptions of onlookers. Xiao Han took a moment to examine his dantian. In mere minutes, they had nearly exhausted 2/3 of his mystical energy. Should this battle persist for another 2 or 3 minutes, the outcome would undoubtedly be vastly different. However, even if Xiao Han and Xiao Zixuan were ultimately defeated, they would not meet their demise at the jaws of a serpent. After all, in Xiao Han's possession lay the formidable dragon serpent familiar. Should he unveil this trump card, he could roam the region of Wushan with impunity. Yet, he was reluctant to reveal his hand prematurely. Moreover, in this assessment, with so many students cast into Wushan, Fengling Academy would not abandon them to their own devices. There must surely be adept instructors monitoring every movement in the shadows. If Xiao Han unleashed the dragon serpent beast, and it were to be discovered by the Academy's experts, resulting in a tragic miscalculation, it would indeed be an embarrassing predicament. Just as Xiao Han drew a breath and prepared to circulate his energy to recuperate, a vessel suddenly appeared in the distant sky, hurtling towards their position like a dart. The ship soared overhead, and Lin Yin leapt down from it. With a thud, Lin Yin landed upon the branches of a towering tree, swiftly descending before them. Grasping a battle blade, he exuded an overwhelming aura of menace, emanating the powerful presence of a peak practitioner of the Taishan realm. However, as he touched the ground and beheld the lifeless dragon serpent beast sprawled before him, all expression drained from his face, solidifying into shock. This second-tier beast was, astonishingly, already deceased. After a prolonged silence, Lin Yin incredulously inquired, "Did you slay it?" The members of the Zhangzhou branch exchanged glances before collectively nodding in assent. My heavens, how is this possible? A mere dozen fledgling students have managed to vanquish several second-tier magical beasts. Had Lin Yin not witnessed this astonishing event with his own eyes today, he would have never believed such a remarkable feat previously. He had held the notion that this academy, with only 13 students, must draw its scholars from an exceedingly remote locale. What sort of competent individuals could possibly emerge from such barbarous lands? Thus, deep within his heart, he had harbored a considerable disdain for this group of students. However, following this incident, Lin Yin finally set aside his condescension and scrutinized each individual with newfound respect. It was only at this moment that he realized that aside from Yi Xiaoyang, the rest were primarily practitioners of the Xianling realm, with the youngest girl among them having already achieved minor success in the Xianling realm. Lin Yin could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. What manner of place is this Zhangzhou branch that it can produce such a young practitioner of minor success in the Xianling realm? With that thought, Lin Yin turned and leapt onto a branch, swiftly bounding onto the airship. As the vessel glided away, Lin Yin stood on the deck, the corners of his mouth curving into a subtle, enigmatic smile. The Zhangzhou branch, this seemingly inferior institution, is indeed remarkable. With the elders of the Academy orchestrating such assessments this year, a splendid spectacle awaits, rest assured. The students of the Zhangzhou branch are certain to astonish the Elder Council this year. Chapter 65. The Intervention of Mu Xiaodai, perched atop the majestic Wushan Mountain, which rises over 5,000 meters into the sky. The landscape below basks under the relentless glare of the scorching sun, while the summit is adorned in a pristine cloak of thick, glistening snow. At the pinnacle of Wushan, a temporary station has been erected. Although it is hastily constructed, it does not appear crude. Rather, it resembles a long-established sanctuary, standing proudly amidst the swirling mists of the mountain top, surrounded by pavilions. Within the front hall of the station atop Wushan, a considerable gathering of stewards, elders, and several previous cohorts of students from Fengling Academy convenes. At this moment, the majority of the stewards and elders sit by the windows, eyes closed in tranquil meditation, while a few leisurely elders indulge in warm tea, admiring the pristine white snow that blankets the mountaintop. Creak. The door of the hall swings open, prompting many of the meditative stewards and elders to open their eyes. Lao Yin, it seems you have made significant progress in your cultivation recently. You have resolved matters quite swiftly, remarked a steward familiar with Lin Yin, a smile gracing his face. Dead? A group of stewards looked at Lin Yin in disbelief. How did that happen? How else could it happen? They were, of course, slain by the students I brought. What? They were killed by students? The stewards were taken aback, their astonishment palpable. Even the elders, who had been sipping tea leisurely upstairs, perked up, their ears attuned to the unfolding conversation. Lin Yin shook his head and remarked, I examined the corpse of that magical beast. It bore no signs of old wounds, having been slain by a single sword thrust to the skull, its magic core extracted. A single thrust to the skull. The attendants were momentarily taken aback. Such a piercing strike would be comprehensible if executed by seasoned elders of the Taishan realm. However, for a group of fledgling students to accomplish such a feat seemed utterly astonishing. Many attendants and elders expressed skepticism towards Lin Yan's statement. Yet he refrained from offering further explanations. The notion that inexperienced students could vanquish a second-tier magical beast was hard to believe unless witnessed firsthand. Those who believe in you will not doubt, but for those who do not, no amount of explanation will suffice. Atop the summit of Mount Wu, on the terrace of the tallest pavilion, an elderly man in a white robe faced a middle-aged female Taoist, both immersed in contemplation. Snowflakes danced in the wind, yet as they approached the pair, they seemed to be gently directed elsewhere. Intriguing, this brother and sister duo are indeed remarkable at such a young age. They possess the prowess to slay second-tier magical beasts. One ranked 7th in the first level of the Spirit Communication Tower, while the other achieved an unprecedented triumph by defeating all the bronze figures at that level, securing the top position. Such siblings cannot be judged by ordinary standards. Their ability to vanquish a second-tier magical beast is entirely reasonable, warranting no excessive astonishment. The middle-aged Taoist woman, with her eyes closed, coldly stated, "What Sister Lu says is indeed correct." The elder in white chuckled. "Sister Lu has always been reclusive, rarely seen by us younger disciples. I never expected her to take the time to come to Wushan with me. Surely she must find this pair of siblings intriguing." She seemed to merge seamlessly with the surroundings, and after a prolonged silence, the middle-aged Taoist priestess softly inquired, "Have you investigated the origins of these siblings as I requested?" The elder in white responded, "It is only natural for a junior to exert every effort in fulfilling Sister Lu's request. This pair of siblings are orphans." The air fell into a deep stillness, and the middle-aged Taoist raised an eyebrow. "Is that all?" "Yes, that is all," the elder in white replied. "Is this what you call diligence?" The middle-aged Taoist finally opened her eyes and regarded the elder in white. "Sister Lu, please do not take offense. The reason I say this is that the siblings' past is exceedingly mundane, so unremarkable that it scarcely warrants mention. The only aspect that piques interest is their lineage. However, our investigation hit a dead end with the Mu family in Fengning City. All we know is that they were adopted by an individual named Song Qingyun, who passed away 2 years ago." The elder in white spoke at length, believing Sister Lu would be captivated by his words, yet at that moment, she closed her eyes once more. Even after he finished speaking, her expression remained inscrutable. Meanwhile, the assessments of all the disciples continued amidst the dense foliage below Wushan. After several days of arduous travel, Xiao Han and his companions finally emerged from the canyon, embarking on the path of slaughtering magical beasts to accumulate their achievements. Along the way, Yi Xiaoyang and Su Yunhe occasionally cast resentful glances at Xiao Han. To them, it was evident that Xiao Han had deliberately lured out a formidable magical beast from the mire, knowing full well that the others were unprepared, resulting in both of them sustaining severe injuries. This was perceived as an act of malice on Xiao Han's part. In response to their hostile glares, Xiao Han scarcely paid them any heed. The team from the Zhangzhou branch had come together solely for the purpose of assessment, lacking any sense of camaraderie, and instead, they were embroiled in personal grievances, harboring mutual animosity and acting independently. Throughout their journey, it was primarily Xiao Han and Xiao Xian who engaged in combat, vanquishing various magical beasts and amassing a significant number of points for the Zhangzhou branch. Ji Qian and Han Yun mostly occupied themselves with containment or provided assistance from the sidelines, while Su Yunhe and Yi Xiaoyang, due to their injuries, remained at the rear of the group, refraining from engaging in battle. The most enigmatic figure among them was undoubtedly Mu Xiaodai. Since the assessment commenced 3 days ago, she had only intervened once. That singular instance occurred when they were besieged by a pack of black wolf magical beasts. While Xiao Han and the others fought valiantly at the front, Mu Xiaodai, Su Yunhe, and Yi Xiaoyang lingered at the back, refraining from rushing in. However, the sheer number of black wolves was overwhelming, with more than 20 of them circumventing Xiao Han and the others to charge directly at Mu Xiaodai and her companions. Su Yunhe and Yi Xiaoyang, despite their injuries, managed to barely contain 2 of the beasts. As over 20 black wolves surged forward, it appeared that the 2 would soon meet their demise at the jaws of the predators. At that moment, Mu Xiaodai finally made her move. She drew her long sword, each strike lethal. With every descent of her blade, a magical wolf met its demise. Such razor-sharp precision astonished even Xiao Han. It is noteworthy that the weakest of these magical wolves possessed initial stage strength, while the more formidable ones had already reached the latter stages of the first tier. For a warrior of the same rank, successfully restraining a single magical wolf would be considered an impressive feat. Yet Mu Xiaodai effortlessly dispatched over 20 of them in that instance. In Xiao Han's recollection, this marked Mu Xiaodia's inaugural display of combat prowess. It was precisely due to her intervention that both Xiao Han and Xiao Xian experienced a significant alleviation of pressure, enabling them to swiftly eliminate the pack. Mu Xiaodai was undoubtedly an extraordinary individual, endowed with her own fortuitous opportunities. This assessment had been shared by all since that remarkable display of her abilities. However, Xiao Han found her combat techniques eerily familiar, as if he had encountered them before, though he could not recall the specifics at that moment. Chapter 66. Such tactics in a certain grove, a wild bull beast, colossal as a small mountain, collapsed with a thunderous thud, its blood spilling forth, staining the grass beneath. Another second-tier magical beast had fallen. Xiao Han exhaled deeply, realizing this was the third second-tier beast he had encountered since entering Wushan, compared to the previous encounters. This time their efforts had been swifter and required less energy. This improvement was undoubtedly attributed to the significant increase in their strength over the past week. Practicing in the heat of battle often accelerated one's growth by several-fold compared to mere meditation. Now, Xiao Han's Dantian had amassed over 430 drops of profound essence, bringing him ever closer to breaking through to the pinnacle of the initial stage of the profound realm. Xiao Xian's cultivation has remarkably ascended to the realm of profound spirit completion. As for the others from the Zhangzhou branch, after numerous near-death experiences, Yang Hao has finally broken through to the profound spirit realm. Han Yun, following a severe injury, has directly advanced to the mid-stage of the profound spirit realm. And with his current prowess, he should rank among the top 200 candidates this year. Ji Qian and others have also made some progress, albeit to varying degrees. Moreover, after several days of collaboration, this team has managed to temporarily set aside personal grievances and begun to work in unison. Even the notoriously aloof Mu Xiaodai has started to engage more frequently in their endeavors. Through their teamwork over the past week, they have collectively vanquished 3 second-tier magical beasts, 7 peak first-tier magical beasts, 12 late-stage first-tier magical beasts, and over 90 mid-stage first-tier magical beasts. With such achievements, even if the Zhangzhou branch has only this one team, they will certainly secure a commendable position by the end of the assessment. Suddenly, as Xiao Han pierced the heart of a savage bull magical beast and extracted its heart's blood, his spiritual sense detected a multitude of powerful auras approaching from 5 miles to their rear right. For ordinary mortals, 5 miles may seem considerable. However, for martial artists, it is merely a matter of a few breaths. During the past week, Xiao Han and his companions had encountered other branch students, but generally, upon noticing nearby individuals, they would relocate to hunt magical beasts elsewhere. The sight of dozens of figures charging directly towards them today, seemingly zeroing in on their position, is indeed a rare occurrence in the Wushan Mountains. Xiao Han restrained his aura, rising to his feet and directing his gaze towards the rear right. Upon noticing the expression on Xiao Han's face, the others swiftly followed suit, suppressing their own auras and casting vigilant glances in the same direction. Suddenly, dozens of figures leaped from the distant trees. Each of these individuals emanated an overwhelming force. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that over 20 among them had already ascended to the Xianling realm, while the remainder were nearly at the pinnacle of the 9th level of profound qi. They were, in fact, students from the Mi Mountain branch of the Hongwu Prefecture. The leader of this group was unmistakable. He was the burly youth who had previously mocked them aboard the Zhulong giant ship. Now, he had evidently advanced to the mid-stage of the Xianling realm, standing as the most formidable among this assembly. Xiao Han and his companions exchanged glances, astonished to find themselves face-to-face with individuals from the Hongwu Prefecture. They had gained some insight into the Mi Mountain branch during their time on the Zhulong ship. This branch was the second largest in the Hongwu Prefecture, boasting over 700 new students this year alone. What they beheld now was likely just a detachment from the Mi Mountain branch. Upon recognizing Xiao Han and his companions, the students from the Mi Mountain branch were momentarily taken aback. Haha, what a coincidence. It's the rustic folks from the Zhangzhou branch of the Yuanyu Prefecture. For reasons unknown, the members of the Mi Mountain branch erupted into laughter, their mirth evident and unrestrained. At that moment, it was clear to anyone with a modicum of insight that these individuals from the Mi Mountain branch harbored ill intentions. What a remarkable coincidence. Why not hand over your blood crystals to us, considering that the colossal ship of the Candle Dragon once came to guide you, thus delaying our compensation? The robust youth from the Mi Mountain branch spoke plainly and without preamble. Why do you require the blood crystals? Xiao Han inquired, his voice tinged with curiosity. The youth furrowed his brow, brandishing his spear, its tip aimed squarely at Xiao Han's head. Are you truly foolish, or merely feigning ignorance? We seek the blood crystals to extract the vital essence contained within. The revelation that the vital essence could indeed be extracted from the blood crystals took Xiao Han and his companions by surprise. They had been unaware of such a possibility before this moment. If the vital essence could be drawn from the blood crystals, could they not seize the essence harvested from other branches' monster slayings? Would such an assessment still hold any significance? Although perplexed, Xiao Han, eager to elicit more information from the Mi Mountain branch members, feigned reluctance and gritted his teeth, saying, Do you not think Ling Academy will intervene in your actions? Intervene? On what grounds should the Academy involve itself? Is there a name inscribed on the blood crystals you possess? What proof do you have that these crystals belong to you? The law of the jungle prevails in this world, survival of the fittest. Surrender the blood crystals willingly. And I assure you, we shall only extract the vital essence within. Ultimately, the blood crystals will be returned to you. At the very least, we will not render the entire Sangzhou branch's efforts null and void. The members of the Mi Mountain branch laughed mockingly, their derision echoing in the air. Upon hearing the explanation from the Mi Mountain branch, Xiao Han nodded thoughtfully, his gaze shifting towards Yi Xiaoyang. Yi Xiaoyang, understanding the unspoken communication, found himself in rare harmony with Xiao Han today. At this moment, he embodied the essence of a master performer. His visage bore not only reluctance, but also trepidation and indignation. Each nuance of his expression was executed with impeccable precision, leaving no room for doubt. Even Xiao Han could not help but feel a profound respect for Yi Xiaoyang's professionalism. We are merely a handful, while they number in the dozens. Yi Xiaoyang gritted his teeth, retrieving the blood crystal from his bosom. He surveyed the individuals from the Zhangzhou branch with a tone laced with a hint of regret, saying, Esteemed colleagues, I apologize, but their sheer numbers render us akin to a sparrow attempting to contend with a stone. Given this reality, it may be wiser to submit for the time being. This way, we may at least spare ourselves from further suffering. Yi Xiaoyang's performance, whether in expression or dialogue, was nothing short of impeccable. Ultimately, he closed his eyes, a fierce unwillingness coursing through him, and hurled the blood crystal into the air. The robust youth at the forefront of the Mi Mountain branch caught the crystal, a look of wise choice gracing his features. Without so much as a glance, he tossed the blood crystal to a scrawny, sharp-featured boy behind him. Upon receiving the crystal, the boy's face lit up with a triumphant smile. He, too, produced a blood crystal from his own attire, aligning the two crystals together before channeling his mystical energy into one while drawing from the other. With a push and a pull, under the influence of two forces, it became almost visible to the naked eye as the heart's blood within one blood crystal converged towards another. Xiao Han and the others widened their eyes, meticulously observing every movement of the sharp-nosed, monkey-faced boy. It was thus that they realized how to extract the heart's blood from the blood crystal. Xiao Han and the others nodded in sudden understanding. Prior to this, they had indeed attempted to extract the heart's blood from the blood crystal. But this particular blood crystal was a completely sealed vessel, allowing entry but not exit. After several unsuccessful attempts, they had ultimately given up. After about 2 to 3 minutes, the sharp-nosed boy finally succeeded in draining one of the blood crystals. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, his face alight with excitement as he turned to the burly youth and said, Boss, it's done. The burly youth nodded lightly, accepting the emptied crystal and tossing it to Yi Xiaoyang, saying, Do not accuse us of being ruthless. At the very least, we are returning the blood crystal to you. We hope that when we meet again, your blood crystal will once again contain heart's blood. With that, the burly youth let out a cold laugh and turned to depart. Wait, just a few steps out, he was halted by a voice from behind. Hello, esteemed students of the Mi Mountain branch. It seems you have taken the wrong blood crystal. The one in your possession actually belongs to us. Chapter 67. Counter theft. Everyone from the Mi Mountain branch stood there, stunned. At this moment, the individuals from the Zhangzhou branch exhibited no hint of fear. Instead, they regarded their adversaries with the gaze of a lion eyeing a small rabbit, their faces alight with fervor. The members of the Mizhan branch, under the scrutiny of Xiao Han and his companions, felt a shiver of trepidation. You provincial bumpkins, Do you dare to rebel? Bellowed a burly youth. However, his admonition proved to be futile. Rather than retreating, Xiao Han and his companions intensified their fervor. Oh, you truly ignorant country folk, the burly youth furrowed his brow, exclaiming good 3 times in succession. Brothers, since they refuse our cordial invitation and choose punishment instead, let us show them a taste of our strength. Let us shatter their blood crystals and ensure that their branch scores a 0. Let us see if they dare to act with such impunity in the future. As soon as the burly youth finished speaking, over 20 students from the Mizhan branch surged forward. At that instant, all members of the Zhangzhou branch sprang into action. Xiao Han led the charge, rushing forward with unyielding determination. Xiaoxian followed closely behind, her formidable aura of the Xianling great perfection radiating powerfully. Han Yun and 4 other young men from the military also unleashed their own formidable presences. This was an aura forged only through years of military service. And the students from the Mizhan branch felt a chill run down their spines at the mere scent of it. Mu Xiaodai fluttered like a butterfly amidst flowers, her steps light and graceful, yet wherever she passed, the students from the Mizhan branch found themselves incapacitated, their tendons severed. Her strikes were the most forceful and ruthless. At this moment, even Su Yunhe and Yi Xiaoyang, whose injuries had yet to fully heal, charged forward. An unstoppable charge ensued, as the individuals from the Meme Mountain branch surged forth, only to be sent flying without even a moment to catch their breath. Astonishingly, there were warriors of the profound spirit realm among them. Previously, Xiao Han and his companions had concealed their auras, which is why the Meme Mountain branch had not detected their presence. However, upon engaging in combat, the members of the Meme Mountain branch finally comprehended the caliber of the formidable adversaries they had provoked. The seemingly innocent and whimsical little girl was, in fact, a warrior of the profound spirit realm. The beams of 7-colored flames she unleashed were relentless. Those struck by them felt as though their very blood had ignited, collapsing to the ground in agonized screams. Meanwhile, Xiao Han, Mu Xiaodai, and Han Yun unleashed their own terrifying assaults, each of them a leader among any branch. It was laughable that such a fearsome group hailed from the humble Zhangzhou branch, utterly unaware of the peril they faced as they attempted to rob these monstrous beings of their vital essence. The individuals from the Meme Mountain branch were swiftly vanquished, and those who had yet to engage stepped back in trepidation at the scene before them. A burly youth was sent sprawling to the ground, and Xiao Han approached, placing a foot upon his head, remarking with a tone of disdain, "Weren't you going to teach us how to be human? With such meager skills, you dare to attempt robbery? Brother, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. We simply failed to recognize the mountain for its majesty. For certain individuals, the world operates under the principle of brute force." The once arrogant and imposing youth, who had just been strutting about with supreme confidence, was swiftly humbled after the altercation. Realizing his error, he did not dare question my assertion that the blood crystal had been mistaken. "Do you have any doubts?" I inquired. "No, none." The robust youth, now subdued and pinned to the ground by Xiao Han, turned his gaze towards the sharp-featured boy and urged, "Lu Yang, quickly hand over the blood crystal to them." "But there are no buts. Hurry and give them the blood crystal." The boy, reluctant to part with the precious crystal in his grasp, ultimately relinquished it to Yi Xiaoyang. "Do not accuse us of annihilation. At the very least, we are returning the blood crystal to you. We hope that when we meet again, your blood crystals will be infused with heart's blood." Yi Xiaoyang jestingly tossed another crystal back to the sharp-featured boy. The robust youth rose from the ground, acutely aware of the stinging pain on his face, as Yi Xiaoyang's words echoed his previous mockery of the Zhangzhou branch. Upon acquiring the blood crystal, Xiao Han and the others eagerly examined its contents for heart's blood. They discovered that the heart's blood from the second-tier beasts and the peak first-tier beasts remained unchanged, while the late first-tier beasts had increased by a drop, and the early to mid-tier beasts had seen an increase of over 60 drops. "Is this truly all the heart's blood you possess? The individuals from the Meme Mountain branch are indeed a pitiful lot." After confirming the findings, Yi Xiaoyang could not help but exclaim. Upon hearing Yi Xiaoyang's words, the atmosphere in the Misha branch was tinged with an unsettling bitterness. It was evident that their possessions had been seized, yet the perpetrators had the audacity to deride them as incompetent. Nevertheless, one could hardly blame them. Not every team among the newcomers boasted exceptional talents like Xiao Han and Xiao Zixuan. When confronted by formidable hordes of magical beasts or second-tier monsters, they scarcely had the luxury of contemplating the pursuit of blood. Their primary instinct was to flee. Though small, even ants possess flesh. And while this Misha branch team may not have amassed a significant amount of heart's blood, it was nonetheless equivalent to their efforts over a day or two. In this high-stakes assessment, each drop of heart's blood could prove pivotal in the end. After accomplishing their task, Xiao Han and his companions departed with an air of nonchalance, leaving the members of the Misha branch in a state of stunned silence. Brother Chong, that was the fruit of our week's labor. With only a week left in the assessment, the loss of so much heart's blood will undoubtedly have a significant impact on our Misha branch, lamented a boy with a sharp face and thin limbs. What would you have us do? Retorted a burly youth, casting him a pointed glance. Among that group were formidable experts at the Ling Great Completion stage, and the others were no slouches either. Any one of them could easily overpower me. Such a powerful team, even if we were to summon a few of our own to assist, would merely serve to deliver more heart's blood to them. Are we to simply let this go? The sharp-featured boy asked, his expression one of despondence. Let it go? Absolutely not. The robust youth revealed a gaze filled with resentment and remarked, to my knowledge, a contingent from the Xuanwu County's Situ branch is nearby. Given the domineering demeanor of the Situ branch's students, should they discover that the Sangzhou branch possesses a substantial amount of heart's blood, they would undoubtedly be eager to assist us in dealing with this group. Upon hearing this, the members of the Mizhan branch were seized by a chill. The Situ branch's notorious reputation within the Wushan Mountains had reached an astonishing level. They were known to seize upon anyone they encountered. Those who dared to resist would find themselves grievously injured, and in cases of fierce opposition, they would not hesitate to kill without remorse. The Academy had arranged this assessment primarily to eliminate low-tier magical beasts in the Wushan vicinity, yet inter-branch conflicts had devolved into lethal skirmishes for heart's blood. Such occurrences, if they were to reach the Academy, could not be ignored. It was precisely for this reason that many formidable branches, despite their own illicit activities, refrained from indiscriminately taking lives. Only the Situ branch exhibited such a flagrant disregard for human life, prompting weaker branch teams to surrender their heart's blood at the mere sight of them. Chapter 68. An unexpected encounter with the Tianyu branch. The night had grown deep. Yet Xiao Han and his companions continued to navigate the perilous thicket, seeking traces of magical beasts. With merely a week remaining before the assessment's conclusion, they were compelled to seize every precious moment to accumulate heart's blood from the beasts. Although seizing the vital essence of other factions might yield quicker results, Xiao Han and his companions strive to refrain from actions that undermine the fairness of the assessment. As long as these individuals do not trouble them, Xiao Han prefers not to derive his joy from the suffering of others. In just one night, they dispatched over 20 low-tier magical beasts and 2 mid-tier ones. The impetus behind Xiao Han's relentless endeavor lies chiefly in his desire to repay Qi Xiang Tian for the assistance he received from him in the law enforcement hall. Had it not been for Qi Xiang Tian's timely intervention to help him avert a crisis, Xiao Han could not fathom what the outcome of that day might have been. Although they had mutually exploited each other at that time, it is undeniable that Qi Xiang Tian indeed aided him. Xiao Han is a person who values gratitude and reciprocity. The achievements they garner in this assessment will directly influence the main academy's evaluation of the Sangzhou branch. Since Qi Xiang Tian has shown him kindness, he cannot idly witness the obliteration of the Sangzhou branch from existence. Aside from Xiao Han, others may hope to secure commendable results in this assessment to capture the attention of the academy's higher echelons and elders, which could yield unimaginable benefits for their futures. Though their individual aspirations may differ, the ultimate outcome remains the same. It is precisely for this reason that their team has temporarily set aside grievances to collaborate. Time swiftly elapsed over the course of 2 days. Throughout the trials, Xiao Han's cultivation has ascended at an observable rate. His inner essence has now surpassed 500 drops, propelling his cultivation directly into the mid-stage of the mystic spirit realm. After advancing to the mid-stage of the Xianling realm, Xiao Han felt a qualitative leap in his strength, speed, and the sharpness of his senses. With this significant enhancement in power, the efficiency with which Xiao Han and his companions hunted magical beasts had also greatly improved. Thus far, their blood crystal had accumulated the essence of 4 second-tier magical beasts, 12 peak first-tier magical beasts, 24 late-stage first-tier magical beasts, and nearly 300 first-tier magical beast heart blood. Deep within a bamboo grove in Wushan, after slaying a group of magical beasts, Xiao Han and his companions paused to rest for a moment. Someone is approaching us, Xiao Han suddenly exclaimed. Had this been a few days prior, The serious expression on Xiao Han's face would have undoubtedly heightened the tension among them. However, after days of rigorous training, their mental fortitude had significantly improved, allowing them to remain composed in unexpected situations. In fact, upon hearing Xiao Han mention the presence of others, Yi Xiaoyang felt a surge of inexplicable excitement. He had always harbored a desire to seize the heart blood of other academies to swiftly enhance their own performance. Nevertheless, Xiao Han, Xiao Zixuan, and Han Yun opposed such tactics, rendering Yi Xiaoyang's ambitions futile. After all, without the assistance of the Xiao siblings and Han Yun, he would not have been able to contend with the other academies on his own. While Yi Xiaoyang understood that they would not actively seek to snatch heart blood from other academies, if they were to encounter them by chance. As had happened with the Mishra Academy, the situation would be entirely different. Everyone rose to their feet, directing their gazes towards the right front. The rustling sound echoed continuously from the tips of the bamboo, as this group of individuals moved with remarkable swiftness. From the sounds alone, one could discern their extraordinary capabilities. To think there is yet another group. Ever since Xiao Han sensed the approach of others, they had been maintaining a heightened state of awareness. At this moment, he discovered that behind this group, there was indeed a following contingent. Both groups exhibited impressive speed, making their way directly towards their location. With a sudden rush, dozens of figures descended from the sky, materializing before them. Xiao Han. Among the newcomers, one stepped forward and called out, prompting Xiao Han's eyelids to flutter in surprise. How could it be you? His expression darkened. The individual before him was none other than Ding Lun, who had incessantly harangued him aboard the Zhou Long giant vessel, nearly persuading him to confess his feelings to Xiao Xian. Remarkably, Ding Lun had now ascended to the initial stage of the Xianling realm. On another note, Yi Xiaoyang, upon recognizing someone among the newcomers, displayed a gleam of joy. Ying, what a coincidence to encounter you here. Meanwhile, Mu Xiaodai, who had seldom shown any emotion, finally revealed a hint of perturbation. Before Yi Xiaoyang and the others could indulge in idle chatter, the rustling sound returned from above the bamboo grove. With a swift movement, dozens of figures again descended from the heavens, encircling Xiao Han and his companions. Each individual radiated a formidable aura. Even the weakest among them possessed the cultivation of the initial stage of the Xianling realm. Among them, there were 5 or 6 individuals whose cultivation had even reached the mid-stage of the Xianling realm, the C2 branch. Upon recognizing the attire of these individuals, Su Yunhe and his companions could not help but gasp in astonishment. In their hearts, the last people they wished to provoke were those from this branch. Similarly, upon seeing the members of the C2 branch, Ding Lun and his group changed their expressions as well. They had indeed been followed. Besides Su Ying, a petite young girl stepped forward. At that moment, Xiao Han inadvertently shifted his gaze from the C2 branch members to this young lady. To his surprise, upon closer inspection, his eyes sparkled with admiration. He was captivated by her beauty. What a stunning woman. In his previous life, as an imperial son, Xiao Han had encountered numerous beautiful women, yet he had never before beheld one as enchanting as the girl before him. Not only Xiao Han, but all those from the Zhangzhou branch were equally mesmerized by her beauty. Her allure lay not only in her delicate and exquisite features and her perfectly proportioned figure, but also in the innate noble aura she exuded. While everyone else regarded the members of the C2 branch with trepidation, this young lady stood before them with an air of candor, devoid of any fear. What are you staring at? Have you never seen a woman before? Your eyes might as well be on the ground. Suddenly, Xiao Xian emerged from the crowd, positioning herself in front of Xiao Han and speaking indignantly. Ahem. Xiao Han cleared his throat a couple of times, forcing a dry smile to mask his embarrassment. The quarrel between Xiao Han and Xiao Xian naturally attracted the attention of some onlookers. However, the young girl remained fixated on the members of the Situ Academy, seemingly unfazed by the commotion. Clearly, she had grown accustomed to such trivialities. In her eyes, Xiao Han and Xiao Zixuan were merely another couple embroiled in a dispute over her beauty. Chapter 69. The usurper must prepare for lost Situ Lingjiu. We from the Tianyu Academy and you from the Situ Academy have no enmity. Why must you be so insistent? Despair shadowed the faces of everyone from the Tianyu Academy. It was not that they lacked the courage to resist, but rather that the disparity in strength was insurmountable. This contingent from Tianyu Academy had only Su Ying and the girl beside her, who had reached the mid-stage of the profound spirit realm, while merely over 20 others were at the initial stage. The gap in both elite combatants and mid-tier warriors was simply too vast. The law of the jungle prevails. Thus, the notion of insistence is moot. If you wish to avoid demise, surrender the blood crystal you possess. Situ Lingzhou emanated an overwhelming aura of bloodthirst. His expression one of cold indifference. Such a potent aura of malevolence. At such a young age, Situ Lingzhou had cultivated an intensity of bloodthirst that left one to wonder how many lives he had extinguished over the years. Even those seasoned in battle, like Han Yun and his comrades, could not compare to his ferocity. The notorious ruthlessness of the Situ Academy was well known, and the palpable malevolence in the air sent shivers down the spines of all present. Su Ying and the girl beside her exchanged glances, their brows furrowed in concern. Although assessment results hold significance, they pale in comparison to the value of life itself. The reckless individuals from the Situ branch are capable of any outrageous act. However, parting with the hard-earned efforts they have accumulated over time is something no one would willingly accept. Just as Su Ying and the girl beside her were preparing to negotiate with the Situ branch, hoping to await the arrival of other teams from Tianyu Academy, Han Yun suddenly stepped forward, directing the muzzle of his gun at Situ Lingzhou, declaring, "If it is indeed a matter of the survival of the fittest, then one must first demonstrate their strength." Everyone stared at Han Yun in astonishment, as none expected him to take a stand at this moment. Xiao Han and Xiao Xian exchanged glances, feeling no surprise at Han Yun's actions. As a member of the Black Dragon Legion from Yuanyu County, and with Su Ying being the young commander of the Legion, it was only natural for the soldiers under her command to rise in her defense when she was threatened. Remarkable, indeed. You are a martial artist of the mid-Xuanling realm. Situ Lingzhou's face twisted into a cold smile as he retorted, "None from the Tianyu branch have spoken. So who are you to dare point a gun at me?" Hearing this, Situ Lingzhou and his companions exchanged glances, revealing a hint of surprise. "So you are the students from the Zhangzhou branch that He Chong spoke of." Situ Lingzhou scrutinized Han Yun from head to toe, adding, "It is said that your Zhangzhou branch, with merely a handful of individuals, managed to seize the hard-earned efforts accumulated by the Ms. Han branch." Upon hearing Situ Lingzhou's words, Su Ying and the others fell silent, for they too hailed from Yuanyu County and had certainly heard of the Zhangzhou branch. However, all they heard were negative tidings concerning the Zhangzhou branch. In their minds, Zhangzhou branch was notoriously feeble. Despite being a sizable institution, it often failed to produce even a single Xianling realm disciple in an entire year. Otherwise, the official authorities of Yuanyu County would not have diverted personnel from the military to support the Zhangzhou branch. This knowledge led them to harbor no expectations from the Zhangzhou branch from the outset. The Zhangzhou branch was infamous for its weakness. Yet they audaciously attempted to seize the hard-earned achievements of the Ms. Han branch. Though Ms. Han branch was the second largest in Hongwu County, its strength even surpassed that of their Tianyu branch. At present, all members of Tianyu branch regarded Xiao Han and his companions with a sense of inscrutable mystery. Meanwhile, Situ Lingzhou and others, despite being aware of the considerable strength of the Zhangzhou branch disciples, felt no trepidation whatsoever. Upon witnessing Han Yun step forward, they were merely filled with a fleeting curiosity. However, as that curiosity faded, Situ Lingzhou swiftly resumed her demeanor of arrogance and coldness. It was truly laughable. Merely a Zhangzhou branch that had produced a few commendable disciples this year dared to act with such impudence. You may be able to contend with the likes of He Chong and his inept crew, but now that you face members of Situ branch, you dare to point your weapons at me? Present your blood crystals as well. Considering this is your first offense, I shall refrain from holding it against you today. As if speaking from a position of authority, Situ Lingzhou looked down upon Han Yun and spoke in a commanding tone. The demeanor of Situ Lingzhou can hardly be described as anything but domineering. Han Yun, merely brandishing the tip of his gun, dares to demand the blood crystal from their possession. Yi Xiaoyang's expression fluctuates unpredictably. A profound fear of Situ's faction lurks deep within him. However, surrendering the blood crystal is a proposition he resists vehemently, for it is intrinsically linked to his future and aspirations. Unsure of his next move, Yi Xiaoyang cast a glance toward Xiao Han. Alongside him, Su Yunhe and the others also turned their gaze toward Xiao Han, harboring an unprecedented sense of hope in him today. The entirety of the Zhangzhou branch fixates on the sibling duo, and unbeknownst to them, Xiao Han has begun to emerge as a potential leader of this collective. Should Xiao Han rise to the occasion, they would muster the courage to fight alongside him. If he falters, Yi Xiaoyang would be left with no choice but to relinquish the blood crystal. The authority to decide rests solely in his hands. For Xiao Han, the notion of surrendering the blood crystal is utterly inconceivable. Never in a lifetime would he acquiesce to such a demand. He casts a glance at Xiao Xian, who reciprocates with an expression that conveys, "Do as you see fit." It is evident that Xiao Xian remains perturbed by Xiao Han's earlier actions. Yet she recognizes the gravity of the moment. This is not a time for emotional outbursts. As the tension thickens, Xiao Han finally steps forward and calmly declares, "Hand over your blood crystals and be gone at once." His voice, though not raised, reverberates with a power that leaves everyone in stunned silence, rendering the members of the Tianyu faction unable to maintain their composure. This individual truly exhibits remarkable audacity, daring to demand the blood crystal from the members of the Situ Institute. Is he unaware of their ruthless disposition? Perhaps he embodies the fearless spirit of a newborn calf, oblivious to the genuine terror that the Situ Institute harbors. Xiao Han's words, though seemingly plain, carry a sharp edge. However, none among the ranks of the Tianyu Institute believe he possesses the strength to confront the Situ Institute. At this moment, Yu Xiaoyang and his companions felt their hearts race with trepidation. While they all harbored hope that Xiao Han would rise to the occasion, their primary concern was merely to safeguard their own blood crystal. Yet, Xiao Han boldly stepped forward, explicitly demanding the blood crystal from the Situ Institute. With this declaration, they had irrevocably forged an adversarial relationship with them. Situ Lingzhou regarded Xiao Han with a look of incredulity, as if appraising a fool. Another mid-stage, Xianling realm warrior. Situ Lingzhou smirked condescendingly and remarked, "What a pity, for he is but a mindless fool." Undeterred by Situ Lingzhou's mockery, Xiao Han replied coldly, "Those who disrupt the examination rules and steal from others should be prepared to be robbed in turn." Chapter 70. Striking with full force, Xiao Han wasted no breath on superfluous words. He launched himself into action. With a swift step of the cloud smoke technique, he appeared before Situ Lingzhou in the blink of an eye. Boom! Before anyone could react, a clash erupted between Xiao Han and Situ Lingzhou. The latter's arrogance was not without its foundation, giving him the audacity to act with such hubris. It is important to note that although Xiao Han currently possesses only mid-level cultivation in the Xianling realm, he has reached the pinnacle of the Xuanqi realm, placing him a full tier above the average martial artist. When it comes to realms, Xiao Han is by no means inferior to Situ Lingzhou. Moreover, he has cultivated the most elite divine techniques, complemented by an array of over a dozen spiritual-level martial skills. While he may not be absolutely invincible among his peers, he is certainly not far from that state. However, despite Xiao Han's remarkably sharp and swift assault, Situ Lingzhou managed to respond in kind, engaging Xiao Han in a fierce clash. Such incredible speed and formidable force. Situ Lingzhou was forced to retreat several paces before finally regaining his composure. At that moment, a wave of excruciating pain surged through his chest, as if his very organs were on the verge of shattering. Meanwhile, Xiao Han remained stationary, exuding an air of calm and indifference. How is this possible? Situ Lingzhou's pupils constricted, and he gazed at Xiao Han with a grave expression. It was only at this juncture that others began to comprehend the situation. "You, how audacious you are, daring to launch a sneak attack on our Situ Academy's esteemed young master Lingzhou." These individuals, of course, failed to grasp the intricacies of the exchange. They merely witnessed Situ Lingzhou being forced back and thus assumed it was the result of Xiao Han's underhanded attack. Otherwise, how could a mid-level Xianling realm practitioner possibly overpower someone at the late stage of the Xianling realm? Without a moment's hesitation, the members of Situ Academy surged forward, their numbers swelling as they rushed toward Xiao Han. On the other side, in the ranks of the Zhangzhou branch, upon witnessing the movements of the people from the Situ branch, Xiaoxian transformed into a fleeting shadow of fire, charging forth with fervor. Han Yun and the others exhibited no semblance of fear, resolutely following suit. Mu Xiaodai's pupils narrowed with cold intensity as she metamorphosed into an elegant butterfly, soaring towards the individuals of the Situ branch. The remaining members, Su Yunhe and Yi Xiaoyang, exchanged glances filled with uncertainty, their expressions shifting like the weather. Sharing a bittersweet smile, though fear coursed through their veins, they understood that the Zhangzhou branch had already engaged in combat with the Situ branch. Their inaction would yield no better fate than that of Xiao Han and his companions should they falter. Ultimately, Yi Xiaoyang and Su Yunhe, after a moment of silent communication, gritted their teeth and steeled themselves to charge forward. Su Ying and the girl beside her were engulfed in astonishment, unable to comprehend the audacity before them. How could the few members of the Zhangzhou branch dare to confront the Situ branch head-on? Even more astonishing was the fact that every member of the Zhangzhou branch surged forth, with not a single coward in sight. In stark contrast, their Tianyu branch, despite possessing considerable strength, dared not even breathe under the oppressive might of Situ Lingjiu. Su Ying and her companion exchanged glances, yearning to join the fray. Yet they were restrained by several members of the Tianyu branch nearby. Princess Zhao, Miss Su Ying, you must reconsider. We stand no chance against the Situ branch, cautioned one. Indeed, have you forgotten the ruthlessness of the Situ branch? Anyone who dares to resist faces either death or grave injury. A few individuals from the Tianyu branch firmly obstructed their path, stating, the people from the Zhangzhou branch are oblivious to their own peril. Their demise is inconsequential. However, you too must not encounter any misfortune. While the members of the Tianyu branch continued their heated argument, the battle between Xiao Han and the members of the Situ branch had escalated to a fever pitch. One could not deny that the audacity of the Situ branch to act so tyrannically within Wushan was not without justification. Their combat prowess, both individually and in terms of tactical coordination, was nothing short of impeccable. Despite the Zhangzhou branch fielding only a handful of individuals, they remained entirely unperturbed, adopting an attitude of even a lion exerts its full strength when hunting a rabbit. Xiao Han found himself entangled with 3 mid-stage Xianling experts, supported by 5 or 6 early-stage Xianling warriors. Clearly, the members of the Situ branch regarded Xiao Han as the most formidable among them. If they could swiftly subdue him, the Zhangzhou branch would be rendered powerless. Thus, they concentrated their efforts on caring for Xiao Han. However, their attention proved futile. Even with 3 mid-stage Xianling experts and 6 early-stage Xianling warriors, they still could not subdue Xiao Han. Instead, his incisive attacks repeatedly wounded the formidable members of the Situ branch. Meanwhile, upon entering the fray, Xiao Xian and her companions rapidly escalated the intensity of the battle. With each burst of her radiant flames, a member of the Situ branch would inevitably fall. It was astonishing. She was a warrior of the perfected Xianling realm. It remained unclear who first shouted out this revelation, but all members of the Situ and Tianyu branches were left in a state of shock. Amidst the new recruits, how could there possibly exist martial artists of such caliber? This is neither expected nor aligns with reason. Even the esteemed branch of Situ possesses warriors only at the late stages of the Xianling realm. How could the modest Zhangzhou branch produce such exceptional talent? It is not until this moment that everyone finally comprehends the extraordinary nature of the Zhangzhou branch. Initially, Situ Lingjiu learned from the mouths of those from the Mizhan branch that, despite having merely a handful of individuals, the Zhangzhou branch is immensely powerful and cannot be overlooked. Previously, Situ Lingjiu had assumed that the Mizhan branch's claims were merely excuses for their defeat, exaggerated tales of their adversaries. However, it now appears that Hichong not only did not exaggerate, but also concealed much from them, at the very least. The individuals from the Mizhan branch failed to mention that there were accomplished warriors in the Zhangzhou branch at the pinnacle of the Xianling realm. Such a formidable team. It is no wonder they dared to challenge the Situ branch. Meanwhile, Mu Xiaodai, seemingly delicate, unleashed her strikes without mercy, exhibiting a fierce ruthlessness. Han Yun and others fought valiantly, each taking on multiple foes. The current situation is decidedly tilting in one direction. Just then, a heart-wrenching roar erupted from behind them. It was Tang Hong. Upon hearing the agonizing cry, Xiao Han and the others, while engaged in battle, cast their peripheral gazes toward Tang Hong's position. At this moment, Tang Hong's right hand had been severed by a warrior from the Situ branch. He collapsed to the ground, clutching the severed stump of his arm, howling in agony. Nevertheless, the members of the Situ branch showed no signs of mercy, continuing to mercilessly strike down the incapacitated Tang Hong. If nothing unforeseen occurs, this strike would undoubtedly sever Tang Hong's head. At this critical moment, when all believed Tang Hong to be doomed, suddenly, out of nowhere, a silver flying dagger soared through the air, striking the butcher's knife from the hands of the martial artist from the Situ Academy. It was the young woman from the Tianyu Academy. Her method of intervention was remarkably discreet, rendering her identity undetectable to others. However, Xiao Han possessed an extraordinary level of mental acuity, enabling him to perceive every movement within the vicinity. With Tang Hong rescued, Xiao Han's expression darkened significantly. Although the members of the Zhangzhou Academy had struck fiercely, they exhibited restraint, refraining from further aggression after incapacitating the Situ Academy's fighters, confident that a brief period of rest would suffice for recovery. Even Mu Xiaodai, the most ruthless among them, merely inflicted injuries upon their tendons, ensuring they would be unable to fight for 1 or 2 months. In stark contrast, the Situ Academy's assault was lethal and devoid of any hesitation, first severing Tang Hong's right hand, and then, with him incapacitated, they sought to deliver a fatal blow to eliminate him entirely. Xiao Han's fists clenched audibly, and without realizing it, his strength intensified. At that moment, Situ Lingjiu, along with others, also joined the fray. Xiao Han activated the Union Step to its utmost potential, seemingly vanishing into thin air, only to reappear directly in front of Situ Lingjiu, who was startled by his sudden presence. At such a swift pace, he had no time to mount any resistance before Xiao Han delivered a forceful kick to his chest. Bang! This was a strike devoid of any restraint. On this occasion, Situ Lingjiu was sent hurtling backward, expelling a mouthful of fresh blood mid-air, crashing through a considerable expanse of Nan bamboo before ultimately landing in a stream over 60 meters away. After falling into the creek, Situ Lingjiu lay completely still, leaving one to wonder whether he was alive or dead.